toward the physical,
said Amaryllis.
Even if you made some serious trades, based on what we know about attributes multiplying skills, you would still be behind.
Again, he's in his 60s, I replied. There's got to be a malice for advanced age in there somewhere.
I've been 60 quite a few times,
said Pallida.
It's really a matter of how well you take care of your body. Reflexes are slower, energy is lower, exercise gives worse results, but if you keep plugging away at it, having a lot of skill can make up for having a bad body.
You don't remember being 60 right now, though?
Said Raven, frowning.
Well, no,
replied Pallida.
But I remember reading notes that I left myself when I was in my 60s, and that's almost as good.
Put some stats on Onion,
said Amaryllis, ignoring the sidebar.
Pretend that he's a guy that you never expected the player to actually try to fight, and put numbers on him, based on what you know about him.
I twisted my lips in a grimace, but started writing things down with a pencil and paper, plugging in some quick math. Onion was supposedly a great swordsman, maybe the greatest, but he hadn't done any particularly impressive feats of swordsmanship in the past 20 or so years, which was one of the reasons I was skeptical. Everyone considered him the best, though, so I put him somewhere in the 90s on a number of purely physical swordsmanship skills. Normal people didn't seem bound by attributes quite like I was, but if Onion had been, his physical skills meant that he would have to have 30 or so points in physical attributes. That would mean that his totals when attempting a strike would be, as a reasonable approximation from assumptions, something like 3,000, which would match up against my 150. It was a feature of the game system that sufficiently advanced characters would basically curb-stomp people at lower tiers. Okay, I said, pushing the paper away. So if Onion is really one of the greatest swordsmen in the world, which is apparently what's on his business card, since everyone keeps telling me that, then I'm not quite fucked.
Did you do the math right?
Asked Amaryllis. All I need to do is sack 30-some points into essentialism, get scaphism, then eat from a bunch of the souls we have, I said. Figuring that the average mook we've killed has stats in the 20s or something like that. I'd need what? Only 9 souls?
9 souls to put you on par with him, but you'd be undergoing rapid decay,
said Amaryllis. Fights don't last that long, I replied. And we have enough souls that I could build up a huge buffer, enough that I would be a physically inferior but massively overskilled blade-bound. Plus, I would get all the upper echelons of a whole bunch of skills, including all those juicy virtues.
And you don't think that would risk exclusion?
Asked Amaryllis. I replied. I would be spending lots of limited resources in order to secure a one-time benefit. That's not the kind of thing that I would exclude.
Wait,
said Pallida.
This soul thing doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't? I asked.
No,
said Pallida.
Let's say that there are 2 guys who went to the same Athenaeum, graduated at the same time, each about a 20 in their skill. Doesn't matter what it is. You eat both their souls, adding their numbers to your own, and somehow that makes you a master. But the numbers are just meant to represent what they know. If you add up the knowledge of 3 people who went through the same training and education, you shouldn't be any better than they were. You haven't added any new knowledge to the mix.
Well, sure, I replied. It's game mechanics, not reality.
But why?
Asked Pallida. I don't understand the question, I replied.
Why make it like that?
She asked. Oh, I replied. You mean, why not make it more sensible and change it so that it would mirror reality? She nodded. It's a map and territory thing, I said. You've got the map, which is a description of reality with baked-in assumptions about that reality, simplifications and shorthands and whatever, and then you have the territory, which is the actual reality itself. So in tabletop games, you have the rules, which are a playable map, and it's totally disconnected from reality. So you start to get it into your head that those numbers are the thing you're talking about, not a representation of them. And from there, you get into the business of number manipulation, rather than trying to simulate reality, in part because fuck reality. reality is boring and lame. The map and territory thing was an idea that had come from Arthur, who had gone through a phase of talking about the concept at great length.
Don't give the dungeon master ideas about what to patch.
Amaryllis said to Pallida. That too, I said.
And try to focus on the issues at hand.
Said Amaryllis. Right, I replied. The rules for the trial by combat were straightforward, with a few things that baffled me. Participants were allowed pretty much whatever weapons and armor they wanted, but no magic aside from 2 entads of their choosing, a rule that would be enforced by wards and warders. The trial was to the death. Pseudo-magic, like being blade-bound, was fine to use. The defendant in the trial by combat had to be the person who was charged with the crime, but the prosecution could be any member of the court who volunteered. Trial by combat was dumb, and Anglesyn didn't actually use it much. Asking for trial by combat was seen as an admission that you had no hope in a fair trial before the councils. Besides that, if you opted for trial by combat, you would personally be going up against one of the most skilled swordsmen that the court could supply, outfitted in the best entads that the courts could supply, and you would almost certainly die. Basically, no one asked for trial by combat, because you'd have better odds getting convicted and hoping for the trial by adversity, or some lesser penalties, depending on what you had done and who was gunning for you. There were only 3 people who had picked trial by combat in the last 20 years, and all of them had been killed by Onion, who was always picked as the prosecution by the court, and yes, this did lend some credence to the tales of his prowess. I don't really understand this 2 entads rule, I said.
What's not to understand?
Asked Amaryllis, looking up from her legal book. Trial by combat is dumb, because it means that innocent people die just because they're weak, and guilty people go free just because they're strong, I replied. I maybe kind of get why you'd want to exclude magic from the process, though it doesn't make that much sense. Some magics, in single combat, are just too damned good, and at least if it's 2 blade-bound fighting, maybe you could justify it as leveling the playing field, though I don't get that either.
It's ritualized dueling,
said Amaryllis.
It was meant for cases where there was no actual answer to be had in court, but still a wrong that needed righting. It used to be that a victim or their family could demand it, but those days are long gone.
But why allow people entads? I asked. And why 2?
I don't know.
Replied Amaryllis.
If I had to make something up, it would be that someone complained that obviously a member of the court can scrounge up entads, especially if they're not guilty, and if fighters are deprived of the entads they've been training with for years or even decades, something obvious miscarriage of justice if it's not allowed. 2, because that's 1 weapon and 1 armor.
So far as I could recall, this was the first time that Amaryllis had elected to yada, yada, yada her way through a conversation. It made me uneasy. Any thoughts on which 2 Onion will have? I asked.
The last time he acted as prosecution was 7 years ago,
said Amaryllis.
That was his last public sword fighting match. What he picks for entads will depend on availability and what he thinks you will pick. But last time, it was armor of blinding white light and a sword that created a mirror duplicate of him. He wore very dark-tinted goggles to allow himself to see.
So I should get a pair, I said, nodding. Except there's a good chance he won't try that again. I sat for a moment and thought about the rules. There wasn't any restriction on mundane equipment, which meant that I could bring whatever the fuck I wanted. There wasn't an explicit rule about void weapons, but I was pretty sure those were out. Everything else? Well, I could flash him a meme, but I wasn't sure whether that was on the table or not, and there were going to be enough spectators surrounding us that I would really be risking collateral damage. Raven had a collection of other memes, but none so deadly or fast-acting as the one I was carrying around in my skull, and she had been really against my idea of printing a bunch of them on my armor, or making a bunch of different scrolls tucked into my bandolier. It was also entirely possible that I would be disqualified for using memes, which weren't magic, but might be close enough to count. Other than using a truckload of souls to pump my combat skills through the roof, there was the obvious question of which two entads to use. And that led to the question of Bethel. I'd threatened to bring in Bethel to kill all those pesky Pendrigs who were being shits, and it hadn't exactly been a bluff, just one of those things you say in the heat of the moment that aren't necessarily true. A bluff has some element of deliberate deception to it, but this was more a case of realizing that I didn't really want to embark on some particular course of action. The idea of having her back in my life, well, it wasn't something that was sitting right with me. I didn't know how long it would take Valencia to clear her, if that could ever happen, but I wasn't looking forward to it. It sure would have been nice to have her as one of my two entads, though. Whatever bullshit Onion might pull out, there was no possible way that he could beat Bethel. It wasn't just a matter of my feelings toward her, though. Amaryllis was right. Bethel had opinions on being used as a weapon, and even if she was being used as a scythe that would sweep through a whole collection of Pendrigs, I didn't think it would start things off on the right foot. Maybe Amaryllis would send a letter to Valencia and explain things, but if Valencia didn't think it was a good idea, then we weren't going to entertain the notion. I missed Valencia. She had a certain lightness and cheerfulness that our current party was lacking. I did sometimes think about her devil's eyes on me, stripping me bare, and how she chose to use that information. But I had come around a bit, partly just from the way time eroded emotions, and partly because I'd made an effort to forgive and forget. I'd only written her one letter since she'd been gone, something I'd meant to be a short little note, but which wound up being 7 pages, mostly talking about my mom and how any utopia would have to contend with imperfect people of varying stripes, which was what had been on my mind. I hadn't gotten back a response, but I had also told her not to feel obligated to write one. It was on my mind that I should send her a second letter, one where I would tell her that she should feel obligated to respond, because I missed her. "I want Sable," I said to Amaryllis, after thinking about it for some time while the rest of the party was working on legal stuff.
Sable is our best entad,
Said Amaryllis, which made me optimistic, because it wasn't a flat no.
No.
Dang it. Sable would give access to a lot of tricks, I said. 10 seconds in, but 0 seconds out. That's just begging for combat applications,
I know the combat applications, thank you very much.
said Amaryllis.
But what are you planning to pull from it in the middle of a fight with an extremely proficient bladebound?
Guns, blades. With enough water, I could probably flood the arena, and in addition to that, scuba gear for me, poisons, antidotes, chemical weapons, all kinds of stuff that you would think they would ban from a trial by combat, but apparently don't, all being pulled out at a moment's notice and hidden from view or awareness until that time, I said. I actually think that it would be worth giving up magical armor for,
You have no training with it.
said Amaryllis.
We don't know when the trial by combat will be, but it could be as soon as tomorrow. You're trying to cram the night before the test.
Please, I asked. Amaryllis frowned.
Fine. But that means that I'm taking time out of preparing for my trial in order to help you with yours.
I can help with that.
Said Rose Mallow, who had crept up on the room we were using and was standing in the doorway, watching us all at the table. I had sensed her, because I was multi-threading and in a permanent state of high alert, especially with reports of a dragon flying over Kaledwich, but that didn't mean she wasn't creeping.
And obviously there are a number of entads I can furnish you with for your trial, Juniper.
That would be appreciated. I'll take a look at what you have, I said. But all I could think of when I looked at Rose Mallow was her trying to force Amaryllis into an arranged marriage, telling a 12-year-old girl that, well, it didn't bear thinking about,
I'll need both of you.
said Rose Mallow, nodding to Amaryllis. I could sense some resistance to that, but Amaryllis stood up and followed Rose Mallow out,
What I'm about to reveal to you is something that I don't want to get out.
said Rose Mallow.
It's a powerful entad that was kept off the registries. Nothing untoward, but the effect is strong and stronger when no one knows that I have it.
Consider me intrigued.
said Amaryllis.
Here.
Said Rose Mallow, coming to a door and using an ornate key from her keyring to unlock it. I assumed there were also wards. We followed her into a rather sterile room with thin mats on the floor and weapons arrayed against one wall, all of them tinged in soulcite with Rose Mallow's creamy white soul. She strode over to a cabinet, which was also locked, and picked out a bracelet from it, which she put onto her wrist.
Amaryllis, this will make a duplicate of you.
Said Rose Mallow.
It will last for 12 hours. If you're in direct physical contact with the duplicate at the end of that 12 hours, it will merge with you. Otherwise, it will evaporate.
You can be in two places at once.
Said Amaryllis, looking at the Entad with as close as I'd ever seen her come to lust.
Yes.
Replied Rose Mallow.
I use it often when within the manor, but rarely when outside it. The only stipulation is that it works best if you can cooperate with yourself.
I can.
Nodded Amaryllis.
There's no one that I trust more.
Turn away.
Rose Mallow said to me. There was a sound to the magic, like a bottle rocket going off, sparks hissing into the air, and I could see from the way it lit up the room that the magic must have been pink. I stayed where I was, eyes averted, until Rose Mallow told me that it was fine for me to see. Amaryllis was standing next to a second Amaryllis, this one making sure that her clothes were smoothed down and her hair was in place. She was wearing a different outfit, the typical one she wore for training, a tank top, sports bra, and form-fitting shorts. It took me a moment to realize that the reason I'd been asked to turn away wasn't because of the magic, but because the duplicate almost certainly came out naked.
Are we good?
The workout Amaryllis asked the one in the dress.
We're good.
Said the original Amaryllis with a nod. She looked at me.
Be kind to her.
When am I ever not? I asked. But okay. They left soon after that, once Amaryllis had handed over Sable to Amaryllis, to go discuss matters of politics, councils, and trials with the rest of the group. All right, I said to the other Amaryllis. First things first, we need a name for you.
Time pressure, remember?
Asked Amaryllis. I was thinking Emuryllis, I said, because you're an emulation of Amaryllis.
That's fine by me.
Said Emuryllis.
Now, the most important thing about using Sable is knowing what's inside of it.
She continued.
If there's anything that you want to stock it with, we can make a list now. There is a sizable quantity of water in there, if you do want to try flooding the arena for whatever reason. Roughly 1,000 units in 1 meter cubes.
On the other hand, I said, Emuryllis sounds kind of like emu, and if you ever turn into a flightless bird, we'd want to reserve that name.
It's a different vowel sound.
Said Amaryllis.
We'll be fine. How long is it going to take you to get this out of your system?
Not long, I replied. There's limited comedy to be mined here. We could call you B. Maryllis.
These are terrible.
Said Amaryllis. Amar likeness? Pot, kettle, I replied. Simuryllis.
Oh, that's very good.
Said Amaryllis with a smile.
I like that better than the emu one. My only counteroffer is a marlimnus.
I don't get it, I said. Limb?
Limn with an N.
She replied.
In the figurative sense, meaning to portray or depict.
Way too highbrow, I smiled. Off-brand. Plus we've been saving Amarlim less for if you lose a leg or arm.
Let's not joke about that.
Said Simuryllis.
Though I wouldn't mind losing a limb if I got a replacement like Grack has.
All right, I'm ready to be serious now, I said. I held out my hand. Give Sable, please. Simuryllis quirked her lips into a small frown, then moved her gloved hand slightly and made a gun appear in her hand. She shot me almost the instant it was there, but my blade was out of its sheath and up to parry, just in the nick of time, aided by the fact that the probability blade took the shape of the perfect weapon for the parry.
Well, pistols are straight out, even with Sable.
Said Simuryllis.
Was it the hand shape that gave it away?
Just instinct, I think, I replied. Otherwise, we could hook up a prosthetic to a gun that would disguise what was coming out of Sable. But I'm a middling blade-bound right now, and I saw it coming, so... yeah, probably a no-go. There are other surprises to pull out, though, and we might be able to put him on the back foot, just because he won't know for sure what might come out. I didn't complain that she'd tried to shoot me, because even if she'd hit, I could pretty easily recover from a bullet to the chest,
We could put in a cup of acid to throw at him.
said Simurilis.
Liquids, gases, and explosions are supposed to be difficult for Blade-bound to parry.
We spent about an hour testing and training, sometimes going over things that Amaryllis had already been thinking of as contingencies, and others that we were trying just to see whether they would work. The real problem was that pumping up my skills with soul magic was something that we only really wanted to do right before the event. The other option was to use sacrifice to bump still magic up to 100, which would, in theory, make the drinking of souls permanent. But I was deathly afraid of getting slapped down for that, either with an exclusion or some kind of bullshit,
I really think acid could work.
said Simurilis. We'd tried beakers a few times, but it was hard to get a really direct splash, and we'd gotten a few drops on ourselves in the process once or twice, though we'd been using water, so it wasn't much of a problem. Finally, I had pulled out a super soaker, which I'd thankfully thought to pull from the backpack at some point, but that sent us down a rabbit hole of figuring out what grade of acid it could hold, whether that would be effective in a fight, what modifications we would need to make to the super soaker, and whether we could actually make those modifications within the next day or so, given the materials we had on hand. There was something called fluoroantimonic acid, which would apparently completely dissolve clothes, flesh, bone, and whatever bottle you kept it in, unless you had Teflon. Spraying a blade bound with that seemed like something they should be able to do fuck all about. Similarly, chlorine trifluoride was basically the world's best lighter fluid, able to ignite all kinds of things on contact, from asbestos to concrete to glass, and obviously, flesh and bone. For that, we would need a specially prepared steel tank that had been impeccably cleaned with fluorine gas, which wasn't a complete non-starter, but would eat into our presumably limited prep time, as well as being fantastically dangerous. The byproduct of normal fire was carbon dioxide, but the byproduct of a chlorine trifluoride fire was fluorine gas. Don't breathe it. Well, let's fuck him up then, I said,
The more we think on this, the better I like your chances.
said Simurilis.
I'd been waffling on whether or not to keep this existence, but it seems like I will.
Wait, really? I asked. Not merging? But why?
It was just a thought I had before the split.
Said Simurilis.
We could have conversations or interactions, and then I could discard them to Amaryllis Prime's benefit.
Primaryless, I said, almost on instinct. I'm really struggling to think what that would be, even in the abstract,
I have autonomy.
said Simurilis.
Primaryllis doesn't have to know what happened between us. In fact, it's something that she expects. So, if there are conversations that you want to test out on me without risking problems with Primaryllis, or if you want me to directly give you advice on how to handle her, or literally anything else that would be better between the two of you with a trial run, can you really not see the utility there?
I said. I guess.
Pretend for a moment that I was created specifically for interpersonal reasons. I'm a simulation of Amaryllis. Yes?
She asked. I nodded.
Now, I won't tell you things that the other me wouldn't want me to. I'm on Primaryllis' side, fully and completely. But she has explicitly had the thought that interpersonal issues could have a better chance of working out if I, the simulation, made the promise that I would keep confidentiality. Think about it like the library timeline. There, I was free to do what I wanted and experiment without fear of destroying the world or hurting the ones I loved. It's a tool for conflict avoidance. It saves scumming for hard conversations.
Huh, I said,
I've budgeted half an hour for it.
said Simurilis.
Anything you wanted to say? Conversations you want to test?
Huh, I said again. Sorry, I was still stuck on questions of chemistry. It's taking me a moment to refocus.
No.
Problem, she said. She was sitting cross-legged with books pulled from Sable around her, primarily focused on chemistry. There were obviously going to be some problems using advanced chemical knowledge from Earth, because Erb used a lot of different words for things, had worse knowledge of chemistry, and different chemical processes owing to the existence of magical materials. I don't want to doom you to death just to have a trial run of some delicate things that we haven't talked about, I said. Seems bad,
All right, then I'll commit to not merging.
said Simurillus.
Now you don't have anything to fear.
Not fair, I replied.
I'm keeping notes about the practicalities, which I'll deliver to myself. It's 12 hours. I'm not going to miss anything,
said Simurillus. She rearranged, stretching out her legs and then cracking her neck.
Come on, it's only a half hour.
I don't know what you want from me, I said. Do you want to talk about the marriage?
Do you?
Asked Simurillus. Sure, I said. I think it's basically exactly what I wanted, or what I didn't know I wanted. I really care about you, and it sometimes feels like we've been married for months already, since there's a level of commitment we have that feels eternal, like we're platonic life partners. And this way I get bonded to you, and I have an excuse not to push it, because it's just a platonic fake thing. But you know that I care about you, and in public we just have this comfortable pretending. I think it's hard, otherwise, to let people know that you have a platonic life mate. They would get the wrong idea, one way or another.
So you don't love me?
Asked Simurillus. She didn't seem offended, just curious. I winced anyway. It's complicated,
Go on.
said Simurillus.
Like I said, we have half an hour.
I love you like a sister, I said. Simurillus raised an eyebrow.
Like a sister you want to have sex with?
She asked.
I know that's a thing on Earth.
What? I asked. That's not a thing on Earth. Oh, unless you mean porn, in which case, yeah, that's a thing. But it's more about taboo breaking than about actually doing it, I think. And usually it's a stepsister, because that's less gross,
I thought you found me attractive.
said Simurillus, frowning.
What changed?
Nothing, I said. I still do, it's just, can I be frank with you?
I've said so repeatedly, yes.
Said Simurillus. I used to imagine having sex with you a lot, I said. You were in my dreams. It was a distraction. Sometimes I would get angry with you for being so good-looking. It was like an assault on my senses, this unwelcome intrusion.
But over time you got used to it?
Asked Simurillus. Inured? A bit, I said. And I can't even remember which conversation it was, if it was one, but I began to realize how much you weren't into it, how much you didn't like it, how much it was a mismatch between fantasy and reality. Eventually it got to the point where even if I deliberately tried to construct this fantasy of you, I'd have these intrusive thoughts, because I knew that wasn't who you were. I came to terms with the fact that for you, sex was or would be something to be endured, and even my fantasy Amaryllis was just going through the motions. I sat back and looked at her. There, how do you react to that?
It's almost strangely respectful?
Said Simurillus. Almost. I didn't think that you would be offended, I said. It's just weird. And the sex thing, sad as it is, kind of ruins the romantic love thing for me, because I guess it feels like a rejection of intimacy, even if it's just a matter of who you are. I know it's not a rejection, or not meant as one, just an incompatibility.
You know that I would have sex with you, right?
Asked Simurillus, raising an eyebrow. Yeah, I said. And frankly, because you said that I could be frank, do you know what I find most attractive?
Based on what I know about you?
Asked Simurillus.
Based on what I've seen of flesh.txt?
That was a rhetorical question, I said. But now I'm both curious and horrified to see what your answer is,
Well, I know from context that I've got it wrong,
said Simurillus.
so there's no need for me to embarrass my other self.
Please? I asked,
I was going to say genital shape changing.
said Simurillus.
There are actually a few academic papers that point out that the effect is much more common than you would otherwise naively expect, in comparison to other shape and appearance changing effects. But that's not what you were going to say.
No, I said. I was a little befuddled by her response and trying to work out whether flesh.txt really did have an overabundance of that kind of thing. By its nature, flesh.txt had a bunch of stuff, some just for the sake of completeness. No, I said again, putting that question to the side. I was going to say that the thing I find most attractive is desire,
Your fetish is consent?
asked Simurillus. It's not a fetish, I said. And consent is the wrong word, because that means, basically, permission or agreement, and you can consent to things that you don't have any particular interest in. Can I talk about Fen?
I'm not going to remember any of this.
Said Simurillus.
I'll give you pointers on things to say or not say, once I understand your point.
Fen wanted me, I said. She had an appetite for me, and that helped drive my own appetite. She had this feral grin she would get sometimes, like she wanted to pounce on me,
I could fake it.
said Simurillus, watching me. I would know you were faking it, I said. Even if I could forget, in the moment, I would feel bad about it afterward,
All right.
said Simurillus, shrugging.
I don't really understand it, except by analogy, and I think I'm going to have to accept that. It's not really a question that needs to be solved, except to the extent that it makes you unhappy, which it seems like it does. So how can we solve it if we need to?
Soul and spirit modification would work, I said. I'm understandably reluctant to try that on either of us,
We could just try having sex.
said Simurillus.
We have about 15 minutes left for interpersonal stuff. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad.
I frowned at her. But you have no actual desire, I said,
No.
replied Simurillus.
I have about as much desire to have sex with you as I do to have you lick the inside of my elbow. But if it's something that you really wanted, if it would make you happy, then I would just say sure. We can set aside some time for it, and you could knock yourself out.
Do you love me? I asked. Did you turn that part of yourself back on?
That would be telling.
Said Simurillus.
And you just told me that you liked having a fake marriage that let you eat your cake and have it too. Besides, if that were something I felt like sharing with you, I would just do it as myself, rather than as this.
Okay, I said. And yeah, hypothetically, it's not something I would really want to deal with right now. Fen stuff, Bethel stuff. I guess functionally, on your end, it wouldn't be much different from how it is now if we were a, proper couple. No, said Simurillus.
Not given that we're married.
We sat in silence for a moment, marinating in that. How much time do we have left? I asked.
Not much.
Said Simurillus.
I don't actually have a watch, just an impeccable sense of time. 5 or 10 minutes.
Can I kiss you? I asked. The simulated duplicate of Amaryllis looked at me for a moment, eyes moving over my face.
Why? She asked.
I don't know, I replied. It's low stakes, no offense. Getting back on the horse, but it's a small horse, and it's going to disappear in less than a day. So if I fuck up, or can't handle it, or it goes terribly, then I can just pretend that it didn't happen, because the horse will be gone.
You're a charmer, said Cimarillus.
Giving me a smile. She paused for a moment, seeing whether I would move, then got up from where she was sitting and moved over to me, kneeling next to me.
How are we doing this?
I didn't know how much of it was an act. She looked like she wanted to kiss me, or like she was waiting for me to kiss her. But that was the kind of look that she was entirely capable of faking. If she was like the real Amaryllis, especially if she had practiced in the mirror enough times to get it right. She looked like she'd been wanting this for a while, and waiting for a moment when it could happen, like everything leading up to this moment had been a prelude.
What are you worried is going to happen? She asked.
Her voice practically a purr. She'd moved her face closer to mine. That this is a lie you think will make me happy, or something worse. But I didn't verbalize that thought, and instead leaned forward to kiss her. I'd been prepared for it to be bad. It had been a long time since I'd kissed anyone, and so far as I knew, Amaryllis had virtually no experience at all. I thought that it would be disappointing and awkward, like my first kiss, with Alicia Aaron in freshman year, teeth clinking against each other, too sloppy, too uncoordinated, the kind of thing that we would maybe laugh about later, even though it wasn't that funny. But no, kissing Amaryllis was like melting into each other, feeling myself become an extension of her, and vice versa, at the point where our lips met. She pulled away slowly, sitting back on her heels.
How was that?
She asked. Huh, I said.
Elaborate on that, she said.
I'd been worried, I said. Worried that I would, I don't know. I shrugged. Worried my mind would go elsewhere, worried that it would just feel like licking the inside of your elbow, or like kissing my sister, that after we kissed for the first time, I would just realize that this thing I'd been building up in my head wasn't meant to be.
It's just a kiss, said Cimaryllis.
She gave me a smile.
I mean, it was nice, but a bad kiss wouldn't have meant any of that. Did it help?
Yeah, I said. I think so. But maybe we could do it again, just to be sure. But maybe we could do it again, just to be sure. Cimaryllis smiled at me and moved her head closer.
5 minutes, then back to preparing,
She said. It took about 2 of those minutes for me to rethink everything that I had said before, about not thinking that we would ever have a real relationship, and even the stuff about how her lack of desire for sex killed my desire, because as it turned out, actually kissing her made me think that maybe I would be totally fine with her faking her way through it, or that we should try, just to make sure that I didn't magically awaken something in her. There was still a jarring disconnect between what I thought would happen and what I wanted to happen. But as we were making out, I started to convince myself that I was wrong, that she wasn't actually asexual, that there was some mysterious, hidden alchemy that would change her, and that this was also somehow not 10 kinds of creepy.
Okay,
Said Cimaryllis, pulling away from me and breathing a bit harder. Did you like that? I asked.
yes.
Said Cimaryllis, nodding quickly.
You couldn't tell?
Her face was slightly flushed, and her lips were fuller, the slight messiness making her look more attractive. I thought maybe it was just for my benefit, I said.
No, she replied. Maybe a little less with the tongue kissing. The texture was weird. I could get used to it, I guess. But we should get back to making sure you don't die when you go up against Onion.
It's not like it's going to be tomorrow, I said. We'll have a week, I'm guessing,
I'd rather you did that with the real me.
said Cimaryllis. Yeah, I said. Sure, it's been a bit since I felt any actual desire. I was worried I was broken.
I'm glad I could help disprove that hypothesis, said Cimaryllis.
With a smile. She looked down at the materials and notes around her.
Back to the books, though. If we can engineer or synthesize something quick and dirty that can be refined if we have time for a second or third iteration, that would be best. Put some of those new skills to work.
To know one's onions. Chapter 190. To know one's onions. Amaryllis and Cimaryllis had a private conversation early the next morning, and I watched carefully as Cimaryllis turned to dust, which dissolved in the air. It was a neat effect. I had never seen anything like it. I hadn't really expected Cimaryllis to go back on her word, but I'd thought that there would be more, I don't know, ceremony. It was 12 hours lost, 12 significant hours, I'd thought, and it was gone in a heartbeat. I felt a little bit alone,
The news is in.
said Rose Mallow once the display was done.
The trial by counsel is postponed until tomorrow, and the trial by combat will take place in 6 hours.
Fucking seriously? I asked.
Don't swear at me, young man.
Replied Rose Mallow with a frown.
And certainly not in my own house.
I wasn't swearing at you. I was swearing at your God's damned idiotic legal system, I replied. It's fucking stupid,
This is your final warning about swearing.
said Rose Mallow, her voice stern. Fine, I said, folding my arms. Then explain to me how I have next to zero prep time for this,
Trial by combat is to be discouraged.
said Rose Mallow.
It's not a good system of justice, even we recognize that. The deck, so to speak, is stacked against any defendant, as a trial by combat is the final resort of the truly guilty. It is the council's pleasure to hold the trial by combat whenever they please, whether that be an hour after it was requested or 3 months later. In fact, when Onion was... Don't snicker.
Sorry, I just forget that's his name sometimes, and then people say it, I replied. I would find it less funny if people didn't say it like it was so deathly serious,
When Onion first requested trial by combat,
she continued, insistent.
it was nearly impossible for the council to find someone who was willing to take the court's side in the matter.
And now you're, what, his hype man? I asked.
I beg your pardon?
Asked Rose Mallow, frowning at me. Amaryllis had finished up looking at her notes and made a beeline for us, apparently sensing trouble, or simply knowing that leaving me with Rose Mallow would result in trouble one way or another. A hype man, I said. Someone whose job is to create a lot of excitement for a fighter or entertainer before the main event,
Juniper does take this seriously.
said Amaryllis.
He spent the last 12 hours planning for the trial by combat, and he had certain advantages in that regard which he'll demonstrate before the court. I have absolute faith that he will decisively win.
It's important that it's done without chicanery.
Said Rose Mallow. They used that word a lot in the court. It had always been one of Arthur's favorites, but now I was hearing it way too much.
It's been some time since a trial by combat, much less one that was expected not to be a simple execution. There will be many warders watching.
We're aware, I replied. Nothing out of the ordinary, I promise. Just a regular, boring trial by combat,
Your husband will have to be tempered if he's to be a part of the court.
said Rose Mallow, speaking to Amaryllis as though I wasn't there. I have a question, I said. Let's say that I murder Onion, proving my innocence. What's to stop me from committing another crime, declaring trial by combat, and then going up against the second greatest swordsman of all time, or whoever takes his place? Do I just kill a person for every crime I commit? Amaryllis sighed.
If no one volunteers after 30 days have passed, the matter would be taken to the General Council, and they are authorized to put forward a member of the prosecution, selected from the court. Someone might be selected against their will, you understand. Most likely that person would be me.
So if you have control of the votes in the General Council, and I go on a crime spree, we can just kill whoever we want, I asked. How does this kingdom still exist if things are this broken?
Angelson holds together through tradition, custom, and mutual understanding.
Said Rose Mallow.
There are certain things so beyond that pale that no one has tried them. And when people step out of line, unfortunate things sometimes happen to them, outside the system of laws.
Well, that's all well and good, I said. But enough time wasted. I need to work on my squirt gun. I boosted essentialism to 80 to get scaphism, then began eating souls. It had to be done with at least some speed, because an unbottled soul would go to the hells pretty quickly, but I worked fast, scraping out every combat useful skill I could see and putting it into my own soul. I was scared as shit that this wouldn't work, that maybe there was a hidden rule somewhere that Reimer hadn't known, some limit like no more than one scaphism effect can be applied to a skill at a time, which would have been totally reasonable, except that I didn't have the rules, because my mom burned them, because I had wanted to put off talking to her. It would have been fair comeuppance, in a dickish dungeon master way. But no, there were unpleasant surprises, but nothing that stopped me entirely. The first was that there was another affliction, overmaxed, which applied above 200 points, and added additional drain on top of the ones from scaphism, overcapped, and double overcapped. The second problem was that skills couldn't be pushed above 300. Normally, that wouldn't be a problem, but I'd been hoping to push things as high as they would go, just so that I would be completely covered. There were virtues, lots of virtues, some known, some unknown, but so many that we didn't have time to write them all down. Heavy armor 40, solid craftsmanship. Your heavy armor is considered twice as dense, twice as hard, and twice as durable, where such properties would be beneficial. Your heavy armor has no weak spots, though it may still have the usual gaps in its defense. Embellishments and ornamentation on your heavy armor never count against you. Heavy armor 60, immovable rock. While wearing heavy armor, you are able to resist 90% of forced movement. Missiles which impact your heavy armor do not impart any momentum so long as they do no damage. You do not take fall damage while wearing heavy armor. Heavy armor 80, adaptable armor. You do not suffer any penalties for wearing heavy armor meant for another species. All heavy armor resizes and refits to your body, even if it would not naturally do so. Heavy armor 100, armor synthesis. You do not suffer any penalties whatsoever for wearing any heavy armor. Heavy armor you wear is inviolable. Parry 40, prophetic blade. For the purposes of parrying, any weapon you have accessible is considered drawn, even when it's sheathed. This includes improvised weapons. You can parry even attacks that you are not aware of. Once parried, you are aware of them. Parry 60, mass. Parry. You suffer no penalties for parrying multiple projectiles or attacks, no matter how many of them there are, or how many directions they're coming from, no matter how unreasonable this would be. Parry 80, reflective parry. When you parry a projectile, you can redirect it back at the attacker or source. Use half your parry skill as the attack bonus. The redirected projectile travels at half the original speed. Parry 100, godly deflection. You no longer suffer size penalties for parrying projectiles, objects, or attacks. For the purposes of parrying, what you consider to be a projectile, object, or attack is expanded by 2 degrees of reasonableness. Parrying never damages your weapon. Dodge 40, lightfoot. When dodging, if it is necessary to move in order to dodge, you may move, even if you would not otherwise have the time or speed to do so. You are limited to your normal movement speed for any given dodge. Dodge 60, retroactive avoidance. If some unknown or seemingly innocuous effect hits you and is revealed to be harmful within 5 minutes of the hit, you may retroactively decide to attempt to have dodged it, altering reality with no trace or memory other than the knowledge this virtue was invoked. Dodge 80, displacement. When you successfully dodge, you can designate someone or something else as the target, so long as they are not the attacker or source of the effect you are dodging. The attack is made against them as though they were standing in your place. If successful, reality will be altered such that the attack was always against the target for redirection. Such an attack must be possible. If it is not, the dodged attack is simply dodged. Dodge 100, star body. Your dodges can transcend space and even time. No dodge is strictly impossible. The maximum cumulative penalty to any dodge cannot make any dodge worse than a 50% chance. One-handed weapons 40. Riposter. When you successfully parry an attack using a one-handed weapon, you can immediately make an attack without the usual combat penalties, and in half the time the original attack took, if that's faster than your normal attack. One-handed weapons 60. Off-handed. When wielding a one-handed weapon, using non-weapon items in your offhands can be done as easily as if you had both, or all, hands available, even when this is unreasonable. This applies to shields. For the purposes of this virtue, pistols and other one-handed ranged weapons are considered one-handed weapons. One-handed weapons 80, diamond blade. One-handed weapons you wield never break or dull, even if they would do so due to magic, magical effects, entids, or entid effects, though they may still suffer other conditions and effects. Your one-handed weapons do twice as much damage when they hit. One-handed. Weapons 100, one with the blade. Using a one-handed weapon, including moving while using one, never fatigues you. While holding a one-handed weapon, you will not feel hunger, thirst, or the need to sleep, though you may still accrue afflictions. While in a fight where you are using a one-handed weapon, you do not suffer the maluses for any physical injuries sustained, even if they would otherwise be fatal, though these attacks still do damage, and you can still die by dropping to 0 HP. Two-handed weapons 40. Heavy swings. Your attacks with two-handed weapons generate twice as much force, multiplying the energy put into them. This does not always mean that they will do twice as much damage, depending on the circumstances of the attack. Two-handed weapons 60. Weapon shield. When using a two-handed weapon, you may block with it as though it were a shield, using either your skill in shields or half of your two-handed weapon skill, whichever is higher. This shield is not considered a parry and does not interfere with normal use of the weapon. Two-handed weapons 80, thumb breaker. Any two-handed weapon you wield is ward-proof. When you attack a creature or object with magical defenses using a two-handed weapon, ignore those defenses. Two-handed weapons 100, total commitment. When wielding a two-handed weapon, you can choose to not use two hands, but rather your entire body, spirit, and soul. If you choose to do so, you can take no other actions, including talking, aside from using your two-handed weapon. You can parry, but not dodge, and weapon shield, but not shield. If you stay in this state for 2 minutes of combat, you may make an attack that automatically succeeds, with maximum possible damage and your selection of injuries from the injury chart. The 2 minutes must be continuous. You may leave the state at any time. If you attack in this way, you must wait 1 week to enter this state again. Thrown weapons 30. Boomerang. Thrown weapons can hit additional targets, even if they otherwise couldn't. Reduce your initial attack bonus by 25% for each additional target. A target cannot be hit more than once in an attack chain in this way. All weapons you throw have the returning property. Thrown weapons 50. Richo shot. You can bounce thrown weapons off surfaces without respect to normal physics, up to 3 times in a row. Weapons bounced in this way do not have to follow the angles dictated by physics. The weapon does not lose speed, and you do not have to have clear sight to secondary surfaces or the target. Attacks made in this way provide a 10% surprise bonus to attack, because this is stupid and should not work. Thrown weapons 70, multi-throw. When you throw a weapon, you can throw as many duplicates or near duplicates of that weapon as you have available, making a separate attack roll for each. Thrown weapons 90, mega throw. When you throw weapons, you are no longer subject to penalties for size or weight, so long as you can physically lift and maneuver them. Thrown weapons 100, throw me to the moon. You can throw anything you can get your hands on, including enemies, teammates, and yourself. Combo virtue, journeyman blade bound. You have double the effective attributes for the purposes of skills or checks related to using your bonded weapon. If your bonded weapon is a rate-limited entad, double its rate. Otherwise, double the entad effects, if beneficial. Combo virtue, master blade bound. While using your bonded weapon, You gain a multiplier to speed equal to 1/20th your skill with it, to a maximum of 5 times faster. You can be 1 degree less reasonable when determining what you can do with your bonded weapon, including ented effects or properties, if it's an ented. Combo Virtue, Grandmaster Bladebound. Your bonded weapon is infinitely sharp unless it is sheathed. It is capable of cutting as though it were a 2-dimensional plane for the purposes of friction, but as though it were any acute angle of blade for the purposes of separating cut material. Your bonded weapon can cut inviolable materials. Onion was so completely fucked. As I read through the virtue list, I was practically laughing. The capstone virtues weren't universally great, but enough of them were straight up busted that there was no way that this fight with Onion wouldn't be a complete curb stomp. My blade, infinitely sharp. My armor, inviolable. I could dodge things in strictly impossible ways. Onion wasn't going to get a chance to hit me. But if he did get a chance, then he wasn't going to hit me. And if he did hit me, then it wasn't like it was going to do fuck all to me. Really, I was just trying to think of the most hilarious way to murder him. Maybe at the start of the match, I would just chunk my sword at the floor of the arena, bounce it off the ceiling, and have it come down to slice him in half, ending the match in spectacular fashion a few fractions of a second after it had started.
Don't get cocky,
said Amaryllis. She was giving me a very serious look and putting the last of the soul bottles back into Sable. We'd gone through more of them than expected, in part because some of the souls hadn't been labeled, in part because trying to push everything to 300 in spurts of mostly 10s and 20s took a lot of souls, which took time, which caused the numbers to run down. We were in the staging area at the Pendraig Arena, a relatively small room that had the entire crew in it, minus the Tung, minus Gemma, and minus Pelida, who was keeping Gemma company just outside the door. I was armored up in very high-class but completely mundane armor, made of something called ether metal, which was one of those non-magical materials that I had probably thought up when adamantine was looking a little too boring. The ether metal was a loaner from Rose Mallow, taken out of a vault somewhere and very rapidly resized to me, which didn't really matter, because as it turned out, I got a virtue that resized non-magical armor for me. Ether metal was extremely durable and could soak up force from impacts, making it a little like punching silly putty. We weren't thinking that it would help all that much, but it was pretty much strictly better than anything else we could get. There were some metals that were better, but so hard to work with that there would be no way of having the armor modified for me in the time we had available to us. Of course, that was before we found out what the heavy armor virtues were. I might have argued for borrowing adamantium-equivalent armor from some ally in the crowds, but the virtue made ether metal inviolable anyway.
Don't get cocky, don't talk to him, don't do anything but kill him as quickly, efficiently, and safely as you can,
said Amaryllis. I was thinking of hamming it up for the crowds, I said. You know, get them to make some noise, clown around a bit, give them a show.
Juniper,
said Amaryllis. I could give a monologue, but we didn't write one, I said. That's an oversight on my part. I did think of some onion-related one-liners, though. Like, if he jumps at me, he's a spring onion. Get it?
Assume that this is the most deadly serious fight of your life,
said Amaryllis. When I kill him, can I put world's best swordsman on my business card? I asked. The door to the staging room opened. Showtime, said Pallida. Amaryllis gave me one last look, and then I was on the move, following an attendant through utilitarian hallways until I was led out into the arena itself. Onion was already there, but it took me a moment to recognize him. When I'd seen him at the council meeting, he was old and wiry, the kind of old guy that you could recognize as a hardened military type, even if he was way past his prime. This Onion was in his 20s, dressed in glossy black full-plate armor with 3 glowing orbs, each the size of a fist, set into his chest plate. He looked fucking evil, and that was before he put his helmet on, which had swept back spikes around the top. "He looks young," I said to Grak, who stood beside me.
He passed the initial inspection, like you.
Said Grak.
It must not be magic, unless it's one of his entads. I saw nothing suspicious.
I replied. I could see with soul sight that his armor and sword were magical, though that would have been obvious just from looking at both of them. If one of them was responsible for putting him at peak physical health, I supposed I wouldn't hold that against him, but it was entirely possible that some other tricks were in play. He could certainly have had a soul mage do it, though I didn't think that was allowed within the normal rules, since after all, most of the Lost King's court looked old. The clock was ticking. Between the various debuffs, I was losing about a point a minute. We'd gone as close to the start time as possible, but if there were a half-hour delay before the match started, well, I was really hoping that wouldn't happen. Even then, the multipliers that the virtues threw around were legitimately nuts, and my total bonuses were ridiculously high. Parry was SPD-based, and I had not one but 2 multipliers to it, meaning effective SPD when using my weapon at something like 80, which would get multiplied by twice my skill, which was just below 300. That meant a total modifier that should, in a just world, be 10 times higher than Onion's. You there, said the referee, pointing to places that had been marked on the concrete floor of the arena. I moved into place. The arena was a large one, with seating for 1,500 people in 3 different tiers that surrounded the fighting grounds. It didn't surprise me to learn that Angelson had a thriving business in blood sports. Part of the reason for that was that revision mages could make such fights non-lethal, reversing all the damage to leave 2 healthy men standing there, or women, or beasts, or whatever else was on the docket. According to Amaryllis, the blood sport matches were much more sporting than in times past, with a lot of the exploitative elements stripped away, and there were some murmurings about stopping them altogether, which were usually shouted down by people who didn't understand why a long-standing institution should ever change. The arena that the court had decided on was one of the biggest and most prestigious, cleared out for the day with other matches postponed. There was clear sky overhead, though Arab didn't have retractable roofs, instead opting for permanent wards that would keep water and snow out. The arena we were in was supposed to be known for the water wards they'd put in place, which weren't of a simple geometry, instead being sculpted by someone with considerable artistic skill to create a display that was only visible when it rained. Looking up at it, I felt a little bit cheated, since there wasn't even a cloud in sight. I thought that I caught a glimpse of something golden, just for a moment, which wouldn't have surprised me at all, given that a gold dragon was known to be in the area. I had bigger things on my mind. "When I'm done talking to you two, I will leave," said the referee. "After I'm out of the arena, a gong will sound. That gong marks the start of combat. You both know the rules, and if those rules are broken, that means an automatic loss. Mr. Smith, in your case, that means you will be summarily executed. Lord Onion, in your case, that would mean that Juniper would walk free. Are we clear?" "Yes, that sounds good," I said.
"Clear,"
said Onion. "Are there any questions?" the referee asked. "No," I said.
"None,"
replied Onion. "I'm going to leave now," said the referee. "This arena is currently warded against many different magics, but using any that aren't warded against will result in an automatic loss. Using any entad aside from one of the 2 you entered will result in an automatic loss. Warders are watching you." He turned and walked away, leaving me standing not too far from Onion. "Nice weather for it, though," I said. Onion didn't reply. I looked at his sword, trying to see if I could work out what it did just from the look of it. The blade was silvery, a mirror finish, but the handle was a riot of color, tiny gems and varying pieces of metal that were just a bit too gaudy for my tastes. If I were designing an entad, that would be used to suggest something of variability or facets, but that wasn't a lot of help if it was even accurate. "Do you ever bet on yourself?" I asked. The odds are 14 to 1 against me, so I gathered up as much cash as I could on short notice and had a friend go to as many bookies as she could. I guess the value proposition isn't so good if everyone always thinks that you're going to win. Onion got into a fighting stance, sword raised, and I did too. The referee had just reached the door. Aside from when I'd been burning through Momrath's bones, I had never felt so powerful in my entire time on Erb.
There is no pleasure in life like cutting down someone cocky about their impending win,
said Onion.
I'll make your death slow.
I wasn't even planning to kill you, I replied. I was just going to leave you brain dead. You'd be a vegetable for the rest of your life. I grinned, and I knew that it wouldn't be visible beneath my helm, but I wished he could have seen my face. The gong sounded, and I threw my sword right for Onion's midsection, whipping it as hard as I could. Under normal conditions, the probability blade was a grip with a cloud of gray, but with all the bonuses I had, it had double the effect and needed to be 2 steps less reasonable. I could feel, holding it, that it was both a one-handed and two-handed weapon for the purposes of the game mechanics, which meant that it was getting the benefits from both right up until the moment it hit, when it would decide to be whichever was more beneficial. The cloud of gray that represented everything that it could possibly be was more than 2 meters across, and even the grip was only solid where I touched it. The moment it left my hand, it was a fast-moving blob of gray in the air. I didn't really know how the probability blade worked, even fully bonded to it, even with Grack having looked at it. If I had to guess, I'd have said that the probability blade would run through different timelines, testing out different shapes, and seeing what the outcomes were like. But if it wasn't doing that, then it had some kind of internal system, or a rudimentary agent that made a judgment call. Sometimes, it would simply choose to be nothing. I could pass my hand right through the cloud of possible blades. That meant Onion couldn't parry it, because it would choose not to be anything if it would have hit his sword, and the strike from my infinitely sharp sword would cut right the fuck through him. Except that when my sword was halfway to him, his sword turned into an equally enormous cloud of gray mist, and when the 2 huge clouds hit, the gray mist that was my probability blade went flying back at me. This all happened in a 1/10 of a second, and at the end of it, I was standing there holding the probability blade again, its handle back in my hand, ready to use again. It wasn't going to cut me, naturally. "All right," I said. "It's going to be one of those fights." Onion's sword snapped back into its other version, reflective metal with a multicolored hilt. He advanced on me slowly, with the point of his sword held in front of him. I backed up instinctively and decided to take a chance on the total commitment virtue. All at once I was melded with my sword, not just moving it as an extension of my body, nor my body as an extension of it, but with the 2 of us as a single organism dedicated to fighting. My entire essence was in the fight, save for one small part of me that could pull out and abort. But it felt like multi-threading, a separate and distinct piece of me that was watching from the sidelines, unable to actually interfere with what was going on. Onion struck, and I used my sword as a shield, which opened me up for the second attack from the side, which I parried and riposted, the riposte met by his own parry. I had no idea what a true master swordsman was like. I'd fought blade-bound a few times, but they were nothing like Onion. Simply in terms of speed, his movement was grotesquely fast. He was faster than me. I didn't know what his armor was doing, or if the sword had any other properties than being able to copy the probability blade. But it was nothing that I would have been able to keep up with if I'd had to consciously be making decisions. Even the opening throw, parry, and catch had taken my mind a moment to catch up with. I'd been quietly counting the seconds as I watched myself do this impossible back and forth with Onion. My sword was a mist of possible swords, but I couldn't land a hit on him, because when I went on the attack with a thrust or a strike, his own sword would turn into mist, and he would parry me. Once or twice I saw my probability blade take an actual shape, clashing against his to parry him, and that really shouldn't have happened, because my blade was infinitely sharp. The obvious conclusion was that his blade was infinitely sharp as well, and the scrap of mind I had, which was lagging behind the actual combat I was doing, could see that was true from the way the blades slid against each other for those fractions of moments that they touched. We eventually ended up in a riposte loop, which I'd been thinking about since seeing that virtue. I parried his attack and went for an attack at double speed, and he parried that, going for an even faster counterattack, and none of it made any fucking sense, because speed and physics didn't work that way. But I narrowly parried him, and then he parried me. And by that point he must have been going 16 times faster than his already ludicrously fast speed, finally going so fast that the probability blade couldn't actually materialize into a sword form in time, which shouldn't have even been a thing. I made a strictly impossible dodge as his sword hit my midsection, ending up 10 feet away from him with my sword raised. He'd cut me. His blade had gone through my armor just below my last rib, and I had dodged while the sword was actually touching my skin. This was explicitly against the wording of total commitment, which prohibited dodging. He'd forced me to bail. "You're pretty good with that thing, huh?" I asked. I wasn't breathing hard, and neither was he. It was about 30 seconds of the most intense swordplay of my life, and I hoped that I was the best swordsman that he'd gone up against, like he was for me. Neither of us were at all worn down.
How did you do that?
He asked. We weren't actually fighting, just casually circling each other, with the understanding that the fight would start up again soon. "Which part?" I asked.
You moved out of the way,
He said.
My sword had touched you. Your sword, I know. Was the glove a decoy? Do you have a different second entad? The warders haven't stopped the match.
"Just a trick I picked up," I replied. "I'm really, really good at dodging." There was actually a decent chance that I was going to lose this, I was realizing. His skill was basically as high as it could be, and he had to be benefiting from some of the same virtues, or something like them. While I would have thought before that people would be capped at 100 in any skill, I was realizing that was an assumption that the system had never actually confirmed anywhere. It was just that you didn't get perks for going higher. Onion's sword could cut my inviolable armor, which meant that he had the capstone blade-bound perk, or something like it. I wasn't sure why I'd lost the riposte off, whether it would have gone better if he had been the one to start it, or if it was down to dice rolls, or what.
Do you ever wonder what it looks like to those insects out there?
Asked Onion.
This display of skill is so far beyond their understanding of the art, they're like illiterates holding a book club.
"Well," I said, "it's good to know you have layers." I really wished that my helm didn't block my face, because I had on my best shit-eating grin, despite growing realization that this wasn't going to be the cakewalk that I'd thought it would be. I went into total commitment again, but kept my position as it was, not advancing forward on him, just sitting there, waiting for an attack. I was hoping that 2 minutes would pass with just this circling bullshit, and then I would get my automatic hit at max damage.
You didn't come by your skill through training,
said Onion.
When the arrogant enter training, they get weeded out, or they get exposed to their ignorance. You never had to pass that filter. The taunts aren't taunts to you. They're honest expressions of the deficiency of your character.
I stayed silent. Total commitment required it, because I was one with my sword, and to speak would have distracted from that oneness. I was only distantly aware that I could talk, and only with the piece of my brain that was waiting to see whether I should bail from the strike. I didn't actually fight better in total commitment. I was pretty sure I just gave up some executive power in order to have that one perfect hit.
You're a strange creature,
said Onion.
I'm trying to think of some way that I can keep you alive to see what makes you tick. But I don't think it's possible. It's time to get serious.
He switched his sword from his right hand to his left. He was just far enough away that I couldn't make the lunge to him in his brief moment of weakness. If I had been fully myself, I might have told him off for being such a fucking cliché. What was next? Was he going to remove the weights that he'd been training with? Was he going to reveal that he'd had his eyes closed the whole time? Or reveal that his sword was actually some super special sword forged by blah blah blah, its true power kept from me because displaying it before this audience would—
This sword once belonged to Uther Pendraig,
said Onion.
It was one of his last acquisitions. We've pretended for 500 years that all it would do is copy the powers of the sword you were fighting against. It's far, far better than that. If pride is another of your sins, you may take pride in the fact that you are the person that caused me to reveal it to the world.
Unfortunately, he didn't tell me what in the hell the sword actually did, but if it was a weak meta-entid, then— well, I was one with my sword, and had a minute and a half to go before the full strike. So my actual thoughts in that corner of my mind that I was still holding on to were lagging and sluggish. A strong meta-entid, I thought, as he approached me. Just before he struck, his blade disappeared, all except for the hilt, and he kept swinging it towards me. I had a minor reach advantage on him, and pushed it, swinging the probability blade's gray mass, but his blade popped back into existence, then became a blur, parrying my strike as every possible version of his blade met against every possible version of mine, presumably in some kind of race condition, because otherwise I would have assumed that one of our blades would be able to take a form that the other couldn't defend against. That blade disappearing and reappearing— well, that was the kind of thing that I would want to think about while I wasn't focusing the entirety of my mind on swordplay. But that ability had a strong resemblance to one that I'd seen before, and even in my diminished state, backed into a corner of my own mind while I engaged in swordplay, I could realize that it was probably the flicker blade. His sword didn't just copy mine, it copied hers, and that meant that it could probably copy any sword in the area, and if it could, then he'd be a fool not to plant dozens, hundreds of ented swords in the crowd, just on the off chance that he really did need to use his super-secret ability. I think he did Amaryllis's ability first, just to psych me out, because once that had failed, he began running through the gamut, throwing novel attack after novel attack at me. Some of them seemed like they were just tried on for size, like a rather uninspired flaming sword that was realistically never going to help him hit me. He took the ability of Gemma's sword for just a moment, leaving him with 2 daggers, one in each hand, and I almost got him in that moment of weakness, but he dodged back and away, disengaging and forcing me to move forward. I didn't know how his sword worked, what kind of control he had over what he got, but I was hoping that it would take him some time to find something devastatingly effective. Total commitment was ticking down, but all my skills were also ticking down, and if total commitment failed, then it was entirely possible that I was fucked. Some other guy might have gotten increasingly desperate as he chunked through a dozen ented swords, but not Onion. He was methodical about it, taking his time, experimenting with the swords, though I suspected that he had some inkling of their ability just from locking onto them. One of them moved him, so he was 45 degrees to my right, but I parried with the probability blade, a proper parry, which entitled me to a riposte, which sent us into another cycle of increasingly fast ripostes. This time I was the victor, and scored a hit, though it was nothing like what I had wanted, a cut that sliced through part of his offhand, removing a few fingers, nothing more. He bounded backward, checked his wound, then went right back into the fight, registering the injury and continuing on as though it hadn't happened. One of the swords he tried had a bit of a gun built into the handle, and he took a moment to retreat from me again so he could level the gun and fire it. I would have laughed at the stupidity of trying to shoot a blade bound if I'd been in my right mind, but I would have eaten that laugh, because what came from the gun was a cannonball, which was actually pretty scary. I parried it, and because I laughed in the face of physics, sent it right back at him going half the speed. I wasn't terribly surprised that it didn't do any good. And it wasn't long after that, when he was trying to get me with a sword that was weeping ooze, that total commitment paid off. The whole attack took a sliver of a fraction of a second, not even long enough to properly appreciate. But as I watched it back in my mind's eye, his body ripped apart and flying in different directions, properly obliterated, I could see the attack I'd somehow made. An impossibly perfect strike with the weight of the world behind. A transcendental moment of godhood. No more complete mastery of the blade in history. I savored it even as I stared in awe at pieces of onion falling to the ground. Then he started to come back together. Overwhelming violence. Chapter 1, 191. Overwhelming violence. At first I thought it was a revision mage undoing the fight, which would have been manifestly unfair, given that it was to the death, but maybe a bit understandable. If everyone admitted that I was the winner, well, I would take it. But no, it wasn't a revision mage at all. That would have looked completely different to what I was seeing, which wasn't the reversal of physics, but instead, the pieces of a man being repaired by his armor. I could see it coming back together too, assembling him. I ran forward to attack this work in progress, and was brought to my knees by a glow of green magic that shrieked in my skull. It didn't stop until Onion was back together, gasping within his armor, whole once more, even the fingers that I'd cut off back on his hand. The only difference was that one of the 3 green lights on his chest was burned out. I won, I said. You fuck. Onion's sword was in his hand, its form the same as it had been at the start of the match. I was waiting for him to counter, to say that it was to the death and he wasn't dead, or for him to ask whether I thought he was stupid enough not to clear it with the referee first. Instead, he just attacked. There was something savage in the way he went after me, though it was hard to pick up on it, because there was nothing uncontrolled about his impeccable swordsmanship. Instead, it was the way he would attack any opening, and naked aggression that wasn't without its risks. He hadn't expected to die. Now, he wanted this done. I was a better swordsman than Onion. I'd known, going in, that would probably be the case, since if we were evenly matched, then my advantage would be sky-high skills, and his would be high attributes. I moved in close, wielding my cloud of sword at one of the openings he'd left for me, and he wasn't able to bring his blade down in time, not until my blade had already touched his armor. His own version of the probability blade made some absurd shape when he got it into position, a curved hook that might have been a bastard cousin of a khopesh. He managed to stop my blade before it had penetrated more than a few inches, but that should have been enough to wound him so badly that he would be easy to finish off for a second time. Unfortunately, when I lost the contest of strength, Onion seemed completely unfazed and resumed his attacks with the same speed and fury that he'd used before. We got into a third riposte chain, but I elected not to take my attack after my second parry, worried that I was going to get sliced up by the inevitable counter-riposte. He was moving slower, more cautiously, and if his wound wasn't stopping him, then it had been a wake-up call. He was back to what he'd been doing before, testing out swords and generally finding them wanting. If he was concerned about a second hit, like the one that had killed him, he wasn't showing it in any way, which was a shame, because having him prepare for an attack that I wasn't going to make would probably have been helpful. This was all going on for longer than sword fights were supposed to go on, and I was getting weaker by the minute. My best guess at what was happening on a game mechanical level was that the tuning was somehow off, and at very high levels of all the relevant skills, defense trumped offense, almost certainly because of how sky-high parry could get. We'd had it happen in a few of our sessions, where round after round would pass with no one seeming to be able to hit each other. Usually I would try my best to fudge it, since it always sucked the tension from the combat to have miss after miss. But I didn't think the Dungeon Master actually cared. Needless to say, D&D was a lot better balanced than the jank I was saddled with, the jank that underwrote the entire universe I found myself in. After another minute of back and forth swordplay, with Onion occasionally trying out a different entad ability for his sword, he either happened on one that he had been trying to find, or one that he was lucky to come across. My world went dark, but only for a moment, because I dodged out of the way, not knowing what I was dodging or where I should be moving, somehow coming up from a sideways roll with all my vital body parts intact. Onion was standing beside a sphere of pitch black, about 20 feet across, which he ducked into as soon as he saw that I'd moved outside it. I sat there, tensed, waiting for him to come out, but he stayed in the zone of darkness. I didn't know what he was waiting for, if anything, just that I couldn't see him. Surely he hadn't figured out that time wasn't on my side. Surely he wasn't going to while away a half hour in pitch black. When his sword came flying out of the darkness at me, I parried it straight back into the darkness at him. I had only seen it for a fraction of a second, but it wasn't the same black sword that had created the darkness. It was something else, a flaming sword whose heat I'd felt even through the armor. I tried to work out what that meant, and realized that the sphere of darkness was staying there, even though he'd switched which entad the sword was copying, which meant that the darkness was probably a permanent or ongoing effect. That was bad, real bad, because it meant that he could safely cycle through different possible entads, secure in the knowledge that I didn't actually know where he was. It was worse than him stalling. The next attack from the darkness was with multiple blades, which I frankly found insulting, because a blade-bound could parry bullets pretty much as a novice. I parried them back at what I thought was his location, based on the arc of the weapons, but they kept coming out, as though he thought he could tire me out or somehow score a hit. The last sword to come out of the blackness was followed by Onion himself, his black armor providing a bit of camouflage that didn't particularly stop me. Rather than going at me head-on, he ran off to the side, circling around me and forcing me between himself and the bubble of darkness. I wasn't about to get pushed into it, but assuming that he could see while inside it, it was an interesting asymmetry he'd created, where I had a physical obstacle that he didn't. Unfortunately, that was only half the story, because at the same time he attacked me, slashing forward with his probability blade, I felt a prickle at the back of my neck and caught sight of a second attacker in my periphery. I pulled a sword from Sable, completely non-magical and unbound, and parried the attacker from behind at the same time as I parried Onion in front of me. Unfortunately, the non-bonded blade wasn't infinitely sharp and couldn't properly block the sword behind me, and I felt the bite of a blade before dodging 10 feet away, my movement far more like teleportation than actual movement. The sword I'd been using to parry with had been sliced in two, and I dropped it to the ground, with the probability blade held in front of me. There very much appeared to be two Onions in front of me. I couldn't tell what had happened with the one that had been in front and was now on my left. I was fairly certain that our swords hadn't touched. They were moving out of sync, which put limits on what could possibly be happening with whatever entad had been used. But I had no clue. It was a fucking entad. It could be anything. I finally decided to take a chance and pull a piece of untried, untested gear from Sable, which was on my left hand. Both of the Onions saw the weapon just as it came out and moved away from the nozzle as I held it down, ducking away from the chlorine trifluoride. I managed to get both of them in the spray, though, their parries ineffective, thank the gods, and the one on the right burst into flames straight away, then melted and dissolved into mud. The one on my left, the real one, made a change to his sword, causing it to be wreathed in shimmering frost, which attacked the fire on him. I was deathly afraid of the metal super soaker I'd used, in part because I had been the one to create it, as well as the one to synthesize the death fire inside of it. It was way beyond my skill level in alchemy, and for how little time I'd had to produce the stuff, there had been an awful lot of nearly disastrous consequences. Aerb had all kinds of materials that weren't available on Earth, some of them magical, some of them not magical, and we'd done 3 tests with different Urbian materials, all of which had been a bust. There was a gel made by an aquatic plant that firefighters would smear themselves with before running into a fire, and chlorine trifluoride set it on fire at the moment of first contact. It was impressive, seeing chlorine trifluoride burn through a piece of star metal, which was supposed to stop dragon fire, but it really made me think that I was playing with something way beyond my pay grade. I held my breath and moved as far away as I could, because the arena floor was on fire where the chlorine trifluoride had come out, and that fire was producing fluorine gas, which was a severe irritant. Onion was still trying to put himself out with his sword, which was spreading frost across his armor now too, except where the fire juice had hit him. While he was working on that, I threw my sword at him, the probability blade once again a cloud in the air, and while he saw it, and turned his sword into a probability blade of his own to parry it back to me, that meant that he no longer had the frost weapon. The flames started up once more, burning his armor, and when I caught my sword, I threw it again, forcing him to parry. This time he tried to turn my sword away, to parry it and pin it to the ground, but it returned to my hand all the same, courtesy of my virtue that made it a returning weapon. It was a slow death, until it wasn't. He was burning, and to stop it, he needed the same entad that he was using to fend off my attacks. Eventually, the fire burned through the thigh of his armor, down into his leg, and he dropped to one knee. He parried my sword, then parried it again, but on the 3rd time, he waited too long trying to fight the fire, and the probability blade cleaved straight through him, from the top of his shoulder down to the meat of his hip on the other side. My sword was back in my hand before his armor started rebuilding him again. I waited and watched, wondering how many times I was going to have to kill this fucker. His armor had 3 jewels on it, and the second one cracked and went dim once he was back on his feet. But did that mean that he had 1 life left, or 2? By video game rules, it should have been 3 times. I was at 2/3 of my full HP. Normally, HP wasn't really a consideration, because I would use my bones to heal my wounds before it would even matter. The tracking of how much more punishment I could take was really a matter of tracking bones, not the number on the bar in the corner of my vision. That was standard for a lot of games, where there were 2 health economies, and one of them was irrelevant most of the time. In D&D, once you got to a certain point, you paid a lot more attention to how many healing spells the cleric had, rather than how much the party members died. Now, in this arena where bone magic was warded against, I was back down to actually paying attention to that bar and what it was doing, since I'd turned pain way the hell down, and my virtues meant that afflictions didn't actually provide maluses. I started round 3 with another squirt from the flame soaker. I was really hoping, in my heart of hearts, that it would drench him in flames, and that would be the end of it. But all narrative logic said otherwise, and I had to believe that he'd been thinking about the problem for the entire time he'd been burning to death. When the gout of flame came toward him, his sword transformed, becoming a creamy white, and the liquid flame diverted around him. I let off the trigger, whipped my probability blade at him, and then mashed down on the trigger again, hoping that he wouldn't be able to defend against both attacks at once. Instead, the cream-colored sword he was holding pulsed slightly, and the probability blade went flying off to the side, the attack diverted, before returning to my hand. Well, fuck. Once he'd acquired a sword, or whatever the fuck his actual limitation to copying was, he didn't seem to have trouble using it a second time, and he switched fast enough that he didn't seem to have a problem using it as a defense. This new cream-colored sword he was using would mean that future liquid attacks would be pretty much harmless, unless I could get in with my actual weapon at the same time. But I didn't have dual wielding as a skill anymore, and I had to imagine that I was suffering some kind of penalty for doing it without. I could certainly feel that I was less effective with my weapon. I crossed over to Onion, still holding the fire soaker. The dome of blackness was still there, and now half of the arena was on fire, the floor not at all impervious to the fire, not that I'd expected it to be. There were fumes in the air, already stinging my eyes, and I was trying my best to avoid the smoke. I idly hoped that the audience sitting above him, which I'd been completely ignoring, had adequate defenses against what we were throwing around. I was actually a lot worse at sword fighting while holding something in my offhand, and not just because I was really worried about the fire soaker suffering some malfunction or leak that would end up fucking me. I had made the thing as fast as humanly possible, and definitely not had as much time for testing as I'd wanted, even though we'd had access to a facility that Rose Mallow had procured for us. When I was within melee range, Onion changed his sword to one that was red and pitted with rust, and lunged toward me, forcing a parry. I squirted the fire soaker at him, but he dodged to the side and switched back to the cream-colored one that repelled the fire. I wasn't entirely sure what he was playing at, but I knew that if he was taking an overly cautious approach, that probably wasn't good for me. I didn't have a good gauge for how long the battle had been going on, but I was sure it had been a few minutes, maybe even double-digit minutes, which meant that I was appreciably worse. Onion came in again for a quick strike, which I parried, and this time I could see that his rusted sword had done something to my sword where they made contact, a spot of rust that disappeared as soon as the probability blade was back to its old blurry self. I materialized at once, seeing if the rust spot was permanent, and Onion attacked again, bouncing backward from me when I squirted the fire soaker at him. The liquid fire was coming out slower now. The tank was pretty small, and there was limited pressure. Once it was out, I could switch to the acid soaker and some other tricks, but I was having trouble pushing the offensive while dual-wielding, and time wasn't on my side. Onion came in a third time, and this time our blades stayed in contact for longer. The rust spread fast, more of a splotch than a spot, and I let the probability blade go immaterial, hoping to cut straight through him. Instead, I found myself dodging out of the way as our swords followed through at each other, another strictly impossible dodge made just as his blade touched my armor. I had gotten him with the fire soaker in that exchange, though, a glancing blow to his side that had nonetheless set him on fire. I smiled a bit, thinking that I was well on my way to killing him, but then I saw my probability blade flicker once, before materializing into a rusted pitted sword. I cursed as I watched Onion put out the fire with his frost sword. I had other swords in Sable, of course I did, but I wasn't bonded to them, which meant that I wouldn't get the benefits, which meant that if we went sword to sword, I would almost certainly die. The place where he'd cut into my armor showed no rust at all, and I swore at what complete bullshit it was that my sword wasn't actually inviolable like my armor was. I had the diamond blade virtue, but it only said that my sword would never break or dull, and apparently 2 degrees of reasonableness wasn't enough for me to argue the point. As I looked at the rusted-out probability blade, it hadn't actually broken, and the cutting edge was as sharp as ever. It was just that whatever magical effect had been applied to the blade, it had stopped it from doing its probability thing. I was getting really annoyed by entads. Onion put out his fire with the frost sword and began to approach me again. My eyes were watering, but I could see just fine, because physical injuries were no longer a great concern. I still wasn't sure how I was going to win this, though, if the probability blade was stuck in one shape. I decided to take a gamble. My armor had been struck by the same rusting attack, but it was unaffected because it was inviolable. However, the inviolability only applied because of my skill with heavy armor, and in theory, that meant that I could use my, skill to let that magical effect continue on if it was sticking to the armor. With that thought, rust raced through my armor from the point where it had been cut, and the metal flaked and fell off in pieces until it was completely gone. Once that was finished, I tossed the probability blade and the fire soaker to the side. You see, when I'd been carving out skills from souls, I hadn't just taken exactly what I'd needed. I'd been thinking about contingencies. And really, it seemed unfair that Onion was the only one to have multiple phases. Unarmored 30, glancing blow. While unarmored, Add a bonus to injury rolls equal to your unarmored skill. While unarmored, you can ignore one physical injury affliction, changing which is ignored whenever you would like. Unarmored 50, Ghost Body. While unarmored, attacks which hit your body no longer make physical contact for the purposes of contact damage or effects, whether magical or otherwise, even if those attacks still do damage. Unarmored 70, a body in motion. Attempts to net, ensnare, grapple, or otherwise restrain you have a 50% chance to fail after dodge attempts, and are twice as easy to escape if they don't fail. For purposes of dodging, you move twice as fast while unarmored. Unarmored 90, bodily stasis. You heal from injuries and wounds at 100 times the normal speed. You need 1/100th the water, air, and food you normally would. Unarmored 100, perfected body. Your skin is as hard as steel. While unarmored, you gain a 20% bonus to all defensive rolls, including dodge, parry, entad defense rolls, and magical defense rolls. If this would result in a total defense bonus below 50, raise it to 50 instead. Unarmed combat 30, hardened fists. You suffer none of the usual durability, pain, or injury penalties for using your hands, feet, elbows, etc. in combat, even if they are not your primary weapons. You will never suffer any affliction from attacking using your body, though you may still suffer afflictions while defending. Unarmed combat 50, penetrating punches. Armor, including natural armor, is half as effective against your unarmed attacks. When attacking objects, you may consider your unarmed attacks piercing, bludgeoning, or slashing, though not more than one at a time. Unarmed combat 70, weapon emulation. Your unarmed attacks may be considered weapons when it would be beneficial for them to be so. Also, your unarmed attacks may be considered short-range melee weapons, e.g. daggers, for the purposes of entads, magical effects, or pseudo-magical effects, even when this would be unreasonable. Further, your unarmed attacks may be considered specific weapons, even exotic ones, even when this would be completely unreasonable. Unarmed combat 90, Ghost Hand. Your unarmed attacks no longer require direct physical contact, instead working even when executed up to several inches away from the target. You take no penalties for not actually touching your target when using unarmed attacks. This effect can be used to completely negate armor, including natural armor. Unarmed combat 100, pressure points. Your unarmed attacks can be used to strike directly at the soul, disabling body parts on a critical hit. In lieu of dealing damage to an opponent with an unarmed attack, you may instead damage their soul. This effect bypasses any abilities that would normally prevent damage. Combo Virtue, Monkish Master. While unarmed and unarmored, you no longer suffer falling damage, can run on water, can run on walls, jump twice as high/far, and double your effective SPD. You instantly master any unarmed fighting styles or maneuvers you spend 5 uninterrupted minutes watching. Combo Virtue, Monkish Grandmaster. While unarmed and unarmored, you may use your unarmed or unarmored skill, whichever is higher, for any roll that would use PHY or a PHY attribute. Double your effective PHY. Combo Virtue, Monkish Ascendant. While unarmed and unarmored, your body, soul, and spirit are inviolable, except as necessary to carry out useful or beneficial functions. The capstone monkish virtue was fucking worthless, given that I knew Onion's sword was capable of cutting through inviolable material. I was still hoping that I would be able to fuck him up, though, especially since parry and dodge both worked equally well, whether I was using a sword or my fists. By my calculations, the monkish approach was numerically worse, but it was worse in a different way, and all I really needed was a single strike to land, which would damage Onion's soul, and almost certainly render me the victor. I wouldn't have bet on it, but I was hoping that if I damaged his soul enough, I wouldn't have to potentially fight him a fourth time. I hoped that beneath his helm he was looking at me like I was crazy. His sword flickered for a moment, then settled on flame, which was so cliché that I grimaced. He came at me cautiously, as though he was worried I was going to pull out some kind of insane trick that he'd never seen before, which, in fairness, didn't seem so insane given how the fight so far had gone. He swiped at me with his flaming sword, but I parried it with my hand, slapping it to the side. I really wished I could have seen his face. Unlike blade-bound monks, or monkish as the game inexplicably termed them, weren't really a thing on Herb, presumably because they didn't get good enough, fast enough. For all I knew, I was the best martial artist in the world. I moved in on him, kicking his blade hand to the side and then shifting my weight to punch him straight in the chest with a clenched fist. It should have broken my hand, but instead he staggered backward, reeling, though I'd been focusing on making the damage pass through into his soul, leaving his body untouched. It had been surprisingly easy to land a hit. Maybe I had made a miscalculation in the numbers, or maybe having multiple implements to strike with was more of a boon than I thought.
What was that?
He asked me. I punched you, I replied. That's allowed by the rules. I checked. I was so happy that with my helm gone he could see my shit-eating grin. All I had on were the underclothes that went beneath the plate and sable, and I was sure that I looked a lot less badass than I felt, but goddamned if I didn't like having my skills pushed as high as they could go. Onion gripped his sword tight, then dashed off back into the black void that was still standing there. "Oh, come on," I said. "You're going to hide, you miserable coward." His sword came flashing out of the blackness, trailing lightning, and I batted it aside, careful not to touch the infinitely sharp blade that could cut my inviolable hand. "Are you seriously going to make me come in there?" I asked. I said it with a weary sigh, but I really didn't want to go in there, because I really didn't trust my ability to fight blind against someone who would be able to see. Thankfully, for all that Onion was a master of the blade, he wasn't terribly skilled at throwing one, probably only in the top 100 in the world. I parried a second sword thrown at me, then a third, each of them different in its effects. The risk was that he would throw out something that I couldn't actually handle, and I was certain that I hadn't seen the totality of copyable entad effects in the area. He threw out a volley of swords, and I parried them all with punches and kicks, scattering the replicas across the arena. I was getting irritated with him, and the way he was choosing to play this. Not that I expected him to kneel down and let me slit his throat. Of course, there was another risk to letting him sit in that bubble of black for too long. Not the risk that he would find some sword that would save him, but the risk that he was building something up in there. A beam of white light pierced out from inside the bubble of darkness, popping it entirely and revealing Onion standing there with his sword raised up and pointed at me like a rifle. It went out like a lance, too fast to dodge, but I didn't care about things like too fast to dodge, and I found myself moving even before I could have known it was coming, and still not quite making it. My left arm flopped to the ground, lifeless, and I stared at it for only a moment before I had to contend with Onion again. He was on me in an instant, and I was fighting one-handed, severely hampered in my ability to deal with him. I didn't know if he couldn't use the rusted probability blade with his meta-ented sword, or was just choosing not to. But I thought I was pretty much fucked if that came out, because there were only so many times you could make strictly impossible dodges, and I would have no way of parrying the probability blade, not when it could materialize only millimeters from my skin. I didn't have the mental bandwidth to deal with my missing arm. I was just ignoring it, because I was allowed to. It was charred at the shoulder, missing meat and bone in a half-moon, and leaking blood slowly enough that I would probably be dead to something else before it was a real problem. He switched swords again, this time to what was clearly Amaryllis's flicker blade, and let the blade disappear as he swung at me. There was fuck all that I could do about it, aside from trying to dodge, but I could tell that I wasn't fast enough, and right at the point when the hilt was pointed at my heart, nothing happened. Onion's helm tilted down as he looked at the sword, only for a moment, and that was when I struck, using my remaining hand to drive straight forward, fingertips all aligned right at his heart. Critical hit. Onion's left arm went limp, and he dropped his sword hilt, which almost immediately leapt back up into his right hand as he backed away from me. He morphed the sword again, transforming the non-functional hilt into something more useful, this one a blade of quicksilver, mercurial in how it moved. We were both fighting one-armed, though, his deadened by me severing a connection in his soul, mine completely gone. I had the advantage, though, because he was fighting with his offhand, and I had more than just a fist. I had my entire body, feet, elbows, and knees as well. Even lacking an arm, I was making more attacks than he could effectively parry, and it was only a matter of time before I landed something proper. Critical hit. His other arm went dead, and his sword dropped to the ground again, this time not moving from where it landed. Onion tried to keep fighting, right up until the very end. I killed him with a lightning-quick punch, delivered straight to his helm, an attack that should have broken every bone in my hand, but didn't. Blood flowed freely from his perfectly intact helm as he fell to the arena floor, and I waited, tensed, to see whether his armor would restore him for a fourth round. Instead, he just lay there, blood pooling under his head. "You're leaking," I called to him. With a shudder, the third green gem in his armor smoked and cracked, and then the black metal that had been on him this entire time began to twist and buckle in on itself, twisting and squeezing the meat and bone, instead with sickening sounds as it collapsed in on itself. It looked like an angry god was crushing a can of soda until there was no possible room inside. I kept my eyes on it, though, waiting for one last trick. Onion Pendraig defeated. Quest updated. Full court press. With the trial by combat complete, you are now a member in good standing of the Lost King's Court, obligation to military service aside. Congrats! You are also now the undisputed best swordsman in all Anglesyn, with many suspecting that you're the best in the world. Amaryllis still has her trial ahead, but now the court knows which way the wind blows. Level up. The golden glow lifted me from the ground, with none of the pleasure that had once been attached to it, the modifications I'd made to my spirit still doing their work. I hadn't really been paying attention to the crowds watching down from above the arena walls, but I was very aware of them now. My wounds were healed, my hit points went back to maximum, and most importantly, my missing arm completely regrew. And regrew was the operative word, because the old one was still sitting there on the floor of the arena. The level up had been witnessed by about 1,000 people, and I was guessing that was going to complicate things. Cool down. Chapter 192, Cooldown,
I'm worried about you.
said Raven. We were back at the erstwhile manor, where Amaryllis was planning out how the next day would go. The War Council had planned to hold session, but it was up for debate whether it actually would or not, given that one of their members had died in the course of a trial by combat. It was supposedly Phlox's call, but we didn't have a handle on whether she would want to push ahead and get things over with, or punt for as long as possible. There were pros and cons to each, and I really just couldn't find it in myself to care. The fight with Onion hadn't actually been that long, but it had been exhausting, and I was sure that as my skills went down to baseline, it would become even more so. I'd begged off to just decompress, and Raven had asked me if I wanted company, which I had, on the condition that it was a light and comfy company. That had lasted all of 10 minutes. "Why?"
I asked. And worried how?
You're being a bit erratic.
said Raven. She folded her hands in her lap.
Part of it is being impulsive. The other part is disregard for other lives.
I replied. I'm going to try to not be angry or flippant about this, because I think that's probably what you're talking about. But the last week or so hasn't really been all that great for me.
I took stock of what I was about to say, making an attempt to phrase it like I wasn't an asshole.
Bethel forced herself on me, I said. That feeling of fear and powerlessness, of confusion. It kind of fucked with me. I'm not using that as an excuse, just trying to explain my mindset. It wasn't long after we exiled her from the group that my mom showed up, which was its own thing, an unwelcome blast from the past.
I paused, waiting for her to tell me about some ancient civilization that had some kind of future canon aimed at the present, because that was exactly the kind of thing that Raven would bring up when I used idioms. She just sat there, listening attentively.
Those dragons showed up to threaten us, and I found myself just having so much contempt for them. I mean, from what I heard, it was the same for you at the trial, with the court. That feeling that it was beneath you.
Heard from Amaryllis?
Asked Raven.
Yes,
I replied. I stretched out and ate from the plate of food I'd requested from the kitchen. It was mostly traditional English fare, a bit bland for my tastes.
confirmed with Grok, because while I trust Amaryllis to be impartial, I trust him more in this case. Contempt was exactly how he described it.
I have contempt for the Lost King's court.
Raven admitted.
Not that Uther would have ever wanted his stamp on something so vile. To follow the flower metaphor, it's a garden filled with weeds. I've seen Angelson in hundreds of futures. You have to keep that in mind, so some of this is informed by other timelines, not by the present. They're a low-grade tyranny, a dysfunctional family that will close ranks just enough to defend themselves from outside threats, beset with all the problems that any modern nation has, except with arrogance and a mistaken reverence of tradition layered on top of that.
She looked at me.
I shouldn't have shown so much contempt before the council, and it doesn't have that much bearing on what I'm trying to say to you.
You think that my contempt for the people who kidnapped me is misplaced,
I said.
Oh, and I hadn't even gotten to that. The whole being kidnapped and tortured thing.
I think that contempt is what it is.
Replied Raven.
It's a valid reaction to seeing people doing what they're doing. But when you have your sword to someone's throat, it's a bit different.
I killed about a dozen people in the past few days.
I said.
Maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more. I didn't count that closely. In none of those circumstances did I realistically have the option to show mercy. And when I was able to show mercy, Polita killed them all for me, as she should have. She called me out on it, actually.
I know.
Replied Raven.
Pallida and I have been on speaking terms more or less since Mome Wrath. A bit less than more. Do you think that Pallida was happy about slitting the throats of a bunch of defenseless guards?
I don't know,
I replied.
I guess not. You think that I would have been?
Raven lifted the cup of tea beside her and sipped at it.
I don't think poorly of you. Like I said, I'm worried about you. But yes, I think that for some of them, you would have felt good about killing them. A warm glow at ending someone's life, rather than any measure of guilt and pain over the necessity.
That's how Uther would have played it?
I asked.
He laid his enemies to rest with all the pomp and circumstance that he could muster?
In a sense, yes.
Replied Raven.
He was cold about it sometimes, but I always had the sense that it took its toll. If he'd had his way, he wouldn't ever have had to kill anyone. He would have been a poet, a playwright, a bard rather than a warrior. And you, from what I know about you, you're more a creator than Uther ever was. But there's this anger in you, and you're letting it free.
Yeah, I said, slumping back. She was right about me. It was something that I had known about myself for a long time.
There was sometimes this sense among hunters that you were supposed to care about the deer or feel reverence and gratitude when you took their lives. When I'd killed my first deer, I'd felt kind of disgusted because of all the blood and guts. But holy hell, I didn't feel an ounce of appreciation for the deer itself. For a while, I felt like I must have been a sociopath or something, because I'd gone on the internet and read about what the red flags for sociopathy were. But eventually I just decided that maybe I was a bit more vicious than other people, kept in check by threats from authority and some amount of moral reasoning rather than moral feeling. Except that as I grew older, I realized that I did actually have empathy for others. Thinking that you're a sociopath is just something that 14-year-old edgelords did, and I considered myself lucky to have learned that by 17.
I wanted to kill Zinnia.
I said.
I was angry with her. I didn't actually know her, but everything that I had learned about her painted her as this horrible cunt who the world would be better off without. It was like a fly buzzing around, doing nothing but irritating me. But worse than that, because she did worse than that. And I'm sure that some perfect person would try to capture the fly and release it into the wild, so that it could live its own life without irritating them anymore. But for me, I don't feel bad about smooshing a fly. I don't give a little speech about how I deeply regret killing it. I want to kill it, and then I don't kill it, because I've been taught not to and convinced not to. I sighed. So when Polita comes along and murders Zinnia, I'm put out, but I'm not that put out.
An onion?
Asked Raven.
I mean, if you want to talk about horrible cunts, I began, smiling at her and seeing her not smile back. My face fell, and I decided to take this seriously. Back when I was suicidal, people tried to help me, and I just pushed past them, telling them that I was fine, that it was fine. Not to worry, let's just get on with things. I think I'd be demonstrating a real lack of intelligence not to learn from that. So I'm trying here, with you, to listen, to accept help. I can see that your heart is at least in the right place. But, Onion? In the last few days, I have heard so many stories about Onion, and absolutely none of them make him look good in the slightest. Supposedly, when he was in the business of killing people in self-defense, there was this strategy he employed a few times of seducing someone's wife, daughter, or significant other, and then in this really patriarchal display, use that as a way to bait some dude into fighting him. And by seduce, it's really not clear that consent was involved.
I stared at Raven.
I'm saying that it's entirely possible that Onion raped some young woman so that he could bait her father into a fight.
Unsubstantiated stories from his political enemies.
Said Raven.
Not that I think they're untrue stories necessarily, but it's easy to make a person hateable if you're allowed to say whatever you like about them. If no one actually knows the truth but those involved, there are many, many stories about Onion, but he was one of those men whose stories multiply and grow.
Even if you discount the rumors.
I said.
What's redeemable about Onion, in your view?
You're asking why you should have felt anything other than glee at ending his life?
Asked Raven.
See, you put it like that. You make me sound like a psychopath.
I said.
But sure.
Then I don't know.
Said Raven.
But there were people who liked Onion. Did you see Phlox?
I shook my head.
She was in shock for a bit when he was killed, but then she started crying, and they had to help her out of the arena.
Sounds like theater to me.
I said.
That's what Amaryllis said too.
Replied Raven with a frown.
I find it more likely that Onion wasn't universally hated by everyone in the family. There are people like that, I don't doubt, but he seemed well regarded by the host. Many people consider him to have fought his personal demons through a lifetime of effort, and won. You knew he had a wife, 2 sons, and a number of grandchildren.
I did.
I replied.
There are a lot of shitty parents out there.
And that might be true for Onion.
Said Raven.
Or it might not be.
You don't think it was wrong for me to kill him, do you?
I asked.
This is about my attitude toward killing these terrible people, rather than the actual object-level outcomes?
It is.
Replied Raven.
That's what I'm worried about, the attitude.
But so long as I kill the people that proper moral reasoning dictates I kill, and don't kill anyone else, then why does it matter?
I asked.
I spared Zinnia. I spared the guards, or at least the ones that I could. I knew that it would feel good to just murder them, but I didn't do that because I also knew that it was, maybe not even wrong, because there were legitimate rational arguments in favor of killing them.
Your attitude matters.
Said Raven.
Even if I agree that you did everything right over the last 3 days?
Do you?
I asked. Raven paused, pursing her lips, and took a drink of tea.
Perfectly right? No, of course not, but from the incomplete picture that I have of everything you went through, it would be unfair of me to second guess you. But I do think that you jumped to altering Zinnia's soul far before it was necessary, and in the end, you gained almost nothing from it. And you did that because you felt nothing but contempt for her, because it made you happy to warp her, to hurt her. That's what I worry about anyway.
Yeah, I said. I tried to put myself back in my shoes, to look over what my exact mental state had been while I was in the process of doing it. I remembered noting the vaguely troublesome sexual imagery of holding a woman down and forcing myself on her. And I remembered thinking that she deserved to get the pain stick a few times, just to even things out, that she should have felt as much suffering as I could inflict on her, just for a bit, because fuck her for what she'd done. I had wanted the visceral satisfaction of crushing the life from her. And instead, I had gone with snark and pretending like it was wholly and entirely necessary to soul-fuck her, which it only sort of was. It had gotten our stuff out of her handbag and let us know that no one was immediately coming, but that was about it. She just hadn't known that much. It was easy to say that in hindsight, but maybe it would have been easy to say in foresight too.
I didn't actually care that much about Onion.
I said.
I mean, he was a shitbag, and he was behind the idiotic kidnapping shit. All right, it was a little bit personal, I guess, but the fight with him, it was more about taking out all my frustrations. I made jokes. I rubbed it in. It feels so good to do that, to hurt a person that I'm completely justified in hurting, completely allowed to hurt, and then add on to that, with words. I think for him, his taunts had purpose. He said something to that effect while we were fighting. A taunt is a tool in the arsenal that you'd be foolish not to use. I think that was his opinion. But for me, it was trash talking. It was about making myself feel good, sometimes preemptively, sometimes after the fact.
I sighed.
But here's where I'm asking, was that actually wrong?
It was wrong. Wrong in the sense that in that arena, people were watching.
Said Raven.
They'll come away with certain opinions of you.
So if I'd felt the same way and then done a better job of masking it,
I asked.
that would be fine?
It would be better.
Replied Raven.
It would show some measure of introspection and ability to resist your base impulses. You think that other people don't take joy in snappy one-liners? There's a reason that they show up so much in plays and books. It's just that doing that is a sign that something, somewhere, has gone wrong for you. And knowing you, you plan those lines out.
I wrote down a bunch of them, yeah.
I replied, frowning.
Do you think that it's hilarious that Phlox cried because you cut an onion?
Asked Raven. She was completely deadpan.
Assuming that it's legitimate grief and not some act, then no, it's funny in a dark humor way. And I usually don't laugh at dark humor, even if I find it funny.
I replied.
And it's not that I'm just feeling shame, it's that when you frame it that way, it kills my high.
It's probably good for you to do whatever it takes to kill that high.
Said Raven.
Sure.
I replied.
Even if it makes me miserable? Even if it's a way of coping with all the bad shit, all the stress, all the killing that I'm probably going to have to do one way or another?
I don't know.
Said Raven.
I don't think it's particularly healthy from a mental standpoint to be using humor and trash talk to cope. But you know yourself far, far better than I know you. We're still practically strangers, though I'm glad we're talking more.
I am too.
I replied.
Even if it's a downer.
I was thinking about Onion's kids, who were probably, in their 40s, 30s. It was hard to imagine Onion smiling with his grandkids. Heck, it was hard to imagine what Onion's wife must have been like, or that he'd been a loving husband, or even just one that wasn't abusive.
I used to be more fun.
Said Raven.
I'm not even talking about the decades I spent slacking off, though I was a little too fun then. I used to have this exuberance, and it just got filed away over time with the weight of responsibility and the endless grind of having things to do.
Huh.
I replied.
When you say too fun, you mean,
Irresponsible.
Replied Raven.
I indulged myself without regard for the consequences.
I was looking for specifics,
I replied.
not some generalities about regrettable behavior.
Raven sighed.
Because of prurient interest?
She asked.
I think if you speak with regret about the things you did, people will assume the worst.
I replied.
And I don't want to assume the worst about you, so give me a day in the life of you at your most regrettable.
Raven paused.
It went in cycles.
She said.
It wasn't a nonstop string of things I would later regret. I would get drunk. This takes an enormous amount of alcohol for an L and lasts for a very long time. And sometimes take harder drugs. Smoke Boss Leaf, rub on TerraBlend, never anything that would risk me being permanently damaged. But not a great way to spend a month. Sometimes I told people things that I shouldn't have, leaking out secrets in the hopes that someone or something would stop me. Nothing that would kill anyone, but there are secrets that keep themselves, and like a fool, I would go talk about them at bars while drinking my 300th glass of wine. Sometimes getting up on a table and shouting them when I was out of it enough for that to seem reasonable.
She paused.
I had hollow, meaningless sex. Like the drugs, I enjoyed it in the moment, but when it was done, I felt disgusted with myself. Sometimes more than others.
She let out a breath she'd been holding.
There, does that satisfy you?
Yeah, I said.
Not so bad, all things considered.
The part of me that still saw her as Maddie, the part that still thought of her as 17 or younger, was a little uncomfortable about hearing her talking about sex. But this was a stupid thing to feel, on several levels, and I had asked, so I did my best to recalibrate. I wanted to know how many people she'd slept with, but I also didn't want to know, and fuck if it was any of my business. She wasn't Maddie, and even if she had been, it wouldn't have been anything for me to worry about.
Hey, at least you didn't kill anyone.
Oh,
Said Raven.
I killed a few people. I spent about a decade as a very lazy vigilante.
You were a superhero?
I asked.
As I understand them, yes.
Replied Raven.
I had a secret identity and everything. I was trying to recapture some of the magic that I'd had with Uther, but I never really put in the effort. It was all
She waved her hand.
regretful, embarrassing.
Sorry,
I said.
I need to wrap my head around this. What was your superhero name? What crimes did you stop? Like, did you get recognized?
Raven sighed.
At least this shows you can take some joy in things other than killing. During the day, I sat around my apartment, reading through the latest trashy novel or listening to music on my wax player. I was rich enough to live off the interest, and the Second Empire didn't touch my money because of who I was. Then when night came, I would put on my cloak, a magical mask, and all my other gear, and go out looking for trouble. I called myself Nightlight.
Holy shit, that's amazing.
I said.
And you just killed people?
Never by intent, no.
Replied Raven, looking a bit pained.
But in the heat of battle, it was hard to work within the constraint of merely maiming people, especially when so many of my best entads and magics were lethal.
Well, that doesn't sound good, I said. I was thinking of the tuong that I'd thrown off the train, what felt like a lifetime ago.
Raven shrugged.
Killing only happened in exceptional circumstances, 6 times over 10 years. I don't really want to go into it.
No, I suppose not, I replied. She didn't seem happy. She rarely seemed happy anyway, but in this particular case, she'd taken a turn for the morose. Magics?
I asked.
As in, library magic?
Oh, sometimes.
Replied Raven.
It extends outside the infinite library, though mostly you'd use it for finding the right book. And it's not too much better than a card catalog. Sometimes a sufficient collection of files will create the right circumstances to use it. But no, I had 2 magics under my belt, both now excluded.
I waited, and she continued.
Dibbling and groove casting, they had a nice synergy. Both gone now, all that training made utterly useless.
I don't even know what groove casting is, I said. Dibbling was similar to warding, though much more short-term, much faster, without the meta-magic aspects, and some secondary abilities that wards couldn't replicate, all drawing on rather abstract concepts of ground and earth. None of this had been in her biographies, which I had read before we'd met her.
It was a form of energy shaping, building up personal magical constructs through repeat castings. A good school of magic if you're an L, but otherwise a bit niche,
said Raven.
I would work the grooves while I was reading.
I resisted making the obvious joke.
Unfortunately, I chose dibbling over warding and groove casting over runes. The synergy was good. You could dibble for energy and divert that energy into the grooves. There were many possibilities.
Huh, I replied.
I do wonder what it was like after the collapse of the First Empire, when there was so much magic still around, so many exclusions yet to happen. All that stuff in motion, though, not just a world like before the First Empire, when the magics were mostly separated, a time when it was just all together. Even with what we have now, it's so much sheer stuff that I would never have included it all in a single campaign.
It was a mess,
said Raven.
but we can talk about it later. I wanted to go see how Amaryllis was doing with her trial prep.
Sure, I replied.
But she's standing outside the door.
She is.
Asked Raven.
Yup,
I replied.
I've been keeping us on mute. Nothing that I care about her hearing, but it seemed polite. She's waiting for us to finish up, I think.
I tapped my head.
Multi-threading,
And she probably wants to talk to you, not me.
Said Raven.
Okay, good luck.
She took her cup of tea with her. Raven stopped once she was just outside the door and had a brief conversation with Amaryllis, which Amaryllis muted. I had better vibration magic than her, but didn't try to figure out anything sneaky because I didn't begrudge them a private moment. I hoped the topic of conversation was whether or not I needed another dressing down, and that the answer was no.
how goes it?
I asked Amaryllis as she came in and sat down next to me.
Very uncertain.
Amaryllis replied. She was still wearing the dress she'd been in at the arena, a very pink thing that seemed a bit too girly for her, at least so far as I could gauge such things. She still looked fantastic in it.
Are you ready to come help?
I don't think I did very well in court yesterday,
I said.
and Raven's given me some stuff to think about.
I still value your input,
Said Amaryllis.
even if your political instincts are complete dog shit, even if you're a bit murder-happy at the moment.
Please, please don't tell me that killing Onion wasn't a win for us.
I replied.
I don't think I could take it.
When I got back to the staging area, there had been a look in her eyes, and while she'd said all the right words about how I had done well, how she was relieved, there was something that rang false about it,
It's a win.
said Amaryllis.
It's so much of a win that there's barely even a point in continuing on with this trial. The quest text said it, and it wasn't a clue I needed. They know which way the wind is blowing. Rosamallo got more than a few calls. The news coverage is nothing but beaming, and not just because Rosamallo controls a lot of the news. There are certainly a lot of people who are very angry about the outcome, but Juniper, a lot of people are thinking that it would be suicidal to stand against you. Once everything with the trial is concluded, after we've slithered our way out of military service, we have an opportunity for real change. Rosamallo is talking about the next steps, and it looks like there's going to be a second grand reconciliation after all.
Does Rosamallo like me now?
I asked,
She's pretending to.
said Amaryllis.
You could be a little less casual around her.
Well, if it's good, then why is everyone so intent on being a bummer?
I asked.
Aside from Palida, who genuinely seemed happy for me.
I don't know about the others, but I wasn't prepared for what that fight would look like.
Said Amaryllis.
Not just how fast it was moving, but all the absurd, impossible things that went on. And I was just sitting there, helpless, not able to do anything but watch.
I heard you got into it with the referee?
I asked.
I did.
Said Amaryllis.
I argued that the meta-entad was a violation of the rules. It was outside magic. Obviously, that didn't go our way.
And you did something with the flicker blade at the critical moment, I said, though that was more of a guess.
Grack did,
said Amaryllis.
He was watching the match through his temporal plate, the only one really able to keep up with what was happening, and then only barely. He made the ward around the flicker blade, something special. I didn't get the details. Oh, he says the probability blade is unrecoverable. Sorry.
It's fine,
I said.
We're coming into a truckload of entads soon, right?
We are,
said Amaryllis. She paused, then moved toward me and took a piece of food from my plate.
Juniper, we might legitimately be in the endgame.
You're thinking that I'm right about going after Fell Seed?
I asked.
I am.
Replied Amaryllis.
I don't know how much higher you can actually go. This escalation...
I still need to fight a dragon,
I said.
And there are at least 13 opponents that I can name pretty easily.
So you don't want to be at the end?
Asked Amaryllis.
I do,
I replied. But I did almost die today, and I was kind of cheating. I need to grind up Grack's loyalty, the Doe's loyalty, your loyalty. And any run at Fell Seed would require Bethel one way or another, not to mention Valencia.
You're sobering up,
said Amaryllis. Maybe, I said. I'm still so fucking angry with your family, though. And unless Phlox strokes out and Hyacinth kills herself, they're still going to be there, plus however many other people were actually involved. If the New World Order we're dealing with is fighting them tooth and nail over public policy, them trying to subvert us, or kill us, you're thinking long-term for Angelson and Miunun on the scale of years. Dealing with these same horrible people for years, in all their permutations. Yeah, it really makes me want to take all of our resources and pour them into going after Arthur, whether that's through Fell Seed or not.
Sorry my family is terrible,
said Amaryllis. She gave me a soft smile. But they're your family too now. Am I taking your name, by the way? I asked.
Did you want to?
Asked Amaryllis. Not really, no, I replied. I just thought it might be politically helpful or something. Shows that I'm a team player, maybe.
I'll be taking your name,
said Amaryllis.
It's not done. But we can do things that are not done now, and the more of them we do, the more people will expect and understand that the rules are different for us. We're going to have a wedding, naturally. Something more than jumping a broom.
I had no idea what jumping a broom meant, except from context, but wasn't really in the mood for a lesson on Arab idioms. I guess that will be fine, I said. You think that the rest of the trial is going to be a breeze? And we're out of the woods, so to speak?
I would never say that out loud,
replied Amaryllis.
But I think that we're set up well for the long term, with only a few threads left to be closed. And once they are, it's possible we'll have a little bit of downtime. If I do get declared innocent of desertion, I'll have my funds and entads out of trust, which will give us some power. Military service. It should be easy enough to dodge, I hope. Obviously, I'm angling for the long term, plans that will take years to implement. But if you decide on Fell Seed, we'll find a way. And it might be the right course of action.
Yeah, I said. I let out a breath and ate a bit more. Amaryllis made no move to leave, nor to fill the silence. I was thinking about Fell Seed and everything that I knew about him, and how bad of an idea it probably was to go there, whether Uther was there or not, whether that was the path to godhood. So you're not worried about me?
No,
said Amaryllis.
not more than usual. You've been handling your emotions better than you normally do, no offense. The marriage was impulsive, and the trial by combat was impulsive, but I can't say that your instincts were entirely wrong. And even if you really viscerally wanted to murder Onion in particular, you went about it by training and working through plans. Maybe I'm biased because I'm your wife, but I think some of the concerns from the others are overblown.
And who among our shadowy cabal is arrayed against me? I asked.
Grack is concerned,
said Amaryllis.
As I understand it, he's drawing some parallels to his own actions in the aftermath of his dwarf hold perishing. In his defense, you did mention murdering many members of the court in cold blood.
Sure, I said. I'll talk to him,
Solace thinks that you're too wrapped up in yourself.
said Amaryllis.
But the travel isn't all that good for the locust, and practically a whole day without sunlight wasn't either. It's understandable that she's on edge.
I'll talk to her too, I replied, though I was looking forward to that conversation a lot less. Grak was a friend, if a perpetually dour and self-doubting one, but Solace was, well, like how I imagined a co-worker being, but a better frame of reference was probably someone I'd gotten stuck on a group project with,
Pallida wishes that you were more like me.
said Amaryllis.
More ruthless, more pragmatic, more in control of your emotions. But I don't think she's worried, because she sees Uther as being considerably worse. From what I understand, there's a disagreement between her and Raven over whether Uther was cold-bloodedly manipulating the narrative as he saw it, or whether he was simply insane, or some combination of those.
Huh, I said,
And of course Gemma is extremely disappointed in you.
said Amaryllis. I let that one sit for a bit. Please tell me that's a joke,
It's a joke.
said Amaryllis.
Sorry, I thought you would find it funny.
I've said like 3 sentences to her, I replied. I legitimately thought that she might hate me for some reason, like the fact that she was on board with killing me when she thought that I was the next Uther, which, is kind of the party line now,
No, you'll like her.
said Amaryllis.
If and when you get to know her anyway. Don't feel pressured. She wants to help, not to be your friend.
Okay, I said, relaxing slightly,
Sorry.
said Amaryllis.
Do you want me to go get Grak?
She asked. I mostly want to sit here and not think, I said. But sure, maybe Grak and I can sit here and not think together. Actually, I'll go into the bottle if we have it in sunlight. The sun was still out,
Solace would appreciate that.
replied Amaryllis.
We're going to need to talk about the marriage soon, though, because there will be some interviews. Not just the official ones, but a few for the radio and newspapers as well. Pre-scripted, pre-recorded, softballs, and through outlets that we control, but I'd still like some prep.
I bet you would kill for the time chamber right now, I said. I gave a faint smile that faded quickly,
Not worth the costs, not at the moment.
said Amaryllis. There was a hardness in her eyes, more so than normal. I hate to pile social obligations on top of you, but after everything that's happened, it would probably be nice for you to send Valencia a letter if you have time. Sure, I replied. I sighed and sank into my chair a bit. Thanks for everything, by the way,
Of course.
replied Amaryllis. Sorry I blew up at you and said we should kill your whole family, I said,
It's not a problem, Juniper.
replied Amaryllis.
I would hope that if I got heated or lost my cool, you would try your best to be patient and understanding with me. We're partners.
I hope I can live up to your rosy picture of me, I said, feeling a bit sad, because I knew that didn't sound like me,
Oh,
said Amaryllis.
I wasn't registering a prediction. I was saying what I hoped, not what I thought would actually happen.
Ouch, I replied, but fair. I gripped the armrests, then pushed myself to my feet. All right, bottle time,
Before you go, can I do anything for you?
she asked.
I know you're coming down off the high of victory and having so much raw power, and I doubt that Raven was gentle about calling you out, but I don't want you to crater.
No, no risk of that, I replied. All I need is time, and so long as the only things that I get pressure on are relatively low stakes, I should be fine. Going a week without a kidnapping, torture, etc. would probably do wonders for me. I'm not going to say that we're out of the woods, because I don't want to tempt fate, but I'm hopeful that we have some downtime soon,
Soon,
agreed Amaryllis.
but not that much of it. Parasev gave us a deadline, and there have been fairly consistent reports of a gold dragon circling Kaledwich, so Tommel has his eye on us. She hesitated. I'm just trying to set expectations for how much of a rest we'll have.
I don't suppose that Rose Mallow knows of a regular, non-stupidly powerful time chamber that we could use, I asked,
She does.
said Amaryllis.
I've talked to her about it, and she sometimes uses it in conjunction with the entad she showed us. It's small and cramped, though, little more than a capsule hotel. There are larger ones that we might rent, but they're expensive and typically small. We can, though, if you'd like. Pallida made some interesting bets.
Interesting how? I asked. She was supposed to put money on me winning,
You can talk to her about her negligence,
said Amaryllis.
but I will guarantee that she knows bookmakers better than you do. I know one of the bets was that you would win after getting an arm or leg cut off. Another was a bet that the match would last longer than 10 minutes. I also think she bet you would win without a sword. Many of her bets were losing bets, but they were at such high margins that she had to threaten a few of the bookmakers in order to collect.
So you're saying that we're richer than we already were, which was quite rich, I said,
I know it doesn't really matter. I just thought it might help to hear.
said Amaryllis.
And I wanted to point out that if your mental well-being is on the line, then to the extent that problem can be solved by throwing money at it, we can definitely do that. Obviously, with the cat out of the bag, we'll be offering protection to those who want or need it as well.
My mind went to my parents and the alternate versions of my friends. Good, I replied. I'm going to, at the least, write a letter to Craig, Maddie, my mom, my dad, Tiff. Not looking forward to all that,
I can write them.
said Amaryllis.
I know that you sometimes find the social aspects draining.
You don't need to do that, I replied. I mean, you are better at it, and I really don't want to do it, but I feel like it's something that I should do as a responsible person,
We can work on it together.
said Amaryllis.
One of the things that I agree with Pallida on is that you often do things because you think that you have to, rather than because they make sense to do. Working together will be a compromise, so you can have some of the load taken off while still fulfilling your sense of obligation.
Sure, I replied, twisting my mouth into a small frown. You're not overworked,
Only in the sense that there's more work to do than there are Amaryllises to do it.
replied Amaryllis.
I really should get going, though, and I think some time in the bottle is in order. You did well in the arena today, spite aside. I wanted you to know that.
Grack had come into the bottle earlier and removed his armor. After a moment's thought, I switched Alvian's vambrace over and then stowed it in a small bag at my hip, as close to unarmed and unarmored as I normally got, kidnapping and frantic last-ditch efforts aside. The bottle was on a table in the terrace of the erstwhile manor, warded to the gills and in direct sunlight. It felt late, given all the plotting and planning we'd done, the run-up to the fight and the fight itself, but it was only around dinner time, and the light was still coming in strong. Grack was with the locust, patting its flank and speaking softly into its ear, but Solace was nowhere to be seen. He was wearing one of his almost painfully mundane outfits, khakis and a salmon-colored button-down shirt. It was about as far away from his traditional dwarven outfits as you could have gotten, Agriogalian to its core, and a bit more stylish than he normally wore. I decided to take that as a good sign. "How are you doing?" I asked him, speaking groglier. I figured that it didn't matter to the doe.
I did.
"Something novel at the arena," Grack replied. "Oh yeah?" I asked. Grack nodded.
I made a split ward, only half of an entad's function altered.
"It might have saved my life," I replied with a nod. "Are there any tricks that it will lead to?"
Many,
replied Grack.
I'll have to speak with Mary about it. There are surely some cursed entads we could use safely and others we could use without their associated costs.
"What, seriously?" I asked. "We can just, I don't know, use the clonal kit without paying it back?"
I don't know,
replied Grack.
It's possible. I have never heard of anyone doing what I have done. I don't know if it's possible for others. He ran his hand over the doe's soft fur. We conceptualize magic as being two-dimensional.
with blocks being given over to different magics. The entad block is large, but each entad is noted as essentially a point, however wide the spectrum is. But that's not true.
He was always so much more eloquent when he spoke in Groglier. Whenever we switched over to English, it felt like listening to him through a straw that only allowed a small part of his personality. I appreciate it, I said.
I had been working on a way to kill Bethel,
Said Grak. Groglier had lots of words for killing, and the one that Grak had chosen was Rinhalanadiki, a complex word that was typically used for death through alteration, almost, but not quite, exclusively by the hands of a soul mage. You were looking for a weapon to use against her, I said.
No,
Replied Grak.
a weapon would be an annihilation ward. That would be simple enough. This technique was for base alteration of who she was. He looked rather grim about it. If it's necessary, I can do it.
All right, I said. I wasn't sure how I felt about that.
You would need to lure her into the ward,
Grak continued.
and then I would need to anchor it to her. From there, the work would begin. To bring her back to a level of usefulness would take days, perhaps weeks of trial and error, altering her.
That's nothing that we need to worry about just yet, I replied.
I worry about exclusion,
Said Grak. He wasn't looking at me, instead keeping his attention focused on the dough. For that, I asked,
I'm pushing the edges of what's possible with warding.
Said Grak. He had a faraway look in his eyes. I can see some of the possibilities. There are ways to wedge things open, but if warding is excluded, millions will die, and I will become nothing.
I am a
Against millions of people dying, I said with a nod. But if you lose warding, whether through exclusion or not, you're still a member of this party. You're still our friend. It doesn't get you out of doing your best to live a good life. If you wanted to leave the team, I would understand. I'd understand even if there weren't an exclusion. But you're not defined by your worth as a warder. Not to me, and if that's how you view yourself, you shouldn't. Grak took a moment to look at me. I hoped that I hadn't said something wrong, that it was okay to tell him that we would survive without him. It was hard to read his expressions.
Thank you.
He finally said. Loyalty increased. Grak, level 20. Companion. Passive unlocked. Warded. Grak. Huh, I said. Loyalty up.
Was that why you said it?
Asked Grak, furrowing his brow. No, I replied. How shitty of a person would I have to be to tell a friend that they were only worthwhile because of the valuable service they were providing? I frowned at the message. I do want to talk more about that, but you didn't get symbiosis. Would you rather I read it, or wait until we're done talking?
You can read it, said Grak.
We do value you, I said. And you are our friend. I know that the last few days have been, frankly, insane. I dipped into English for frankly, as there didn't seem to be a suitable replacement in Groglier. But we should have some downtime coming up, and that means that we can talk about things that don't have any relationship to the fate of the world or the machinations of its god.
Read the virtue,
Said Grak. We'll play some ranks, eat some meals together, have a movie night. All right, I'll read it, I said. He had been giving me a look, like I was doing a bit that he didn't appreciate, which wasn't what I'd been going for. Warded. Grak is slowly coming to an understanding of Di-Era and Danad place within the world. Grak can create wards around Danad's own body, which follow the contours of Danad's skin as easily as if it were a cube of equal volume, and anchor them to Di-Era as easily as they can anchor to Herb. If warding is ever excluded, Grak's ability to make wards will not be affected. Grak no longer needs a wand to make wards. It's powerful, said Grak, after I finished reading it to him. It's not symbiosis. Yeah, I replied. I'm not sure which I would have preferred, from a strict utility standpoint, but it does mean that you'll be one of the safest people on the Hex. Ward up against everything. Then, I don't know, are you invincible? I mean, no, obviously not, but pretty damned close,
I will need to think about it.
said Grack. He lifted his hand from the dough, which he'd been rubbing, and looked at the tips of his fingers. With annihilation wards I could kill with a touch. Maybe, I said. Blood and bone. But you would need to be able to extend the wards a fair bit beyond your skin, and,
I wasn't speculating.
said Grack. I pulsed vibration magic to give me my crude warder's sight, and saw Grack wreathed in wards. The one around his hand extended 3 inches from his fingertips. It was almost definitely enough to kill someone with. Yikes, I said. Grack had done his fair share of killing, but he wasn't a killer, not like Amaryllis was, and certainly not like Polita. I had been wondering what being a multi-mage would be like,
Said Grack. He flexed his hand. This is good, too.
So long as you're not disappointed, I replied. I didn't mention the obvious suspect timing, especially since it didn't really matter, and I didn't know whether it had been fudged for or against me, if it had been fudged at all. Maybe it wasn't the timing at all, but rather the way that the passive seemed to respond to Grack's direct wish, though the virtue outright stating that a warding exclusion was on the table was troubling. We spent the rest of the day with the Locust, testing out the limits of Grack's new powers, and generally trying to keep up a good mood. I kept going back to what Raven had said about Onion, and whether it was possible that he wasn't uniformly bad, which didn't at all make me regret killing him, but did make some of the jokes I'd made feel a little sour. After 2 hours or so, the light started to fade, and Solace finally came back from tending to her flowers to join us. I slept in the bottle, in the old nook that I'd used to share with Fen, and in the morning, we went to the trial. Coda 1. Chapter 1, 193. Coda, Ors. The remainder of the trial was an anticlimax. Onion was dead, and Phlox was hospitalized, which was a particularly bad sign for her, given that she had access to so much magical healing. With the chair incapacitated and the vice chair dead, the War Council still had to move things along, and their first business of the day was not to deal with the trial, but to do some rearranging of the council's structure. This took quite a bit of time and a lot of procedure, but eventually Onion's position of vice chair was filled by Camellia, who I understood, from Amaryllis's quick signing, to be a relatively impartial compromise who had leaned in our direction even before the realignment. Phlox would have a week to recover enough, and then Camellia would become chair, with the vice chair going to someone else. Once all that was sorted, the trial itself was resumed. With the 2 main players removed, there was very little opposition. What was someone like Willow, a distant cousin of Amaryllis, going to do? Take up the attack? I felt a little bit bad for Amaryllis, because she'd wanted this trial to be a legitimizing one, not just in the sense that she would be cleared of the crime, but in the sense that she would demonstrate herself as an upstanding member of the court who could both follow the written and unwritten rules, as well as win within them. A win was a win, naturally, but this was less of a win than it could have been. With the outcome of the trial virtually assured, there were still a few matters left to clear up, though. Motion to question Juniper Smith a second time, said Bartholomew. Point of information, for what cause? Asked Camellia. She wasn't as fast on the draw as Phlox had been, and not nearly as confident, but I had to imagine that she hadn't at all been prepared for filling this role. Juniper Smith's display in the arena yesterday raised a number of questions, replied Bartholomew. His marriage to Amaryllis Smith, née Pendraig, and the nature of their relationship raises more. It is my belief that the declaration and acceptance of trial by combat happened at a pace that did this trial no service, and while I sympathize with the Council's desire to close this matter quickly, it shouldn't be done without exhausting the lines of inquiry. Bartholomew Pendraig was a bit of an odd duck, and I only knew anything about him because he was a relative rarity, someone who had married into the family, and actually gotten some measure of political power out of it, through the same system of elevation and joint voting right that I now enjoyed with Amaryllis. When I'd heard that, I'd expected him to be some kind of cutthroat social climber, right at home among the Pendricks. But it turned out that he was just really into governance, a policy and legal wonk, and his wife was as close as a princess typically got to apolitical. In the here and now, he was reminding me of a kid that raises his hand after class and tells the teacher that they forgot to give out homework. Only in this case, while it was pretty clear there was nothing more to come from the trial itself, there were plenty of people really wanting some hot gossip about the cool new kid from out of town. I stood before the War Council in my spaceplate, sleek armor that revealed my face, even though it was solid throughout. I was only a little bit more decked out in entads than I had been the last time, having gone through what Rosemallow could supply, and having acquired the inks that I needed to make a few of my own custom pseudo-entads, pushing as hard as I could to make them not be second-rate. I wasn't expecting shit to go down, but by the gods I would be ready for whatever came my way. The ring of upward bliss was on my finger, not even requiring a switch to a different loadout with Alvion's vambrace, and I had a bandolier of bones and fairies as well. On my hip was a loner sword from Rosemallow, one of the few investable entads that she didn't have tied up in contracts or other concerns. It wasn't anything too special, a sword that had a mild, illusory effect, its visual appearance to other people trailing behind its actual position by 2 seconds. It had a very fancy sheath, though, and an impressive hilt. I had an amulet around my neck, short-range bug manipulation, and a cloak, which could light up on a dimmer switch. Both of them incredibly minor entids, also loners, whose purpose was more to look impressive than to actually do anything. The hope was that people would remember what I had done against Onion, then see me in full Entad gear and fall in line. I got a lot of questions about the particulars of my power, and stonewalled almost all of them, trying not to display my contempt for what was supposed to be a trial to determine whether or not Amaryllis was guilty of desertion. I'm sorry that I'm electing not to answer so many of these questions, I eventually replied. I very much expect my life to be in near constant danger from a variety of sources into the foreseeable future, and revealing too much has the potential to expose weaknesses. Even if it doesn't, people will try novel methods, some of which I already know about, and others that might have a chance of hurting me or the people I care about. That slowed down the questions, but didn't stop them entirely. I got questions about my relationship with Amaryllis, which I answered as honestly as possible, and questions about dream skewering, which I answered mostly with the truth, leaving out the part where there was an alternate of Sporsan back on Earth with a lot of the same people, the part with all the advanced technology, and the part about my complicated relationship with Erb's creation.
And there's no magic on this Earth?
Asked Lisi, who, if I had to guess, was asking just to help exhaust the Council's desires for questions or eat time. No, there's no magic, I replied. On Earth, the term magic means something other than what it means here. It's used as a shorthand for things that are unexplained. Before I came here, which is what happened from my perspective, though that's not the opinion of the Cerebral College, I didn't have any idea that some of the things I've seen on Erb were actually possible. Including your own impossible feats? Asked Camellia. Including those, I replied. Like I said, in the months that I've been on Erb, I've been picking up a lot, and it's taken special effort to stay within the laws regarding magic as Amaryllis has outlined them. That was fucking laughable, and it was a good sign that no one laughed. I want to put forward a number of questions about citizenship, said Bartholomew.
Motion to close questioning,
said Lisi. Point of order, said Bartholomew, but before he could elaborate, Camellia raised a hand. The motion to close questioning is due to our time constraints, said Camellia. I'm sure that we would all like to have this ongoing trial closed quickly enough so that we'll have time this session to speak on the matter of who will replace Onion as the supreme commander of the host. Bartholomew, do you anticipate that your questions on citizenship will have a large impact on the trial of Amaryllis, especially given that the question of Juniper's innocence has already been settled? I do, replied Bartholomew. Both Juniper and Amaryllis claim dual citizenship, which is only a non-problem insofar as the Republic of Miunun isn't recognized as a polity by Angelsin. Their testimony, on the other hand, has been hampered by claims of classification which rest within the authority of Miunun and prevent us from having the full picture, which is necessary to establish the validity of both the duress and necessity clauses that Amaryllis has put forward. There are things that I could tell you that would instantly kill you, I said, which was only a little bit of a bluff. You're out of order, Camellia said to me, but it was only a mild rebuke. I would appreciate a clarification on what that means, said Bartholomew. As a point of order, we're still on the motion to close questioning, replied Camellia. Do we have a second? Second, came one of the council members, one of the ones whose telepresence was a rabbit. I was thankful that the motion passed, and I was able to sit back down, no longer waiting for the next attack on the one hand and trying to give as little out as I could on the other. I told a few lies, most of them to paper over the stories we were telling, but nothing that anyone had jumped on, and I definitely did get the sense that this was all pro forma, without the intensity of grilling that I'd gotten 2 days before. Amaryllis had to go before the council again, to answer a bevy of questions in the same way that I had, some of them following from my testimony, some from those few council members that had actually read through some of the documentation and evidence provided to prove various claims. She was asked about Sulid Isle and the testimony of the Entad prison there, about the non-anima that was claimed to be with us, which had to be handled very carefully to avoid outright perjury, given the evidence that might someday come to light, about the origin of the Tuung and all kinds of things, for which she had largely satisfactory answers. There was some implication from a few members of the council that these other issues would need to be brought up with either the Empire or in closed-door council sessions, but that was all for another day. On the issue of desertion, it was fairly clear-cut. Did Amaryllis avoid reporting into the host for reasons of necessity and duress? The nays have it, announced Camellia. By the authority of the War Council, Amaryllis Pendrig is declared not guilty of the crime of desertion. Her assets, which were held in trust, will be returned to her. Her term of military service with the host, which was to be 2 years, stands. But that matter is beyond the current purview of the War Council. I waited for the quest to update, and frowned when it didn't. Amaryllis seemed legitimately happy and relieved, with a wave of emotion washing over her. She looked at me with bright eyes and then gave me a kiss on the lips, which was when I began to question whether this was all just a performance for the council and the people watching from the upper tier of the war room. I kissed her back anyway, deciding that there was no harm in enjoying it. We left the war room not long after that, not waiting to see who they ultimately decided was going to be the next head of the host. The discussion and negotiation wasn't likely to conclude in a single day anyway. Last time this had happened, when Onion had taken the spot, there had been 3 weeks of intense political argument. Hyacinth was standing just outside the doors to the war room, waiting for us. She was wearing black, mourning garb, without any of the entads I had seen her with in either Boastrovino or Leo. I boosted vibration magic for some warder's sight, and the only magic I saw on her was the pendant around her neck, not something that had shown up in soul sight, the pure black gem in the center made of obsidian or something like it, the metal of the chain likewise black. It fit in really well, I would give it that, but coordinating entads with outfits seemed dumb to me.
You won,
She said. Her eyes were red, and her face was puffy. She'd been crying, or arranged it to look like she'd been crying. She wasn't wearing makeup, which contributed a bit to the effect. I had only seen her a handful of times, but she had always been wearing a fair amount,
You should have taken the deal.
said Amaryllis.
You could have had 10%. Onion would still be alive right now.
He killed Yarrow and Zinnia.
Said Hyacinth, talking about me like I wasn't there.
He killed Larkspur.
These are strong accusations without any proof,
said Amaryllis. No one else was around us, just the armateurs. There were bailiffs, but they were inside, and the members of the public who had come to watch the open session were a floor up from us, which had a little more lax security. There was a part of me that just wanted to admit to everything, not necessarily to rub it in her face, but just to have some kind of proper conclusion. The quest wasn't over, and that meant that there was some kind of dangling thread. I was pretty sure that Hyacinth was it.
You're going to get away with it,
said Hyacinth.
You know we would never have done what we did if we'd known what you were. It's all just so.
She stopped and choked back a sob, putting a delicate hand to her mouth.
And what did you do?
Asked Amaryllis.
Are you willing to admit to your crimes?
Not here.
Said Hyacinth, shaking her head.
Somewhere else. Somewhere private. With Phlox poisoned, I'm the only one left, and I'm willing to throw myself at your feet. But not here.
Phlox being poisoned was news to me, but it might have been more theater. I have a policy of never moving to a second location, I said.
He's right,
said Amaryllis.
We're not going anywhere with you.
I lost the baby,
said Hyacinth. Her hand was touching her stomach. Tears had started running down her face.
This morning, was it your doing?
No, I said. And whatever happened to Phlox, it was probably more about her age, the shock, the stress, not poison. We don't poison people. That was if anything had actually happened to Phlox at all. Faking a sickness wasn't impossible.
Juniper,
said Amaryllis, placing a hand on my arm.
allow me?
Sure, I replied. Hyacinth was looking between us, tears still flowing.
Hyacinth, this wasn't a game to be won or lost,
said Amaryllis.
We were never trying to hurt anyone. When we are attacked, we will defend ourselves. But that doesn't mean that we can't be allies in the future, if we can have any kind of assurance that your word means something.
When he killed Onion, was that in self-defense?
Asked Hyacinth, clutching her hands into fists.
Was that so pure and noble?
It was allowed within the laws of this kingdom,
said Amaryllis, eyebrows drawing together.
Our uncle volunteered.
Uncle,
spat Hyacinth.
He was nothing to you.
He was family,
said Amaryllis. It was sometimes frightening how good she was at lying.
When my father died, Onion did his part to raise me, to guide me,
said Hyacinth. She had her teeth clenched, the muscles on her neck straining. If this was all an act, then I had no idea what she was trying to get out of us. There was no way that either Amaryllis or I were going to go somewhere with her, no matter how upset she seemed, no matter what she said. I'd been burned in the really, really recent past.
He put me together with Larkspur. He helped me to reach my potential. He cared about us, not as pieces to be moved around, which is all Rosemallow cares for you, but like actual family.
I'm sure that his death has hit you hard,
said Amaryllis.
What you need now isn't to be talking to us, it's intensive counseling. With everything that's happened, the recent deaths, it's no wonder that it's taken its toll on you.
She was so perfectly calm and understanding that I was getting a knot of tension in my gut. I was sure that I wasn't doing nearly as good at cloaking how I felt, which was a combination of guilt and anger. Understanding and compassion were there too, buried somewhere, hidden by distrust.
I will not allow you to take this kingdom,
said Hyacinth. My hand went to my sword, almost involuntarily. Clearly, she wasn't planning to throw herself at our feet.
To have you come in, there was a time when I would have stood aside and allowed our institutions to crumble, looking out only for myself, too meek to stand against you. I was a shy a la buff, Shia.
I clamped down on her with vibration magic. At the same time, I dashed forward and pressed my fingers against her collarbone, stilling her in place. She was trying to move her throat. I could feel it, and I was stopping her. I'd been too late. The summon had gone out. It was just a question of whether it would be answered. The armateurs turned on me at once. I might have been married, but I wasn't a Pendrig by most magical accountings, and I had definitely laid hands on Hyacinth. The automatons attacked, 6 of them converging on me at once, and more of them running from down the halls. I only had a split second to consider whether I wanted to do this fight pinned in one place by keeping Hyacinth stilled, and decided against it, blasting her with concussive force from vibration magic and tearing the entid from her neck, which I tossed to the side. The last thing I did, more on impulse than through calculation, was to stab her through the throat so that if she woke up, she wouldn't be able to get any words out. And then I was fighting the armateurs, rather a lot of them at once, using a sword borrowed from Rose Mallow and as much magic as I could handle through multi-threading. I'd been working on that for some time now, and it was difficult, but I was outputting more offensive power than before, blasting away one armateur with gem magic, another with a big blast of vibration magic, coordinating my movements, burning blood and bone, not quite going all out, because I had my bandolier, and a few special bones in it that I was hoping I would be able to save for. I spotted him from the corner of my eye, a fully naked man walking down the hallway. He had a thick beard and a serious expression. He was just walking, but still moving fast, the kind of way you do when you're in a hurry to get somewhere, or just about to break out into a run. It was Hollywood actor Shia LaBeouf. Quest accepted. Where's the beef? Even just fighting the armateurs was hard enough. The last fight I had been in was the one with Onion, and it had been completely different, my skills hitting the roof of what was possible. My magics locked out so there wasn't so much to think about. Now it felt like I was moving at a glacier's pace and thinking about so many things at once that I needed at least another 10 threads to process it all. The problem with the armateurs was that most of my attacks were fucking useless against them. As a normal blade-bound, my sword wasn't sharp enough to cut straight through the metal, which meant that it was only good for the parry. Close-range gem magic hit hard enough to crumple armor, just from the sheer force of all the projectiles hitting at once, but it still left them in fighting shape, and I couldn't even do it too many times before being drained. I tried passion magic, a few varieties in the span of seconds, and the cutting force of anger was clearly the one to go for, but it was hard to force while still trying to parry swords. And Shia LaBeouf was still coming, almost to me. Amaryllis had been busy herself, not helping me to fight the armateurs, but using Sable to slap a breathing mask onto Hyacinth and store her away in extra-dimensional space. Once that was done, which must have been an agonizingly long 10 seconds for her, she began going after the armateurs, not with violence, but with Sable, 10 seconds on each of them. One of the drawbacks to Sable was that anyone put into it could instantly push themselves back out, but that didn't apply to Entads. She had 2 of them gone at around the time she spotted the actual cannibal. Horror movie rules, I called to Amaryllis. I tried to maneuver the fight as she sucked up more of the armateurs, attempting to position myself so that I had them between the cannibal and myself. I had no idea whether he would go after them, or if they would buy me some time, but I had no idea what else to do.
Teleport out?
Asked Amaryllis, as another armateur was sucked into Sable. It was an option. Hyacinth had called down actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf, not us, and he didn't always kill absolutely everyone when he came. There were sometimes survivors who would walk out of the wreckage in a blood-soaked daze. There were 2 main problems that I could not at all focus on. The first being that he might come after us anyway, because that was definitely within his ability to do and in keeping with horror movie rules, and the second being that we were in a big building chock full of people, And if anyone could actually incapacitate the star of Transformers, Dark of the Moon, it was us. "Paper bag," I called to her. But as always, she was a step ahead of me, throwing me the brown paper bag even as the words were still leaving my lips. This one probably takes some explaining,
What is this line here?
asked Reimer.
Why can we not take a paper bag?
I had printed off the rules to actual cannibal Shia LaBeouf in advance of us playing, using the school's printer, and Reimer was going over them with a fine-toothed comb, which really wasn't what a one-page role-playing system needed. The first time we'd been playing without any rules, but what I told them, not that the single sheet of rules had that much more. There was, however, a single line that had caught his attention. "The item in your possession can be virtually anything, with the exception of the following: a working cell phone or other communication device, large quantities of ammo, items that immediately and completely resolve the situation, paper bags with which to trap Shia LaBeouf,"
The rules imply that if you have a paper bag, you can trap him.
said Arthur.
But why?
Asked Reimer.
Doylist or Watsonian?
Asked Arthur. It was a dichotomy that we used with some frequency, though I didn't really like it. Watsonian was in character, Doylist was outside it. I had no idea why you would use those terms when diegetic and non-diegetic existed,
Doylist is easy,
said Craig.
because it's funny.
Didn't he wear a bag on his head?
Asked Tiff.
Who?
Asked Reimer, smiling a bit,
Nice try.
said Tiff. For our second session, we'd instituted a rule, a rap on the knuckles if you said his name, which had the obvious consequence of people trying to trick each other.
It was to an award show or something a year or two ago. Full suit, paper bag on head?
All right,
Said Reimer.
but in terms of the game, does that actually work? And can it be any kind of bag? Or does it have to be paper?
In theory, I said, trying to work this out. In theory, your character wouldn't know one way or another, so it would be moot. But I had recently been reading up on improv theater, and a game of ACSLB was far, far more improv than any other kind of role-playing game we normally played, as I'd learned the first time. You've heard stories, myths, some of them true, some obviously not. One of them goes like this. A group of teens had gone to an old, abandoned insane asylum to hang out and get high, as the youths often do. None of them came home. Eventually, the police got involved, and it was early in the morning the next day, before sunrise, that the grisly scene was discovered. All the delinquents were dead, their blood painting the walls, but standing in one of the rooms, with corpses surrounding him, was a completely naked man, unmoving except for the rise and fall of his breath, with a paper bag over his head. They tried to arrest him, to put handcuffs on him, but when they took the paper bag off, he attacked, killing them all. That's part of the legend anyway. Reimer had more questions, naturally, and I told him that all he knew was what his character knew. An urban legend that was purported to be backed up by video, though he would never have actually seen it. I was on the fence about whether or not it would actually work, but a half hour later, it was just him and Tiff left, and it felt dramatically appropriate. Yes, you could trap Shia LaBeouf with a paper bag. We had paper bags in Sable, just like we'd stashed them everywhere we could. That was just sensible prep, given what we'd known. I had no idea whether it would work on this version of the cannibal, but I was hopeful, because if it couldn't, then there was a good chance we, and everyone in Greychapel, were fucked. The first action the cannibal took, aside from ominously walking toward us, was to punch one of the armatures. He did it hard enough that it went flying against one wall of the hallway, hitting hard stone and crumpling enough that it didn't move. With that, the armatures finally acknowledged him, a few of them peeling off of me. I tried to move backward, to manipulate them into fighting him, but it didn't matter, because he tore through them like they were made of paper. The metal would instantly tear beneath his fingers, and he threw them with gritted teeth. their obvious weight not bothering him at all. When he got to me, I was ready, the paper bag unfolded and my sword tossed to the ground. I moved forward to slip it onto his head, but he moved like lightning, punching straight through the bag and tearing it open, then grabbing my wrists and head-butting me hard enough that I lost consciousness. Still magic, the only thing that might have slowed him down enough that he didn't kill me outright. I came to an indeterminate amount of time later, head spinning, and slammed on the healing as hard as I could, which brought me to a state of clarity. The armatures were all crumpled, sheared apart, or otherwise disassembled, and Amaryllis lay on the ground, unmoving, with blood seeping from her head. Her left arm was missing, with her shoulder a raw and ragged mess. I couldn't see the cannibal, but I could hear screams coming from inside the war room. I lurched to my feet and went to Amaryllis, touching her for just long enough to confirm that she wasn't dead, that her soul was still firmly attached to her. I gave her healing even as I was making sure she was alive.
What?
Said Amaryllis as she began to stir. She looked me over, then down at her missing arm, which I'd stopped from bleeding. I was sure that my face was smeared with blood.
We lived.
She turned her head toward where the screaming was coming from, then looked back at me.
Time to bail.
He could come after us, I replied, picking my sword up from the floor and sheathing it. Horror movie rules. You run away from the massacre and put yourself in a bunker, you're fucked. Juniper, said Amaryllis. She was weak and woozy, having lost who knew how much blood. I had moved a half-step toward the door of the war room. We're the only ones, I replied, before she could even make an argument. The only ones who know what might deal with him, the only ones who will try to stop him, the only ones who can. I need another paper bag. She wordlessly popped a paper bag out from Sable and handed it to me. It was one from Earth, though we had a variety, a plain grocery bag that said Super One Foods on the side of it. Once she had given me one. She popped one out for herself. I skipped the conversations we might have had and dashed in through the doors of the war room, with Amaryllis, missing an arm, following quickly behind me. There was rather a lot of fighting going on in the war room. The cannibal was up among the stadium seating of the council, having worked his way through a fair bit of it already. There were bodies laying on the open floor where people gave their testimonies, and a few people had clearly been thrown, since the fresco on the enormous domed roof was cracked and bloodied at a few places that had suffered obvious impacts. Most of the people had cleared out, or were in the process of running away, out through the back doors that the council came in through. All of the armatures were destroyed, and probably had been within the first seconds. I wasn't sure whether the cannibal had ever been unleashed on this scale before. I wasn't sure who his targets were. I knew at least some of his patterns, the ways that he would kill, how he would eat parts and pieces, leaving people alive until he could circle back, half from how I'd played him, half from what Amaryllis had told me. Most of his targets would die in the first hour, but he would just keep going after the initial strike was done, up to days later, finishing off the people he'd only maimed, chasing them down alleyways or popping out of closets, appearing behind them when they looked in a mirror, like I told Amaryllis, horror movie tropes, played to the hilt. We weren't the only ones he'd left alive. There were people stumbling around, clearly injured, and others who were screaming on the floor, missing limbs. I saw a woman stumbling around with a bite taken out of her shoulder, and realized with a start that it was Camellia, the vice chair. I ran for the cannibal, who was, true to his name, eating someone alive. Most of it was obscured by the cannibal's head, but the man was screaming and pounding his fists against the cannibal, trying to get away. Eventually, the man succeeded in getting away, but only because the cannibal had removed his leg at the hip. Shia LaBeouf, holding the leg in one hand, turned to look at me. He was still fully nude, but with lots and lots of blood all over the front of his body, soaking his beard and covering his mouth. He still held an expression of quiet intensity, like he was an athlete about to go for a world record. I really needed to get him away from these people. He tossed the leg he'd been holding to the side and lunged at me, moving ungodly fast, and as soon as he had grabbed onto my wrist, I tapped the ring on my hand 3 times, then began burning a unicorn bone. Almost at once we were a mile in the air, the ring of upward bliss having done its work. Khaledwich was below us, splayed out for our view, and beyond it, the rest of Anglesyn. It was a crisp and clear day, the visibility impeccable, and then Shia LaBeouf punched me in the face. I was woozy, having trouble seeing straight, let alone thinking coherent thoughts, but I let him have it with everything I had. A short-range blast of gem magic, a concussive blast of vibration magic that used nearly all my breath, and as much in the way of cutting force as my anger would allow me, which wasn't very much, because I was mostly scared shitless. He took most of it without flinching, even as his physical body was battered. When I was finished, he punched me in the face a second time, and the loop restarted. With raw force having failed, I tried anti-memetics in the second loop, using a bone from one of the menagerie to get that effect. It lasted an incredibly short time, not much longer than the unicorn loop itself, but to my surprise, it was effective, and the cannibal and I fell together because I couldn't get his iron grip off of my wrist. I tried desperately to get the bag over his head with only one hand free, but we reached the end of the loop, and I wasn't willing to die for the chance. The third time through, I used passion magic to slip away, fear letting me move without having to cover the distance, and his grip on me instantly released, since it wasn't synced up with my own movement. I burnt the mome bone as I did that, in theory cloaking me. I had no fucking clue what he was going to do about it, given that there was nothing for him to push off of. But what I didn't expect was what happened, which was that he dropped, leaving me standing there, immobilized by my still magic. I watched and waited, wondering what the catch was, whether he was going to start flying or some other bullshit, because that was part of his thing. If you watched a horror movie, the protagonist could never just fly up 10 feet off the ground and be safe. It didn't work like that. But as I stood there in the sky, a mile up, breathing thin air, I waited and watched him falling. For a normal person, it would be a death sentence, but I fully expected him to survive with no problems, walking out of a crater he would make on crash landing, or bouncing back and forth off buildings to slow his fall, or something equally ridiculous. The unicorn loop was being strained, and I let it reset, this time with a plan. I slipped from the cannibal's grip with passion magic again, but this time I reached for him. At the same time I began to burn the mome bone and stilled him in place rather than letting him fall. He really, truly didn't seem to realize I was there, even though I was the only thing around. I didn't waste any of my precious seconds and slipped the paper bag straight over his head. I dropped the anti-memetic effect and waited to be punched right in my fucking face again. Instead, we just stood there in the air, with him not moving at all, the words Super One Foods written upside down. I let the unicorn loop end and stood there in midair, holding him still, waiting for the other shoe to drop, because he wasn't moving or doing anything at all. The tension had gone out of him entirely. Holy shit, it actually worked. I wouldn't have said that it was easy, but fucking Christ, I had expected worse. I'd expected that I would literally die and go to the hells, because we knew that was a possibility. It was always in the back of my head as something that could happen. The cannibal wouldn't have been a complete blindside, given that we were in Anglesyn, but the fucking arc was supposed to be done, and this turned out to be one last complication, a coda to the adventure, not the little horror show that I had expected it would be. People dead, people maimed, Amaryllis maimed, but it was over. I let out a long sigh of relief. Then I realized that the quest hadn't updated. Then I saw the dragon. Coda 2. Chapter 194. Coda 2. I had no idea what the fuck Tommel would make of this particular scene, but one thing was very clear, which was that we were a mile up in the air. It had been a while since I'd done any serious math, but I was pretty sure that a mile was higher than the 300 feet that the Sky Treaty said I was supposed to stay under. "Go away!" I screamed at Tommel, amplified by vibration magic. He was approaching very, very fast. Dragons had best-in-class abilities, which included vision, and I had known that Tommel had been in the area, but still, it felt so fucking unfair. "Go away!" I screamed again, putting the full force of my magic into it. "Go away! He'll kill you!" But fuck, I wouldn't have believed me either. Even with how fast he was approaching, I had thought that Tamul would stop and talk. But no, he let loose with dragon fire as soon as he was within range. The space plate I was wearing was supposed to protect against environmental effects, but whatever it would have done in a hot desert, it did very little against the dragon fire, even with my using still magic, even with a blast of vibration to try to disperse it. It wasn't just screaming hot, but also clung to whatever it touched, like a worse version of napalm. I was covered in the stuff, the pain faint from my modifications but present, and did the only thing that I could do, which was to draw healing from my bones and then slap at Alvion's vambrace to get a change of armor. All at once I was in the gardener's plate, an ink magic sword at my hip along with a shield that I had borrowed from Rose Mallow, but the vambrace itself was still coated in dragon fire, and it was searing hot. I used the sword to cut the straps, cutting my own skin in the process, and let the melting pieces of red-hot metal fall. It had burned my arm, on top of all the other burns that I'd suffered inside the armor. Whatever protection the space plate had offered me, it hadn't been enough. Unfortunately, paper bags are flammable, even when exposed to completely normal fire. The cannibal had fallen when I'd stopped supporting him, but he'd grabbed onto my foot at the last second and used it to launch himself up, climbing me. I tried to still him, but of course that didn't work, and he reared back for a punch at my kneecap. I used the ring of partial incorporeality, part of the new set of gear, and made my whole leg incorporeal, which lost him his grip and made the punch whiff. He began falling again, and I wondered whether that was a legitimate weakness, whether he actually couldn't fly. But I suppose there were hundreds of people down there to kill, thousands, depending on how large his range would end up being. Tommel came back for a second pass, his 300 feet of wingspan the biggest thing in the air. I wasn't confident that incorporeality would actually protect me, because it worked through interaction with the ethereal plane, not just by making me intangible. Could dragonfire extend into the ethereal? I had no idea. I had no real way of killing a dragon. The best bet would be a blood spear that gave me access to his bones, which I would burn to weaken him and power myself. The same trick I'd used against Mome Wrath, but dragons had some natural magic resistances and immunities. And fuck if I thought a blood spear would actually be able to penetrate him, even if that wasn't the case. Scratch that. I did have one thing that could kill the dragon, and he was falling away from me. I stopped stilling myself and began to drop, which happened really, really fast, given that there was no air in the ethereal plane. I was holding my breath, and no friction to slow me. Tommel went into a dive, and as fast as I was dropping, like a stone in a vacuum, he was moving faster. I was sure to out-accelerate him given time, but I didn't have that time. I passed the cannibal after about 10 seconds had passed, a little less than halfway to the ground. I tried to twist around and see what was happening, mostly so I could defend against it, but it was nearly impossible with my body fully incorporeal, until I managed to still only part of my body, which sent me spinning. From there, trying to orient myself was a struggle, and I caught only glimpses of the battle happening above me, a gout of gold fire so fierce and so bright that it nearly blinded me, far more intense than before. When my eyes started functioning again, I brought myself to a complete stop, hoping that the two of them would fall right past me and impact somewhere in the city, allowing me to get as far away as possible. Instead, I turned to look from my awkward angle and saw them above me, Tommel flapping his wings erratically to keep at a constant altitude. Shia LaBeouf was on fire and punching a gold dragon in the face. Tommel let out another gout of golden flame, and I squeezed my eyes shut tight and turned away. The dragon fire had done nothing, because the cannibal was on top of Tommel's head, his arm up to the shoulder, in Tommel's eye. Tommel screamed in pain and clawed frantically at the cannibal, opening up wounds, but not as deep as they should have been, given that Tommel's claws were fucking enormous, each of them twice the size of the cannibal. Having completely fucked up Tommel's eye, the cannibal landed a single solid punch to his head, and the frantic flapping of wings half as large as a football field suddenly stopped as Tommel began to fall from the sky. The cannibal rode him for a few seconds, then kicked off with incredible superhuman power, sailing through the air right at me. I dropped, trying to move out of his way, wishing that I still had the ring of upward bliss, but it was part of the other outfit, and that was tucked away inside Alvion's vambrace, which last I'd seen was falling half a mile to the ground while soaked in dragonfire. So much fucking lost if it really was gone for good, but not remotely the time to think about it. I kept myself fully incorporeal and prayed that it would be enough. For a moment, I really thought that it would be. The cannibal went straight through me, but when he wasn't overlapping me anymore, he grabbed me by the wrist. I pulled out my sword with my other hand and began whacking away at him. It was an ink magic creation, one that was supposed to build in power with every hit, but it was fucking worthless, because every wound on the cannibal was a surface wound. He grappled with me, twisted the arm that he was holding onto, and bit down on my wrist, chomping right through the metal of the gardener's plate as though it weren't even there. It was a sacrifice that I was willing to make, if it would keep him busy for even a few seconds. "I liked holes," I screamed at him, not really out of any plan, but because it was what came to mind. He continued on eating my wrist, and I decided to play what cards I had. I let us drop, completely incorporeal. Without drag, there was no terminal velocity, just pure acceleration, and in a matter of seconds, as he ate my arm, we were going really fucking fast. I waited until we were perilously close to the ground, flung out the tendrils of Gardner's plate to help put him facing the ground, then put us back to corporeality. We slammed into a wall of air, which dislodged him, and I pushed still magic as hard as I could. He lost his grip and fell to the ground at speed, surprising me with a crack of bones as he hit. But he wasn't there for more than half a second before he got up and limped away with the same intense determination that he'd shown before. Quite a bit of my right hand was missing, much of the meat around my wrist completely gone, and my fingers only staying on by a little bit. The ring of incorporeality was missing. I pushed healing into the wound as I got to my feet, but I was missing bone, and huge missing chunks of flesh would take too much time and resources, so I just did enough to stop the bleeding. I landed on top of the building we'd fallen on, which as it turned out was Grey Chapel. As I looked over, I saw that a huge portion of the building was caved in, because Tommel had dropped like a rock and smashed right into the building. Normally, that kind of thing wouldn't be a problem, because velocity wards would stop something going that hard and fast, the same way they would stop other kinds of aerial bombardment. But dragons had powerful magic resistance, and that applied to wards as much as it did to anything else. And normally, caving in a building would be pretty terrible, but caving in one that was packed to the gills with extra-dimensional space, that was on a different level of urban calamity. Where Grey Chapel had crunched in, whole rooms had spilled out the sides, and the internal wreckage of the primary legislative building of Angelsin had barfed out into the surrounding streets, filling them up with walls, floors, tables, chairs, cabinets, and, I was sure, bodies. Tommel himself was visible as a wing sticking up out of hole he'd made when he slammed into the building. The cannibal's modus operandi was becoming more clear. Attack, eat, get fought off, go find other prey. except that some people would just die from his first attack, because not everyone could survive losing a limb. It wasn't quite horror movie logic, but it was close, and by that reckoning I had a bit of time, minutes, let's say, maybe more, given the sheer number of victims that the cannibal was likely to go after. With everything that Amaryllis had told me, it would probably be everyone in the war room when his name had been invoked, and maybe everyone in Greychapel. If I was being really cynical, that might give me more time. Unfortunately, time for what was a complete fucking mystery. Time to find another paper bag. Time to heal my wounds. Time to reset my bones or to regroup with the others. They had all been in the upper half of the war room, or maybe coming down the stairs, which meant that they were potential targets. I tried ink magic, and then gave up. What I needed was a magic item that could manipulate a paper bag onto someone's head. But ink magic worked best when you approached a problem from the side, making items that could solve your intended problems as though they weren't designed to do that. If you needed a wooden stake to kill a vampire, then a gun that fired wooden stakes was an incredibly lame and uncreative way to do that, and in ink magic terms, that meant a crappy product that would last you a single use before crumpling, if that. And to make an entad that could accomplish put a paper bag on a specific someone's head was really, really hard to approach from the side. I gave up after about a minute, not wanting to waste time when I didn't know how much time I had. I was sure that it would come to me later, the perfect, elegant entad to design that would only obviously be the solution in context. I took off across the roof, trying to formulate a plan. The paper bag thing had fucking worked. As idiotic as it was, all I needed was to do it a second time and not have a fucking dragon appear from nowhere to ruin everything. But from nowhere, in the sense that every report of Tommel being overhead was now obvious foreshadowing for that single moment. I didn't have a firm grasp on the layout of Greychapel, so I simply ran over to the hole that Tommel had made and jumped down, using still magic to keep from breaking a leg. I ended up in a room that had been half pushed out when the star magic had failed and the extra-dimensional stuff had come undone. But after I'd gone past the door, everything looked more or less fine. I started running, looking into various rooms I passed, hoping that I would find a paper bag somewhere, hoping that wherever the cannibal was, there would be some screaming that I could use to find him. Vibration magic was dialed up, but I heard nothing. I saw a door with frosted glass and stopped to open it when a thought occurred to me. I was hoping that there would be a trash can. Herb didn't have plastics, which meant no plastic bags, which meant that people used paper liners or paper bags instead, and I was praying that it would be close enough by whatever standards the cannibal operated under. Unfortunately, standing behind the door was former child actor Shia LaBeouf, breathing hard and with blood smeared around his mouth, the other blood that had soaked him before, mysteriously missing. We stared at each other for a fraction of a second, and then he went for me, moving in low and trying to bite. I had exhausted every attack I had and lost my sword in the fall, so I tried to go over him, hoping that I could get into the room and find some salvation there. He tried to grab me by the leg as I jumped over his lunge, and I tried passion magic to give me extra speed and avoid his grip, but this time it didn't work, and he clutched my left knee, bringing me to the ground. With a squeeze, he shattered my kneecap, the armor there, the muscles, and everything else, shearing the leg entirely with the force of his grip, and I was hoping that would give me the time I needed. I flopped into the office, leaving my leg behind, and went under the desk that was just inside, hoping against hope that there was a trash can there. There was, and I grabbed it, heart hammering in my chest. I dumped out the papers inside and grabbed the bag, barely able to hold onto it with my wounded hand, turning back toward the cannibal and praying that he wouldn't just tear it from me, because if he did, then I was fucked. My bad hand went to the mome bone on my bandolier, praying that it would work, that I could maneuver the bag with only one hand. Instead, I turned back toward the door and saw nothing. He was gone, and my leg with him, Nothing but a mess of blood where he'd handicapped me. I couldn't hear him, and my hearing was really good. 20 seconds later saw me limping along down the hallway of Grey Chapel, using a vine from the gardener's plate as a makeshift prosthetic that wasn't going to last me very long. I had a paper bag in hand, and another one that was folded up and tucked into the belt that held my sheath. From what I had seen, there were literally paper bags in every single room of Grey Chapel, but I knew that the cannibal would be back for me, because that was how these things worked. Eventually, I wouldn't have enough body parts to keep going, or I would run out of bones for healing, and then I would die. Eventually, I did hear screaming. I had figured out a strategy of rotating the vines from the gardener's plate, keeping them fresh by only using one at a time, and it was a mostly functional way to walk. I tried to keep in mind the horror movie rules, how every door could contain him, how he would jump out from the shadows when I least expected it. That was built into the game of ACSLB as a fundamental rule. The cannibal being right behind the door I opened. That was a classic Shia surprise. I reached the room with all the screaming through a side door and saw a concentrated offensive being torn apart by the cannibal, piece by piece. It was an enormous room, and eventually I realized that it was the titular chapel of Grey Chapel, a place used for public assemblies and grand speeches rather than any religious observations. It would have been a dizzyingly large room at a certain point in my life, but I had spent quite a bit of time in a house with a flair for the grandiose. There were dozens of people involved in the fight, and dozens dead. Specialists must have been brought in, because there were way more people in armor than there had been in the war room, and I hadn't had a good view of the upper balcony, but I was pretty sure that it hadn't been composed of specialists. I had no idea what the fuck they thought they were going to do about it, but it was very possible that they didn't know what they were going up against, because they might have been pointed at the problem without proper intel. The cannibal was ripping through them, tanking all the fancy entads and high-powered magic that Angelson could bring to bear. Some of them momentarily worked, but they would stop after a moment, just enough to let someone escape with a grievous wound or as a distraction. There was at least one revision mage at work, undoing damage, but there were limits. The cannibal could shrug off any damage, blow through any ward, and fully negate anything from still magic to revision. I watched a woman in shimmering, inky black armor slip forward. It was Pelida, wielding her trident in one hand, a brown paper bag in the other. I couldn't be sure that she wasn't operating on her own, but I hoped it meant that the others were alive and well somewhere in the melee. I saw Pelida move on the cannibal, using someone else's attack as a distraction. She almost managed to slip the bag over his head, but he ducked down, moving blisteringly fast, and elbowed her in the stomach, which sent her flying backward. There wasn't even a moment's pause before he launched himself across the room to where a cluster of people had been aiming ranged weapons at him.
Use the fucking paper bags!
I heard Amaryllis scream at the top of her lungs, her voice amplified so hard that I hoped she wasn't deafening the people next to her. She was unarmed and still missing an arm, but trying to direct forces that she had no business directing was going about as well as you'd expect, especially when the thing she was trying to get them to do was so clearly stupid. It was actually so stupid that I probably would have listened to her, on the theory that no one would say something so stupid unless there was a good reason. But maybe I would have been like everyone else and ignored her. I rushed forward, limping, trying ineffectually to use blood magic to speed along my steps, which didn't work so well with only one leg, since the vine I was using as my left leg couldn't quite keep up. I had 3 of the mome bones on my backup bandolier, and that would allow me a brief window of time, assuming that the first time it had worked wasn't just because it was novel. My working theory was that because the cannibal was a meme, then maybe he was especially vulnerable to an anti-meme, because that was just stupid enough to make sense within the framework of this whole stupid thing. Angelson was bringing out the big guns. I had to give them that. I saw someone holding what I thought was probably one of the portal rings, From that time, my group had killed Dracula, and it was rapidly pushing out a wide variety of magic from what I assumed was a well-prepared site some miles away. It was all worthless, naturally, and in some cases, completely at odds with what I knew to be the winning approach, because those pulses of magic that came out of the portals meant that melee only got their chance when there was a break in firing. I waited until just such a break, one caused by the cannibal launching himself at a massed group of people who were clearly trying their best to act as support or artillery, and pushed myself harder to get there. Amaryllis had been among the crowd that the cannibal landed in, and she caught sight of me as she ran from him. She was still dressed for court rather than for battle, her dress bloodied, her body much worse for the wear. She must have caught a head wound at some point, because half of her face was covered in blood, and one of her eyes was shut.
Get him!
She shouted to me as I hobbled my way over. I waited until I thought I was close enough, then started burning a unicorn bone, touching it in the bandolier with my maimed hand. I had no idea whether it would actually provide any benefit, but fuck if I didn't have to try. The amount of firepower being directed on the cannibal was way, way too much, and it was stopping him from feeding, which was one of the only things that actually slowed him down. In a perfect world, they would only have been trying new attacks after seeing certain approaches fail, but we were far from a perfect world. I did my best to see the attacks coming and get out of the way, but everyone was getting as lethal as they could get, and when the cannibal killed a rune mage that had been powering up a green beam weapon, it lanced through the air, slicing through me and a few others. Dying wasn't quite an old hat, but I'd been burning my way through the unicorn's bones for quite a while now, and I was used to utterly failing and having to reset. What I wasn't used to was things being different. No, this time when things reset, the cannibal stopped what he was doing and looked at me. It all went differently from there, because he didn't go for the Rooney mage, he went for me. I had the bag ready, unfolded, and waited until the last possible moment to start burning the mome bone. My hand positioned so that one finger was on the unicorn bone, one on the mome bone, with the fingers I had left. All at once, the cannibal stopped what he was doing, and there wasn't a moment of hesitation before he moved on to the next person in his field of view. I bounded after him, hampered by the vine leg, and was just about to slide the paper bag down over his head with my free hand when I got blasted with a beam of green. That fucking rune mage had killed me, though in some sense I couldn't blame him, because he literally couldn't have known I was there. I tried the same route again, waiting for the cannibal to approach me, this time circling to the left in order to get him closer to his eventual target. I burned the same mome bone again, and this time held the paper bag in my mouth for just long enough that I could pull out my returning dagger and chuck it right at the rune mage, bonking him in the head hard enough to give him second thoughts about the attack he was charging up. As soon as I slipped the bag over the cannibal's head, he stopped what he was doing. I took my finger off the mome bone, but kept burning the unicorn bone, trying to squeak one last second out of it in case someone fucked this up for me. I yelled for good measure, "Stop! He's contained!" knowing that it was ridiculous. The unicorn bone had reached its limit, and I let the loop end. Memories of parallel timelines came rushing back to everyone around me, and I prayed that no one would shoot at the cannibal, that no one had explosives ready and waiting to go, that nothing would fuck this up. But by the rule of three, two things happened in quick succession. The first was that 20 people in Imperial Standard matte gray shimmer plate appeared around the chapel, each of them fully armed. The second was that the side of the chapel crashed open, stained glass raining down, as an enormous one-eyed gold dragon stuck his head in. For just a moment I could see a golden flame at the back of his throat, but he stopped, closing his mouth and simply staring. Compared to the earlier roar of battle, there was relative silence, just pieces of building falling down, the cries of the injured, and people speaking quickly to each other. "It's stupid," I said, amplifying my voice as much as I could. It's really fucking stupid. But if the bag comes off his head, he'll kill every fucking person here, whether you teleport out or hide in extra-dimensional space. This is literally the only way. It is very, very dumb, but I swear that it's true. Talmel looked like he was going to roast me, or to make some threat, but after a huff of air from his nose, which swept warm air over all of us, he retracted his head and took off, the sound and wind of his wings rattling the windows. "Finch!" I yelled, looking around, trying to see the gnome that I was certain had come in with the Shimmerplate goons. Figaro Finch stepped out from behind a pew, with none of the dust, blood, and gore that everyone else had on them. "How sure are you that this will hold?" he asked me. 80%, I replied. Maybe less. "And how in the holy fuck did you know it would work?" asked Finch. He was giving me the stink eye, like this whole thing was my fault. I heard murmurs from the crowd, which with every passing minute looked less and less like they would fuck this up. "We have this guy back on Earth," I said, gesturing at Shia LaBeouf. If I thought some asshole would be dumb enough to summon him, I would have been shouting it loud and wide. Not that anyone would have believed me. Not that I'd had any confidence in this particular solution. "We'll take him," said Finch.
"Who are you?"
asked a voice from among the fighters. It was a guy that I recognized almost entirely from his bucket of shurikens, and whose name I had forgotten, but it was either Basil, Heath, or Astor. "Imperial Affairs, Uniquities Division," said Finch, "and we'll be taking him for containment."
"By the hells you will,"
said Shuriken Bucket, stepping forward. It didn't look like the cannibal had gotten him, because he still had all his parts.
"This isn't an Imperial matter."
I was getting nervous. I'd gotten a quest, albeit one with no text, and then no update. That meant there was still a chance this could go sour, a way for someone to let the cat out of the bag, as it were. "If he ever gets out, we're fucked," I said. "Best guess, he's got a list of people who need killing, and the more time passes, the further those people get from each other, which means expected fatalities increase, because other people get in the way. Almost all of the people he wants to kill are Anglish, and a fair number are nobles." I looked at Finch. "Have you ever contained anything like this before?" "No," he replied. "It's still our jurisdiction." "Then you exercise caution and trap him in the deepest, darkest hole that you can find," I said. "You put on extra bags for protection. You trap him in quickset goo." I was hoping that was a thing. "You send him into the future. You do everything in your power to keep him from ever having that bag taken off his head."
"The Empire doesn't have jurisdiction here,"
said Shuriken Bucket, moving toward me, then taking a look at the naked man with a bag over his head that was standing next to me and coming up short.
"It's Angelsin that's at risk. It's Angelsin that should handle containment."
Fuck off, I thought. "Did Amaryllis tell you proper protocol?" I asked. Shuriken Bucket, who I was thinking was probably Heath, hesitated.
"She did, but—"
"And did you see people running straight at the hyper-violent, invincible cannibal with a paper bag, trying to get one on his head?" I asked. I changed out which vine was holding me up, trying not to let that break my momentum.
"Yes,"
he said, gritting his teeth. I didn't know if he was in charge, if there was anyone in charge, but he certainly seemed to be speaking for the others. "But you weren't making a concerted effort to do what you were told," I said. "The reason that I'm giving this force of pure destruction over to Uniquities instead of to anyone in this government is that I can trust Uniquities to do what it's told and to take threats seriously," I said. "Right now, you don't have that trust."
"You're a member of this court,"
said Shuriken Bucket, taking another step toward me.
"We aren't losing control of this weapon. We aren't putting the safety of what remains of the War Council into the hands of the Empire."
"Hyacinth did this," I spat at him. "If it's in the hands of the councils, you know that there's still risk. Someone will look at a manifest of everyone who was in the vicinity and think about whether or not to pull the trigger. That's how the court works, Heath." Really hoping that I wasn't wrong about which cousin he was. People make their calculations based on their personal interests, and fuck anyone who gets in the way. Say what you want about the Empire, but at least it makes an effort to stick to its principles. Part of that was just fueled by misplaced anger, and I wasn't wholly convinced that anything I'd said about the Empire was actually true, especially given the things that Raven had said to Finch, and the covert shit that I knew for a fact Uniquities got up to. But Heath didn't call me out on it. He only shrank back slowly and gave a slow nod to Figaro Finch. The men and women in Shimmerplate took some time in approaching. I was sure that some or all of them were mages, and I was also sure that it was no coincidence that they showed up after all the fighting was done. They handled the cannibal gingerly, double-bagged him, and then warped him out, leaving only Figaro Finch behind. Quest complete. Where's the beef? You have successfully captured Emmy Award winner Shia LaBeouf in a paper bag, from which he will never escape, unless he does. This is a shit show, he said to me, speaking under his breath.
We need to start bottling the dead,
said Amaryllis, her voice raised and amplified.
We need search and rescue, and we need medical. Anyone able-bodied should be helping with those efforts. Heath, you're in charge of the bottling, Grack.
There was a moment of honest fear as she looked around, trying to find him, but Grack stepped out from a doorway, quite some distance from where the action was.
Grack, you're coordinating search and rescue, and Aster, you're on medical.
For a moment, I really thought that someone was going to ask her who had put her in charge, but no one spoke up, and after a brief pause, everyone who hadn't already been dealing with the dead or wounded began to move into action. Family. Chapter 1, 195. Family. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. It was well after midnight when we went back to the erstwhile manor. We were a bit split on whether to head to the Hotel Del Zora instead, but the erstwhile manor required less in the way of stairs, and I was still down a leg, though the vines were more or less adequate for moving around, so long as I only used one at a time. We got a car, the three of us, Amaryllis, Grack, and myself, with Grack up front next to the driver. Where's Polita? I asked Amaryllis as the car started moving.
Dead,
replied Amaryllis. Oh, I said. I felt my heart sink a bit. I thought maybe she ducked out.
No,
replied Amaryllis. Her lips were tight. Shit, I replied, not knowing what to say. Do you know where she went? I mean... No, replied Amaryllis. She looked exhausted and was resting her head against the seat. We'll have to follow up. Gemma is dead too, by the way. Wait, really? I asked. She had a whole thing. Fox people and their grudge. I barely had a chance to talk to her. I resisted the urge to ask what the point of her was, because it would have made me sound like a dick, but there was some validity to that line of questioning, at least so far as the narrative went. Hadn't Gemma been with us for a reason? She'd had a whole backstory that I hadn't asked her about, and her role in the plot had been incredibly minimal. I could feel myself going down the narrative rabbit hole, thinking that maybe Gemma had died, because I wasn't particularly interested in hearing her life story. But maybe it was just one of those things that happened in tabletop games, where you wrote up a big backstory and then died in the first encounter. Maybe it was a lesson that people could just die, their narrative purpose unfulfilled. In a way, hearing that Gemma had died affected me more than hearing Pallida was dead. It was grim in a way that I hadn't expected.
We thought a Velocity Mage would be our best bet,
said Amaryllis, oblivious to my train of thought or tactfully ignoring it.
When he came back down, she was one of the first in. He was faster.
I could understand some of her grim expression. We hadn't really had a chance to talk inside Grey Chapel, except to coordinate. The actual death toll from the cannibal had only been 43 people, though with perhaps twice that number having had a bite taken out of them, or worse. Another 32 had been killed in the extra-dimensional collapse, most of them in smaller meetings, or working in a few of the Grey Chapel offices. It was a surprisingly low death toll, but disproportionately made up of members of the court. Solace, I asked, not really wanting to hear the answer. I wished now that I had noted the absences earlier, but I had just thought that everyone was doing their part, and it wasn't me who was coordinating efforts. I was just using bone magic to heal people up. In retrospect, Solace's absence was conspicuous, but—
She's fine,
said Amaryllis.
She wasn't even at the trial. I think she's still at the manor, actually.
Oh, I said, letting out a sigh of relief. And? Lisi. She was the last of the people I actually cared about.
I'm not sure, Juniper,
replied Amaryllis. She still had her good eye closed. She had gotten healing, but no replacement for the limb yet. Not because one wasn't available, but because the kind of things that could very quickly heal a limb tended to be quite permanent and not terribly good. We were going to get top-of-the-line replacements, either exact duplicates or something better than what we'd had before. Amaryllis's bad eye must have been plucked from her head, because the liberal healing she'd gotten hadn't fixed it. That, too, would get either a replacement or complete restoration. I frowned at her answer and tried to think. Lisi had been a part of the War Council. Would she have run or stayed to fight? Run, if she could, though she also seemed to be the sort of person who would take action on the assumption that if she didn't, no one else would. I hoped that she had made it through. Wait, I said. Where's Raven? I was sure that the cannibal hadn't gotten her, because I'd seen her after, hadn't I?
She was pretty badly injured,
said Amaryllis, and that was coming from someone who had lost an eye and an arm, speaking to someone who had lost a leg and part of a hand.
When she heard that Uniquities had taken the cannibal, she grilled Finch, and then left to go supervise their containment procedures. She wanted Grack with her, but—
The survivors needed me,
said Grack from the front seat. Are you okay? I asked Amaryllis.
Are you?
She asked back. Missing a leg, I said. Hand is fucked up. Worried that Tommel is going to come back. Worried that I'm going to get another bill from the Draconic Confederacy. Worried that the cannibal is going to escape. But the next time I'll have less warning. I thought that we were basically done in Anglesyn, and fuck me if there wasn't another fight for my life. But don't dodge my question.
I need a new eye and a new arm, but that will be handled tomorrow,
said Amaryllis. She was silent for a moment.
I didn't handle Hyacinth properly.
No, I asked. And where is she? Out of the glove, right?
She bled out,
said Amaryllis. Oh, I said. Shit. Fuck. I'd only meant to cut her vocal cords. I just didn't want her to say it again.
That's more mercy than I would have shown,
replied Amaryllis. She was slightly slumped in her seat. It reflects poorly on me. It does, I asked. Killing Hyacinth outright seemed reasonable to me. The only reason I hadn't intentionally done it was out of reflex.
She called in the cannibal knowing that it would almost certainly kill her,
said Amaryllis.
She knew what would follow. She tried to get us to go somewhere else, but when we didn't, she's dead, so there won't be any answers. But I'm forced to confront the possibility that maybe she really did let me see behind the mask. Maybe she loved Larkspur. It's possible that she was pregnant with a child she cared about, and really did lose it. I thought that I had the measure of her. I thought that it was all an act, because it was the kind of act that I would have put on.
You think Onion was like a father to her? I asked.
I don't know,
replied Amaryllis. Her parents died when she was young, as did mine. When that happens, you either grow up fast or you find someone to take you under their wing. Sometimes both. After my mom died, Rose Mallow was as close as I had to a mother. She pursed her lips. I knew they were close. I just thought that it was political. I thought they were playing the game like Rose Mallow plays the game, like I would play the game. And that's not what Hyacinth was doing. She was trying to kill you, to kill us, at the expense of her own life because she thought that was what was best for Engelson. You might be giving the opposition a little bit too much credit, I said.
Maybe.
She said.
I can't help but feel like this was preventable, like there was a path we didn't take.
Sure, I replied. It would be a pretty bad tabletop game if there weren't multiple paths we could take. A good dungeon master makes plans that can survive the party, deciding that they want to do things a stupid way.
And you think we have a good dungeon master?
Asked Amaryllis. This was usually the point where she would have arched an eyebrow, but she just sat back in resignation. Hey, I said. Good in some ways, bad in others. I'm tempted to say more good than bad. Trying to be objective about it, he does some of the dumb shit that I did when I was starting out. I felt oddly at peace for everything we'd gone through in the past few days, not even all that tired. I would set up these things in advance, not traps necessarily, but sometimes traps, sometimes literal traps, and it would seem like some of these things came out of nowhere to the players, because they would miss the hints that I'd prepared, or they would figure out a way to skip the exposition, and then I'd have to make a choice about whether or not to fuck them over.
And sometimes you made things like Fellseed,
said Amaryllis. That's a different issue, I said. That was anger and spite. Part of a general trend of including things that the group didn't really care all that much about, because I had developed an intense and personal obsession that lasted a few weeks. I don't think that we've seen all that much like that on Erb, because it's all so me. It was hard to describe. I don't think we have an adversarial relationship. There were too many proper climaxes, too many fights that we just outright won without them being undercut.
And you think there was another path?
Asked Amaryllis.
A way that this didn't end with so many dead?
Sure, I replied. Probably several ways.
Okay,
Said Amaryllis. Do you feel bad about them all being dead? I asked. I didn't. Not really. Not even if it was true that they were all people with their own stories, not just terrible villains. Too many lines had been crossed for me to feel much regret, even if there were another way. I don't know, she sighed. It's this feeling that we left utility on the table. The outcome is obviously not as good as it could have been.
We will take some time,
said Grack.
Process first, then speak with cool heads.
my head is perfectly cool, thank you.
Said Amaryllis.
But yes, we should take some time before we make big decisions.
But when we got back to the erstwhile manor, Rose Mallow was waiting for us.
I need a situation report.
Said Rose Mallow once we had taken our seats in the White Room. She didn't seem like she gave much of a fuck about our injuries. Grack had begged off to go be with Solace, and my personal feeling was that he was a lucky bastard to be able to clock out.
How much do you know?
Asked Amaryllis.
I don't want to repeat anything. And we've had a long day, as I'm sure you can understand.
I've had a pot of Daldir ready for the last few hours since the initial reports came in.
Said Rose Mallow.
This is important.
Amaryllis frowned at the pot of tea on the table, then poured herself a cup and drank it down without spending any time seeing whether it was cool enough. I followed suit and was mildly surprised that it was both the perfect temperature and the best tea I'd ever had in my life. It took almost no time for it to go into effect, and I felt rejuvenated, as though I'd had 8 hours of sleep, a full meal, and a few glasses of water. It came with a crash, as a lot of such drugs did, but for the moment it had put me back in my right mind.
Hyacinth came to us after the trial was concluded.
Said Amaryllis.
She was distraught and claimed to have suffered a miscarriage. There were a few accusations against the two of us, and then she summoned the cannibal. We fought it and contained it.
How?
Asked Rose Mallow.
And if you're speaking of what I think you're speaking of, be cautious in what you say.
It wasn't just the name she was worried about. The phenomenon of ACSLB didn't just care about the name, it cared about where you got it from, and the tracking on that was complex. The method the Pendrakes used was a phonograph on a loop in the woods, which was used in preference to other methods because it didn't seem to trigger the same links. Writing it down on a piece of paper, then handing that piece of paper to another person was proven to cause problems, and by that, I mean that people had died. If you picked up a piece of paper with the name and handed it to someone else, that could cause problems too, were they ever to say it. And because it didn't just target those who knew the name, but also those who were a part of the chain of command or causality, and because it erred on the side of killing munchkins, there were some false positives. Say too much, and that might be interpreted as priming, or ordering, or coercing, or something that would get you killed. We had no idea whether we were actually safe. We hadn't defused the bomb. We had only stuck it inside a box, hoping that nothing would set the fuse going again. If someone said the name, would that spawn in a new one? Would it pull the old one out of custody? We didn't know, and had no way of safely testing it.
We put a paper bag over its head,
said Amaryllis. Rose Mallow narrowed her eyes slightly, waiting for her to continue.
That's it,
said Amaryllis.
That's how we beat him. It turned him docile.
What was done with him?
Asked Rose Mallow, after she'd taken a moment to process. She was processing fast, but that wasn't any surprise, because surely she'd gotten a fair bit of information from other sources.
We handed him over to the Empire, through a contact we have within Imperial Affairs,
said Amaryllis.
With the way they showed up, we suspect that they were monitoring the situation remotely.
And the dragon?
Asked Rose Mallow. My fault, I said. I used an entad to take the cannibal away from civilians and give me some room to try other strategies. Unfortunately, it took me above the legal limits, and as the dragon in question was already out for my blood, well, it would have been covered by exigent circumstances, but I'm not sure he knew about my recent change in status. The cannibal knocked him out. He fell into Greychapel, through the wards, and that was more or less that. I'm counting on Anglesin's support where the Draconic Confederacy is concerned.
You'll have it, of course,
said Rose Mallow. We sat in silence for a moment, and she took a sip of her own tea, which I assumed wasn't the same brew we were drinking, given its effects.
It's obviously a complete disaster,
said Rose Mallow.
That said, we need to take stock of where we stand with respect to the court, the councils, and the kingdom. On that count, I think a level-headed assessment is that we now have the necessary leverage to make sweeping changes, to say nothing of the obstacles that have been removed.
Yes, let's pat ourselves on the back,
said Amaryllis.
Now's a great time for that.
I'm talking about next steps,
replied Rose Mallow, her face stern.
The faster we act, the more control we have over what happens next. I'm already doing my best to control the mass media, assuring the public that this was not, in fact, a rogue dragon attack on the legislature. Obviously, Hyacinth was to blame, and you named her publicly, so that can't be undone. But we can control the narrative, the why of her doing what she did.
Aunt Rose Mallow,
Amaryllis began.
This is time-sensitive,
said Rose Mallow, looking between the two of us.
You wanted your second grand reconciliation? This is exactly the moment to strike. Obviously not publicly, but the groundwork needs to be laid. The councils need to be prepared for our roadmap. There will be pushback. Possibly sooner than later. This is our window.
Something in Amaryllis's expression changed, and she gave Rose Mallow a hard stare. For a moment I thought that she would repeat the plea to speak about this later, but it must have been something else, because she had that same look on her face that she had when she was thinking hard.
After Onion died, two things happened in quick succession,
said Amaryllis. She had straightened somewhat, and was taking on a more formal tone.
First, Phlox suffered from some sort of medical emergency, one which presumably happened when she was without fast or easy medical care. It slipped through a crack. She was important, so she would have had entads, pharmaceuticals, and mages. It's very true that you can't protect against everything, but she would have been well protected, medically speaking.
Make your point, dear,
said Rose Mallow, voice calm.
The same goes for Hyacinth.
said Amaryllis.
If she was pregnant, especially with the child of a man she loved, or even if she was thinking in terms of politics, pregnant with the son of a dead man, she would have been taking precautions. She would have covered the bases she was able to cover, and yet her unborn child died, likely within hours of Phlox having her own medical problems.
Rose Mallow waited for the accusation, head held high. I had taken it for granted that this was just narrative convenience, that everything was getting wrapped up with a little bow, because that was just how plots worked. If something hadn't happened to Phlox, then she would still be a thorn in our side, so the plot couldn't be fully resolved without her being removed somehow. And Hyacinth had to be taken out too, one way or another, just for this ordeal to be truly over, and if the mechanism for that was her going over the edge, well, something had to push her over the edge. But even if that was all narrative convenience, it would make more sense for these coincidences to have been the result of clear cause and effect, beyond just the stresses of losing someone important.
It was you,
Said Amaryllis.
This isn't a window of opportunity. It's a window that you wedged open.
There was a slight quirk of Rose Mallow's lips, just a hint of a frown.
I didn't anticipate that Hyacinth would cause such problems.
Said Rose Mallow.
For whatever small part I played in the events of today, I apologize.
How did you do it?
Asked Amaryllis. Poison?
Does it matter?
Asked Rose Mallow.
Hyacinth is dead. Phlox will likely stay in a hospital bed for the rest of her life. Those are the salient facts. If you've made up your mind about what it is that I've done...
I haven't,
Said Amaryllis.
I'm asking you directly. I want you to be honest with me. We're in one of the most secure rooms in Anglesey. Tell us what you did.
3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead.
Said Rose Mallow.
And even then, one must be concerned with the prospect of damnation. You understand the world we live in, Amaryllis. Secrets can be ripped from your head. The Imperial regime has only been partially successful in stomping out soul mages, and soul mages are only the tip of the spear. You do not tell things to people if you want them to stay secret, even if you trust them fully and completely. It doubles the attack surface. You know all this.
Doubling the attack surface, tripling it as it were, is a cost. One that you're being asked to pay.
Said Amaryllis. She didn't mention that a soul mage would have a hard time with us, I assume, because it was something we all knew. She wasn't trying to negotiate. She was using force. Rose Mallow hesitated, gazing first at Amaryllis, then flicking her eyes to me, just for a moment.
Phlox was poisoned.
Rose Mallow finally said.
I had some insight into the particulars of the entad she used to prevent herself from being poisoned, and there were certain flaws in it. It allowed the poison to stay within the body, inert. The poison was administered last year. It was just a matter of where and when I would have someone ward against her entad, after I'd had its signature acquired on a separate occasion. The entad ward was woven into the existing ward against teleportation keys in her home, where it wouldn't be noticed except on close inspection. The warding alteration has already been removed, and at this point it seems safe to assume that it wasn't found.
And Hyacinth?
Asked Amaryllis.
Entad assistance and poison of a different sort.
Said Rose Mallow.
She was given a bottle of pills, recommended by her doctor for the health of her child. It was only a matter of exchanging those with something else.
Not lethal for her, though.
Said Amaryllis.
No.
Replied Rose Mallow.
If it was Larkspur's child, which it might well have been, then it would have been a liability on several fronts. Phlox is old, and diagnostics are difficult. But for someone young and healthy, like Hyacinth is, too many questions would be raised. There are limits to the number of moves it's safe to make at once.
Amaryllis was tense, but it was the kind of tension that came with smooth, calculated movements, the tension of a professional working their muscles.
And my mother?
Asked Amaryllis.
I'm far from the only person in the court who has employed poison, Amaryllis.
Said Rose Mallow. Her face fell, and she took on a tone of pleading.
Admitting to one poisoning does not therefore mean that I admit to all possible poisonings. Amaryllis, I have read your diary. I know the doubts and hard feelings you've had towards me, but I did not poison your mother.
You had the means, the motive, and the opportunity,
said Amaryllis.
Amaryllis, it was many years ago. There was a full inquiry, as there often is,
said Rose Mallow, continuing to look as though this was a painful accusation from her beloved niece.
I don't trust a single fucking thing that comes out of the councils,
said Amaryllis.
and I don't trust you.
And what would change your mind?
Asked Rose Mallow.
What possible evidence would convince you if you've arrived at this conclusion through no evidence at all?
Amaryllis didn't hesitate in the slightest.
Submit to inspection by Juniper,
said Amaryllis. I glanced at her, then back at Rose Mallow.
You suggest that I give up my dignity and my autonomy and allow a capital crime to take place within my own home, all by way of indulging your mistrust and paranoia?
Asked Rose Mallow.
I won't say that I cannot, but the cost is too high.
He would just be looking,
said Amaryllis.
It would be no different from what an Anolia does. He would make no changes at all. If you cared for my mother, that's evidence. If you care about me, I won't say that it will be enough to sway me, but it's concrete evidence.
Rose Mallow hesitated. It was still a loss of dignity, that was certain, but not autonomy, and Rose Mallow would have submitted to inspection by Anolia on a semi-regular basis, just as a matter of course for a high-level official. She had to decide whether she trusted us or not, whether she trusted me, and if she didn't trust me, well, I was Uther reborn, wasn't I? And I was the key to absolute control of the kingdom, wasn't I? She was probably thinking not just about trust, but about what I could find within her, what might incriminate her, not just of the specific things she was being accused of, but of other things that would cause more of a rift between us than outright refusal. It was a given that I would look at her values, and what would I find there? Nothing that could incriminate her, surely, because a soul mage had access to relatively little unless they manipulated you into being someone who divulged things. And if we were to break our agreement, if I were to just soul fuck her rather than looking as I'd agreed to, maybe it was her measure of us that this wasn't something that we would do, not unless we were planning to kill her. Maybe she really thought that her soul would look good to me.
Very well,
said Rose Mallow.
if this is what it will take.
Amaryllis turned to me and signed in Gim. Go into her memories, trace values, take your time. I will stall. Rose Mallow didn't ask about the hand signals, but she definitely did notice them, because Amaryllis wasn't trying to hide them. I wondered how much fear was coursing through Rose Mallow's system at the moment, because this was one of the scariest things you could let another person do, especially given all the connotations that soul magic had on Arab. She let me, though, holding out a hand for me to take. I sat beside her and felt the veins beneath her wrinkled skin for the blood that flowed inside of her. I was worried about a trap, naturally, but Amaryllis was there beside me, and it was clear that I was an outside context problem to the court. If it was possible to place a trap in the soul, then people would have done it, and the only person to have done it was me, entirely on accident. I saw Rose Mallow naked within her soul, so that was something. I was slowly becoming okay with the forced nudity that greeted me on entering souls, because by this point I had seen a lot of them, especially when I'd been trying to clear people of Harold's influence back in Leo. It was still really unnecessary. Soul mages could technically work on memories. It was just hellishly difficult, because there were lots and lots of memories in the average person's head, and the memories weren't sorted in any sensible way. They were just linked together haphazardly. There was some organization to them, in the form of links, but it absolutely sucked, which was either by design or as a reflection of how people actually remembered things. People were terrible about putting events in their proper orders, about when and where things had happened, and I vaguely recalled that a lot of memory was backfilled, your mind storing a few key details which were then filled in when you played a memory back. If you were a soul mage, it would take a really long time to comb through and find what you needed. And because you needed to be in soul trance the whole time, It would only work if you had either a willing subject or someone who was really firmly your captive. And if you had both those things, why wouldn't you just soul-fuck them and have them tell you what you wanted to know directly? Rose Mallow probably thought that she could bank on me checking out other bits of her soul, then reporting back. She'd seen me do the impossible in the arena, but she also knew that it had taken a significant amount of prep time, and I was fairly sure that the reports she'd gotten from other encounters, including the one with the cannibal, painted me in a far less godly light. I found the name of Amaryllis's mother, Magnolia, in Rose Mallow's soul, then switched to the spirit view, which showed threads that led back down to the soul. That was one half of my comparative advantage. I could at least narrow down the memories a little bit. But as I watched, Amaryllis was helping with the other part of my comparative advantage. I could see which of those threads were in use, and that was going to lead me to the truth. "Tell me about your mother," I said to Amaryllis. We were in the bottle together, sitting at the large table, not more than a few days after things with Larkspur had concluded, with his death. Amaryllis was making notes, lots of notes, as she was wont to do.
What about her?
Asked Amaryllis, looking up at me. "I don't know," I said. "You have all my biographical details, and I don't have yours. And if she was poisoned, as you said, then maybe it's a quest."
A quest to find my mother's killer?
Asked Amaryllis, arching an eyebrow.
All set up in advance?
"It's a mystery, right?" I asked.
It's unknown.
Replied Amaryllis.
That doesn't mean that it's a mystery, and you'll think that this sounds cold.
"Go ahead," I said.
We had a complicated relationship,"
said Amaryllis.
She was doing her best to prepare me for what court could be like, but her marriage to my father had been mercenary, as had my birth. I must have spent about a month of my time at Quills and Blood trying to find out what effect that had on a child, whether that was something that might have made me different from my peers. There were too many confounders, though. Usually when there was an unwanted pregnancy or an unwanted child, it was because of a failure of prophylaxis or simple negligence. I wasn't exactly unwanted, but I think it's safe to say that if there weren't firm material incentives, my parents never would have married, never would have had sex, and I wouldn't have been born.
She set the pen she'd been holding down.
It's supposed to be the case that in an arranged marriage, the participants eventually fall in love with each other. A love can grow. That's what we're taught. I imagine that the same theory applies to children.
"So when your mother died, you didn't care?" I asked.
I cared.
Said Amaryllis.
But I cared because I thought that I might be next. I was worried about my future, who would take care of my estate for me, or if this was some attempt to take control of the vast wealth that had once been my father's. It wasn't entirely clear whether or not she'd actually been poisoned, and it took some time for there to be a final report. There was just never that enormous sense of loss that some people report feeling. Life wasn't so different under the care of my relatives.
She shrugged.
Like I said, I know it sounds cold.
"No," I said. "I understand. I have my own complicated relationship with my parents, as you know. The happy times were few and far between. If one of them died, I don't know. I'm not going to say I wouldn't be sad, but yeah, I would probably be thinking more about the impact on my life. I wasn't sure how true that was. It felt true at the time I was saying it."
No quest?
Asked Amaryllis.
No,
"No quest," I said.
but as far as getting a quest goes, I wasn't hugely impacted by my mother's death, because things were complicated isn't really the kind of thing that you can hang much of a narrative hat on.
It still took me some time, even with Amaryllis doing her best on the outside. I hit a few false starts that didn't make too much sense to me. Scenes of Rose Mallow with Magnolia, usually brief snippets. I knew at least some of the family history from Amaryllis, including a few details about the poisoning, which we'd naturally talked about. Amaryllis was blasé about her mother's death in a way that weirded me out a bit, but was still sort of understandable. That it was a poisoning wasn't entirely conclusive, otherwise there would have been a deeper investigation, But when a healthy 32-year-old with a fair amount of influence and power died, you had to be fairly suspicious. I got my first look at Magnolia. She was a Pendraig, through and through, with that same imperious look that most of them had, and the same red hair. She was quite pretty, but far less than Amaryllis was, and in a way I found somewhat generic. I wouldn't have described her as stiff, necessarily, but she was definitely controlled and composed. The memory was of them talking about Amaryllis and her future, and I was mildly surprised to briefly see Amaryllis herself, not much more than 7 years old, dressed up like a doll and sitting for a painting.
Quills and blood would do her good,
said Rose Mallow. It would mean taking time away from the court, replied Magnolia. She had a surprisingly high voice, almost so high that I suspected it was affected. I've been maintaining 3 council positions for some time now, and with some success, I must say.
It wouldn't be necessary for you to relocate,
replied Rose Mallow.
And even if that were necessary, there are always options for attending council sessions remotely.
We both know that decisions within the court are rarely made through council sessions, replied Magnolia. I would lose the power that I've spent these long years accruing. If Amaryllis were to attend Quills and Blood, it would mean leaving her in the hands of someone else, even with regular visits on my part. And there's nothing of use she would learn at Quills and Blood that she couldn't learn here.
Blood magic?
Asked Rose Mallow. Of use, I said, replied Magnolia. And that was essentially it for that memory. There was a weirdness to seeing the memories, because they weren't like videos that I was putting in and playing. They were living things, with certain details of a scene obviously filled in so that it wouldn't be incomplete, and various lines that I'd heard were a little wobbly, the wording not precise, giving the feeling that listening a second time might change what was said, if not actually changing anything of substance. Beyond that, there were other things to consider, like the fact that this was what Rosamallo had taken away from this single moment in time, and how it would have been colored by her perception of what had happened. Maybe that accounted for some of the bitchiness I'd sensed from Magnolia, and the way Rose Mallow came off as only offering up a reasonable suggestion. I went through another 3 like that, disagreements between Rose Mallow and Magnolia, 2 of them about how Amaryllis was to be raised and who her prospective marriages would be, and another one that was longer than the others, about how procurement was handled by the various departments that the court oversaw, though the actual discussion had too much nuance and too much required background for me to really follow. Eventually, though, I hit pay dirt.
I have the specifics of the entad here,
said Rose Mallow. She was in the White Room, with a man I didn't know, older and dressed down, and maybe it was the glasses, but I was assuming he was an academic.
Better that it looks like an unfortunate accident, but if that can't be helped, then it can't be helped.
Timeline? He asked, looking over the list.
There's no particular hurry,
replied Rose Mallow.
A wait of weeks or even months would be perfectly fine.
And is this a precaution or something you plan to use right away? He asked. Replied Rose Mallow, sniffing slightly.
I don't think I'll say.
It matters, he replied. Just like vital statistics matter. Height and weight are good numbers to have in my business, as are diet and habits. But potency falls off with time, so knowing whether the solution can be won with a window of a few days, or if it needs to be shelf-stable, that's a different matter entirely. Very well, replied Rose Mallow.
Right away, then. I assume that offers a better chance of success, as you'll have a wider range of options to use.
I will, he replied. Nothing else you can give me? Rose Mallow considered this, and I wasn't privy to her exact thoughts, just a vague weighing of possibilities and what could be said to this man. To order a poison was one thing, but to say who it was to be used on was another. Deniability was the name of the game.
She suffered a clot 10 years ago, shortly after her child was born,
Rose Mallow finally said.
She has spoken with a few doctors about it for fear of another. If it were possible to work around her entad and create such an effect, that would ensure that fewer questions are asked.
And if I can't,
asked the man.
should we talk again?
Better we make these visits infrequent.
Replied Rose Mallow.
If you cannot, then you cannot, so long as I know what to expect.
And that was it. A single conversation, but as much as I needed. In a court of law back on Earth, this would probably have been circumstantial evidence. But we weren't on Earth, and we weren't even an informal court of law.
She did it,
I said as I came out of the soul trance.
She poisoned your mother.
Rose Mallow turned to look at me.
And by what means did you come to that conclusion?
She asked. Fuck off, I replied.
Why did you do it?
Amaryllis asked Rose Mallow.
I have my own thoughts on motive, but I want to hear directly from you. If there's even a whiff of a lie, I'll have Juniper look deeper to see if he can get to the truth.
She didn't threaten a soul fuck, but I had to imagine that Rose Mallow could see which way things were trending. Rose Mallow looked between the two of us, her face frozen, not a single muscle moving.
We had different ideas on the direction of the kingdom,
said Rose Mallow.
She had become a power in her own right and threatened to upturn a lifetime of my work. In a teenager, a rebellious phase is to be expected. But from a woman in her 30s, it's a sign of something more serious, a fundamental disagreement in how the game should be played. Given another 5 years, I would have been sidelined, and it would have been virtually guaranteed that Phlox and Onion would have won.
Won,
said Amaryllis.
Amassed power for themselves.
They would have implemented their policies.
Rose Mallow replied.
They would have secured a position in perpetuity. It would have been unrecoverable.
You talk about that like it matters.
Replied Amaryllis.
As though there were any policy you wouldn't budge on? Any tenet of faith that represented a line that could not be crossed? As though you even had a coherent memeplex.
There are classified matters,
said Rose Mallow, and I rolled my eyes.
Everything that I have done has been in service of the future of the court, the kingdom, and the empire, in that order. I could wax rhapsodic about the values that we shared, but it was never a question of that. It was a question of approach. Amaryllis.
She took a breath.
You've seen the numbers? You were there at Leo. How much longer do we have until civilization breaks down? Every exclusion brings an economic depression. Millions of hours of education and research are wiped away. We can put ourselves in a position to weather these calamities, but you have to look at the end game. It's what we've been preparing for. All of us in the know.
But not me,
said Amaryllis.
I was never in the know.
You were 17 and showing signs of rebellion,
said Rose Mallow.
I couldn't predict how you would react to some of what we've kept secret. Listen. There is a magical library, one known only to the Second Empire. Its knowledge long forgotten, and written there is every book that ever has or ever will be published. The librarians change the future, thread the needle, and just barely see us through to a timeline where...
We know about the library, I said to Rose Mallow. I've been there. More plot hooks from the dungeon master, in case we had elected not to bring the library to us. It did make me a bit hopeful, seeing things like that, because it meant that we really were plowing through the main quest. Eventually, all that would be left would be a set of clues pointing us in the same direction, and I was confident that direction would be Fell Seed. Rose Mallow stared at me. So what I think, I turned to Amaryllis. If I may. She waved a hand. She looked faintly disgusted with the whole thing. I think you had your justification planned out from the moment that you did it, I said. Anyone that you've poisoned, it's been with some calculation about who might find out or who might guess and what they'll need to be told. There are enough entids floating around that maybe one of them would fuck you. Hells, that's happened to me. I waited for her to chastise me about swearing, but she didn't. Maybe she knew that her life was on the line. So, whenever you did this kind of thing that you apparently regularly do, you try to minimize fallout, not just in terms of InfoSec, but in terms of planning things out, which is just good sense. But you didn't update your spiel enough, or you don't understand who or what you're dealing with,
The question is whether we can still work with you.
said Amaryllis.
Knowing what we know about who you are and how you operate, what should we do?
Phlox is gone.
Said Rose Mallow.
Even if they find some way to recover her, she's lost too many allies. Someone needs to steer the ship. Do you really think at age 17 that person is you?
Amaryllis looked to me, then back at Rose Mallow.
It would be expedient for you to remain the de facto leader of Anglesyn.
Said Amaryllis.
That would allow continuity of governance, and I'm sure that you have plans ready to go that I would find agreeable now that the opposition has been crippled or killed. Beyond that, there are all the classified documents and information that you have access to, and I do not, whatever shapes those end-of-the-world plans might take. The kingdom of Anglesyn is in a delicate place right now. Institutional memory has just been badly damaged, and I would be very surprised if continuity preparations had been adequate to this level of turnover.
Are you serious? I asked, looking at Amaryllis. You're thinking about letting her get away with this?
I'm thinking about it, yes.
Said Amaryllis.
Unless you're under time pressure, it always pays to think about your options, repugnant as they might be.
Rose Mallow sat in silence, waiting while Amaryllis thought. Perhaps she thought she'd made her case, or maybe she thought that anything more she added would damage the arguments she'd made, even if just by the fact that Amaryllis disliked her. She was waiting to see her fate. I really did believe that the Anglesyn thing was Amaryllis's call to make, but the idea that she would decide on sparing Rose Mallow left a sour taste in my mouth. I didn't necessarily want to kill Rose Mallow, but I thought, and maybe hoped, it would be what Amaryllis decided on. Other options included soul-fucking her, though I didn't know what the endgame was there, or maybe even putting her on trial. But to say, "Oh, you killed my mother," I guess that's just how life is. You're useful. We're busy. You can stay. I wasn't sure that I could stomach that. If Amaryllis decided that was what she wanted, I would think less of her, if only momentarily. Whatever the object-level arguments were. I'd get past it, I was sure, but it would be a bitter pill to swallow.
It's going to be a blow,
Said Amaryllis.
but we can't have you be a part of this kingdom anymore.
I gave a sigh of relief.
And what do you suggest as a remedy to this predicament?
Asked Rose Mallow. Her voice was calm, her eyes piercing, and I was really fucking worried about what kind of weapon she might pull out if it looked like we were going to go for her throat. Rose Mallow didn't seem like the kind of woman that we would want to back into a corner, and we really did seem to be backing her into a corner.
There are options,
Said Amaryllis.
You could step down, citing health concerns. We would certainly let you leave your current position gracefully and allow you to act as both an advisor and to oversee the transition of power. There hasn't been a full accounting of the dead yet, but I know for certain that a number of council members died.
You would push me to the side like that?
Asked Rose Mallow.
After everything that I've done for you? After the work I put into positioning you? Amaryllis, we're talking about people who tried to outright murder you. We're talking about a second grand reconciliation. Equality between the classes.
Will you agree to my terms?
Asked Amaryllis.
You have some inkling what Juniper is, if not Uther reborn, then something like him. He proved that, to everyone, in ways that would be impossible to fake. And hopefully you've realized that where Uther had his knights, Juniper has his own motley crew, myself included.
You're threatening me,
Said Rose Mallow, frowning slightly.
Yes?
Replied Amaryllis.
There's been enough deaths in the past few days. I don't want to add one more.
I turned to Amaryllis. I don't think we can trust her, I signed, raising an eyebrow. She won't go gentle, and if it looks like she will, that's because she's playing us.
These private conversations are tiresome,
Said Rose Mallow.
What is he suggesting?
He's questioning my lenience.
Replied Amaryllis.
He thinks you'll stab us in the back at the first chance you get, or if not, that you'll be an imperfect ally, the kind who needs constant attention to make sure that everything is going according to plan.
I haven't even agreed to the terms.
said Rose Mallow.
You'd be cutting my political life short.
Well, you did murder a few people in cold blood, I said,
I won't beg for my life.
said Rose Mallow, keeping her attention on Amaryllis.
You know that it would be motivated. All I can do is inform you of facts you already know. I'm a keystone member of the court. I have manifold relationships, both within the court, with individuals in businesses and associations, and through the various companies that I own. I won't claim to be irreplaceable, only difficult and costly to replace.
The offer on the table is that you step down.
Said Amaryllis.
Carefully craft a message stating that you have health concerns, that you'll be seeking medical treatment from the best and brightest, and that you're putting plans in place for a transition of power. It's coming at a bad time, you recognize that, but you don't trust your decision-making abilities anymore, and this is coming on advice of your doctors. After that, you let me in on every classified secret you know, working through legal channels, and not including those that would be a detriment to know. You take your marching orders from me.
Rose Mallow sat and thought about that for what seemed like a long time. It wasn't an obviously good deal for her, but it still seemed generous to me. The whole fucking thing with the cannibal, well, you could say that was Hyacinth's fault, and I would have to agree with that, but it was Rose Mallow who brought her to the brink.
No,
She said.
I decline. I'll stay on as a senior member of my councils, where I'm best positioned to help you. You may place some restrictions on what actions I take, but I simply refuse to take marching orders. I could, of course, lie, but that would only postpone the argument to a later date. Better to force it now, I think. You need me, Amaryllis.
Amaryllis nodded, raised her hand, and in what seemed like one swift motion, called forth the flicker blade and materialized its blade right through Rose Mallow's head.
We'll store the body inside Sable,
said Amaryllis. Shit, I said, staring at Rose Mallow, who was unmoving, her eyes unfocused.
There's a good chance that's not the real her.
Said Amaryllis.
Or even if it is, there's a good chance that her duplicate is out there. She didn't give us a full explanation of the entad she used on me.
Pretty drastic action to take, I said, still staring at the body.
She was and is dangerous,
said Amaryllis.
We'll have to worry about Dead Man's switches for months. She would have had contingencies.
She looked over at me.
Hold the sword, please. I need to touch her to get her in the glove.
She gestured with her shoulder to indicate that this procedure wasn't something that could be done with only one arm. Right, I replied. Sorry. I helped her with it, and she put Rose Mallow into Sable, the flicker blade still embedded. Not a single drop of blood had been spilled. Do you really think soul magic would have worked on her if she'd been the dupe?
We'll bottle her,
replied Amaryllis.
It's possible that was really her, but bottling will let us know for sure. Still.
She paused.
Either way.
Either way what? I asked. It was necessary.
Are you going to moralize at me?
Asked Amaryllis without any malice, only curiosity. No, I replied. Just, it's drastic, irreversible. And I know she was, maybe not a mother, but...
She killed my mother,
said Amaryllis. She stood up and looked around the room for a moment.
Come on, we need to get going. I don't want to be in this house anymore. There could be booby traps. And if she's still alive, she'll soon find out that we killed her double.
What's the story? I asked. You can't say that you killed her. Amaryllis sighed.
We'll go back to Grey Chapel,
she said. Mutilate the body and plant it there. There are a number of staff that will attest to her being here, but she has that duplication entad, so... I don't know. Fear and uncertainty mean that it's easier to get away with, and we have political capital to burn. She had a far-off look in her eyes. Come on, let's get moving. The next hour was a blur, and there was nothing much to say about it, but that it was certainly grisly, especially since we were doing it while missing limbs. By unspoken agreement, we went through it all together, just the two of us, husband and wife. We wouldn't know whether or not we'd succeeded for weeks, except that when we got to the hotel and trekked up to our room, quest completed. Full court press. Amaryllis has returned to Anglesyn and taken her place as the de facto leader of a new faction, a role which will require a fair bit of her time and attention, in addition to her duties as advisor to the Republic of Miunun and her role as your companion. Being pulled in 3 directions will test her capabilities, unless you can find some solution. Wink. In time, she'll find herself happy with the way things went, especially with you beside her, helping to secure her rule. Companion quest. Companion passive unlocked. Multitasker. Amaryllis. Multitasker. Amaryllis can split herself into multiple independent clones, with each clone taking 8 hours to create, though this takes no real effort on her part. Clones can also be recalled, with or without merge, from any distance with another 8 hours each. Given 10 minutes of concentration, Amaryllis can integrate with a clone, either merging her essence into a clone, merging a clone's essence into herself, or doing a bidirectional update. If any clone dies, all clones die. If Amaryllis dies, all clones die. Clones cannot do magic or use entads. Clones automatically roll 0 with a total modifier of 0 for any combat roll. No more than 30 clones at a time can be created in this way. Holy shit, I said, reading it over a few times.
Yeah?
Replied Amaryllis.
I just got a thing.
She tapped her head. I figured you would be happier, I said. It's good.
It feels like the kind of present you give someone when you know you've done something wrong,
said Amaryllis.
It's the flowers that a husband gives to his wife after giving her a black eye.
It's still good, I said.
Oh, it is,
said Amaryllis, nodding. She stayed silent, though, with that same faraway look.
How much do you think was premeditated?
By the dungeon master, I asked. I was a bit flabbergasted that her mind wasn't on the shiny new toy. 30 of her, and though they would take 8 hours to make, time chambers could be rented, especially if they didn't need to be large, especially if they were short-term.
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
by the dungeon master.
It's hard to say, I replied. It's really hard to say if you need empirical backing, but it's still hard to say even if you're asking me to go with my gut. My gut is uncertain. If it's tabletop gaming rules, and the dungeon master isn't being a cheat and looking into the future too much, then my guess is that things went off the rails from the word go. You plan for things to go off the rails. You make sure that there are other backup rails in place, just in case, and if that's not where the party lands, the improvisation, laying new track, cannibalizing parts of the planning you've done. But I don't know if that applies. If you're asking how much it was preordained that we would be in that room with Rose Mallow, I don't know that either. But even if it was set up, I do think it was a real choice.
A choice between having a dagger pointed at our back or killing her?
Asked Amaryllis. I don't know, I said. Yeah, I guess. Are you trying to say that it wasn't hard?
It was, but it shouldn't have been,
said Amaryllis. Because you cared about her, I asked.
No,
replied Amaryllis.
because it feels like there's some possible world out there where she would have been the person that I wanted her to be. This isn't the life I feel like I deserved, as arrogant as that might be.
It's not the life you deserve, I agreed. But that's why we have each other, right? To close this chapter of your life and write a new one. Together. Loyalty increased. Amaryllis, level 25. I had an agreement with Amaryllis to tell her about her loyalty ups, but had negotiated some leeway as to when I told her, just so as to not ruin the mood. She hadn't wanted to agree to that, but then I'd pointed out that if a loyalty up didn't happen, it might ruin the narrative moment, which would lead to it being fudged.
I'm glad it was you,
said Amaryllis. Her voice was soft. She was in her full armor, laying on the bed, but neither of us were planning to sleep for the rest of our lives so long as the Tung were ready and willing to take sleep off our hands. That you got married to? I asked. No, said Amaryllis.
If there had to be someone from Earth that had their fantasies made into a concrete reality, and if I had to be born into that world and get to know them, then I'm glad that person was you. But also, yes, if I was going to get married, I'm glad it was to you.
Thanks, I replied. And if someone had to be created for me, then I'm glad that of all the possible entities that could be created, it was you. Sorry you're in a funk.
This too shall pass,
said Amaryllis. The Bible stuff made me uncomfortable, and I felt like there had been more of it lately.
And hey, I have clones now.
I gave her a smile. All right, I said. The quest is done. I say we convert one of these rooms into a place where we can have a movie night. Skeleton crew to guard, something light and comfortable to watch, and whatever concessions we have left in Sable.
Sounds good,
said Amaryllis, smiling back at me.
You know, we really should write some vows. Cheering me up when I'm down sounds like prime material. For the marriage inspector, naturally.
Of course, I said, though we both knew that at this stage it would be nearly impossible for us to get called on the sham by anyone in the kingdom of Anglesyn. It was nice to have a new normal between us. It was only a shame that we were going to have to ruin a good thing by facing down monsters. End Book 8. Chapter 1, 196. Notes 2. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. Reimer's Notes, The Optimal Build. There is no optimal build. Every build has trade-offs and compromises in it. Some fare better in the general cases than others, an optimal fighter, for example, or fare better in niche cases that are common enough that it's worth throwing away everything else for it. Stealth focus, for example. If we're just talking about strictly better builds, where build X is worse in every respect than build Y, except in incredibly contrived circumstances, those are so uncommon that they're not really worth talking about, even if they're more deserving of the title optimal. So you can't have an optimal build. You can only rely on predictions about what the world is or will be like, and gear your character toward that using everything you know. That's what we mean by optimal. In my humble opinion, this is a better approach than building your character, because you thought that certain things might be neat.
The big differences between the game system as it exists for Juniper and the game system as we played it are the skills. We would increase our ranks in skills at the end of a session based on how much we used them and what we accomplished with them, with some filing down of the obvious exploits over time. That meant that there were limits to how high you could push your skills, because you could only get them as high as you had chances to in the course of sessions. Being a multi-mage with 2 or 3 magics was fine, but once you got to even as few as 4, you really started to hit a wall because they were sharing session time. If a session had 8 obstacles, then 4 characters would each get 2 opportunities to use their skills. And though I made those numbers up, you get the point. A little of that applies here, but not that much, because session time is so much longer, relatively speaking, in the real world.
This thing is so cool. Before joining this group, I never really had much experience with NTADs. How does it work?
Oh shit, it does. Can I erase that somehow? Okay, well I don't really want to erase all of that. I thought it was good the first time. Those are some solid opening paragraphs. Why isn't there an erase function on it? Yes, obviously, I know how NTADs are made. It's just... Fine, we'll just take some scissors and cut out the conversation, I guess, if you think that's workable. Yeah, I can be the one to actually do it. Okay, yes, fine. We probably didn't need a preamble. That's just how they taught us to do it in school. I think we're in agreement about doing a men-centered build from here on out, which mostly means men-based magic. The question is, which magic should be the focus of concerted effort, especially at the higher levels, where skills increase more slowly, and a session time metric might become more relevant. For that, there are a few things that we need to consider, like which roles various magics fill, making sure that there's no redundancy or overlap, what virtues we can pick up, and when and where the magics actually have some implicit or explicit synergy. Still, magic is the best magic in the game. As soon as you're even a middling still mage, you can stop about 95% of attacks, and that means that whatever else you are, you can wade into melee without really having to worry about the mooks.
No, how is it offensive?
Well, yes, but I'm not saying it to one, I'm just saying it in reference to the concept. A mook has nothing to do with a species, race, or ethnicity. Aside from etymology, it just means someone weak who exists only to get taken out right before the boss.
It's just the two of us.
Yes, if we're ever with members of the court together, I'll watch my tongue. Oh, right, we're going to have to cut that out too. Dang. Still, magic doesn't fully solve the problem of defense, but it's so widely applicable that picking up another defensive magic would be a fool's errand. That leaves two primary roles for us to worry about: offense and utility. Here's where we get to rune magic, which is legitimately one of the best magics in the game, because it's got everything. If someone is attacking you, you can be set up to absorb, convert, or redirect that energy. So that's defense sorted. If you need to hit someone, whether at range or in melee, all you need to do is empty the energy tanks and fire on them, with custom solutions to custom problems. A runa rifle with a mass driving module is pretty much strictly better to all but the top-tier NTAD rifles, and ammo is easier to sort and swap, in case you need cold iron, silver, or some other specific counter. Lasers are also a perennial favorite, but slightly redundant with gem magic, and a good argument for not taking gem magic. In melee, it's usually hard to beat an NTAD sword, but rune magic can do it some of the time, depending on circumstances, burning through energy stores on hit for extra damage, whether that's kinetic, electric, heat, or something more exotic. All of it can be swappable, so you're not stuck with one or the other, and it all gets even better if you have some way to regenerate that energy in the midst of combat. As far as utility, there's nothing with the breadth and power of rune magic. Now, there are two big drawbacks to rune magic. The first is that you need access to a rune forge, and I'll cop to that being a bigger problem for you than it ever was in our games. Still, it seems like something doable for royalty, or with enough money thrown at it, which means that the bigger issue might be the periodic travel time to and from the rune forge. That seems like it's another thing that money can solve. The second problem is the time and materials needed, with the former being more of a problem than the latter. And the third problem is that you need to have at least a little knowledge about what kinds of situations you're going to find yourself in, because your run gear should be aligned with the adventure. And if it's not, that's where you run into a lot of downsides.
You know, every time you stop me, that's more that I'm going to have to cut out?
Yes, I did notice, but I thought of a third thing when I was halfway through.
No, I'm not going to redo it, it's just Amaryllis.
I like to think that I've gotten pretty far by treating her as just a person.
Things that apply to Amaryllis don't apply to everyone else? Wow, that's a shocker. Who would have thought? Do you have any other polished gems of wisdom for me?
Well, because I like you. It would be weird if I treated you like a princess. I don't think you'd like it.
Yeah, I know, but we can come back to it, can't we?
Well, now I have an incentive to rush, don't I? It might not be obvious, but rune magic actually synergizes fairly well with still magic, though I don't know if that's the case in the real world.
Right. Okay.
It might not be obvious, but rune magic actually synergizes well with still magic, both in the game and the real world. One of the things that rune mages need to worry about is getting overloaded on energy, especially from environmental conditions, or in circumstances where that excess energy doesn't have a way to safely dissipate for one reason or another. Kinetic dissipation is one of the primary means of dumping energy, but it can wear out both parts and runes. That's where still magic comes into play. Rather than using runes or parts to try to dump the energy, you just use still magic instead. And that instantly shores up one of the weaknesses. On top of that, because still magic is so good at defense, the rune mage can focus more on other parts of their setup, meaning that there's more time and space for offense and utility. And there are fewer risks of equipment failure, though we only rarely use those rules in our games because they were a pain in the butt to track. There is a little bit of anti-synergy between the two, since if you're stopping bullets with still magic, that means you're not recharging your energy stores. But I'm not sure that I should say that.
I'm just trying to make my case here.
Well, I know that the build is done, but I don't know whether or not they've switched to it. And as I was saying before, the build isn't just the build. It's a matter of how you actually go about playing the game, because the more you lean on certain skills, the more they level up. That means that if you have a good build, but you use it wrong, you end up suboptimal. And even if they've switched builds, there's still a chance to change the build again, if my reading of the rules is valid. So I want to make sure, if that's done without my input, bad choices aren't made. This is kind of just to get it all on record.
Yeah.
Well, we talked a lot, but I think it's better to have it all laid out as a single coherent argument. Plus, I told her that I would send her anything that I thought of that might be relevant, so that's kind of like an invitation.
I said, kind of.
If we consider still magic and rune magic to be our top two varieties of magic, then that leaves one or two others as core magic, those that should definitely be included on the character sheet, and which should be used preferentially in battle, where possible. For your consideration, I submit the third most powerful magic, passion magic. In real life, passion magic is weak, and the refuge of madmen. Passion mages are only really on par with other types of mages through the use of drugs, and those compromise their ability to be effective fighters. So, why do I suggest it? First, it's MEN-based, because when the system was designed, it wasn't designed with emotion in mind. Emotion is for role-playing, not mechanics. Second, the lowest level virtue for passion magic is garbage, but the upper tiers make up for it, and at the stage Juniper is currently at, he'll be able to hit a 40 pretty soon. Third, passion magic has an extraordinarily broad variety of effects, which means that it's useful in more circumstances, functioning almost like a handful of magics instead of just one limited one. Fourth, and I'm not sure this applies, you get to pick your expressions for passion magic, which means that they're more powerful than they are in the real world. For a fourth magic, which is as many as I recommend at the higher levels, given how slowly skills raise, star magic is my pick. It's absolutely garbage tier terrible when you start out, but it's pretty much a linchpin at the higher levels, since it compresses travel time so much, lets you go to a lot of places that it's really helpful to be able to go to, and has bonus utility in terms of what structures and traps you can build. It's definitely not a frontline ability, but if you're taking one for utility, best to take the one that can crack the endgame wide open, and that you can use consistently enough to actually level up. Well, I know that star mages can't do some of that, but it's what they could do in the game, and if we're operating under the assumption that Juniper has something like the modified game rules, or some version of them, where the different versions conflict.
Right. Because he changed the game all the time, usually between campaigns, and some of those campaigns didn't last terribly long, so there was churn. There was especially churn when someone took one of the skills and put it into the spotlight, because that was where we found out which ones were busted bad and which ones were busted good. It was all a janky mess, though.
Oh, come on. How is janky bigoted?
Okay, yeah, I get it when you phrase it like that.
I mean, I guess I would have said it at court, Maybe. But so, my plan at court is to just sit there with my hands folded and not talk to anyone unless they talk to me first. And when I do talk, I'll talk like I have a stick up my ass. Mostly, I'll eat canapes.
Canapes? Canapes. Look, the NTAD says that it's right both ways.
Well, I know that.
Sure, I can say it your way. Canapes.
No, I think your ass is stick-free. So those are our core 4 magics, as I see them. Still, rune, passion, and star. From there, we can start to think about multi-magic, the most notable multi-magic being the combined power of rune magic and star magic, which are both construction magics and can feed into each other, especially given the amount of energy that a high-tier star mage is capable of harnessing. By opening a floating micro-portal to the plane of fire, for example, you can keep full tanks for your rune work, and the tension of an extra-dimensional space or construction can provide energy all on its own, with rune work providing the struts.
Yeah, they can.
Well, it's a matter of fact. You can look it up.
Probably because they're so different, but there have been a few people who cross-specialized, and a few more who collaborated, and Juniper was nothing if not a fiend for research. Research and bullshit anyway, but he was usually pretty honest about which was which, if you pressed him. And, yeah, a lot of it was skin deep, like I'm sure the stuff about the crossover between Star and Rune. But the point isn't a factual representation of the world. The point is something that's fun.
Well, I know they don't all synergize. If you want the proper synergies, you go with the predefined clusters, like the bodily cluster, or the connection cluster, the physics cluster, the creation cluster, or whatever else. But those are all explicit synergies, so you're doing it for a handful of virtues. And the inherent crossover is sometimes weak. Ink magic and steel magic are both construction cluster, but beyond combo virtues, they don't overlap and let you, I don't know, make ink magic structures or something, though that would be cool. If you want to talk about different builds, we can talk about them, but this is a recommendation for Amaryllis.
Wow, we've made a mess of this. We agreed on you cutting this all up into something presentable, didn't we?
Yeah, we'll finish the rest of it later.
Reimer, 3 notes. First, it would be better if you and Lisi weren't seeing each other. We want you tucked away until this is all over, if it ever is, especially now that Juniper is more or less a known quantity. I don't object to the relationship, but if you're physically proximate, make sure that you have armed security outside. Ideally, no one should know that you two have anything to do with each other. Certainly don't include anything about her in your letters. Second, one of the things that I'm most worried about is cognitive load, which you didn't touch on at all. It's one of the biggest weaknesses of Juniper's current mode of fighting, which requires him to juggle at least 3 different active magics for him to be at peak performance. I understand that in your games that wasn't a consideration, but there's only so much work that a human brain can do, even when significantly augmented. I have some experience trying to do what Juniper does, and he consistently impresses me with how effortlessly he flows between completely disparate fields of magic. Per your suggested style, rune and passion, especially in combination, are going to require a significant amount of thought put into them in the middle of active combat. When you're in combat, you don't want to be thinking. You want to be acting on instinct and following your training. Third, rune magic has all of the flaws that I repeatedly talked with you about, namely, the requirement for proximity to a rune forge, the time required to make it workable, and the bespoke nature of most of the modules you think Juniper should be able to create. Rune mages typically operate within known designs, utilizing work that's been iterated on and refined over hundreds of years. When you start introducing multi-magic, almost all of that goes out the window, especially when considering passion magic, which has different expressions for each emotion and emotional combination. That's before we even get to what you think he's going to be able to do with virtues. There's nothing for us to grab off the shelf. At best, we could hire rune mages, or at least experts in rune magic to make plans for us, but this would require significant amounts of time, and as far as star magic goes, might not even help, given that you would need to have proper knowledge of both fields to make the necessary designs. Beyond that, some of your proposed designs, then and now, were only ever possible within the magic system that Juniper created, not in the real world. That said, you should rest easy, because I've kept it in the build. I do appreciate the letter, but if you send another, I hope that it doesn't rehash old conversations. If you'd like to be helpful, then your thoughts on effective ink magic would be appreciated. Alternately, and I hesitate to ask this, if you have any ideas for how to assault Fell's Seed, or any of the other exclusions, they might prove beneficial. In confidence, Amaryllis. Juniper's notes. Meditations on ink magic. Ink magic basically allows you to roll your own entids, and the cooler they are, the more powerful they're allowed to be. The relationship between entads and inktads, called necks colloquially, or monads if you're being technical, and inktads only if you're me, is pretty simple, but the people who study them are really reluctant to say that they're exactly the same. Entads are created by a forge frenzy, their designs and distribution fait accompli. Inktads spring forth from the mind of the creator, limited by their palette of inks, their internal feeling of creativity, and eye-level limitations, among others. The phenomenological similarities have been noted, but don't really help anyone. The concept of eye level is just about the only thing that carries over, where an understanding of entid impact factor can help you to understand Inktad impact factor, though there are enough differences that using the same term for both is misleading, which is the number one thing that any book on the subject will point out. Limitations are one of the big ones, where it's fairly common for entads to have renewable charges, limits on when they can be used, limits on who can use them, and quite narrow effects. Those aren't really done with ink magic, since you get basically nothing from it, even if it should theoretically make impact factor lower. From a game balance standpoint, this makes a lot of sense, since inktads are nearly always made for some specific purpose, and building in redundant or inconsequential in practice limits would mean increasing the power for no cost. More than that, it would be pretty lame. From the perspective of a naturalist, someone who studies ink magic and tries to make sense of it, it's a little less clear why eye level works differently, and it's definitely lacking a clean explanation. The best they've come up with is that any gains you make by adding in inconsequential limits are offset by a hit to the nebulous creativity of the inktad. Consequential limits to inktads, those that change how they operate, can still give you gains, but they have to be at least a little clever. Palette took me a bit to understand. The extended metaphor that's used for ink magic is that of paint, a painter, and their canvas. I'm not going to say that this is outright false, but for me, it was certainly misleading. I'd thought that I would ingest an ink, label it something like extra dimensionality, and then be locked in with that, making a bunch of inktads that had extra dimensional effects of one flavor or the other, in combination with the effects of my other inks. To my mind, on hearing about ink magic, it seemed like I might have 3 inks, one for fire, one for might, and one for sight, mixing and matching them. But that was wrong, and once I found the metaphor that they had been trying to point at with palette, I realized what it was they actually meant. Each paint in the palette was a campaign world, or at least a part of it.
When I was making up entads for my D&D campaigns, I'd always tried my best to keep things in theme, or at least something resembling theme. It was a pretty standard trope that adventurers wore horribly mismatched outfits that were based entirely on the function, rather than form, and that was definitely true on Erb. But if I made a villain or a temple of cultists, I didn't want them to look goofy just because it was logical for them to look goofy because we were using so many different books. I would give them matching outfits and at least some stab at a unifying aesthetic. That aesthetic would transcend their physical appearance and bleed into mechanical functionality. An example would be a cult of Oculum trying to bring back their dead god. They were a species that grew extra arms, legs, eyes, and other extremities or organs, culling what they'd budded until they had the best their body could produce. If the cult was attempting to summon forth a dead god that was once the patron of their species, then their magic items could be based around either the oculum themselves and their habit of budding off new parts or sundering their own redundant limbs. Maybe you would find life-sustaining magics intended to allow limb transfers. Maybe you would find ways to link between organisms. Maybe make knives that would cauterize and heal as they cut. There were lots of things that you could do with it. Or if you wanted to focus on summoning a dead god, then you could have a magic item that drew from the past which, in-world, would be an application of their research, though non-duplicable, unless there was a good story there somewhere. But it wouldn't just be some backwards-looking aspect. It would be mending that which was broken, or trying to knit together things that had been ruined, or to see the way things had been. In ink magic terms, those might be two inks in the palette, each of them mapped to a specific ingested ink. The closer the relationship, the better. Once all that was grokked, the inktads flowed out a lot more easily. There is some power in inks, and it was necessary, once they were ingested, to give them each a coherent symbolic identity. But that didn't need to be a strict aesthetic or concept. It just needed to be some aspect of a campaign world, a stable base from which to draw out creative magic items. It even made sense why the inks went dull or wore out their welcome. Making the first magic item for a temple of cultists was easy, but making the 50th was really, really hard, because you were picking high-hanging fruit. Better to move on to other inks so that different conceits could be explored. I have it easy as far as ink magic is concerned. Heck, I have it easy where every magic is concerned, but for ink magic, it's even more of a breeze, because I have an intuitive understanding of what I'm doing when making new items, as well as an understanding of the rule of cool, what's derivative and what's not, and what kinds of limits are level appropriate. Even if I didn't have my magical powers, I'm pretty sure that I could have gone into ink and ardor as a normal student and been, if not the star pupil, then somewhere near the top of the class. Top 10% anyway, unless I was Dunning-Krugering myself. And I definitely have access to whatever inks I want, not that they matter that much. Inks are basically equivalent to a prompt or a bit of inspiration, and the symbolic construct that you create for them, the world-building notion, works better if it matches up well with the base ink. The ink having actual magical properties is a necessity, but unlike tattoo magic, where you're dependent on the inks, for an ink mage, especially a relatively low-level one, you can get by with relatively little in the way of cost. My understanding is that inks could limit you but not elevate you. A rank amateur wouldn't be propelled to grandmaster status by being handed godly inks, but a grandmaster would be hampered by poor quality inks. To create some formulas and rules from thin air, you're capped by either the max eye level of your skill or the eye level of the ink, with the quality of symbolic construction in relation to the ink providing a malus on eye level, and then the actual inktab concept and execution further limiting actual eye level, with degradation being a function of skill, eye level, and how well you could map item to campaign. At any rate, I was thinking about all this, and decided on making my own guide to entads and inktads, which in theory might help to crystallize a workflow. Superlative entads are the simplest and worst starting place for an entad. I just made up that term right now, but a superlative entad is one that's better than its mundane counterpart in some way, simply by virtue of physical properties. The canonical example would be a sword that's sharper than a normal sword. Now, it's not a bad thing to include that as one element of an entad, but by itself it tends to be super lame. It's armor, but harder than normal armor. It's a telescope, but you can see further. Anyone would want them, obviously, but they're brain dead. I include a fair amount of generically good stuff in here, Everything from +1 magic sword to a self-repairing cart. I do have a soft spot for superlative entads that are outside the realm of normal adventuring equipment, like a pillow that's supernaturally fluffy, but that's the only real exception. Problem-solving entads are kind of cousins to the superlatives, and I suppose if I were Arthur, I would probably create some kind of system with 2 or 3 axes that could encompass all possibilities. But I'm not going to do that. A problem-solving entad is one that simply solves a problem. The canonical example of this would be a vest you can put on that keeps you from overheating in the desert. It's useful, and it's not just increasing the power or utility that an object normally has, but it's lame. If a character were to go to an entidmonger looking for something to help her cross the desert, and I told the player that there was a vest of not overheating, I would be ashamed of myself. Better a magical parasol that floats around and blocks the sun from reaching you, or an amulet that makes ice golems, or a brooch that collects and stores heat, or one of a billion other things that don't simply exist to solve the problem that they're solving. For D&D, this was often a matter of flavoring. A ring of water breathing just lets a character breathe while underwater. But you can modify it so that there's some actual mechanism to this, like filling your lungs with oxygen, which then has knock-on effects like also making you better at endurance checks. Ring of filling your lungs with oxygen is way better than the ring of water breathing, not just mechanically for the player, but on a conceptual level. Combination entads are almost as simple but much less bad. A combination entad would be one that serves the function of 2 or more regular mundane items. If a sword spreads light like a torch on command word, that's a combination entad because it's a flashlight combined with a sword. If there's a sword that can split in 2 and become 2 daggers, that's better than having 2 daggers or just a sword. Sometimes this 2-in-1 ability can be a little more cloaked than that, like a sword whose hilt can be extended to make it into a polearm. But that's borderline and not really the same, because the act of extension might be useful in other ways. Included in this loose category are all manner of item duplication or generation entads, like a quiver that never runs out of arrows, or one that puts a meal in front of you. Generally speaking, I like these, especially at low power levels. In games, they tend to remove a lot of piddling little bookkeeping about rations, ammo, and other equipment, which no one likes. In real life, they either help with some mundane concerns or with fluidity in combat. Everyone loves a multi-tool. The weirder you get with it, the better. Impossible entads are not, contrary to the name, literally impossible, but they do things that you couldn't replicate using mundane means, and don't represent simple increases to what's already there. A telescope that gives you the name of any ship you pointed at would be one example, because it's doing something that a telescope cannot and will not do. My canonical example of an impossible entad would be the flicker blade, whose ability to appear and disappear to great effect makes it quite a bit unlike a sword. The exact nature of this impossibility will, naturally, vary quite a bit, and since you're going impossible, there's some temptation to have the entad effect have no relation to form, but I don't find that very satisfying unless it's done sparingly and for effect. This is a broad category that I think you could break down quite a bit more, but the heart of it is that you're well outside the normal range of function, even if there's a symbolic path. Thinking about it, most of my favorite entads are this kind of thing. I'll grudgingly include things like a flaming sword or a returning axe in here, because the reason I don't like them is how overdone they are. Usually, if I were going to do that kind of thing, it would be with other, more interesting stuff as the focus. Bugfuck entads are just plain weird, and they're probably the most difficult to come up with, but also the most rewarding. I guess in this current taxonomy, they're a subset of impossible entads, but where impossible entads do their thing within the framework of normal use, bugfuck entads will tend to set up scenarios or demand people sit down to first figure them out, and then exploit them. The flicker blade is relatively straightforward. Something like, well, like Bethel? That's an adventure in and of itself. I think the key distinction that I'm driving at here is that bugfuck entads represent a paradigm shift of one kind or another. An entad doorknob that opens up pathways to another world, a magical stone that lays out the physical laws of the universe, or a backpack that lets you grab things from Earth. That's what I'm talking about. But that's at the upper end of power, and I don't think it's just about power, because Ropey was a bugfuck entad too. I think I'm almost on the edge of being able to produce an inktad that can briefly bring mice back to life. And that's the kind of thing I consider a bugfuck entad. Something that you give to the players, and they're left scratching their heads, wondering what in the hell they're going to do with it.
Valencia's notes, infernal feelings. People say that infernals like suffering, but this isn't really true. Infernals like feeling good. If you could figure out some way of making them feel good without anyone needing to suffer, they would readily agree and give up on suffering, because the suffering is just a means to an end. If you could rip out the backwards ways that infernal feelings interact with mortal feelings, or reverse them, then you would have good infernals, or at least neutral ones. Infernals don't really feel much of anything without mortals around. If I had to make a comparison, I guess I'd say that infernals without humans were suffering from severe depression, with everything muted and gray. But that's the comparison that infernals make. I've had hundreds of infernal memories, but no human ones except my own, so I don't know how accurate it is. Infernals describe the feeling of being away from mortals as hunger, but I don't think that's accurate to how they actually feel it, at least going off their memories. It's more of a nameless yearning, a desire to feel something instead of nothing, one which causes the aforementioned grayness of their reality. Most infernals live like this. Infernals outnumber mortals more than 2 to 1, but it's worse than you'd think from looking at those numbers, because the infernals have a staggeringly high Gini coefficient, even if you're comparing to highly unequal Urbian nations like Angelsin. Some of the warlord infernals have millions of mortals under their control, most of them barely used at all. The hells aren't only bad for mortals, they're bad for the majority of infernals as well. There are many different flavors of emotion, and most infernals get bored with sampling only one of those flavors, though infernals aren't all the same, and some are what we'd class as fetishists if they were mortals. Pain usually gives the infernals pleasure. Sadness gives them happiness. Fear gives them confidence. Disgust gives joy, though infernals aren't all the same, and the mapping doesn't hold for all varieties of infernal. On the flip side, the correlates go the other way, so that a strong, happy, healthy mortal grates on an infernal and makes them feel terrible. If you try to look at those crude analogies, you can get some sense of what life without mortals is like for an infernal. Food tastes like nothing. There is no pleasure or happiness, less motivation or desire. And the major depression thing is a sensible but wrong way to look at that. So if you're an infernal who doesn't have a mortal, whose suffering you can use for your own fulfillment, what do? The first and most obvious solution is finding a mortal. Finding an unclaimed mortal is virtually impossible, short of a major soul spill or extreme amounts of luck. Impoverished infernals will cheat, swindle, steal, and attack in an attempt to gain a mortal, and if that doesn't work, they'll try more legitimate methods, which largely means labor arrangements with infernal organizations. A lot of people think that the hells are filled with mortal slaves, but infernal servitude of one kind or another is a lot more common. Mortals are valuable, and there are a lot of things that they just can't do because of the conditions, their lack of magic, and the basic way the hells are structured. So, some infernals are slaves, but others are what some people call wage slaves, chained into existing structures of labor in order to maintain their position within the hierarchy, which in this case means being able to pay for a mortal to use for a few hours when you're finished with the labor, or sometimes with the mortal being the payment in and of itself. It varies. For some infernals, the only time they see a mortal is at an arena, parade, or some other situation where the mortal suffering is at a remove. So if you're an infernal whose only regular contact with an actual mortal is brief and fleeting, you need to find ways to deal with that. This really gets into infernal psychology, and what, in particular, twigs that part of them that needs suffering. The short version is that nothing but real suffering will do, which is inextricably bound up in the magic that makes infernals tick in the first place. Infernals have been working on the problem for a very long time, probably devoting more effort to it than any group has devoted to anything in all of Herb's history, but they've come up dry. At best, infernals have coping techniques. Fiction works well enough that the desperate will pursue it. It can be painful to spend money on a book filled with stories of torture when that same money could just buy some actual torture, but some infernals do it. Plays and the oral tradition are more common because there's less of a material cost involved, but there are limits on how much production can go into any mortal replacement endeavor, because at a certain point, you would just use a mortal instead. The infernals don't have the equivalent of opera, because it would pale in comparison to just putting a mortal up on stage and torturing them. The infernals do have that, including elaborate plays where the mortals are in the play but not actually acting, but that's a bit different. For the purposes of infernals, fiction is just about as good as history or hearing about things secondhand, which is another thing that people on Erb usually get wrong about them. They tend to consume fiction for the same reason that people do. Fiction can be optimized to give them what they want. Infernals have fantasies, but those aren't replacements. They're just yearning, sometimes backed by past experiences, sometimes wild imaginings. Sometimes these fantasies become something more, with props, mannequins, magical constructs, or other methods of acting them out. Infernals will occasionally use other infernals for this, inflicting their tortures on each other, and pretending that it's mortal suffering instead. But even with infernals that look more like one of the mortal species, it's clearly not the real thing. Sometimes this happens by agreement, sometimes it's just infernal slavery or labor agreements. Possession is another pastime, much more effective at fulfilling the need for feeling, though reaching up into Erb and temporarily replacing a person is usually on the expensive side, unless it's a non-anima, and it doesn't last terribly long. It can also be unsatisfying, depending on who you get, and reconnaissance or being specific are much, much more expensive. If you're doing the cheap version, you might possess someone who isn't around anyone, and infernals don't get much, if anything, from hurting their hosts, which is good, because I would be dead if they did. Coordinated and repeated possession is much rarer, and done only when an infernal organization has a specific need, or when one of the rich and powerful infernals wants to set up some personal fantasy that they'd like to play out. You might be tempted to feel bad for the infernals. They've been working to figure out a way to live without mortals, not because of any moral intuition or compulsion, but because it would make a lot of practical sense. But the fact remains that they are what they are, and someday they'll all be gone. Amaryllis's notes, standards. Uther Pendraig was a reformer, and as reformers went, he had a number of things working in his favor. He was the absolute ruler of the most powerful individual polity on the Hex. He was the de facto leader of the largest political collective. He was arguably the most physically and magically powerful person through all of Erb's history. He was beloved and respected by almost everyone. He was the richest person alive, and he had exclusive knowledge from another plane of existence where hundreds of years of reform had already taken place, some of them failing, others succeeding. The world was his to remake as he pleased. Uther chose not to invent metric. He knew that it existed, and even if he lived in the one country in the whole of Earth that didn't use it, it still boggles my mind that he wouldn't have imported it. There are only two things that I can say in his defense. The first is that the imperial system was already in use on Erb when he got here. In a small handful of countries surrounding Angeltsin, which means that at least he can't be accused of importing a backward system of measure here. The second is that certain units are magically significant, and those units are almost always exact integer numbers in the imperial system. Juniper has explained that this was common in tabletop games, for the sake of easy mechanics, and whether or not you took this as abstraction or world building was up to the DM. I don't find that to be a particularly good reason to keep Imperial, but it's one of the defenses that I would anticipate Uther giving. The Second Empire did invent something sufficiently close to metric that I'm willing to call it the same system, but they never mandated that it go into wide use, perhaps because it would have cost quite a bit to do that over the entirety of Erb, with minimal benefits. Especially early on in the Second Empire, there was the idea that they were going to accelerate into a true utopia for everyone, and I suppose when you think you're hard on that, putting time and effort into something trivial like making a newer, better standard seems pointless. After the fall of the Second Empire, their systems were largely abandoned, and they taint any current discussion of reform, even something so minor as decimalization. As a minor and infuriating note, while Erb units and Earth units all have the same names, they aren't actually equal to each other. The discrepancies are small, but they add up, and the ratios between imperial units are different because of that. An Erb mile is roughly the same as an Earth mile, and an Erb foot is roughly the same as an Earth foot, but there are 5,120 Erb feet in an Erb mile. It's the kind of thing that is mostly inconsequential, unless you're working from Earth textbooks and schematics to solve novel engineering problems on Erb, at which point it adds quite a bit of tedious work and double-checking to many steps of the process. And why? Why would the world be arranged this way? Presumably just to test my patience, unless it's just one of those things that the Dungeon Master would have needed to put in some measurable time or effort to fix. And on the 7th day of creation, he decided to take a nap instead. Uther did engage in a number of other reforms during his time, the standardization of dates, and times being one of them, though this has been a contentious issue for nearly as long as it's been around. In the beginning, Uther did try to make some concessions to other cultures, with the month and day names being taken from various historical figures from around Erb, but of course that led to some contentions. As with 7 days and 12 months, there was no possible way to keep everyone happy. Still, that's what we ended up with, and after a few generations, most of the Empire is ignorant of what the old systems were like, outside of a few cultural preservation groups and a small number of special cases where it makes sense to do otherwise. All months have exactly 30 days, with the extra 7 days set aside for a holiday between the end of one year and the start of another. Originally, this holiday was meant to be different every year, a celebration of various cultures, but this didn't prove feasible, and following the collapse of the First Empire, different cultures have done things their own way. Interestingly, Erb has slightly longer years than Earth, though not enough to make much difference. Similarly, Erb has slightly longer days than Earth, amounting to roughly 3 1/7 Earth minutes a day. You wouldn't notice if you were transplanted from one world to the other, but for anything precise, it's a pain. Months, Sogao, Abi, Taun, Domai, Yaub, Donsuch, Taunsak, Akers, Halig, Jama, Kidu, Machau. Days, Tethday, Lode, Thrisday, Highday, Twisday, Z-Day, Ankh-Day. 3 timelines. April 11th, 1999. Juniper is born. March 14th, 2009. Juniper's first D&D session. August 13th, 2015. Junior year starts. January 9th, 2016. Juniper and Tiff begin dating. April 11th, 2016. Juniper turns 17. June 9th, 2016. Arthur is involved in a car accident. June 16th, 2016. Arthur dies. August 11th, 2016. Senior year starts. January 12th, 2017. The Fell Seed Incident. March 23rd, 2017. Juniper's last memory on Earth. 9 BE. Uther arrives on Erb. 6 BE. The erstwhile players hanged. 4 BE. Uther takes Avengian from the lake and kills the Dark King. 1 BE. Meeting of the 17 Swords. 0 FE. Uther's first son born. 1 FE. Uther's second son born. 3 FE. Uther's daughter born. 4 FE. Uther defeats the Ice Wizards. 5 FE. Uther defeats Apocalypse Demon. 7 FE. Uther defeats the Wandering Blight. 12 FE. Uther relocates the Athenaeum of Speculation and Scrutiny. 14 FE. Uther eradicates the vampires. 18 FE. Vervanium founded. 20 FE. Infernoscope invented. 30 FE. Uther disappears. 34 FE. Fell Seed exclusion. 81 FE. Internecine Wars. 119 FE. Urang Solus born. 176 FE. Second Empire founded. 194 FE. Pendleham exclusion. 276 FE. Necrolaborum exclusion. 324 FE. Second Empire collapses. Manifest exclusion. 389 FE. Teleportation keys forged. 413 FE. Radio invented. 446 FE. Doris Finch exclusion. 472 FE. Void Beast discovered. 494 FE. Fen born. 510 FE. Amaryllis born. 519 FE. Risen Lands exclusion. 525 FE. Dorili Irid accident. 527 FE. Juniper arrives on Erb. Yaob 29th, 527. Juniper arrives on Erb. Donsuch 1st, 527. Juniper, Amaryllis, and Fen arrive at Baron Jewel. Donsuch 12th, 527. Caer Laga. Donsuch 16th, 527. Juniper and Fen return to Baron Jewel. Donsuch 23rd, 527. Isaac Alman killed. Donsuch 25th, 527. Party kills a unicorn. Donsuch 26th, 527. Larkspur Prentice killed. Tonsac 4th, 527. Falataire Whiteshell killed. Townsack 14th, 527. Party descends into the boundless pit. Tonsac 15th, 527. Republic of Miunun founded. Akers 18th, 527. Party makes trip to speculation and scrutiny. Akers 19th, 527. Fen dies. Akers 23rd, 527. Juniper enters the Infinite Library. Hollig 3rd, 527. Juniper leaves the Infinite Library. Hollig 4th, 527. Party visits Dorili Irid. Hollig 5th, 527. Bethel's marriage. Hollig 7th, 527. Party enters Leo. Hollig 10th, 527. Classes start at sound and silence. Hollig 23rd, 527. Mome Wrath. Hollig 29th, 527. Dragons visit the Isle of Porin. Jama 4th, 527. Party arrives in Kaledwich. Jima 7th, 527. Onion Pendrake killed. Jima 8th, 527. Hyacinth Prentice killed. Rosamallo Pendrake killed. PHY 87. POW 21. One-handed. Weapons 21. Two-handed. Weapons 21. Parry 21. Dodge 7S. PD 0. Velocity. Magic 21. Unarmored 21. Unarmed combat 21. Thrown weapon 7. End 21. Heavy armor 21. Athletics 39. Vibrational magic. 0 revision. Magic men. 1514. See you in 28. Ink magic. 22. Air magic 0. Rune magic. 33. Engineering. 14. KNO. 24. Analysis. 20. Repair. 20. Logistics. 20. Logic. 14 WIS. 27. Rifles 35. Blood magic. 42. Still magic. 0 plastic. Magic SOC. 4. 3 CHA. 27. Passion magic. 23. Water magic. 29. Gem magic. 0. Fire. Magic 5. INS 0. Tree magic. 42. Essentialism. 42. Bone magic. 0. Star. Magic 3. POI 0. Wards 20. Optics 20. Research 20. Mathematics 1. LUK 34. Alchemy 4. Language 42. Spirit 0. Gold magic. Second degree. Chapter 197. Second degree. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Rejepson.
Juniper.
What the actual fuck? I tried to think of some other way to start this letter, but I kept asking you that question in my head. If it wasn't going to be the first line, then it needed to be the second. Some possible first lines. So you married Amaryllis, or I hear you killed the head of the host, or you punched a dragon so hard that it fell from the sky onto Grey Chapel. I don't actually believe that last one, and I wouldn't believe the first two, except that it's all been printed in the newspapers so much that there must be a little truth.
What the actual fuck?
I got your letter 6 days ago. I waited half a day before opening it because I wanted to have a cup of tea and a package of cookies ready with my favorite songs on cylinder just in case it was soul-crushing. But it was all so normal, just this assurance that you were alive and well, that you had gone through the trial by adversity unscathed, and were in a much better mindset. You were always good at writing letters. I felt so relieved, but I also felt like you were suddenly back in my life somehow. After you went to prison, I sort of made my peace with the topic of you being this thing that I would get sad about sometimes, a wound that would eventually close up until it was just scar tissue. But you were fine, and it was all okay. And then I got a letter from Reimer, which said, paraphrasing, that you had been with him in Leo during the exclusion. It took all my strength not to write the last part of that sentence in capital letters, taking up half the page, because I know you hate when I do that, but it would have been a really appropriate way to express how I felt about it. He hadn't been sure whether you would send me a letter or not, but he felt like I deserved to know that you were alive and well, except he also mentioned that you were some kind of government official for a foreign government, which you had left out. It really made me think that you weren't out of trouble at all. You were in some different kind of trouble. I get the paper from Angelson 2 or 3 times a week, mostly because I want to be able to send letters to my mom and dad about what's going on there. On one of those days, I saw your name in the paper, on the front page, making the claim that you were a traveling companion of Amaryllis Pendrake, imprisoned on orders of the host. What the fuck? I put off writing you a letter because it seemed like it was this colossal mistake, or a prank, or maybe just someone who shared your name. I did write a letter to Reimer and sent it express to him, but by the time he got back to me, another day had passed, and the newspapers were saying that you were Juniper. I can't even finish that sentence. The stuff they were saying about you in the morning edition was insane, but at least it was within the realm of possibility. The stuff they were saying in the evening edition was Juniper, you have to know this by now, but they were saying that you were a master of 8 magics, that you had personally killed the creature in Leo, that you were guilty of maybe as many as hundreds of murders, and then to cap it off, you had ended the day by getting married to Amaryllis, and then on top of that, declared a trial by combat. I've been talking to my friends here, and I think they just don't believe me. I'm sure that there are people coming out of the woodwork to claim that they knew you before you became whatever you are now. I've just been sitting in my apartment, trying to work out what the ever-living fuck to tell my future self, reading through the newspapers over and over and hounding the news agent for more. I didn't even mention that you killed the head of the host in a battle that virtually no one believes actually happened. The newspapers all use weasel words. It is alleged that you shed your armor and sword and then beat a master blade-bound to death with your bare hands. They say that you regrew an arm without using magic, and then the next day, there was all this stuff about a gold dragon, dozens of people dead, and apparently a naked man with incredible powers that you stopped dead in his tracks.
What the actual fuck?
I know that bit probably wore out its welcome the second time, but it's the only thing that's been going through my head. I don't know if I should hold off for another day to see whether something else happens, but I'm hoping that you can give me some answers, because if you can't, this is my lost year. It's a year that revision mages live through, knowing that they're going to have it all be undone, with nothing to show for it, but the notes that we leave for ourselves and the ways that people treat us differently. I have no idea what to tell myself. I have no idea how much more change there will be in the next few months. They're saying that you're dream skewered, but Reimer was talking about you, like you were the same old person. So if you remember me at all, and if you still care for me, even a little, then please reply back. Just help me make sense of it. Your friend, for what it's worth, Tiffany.
Tiff. Yeah, things have been a bit nuts. Sorry I didn't send you a letter before the trial. It's been hectic. And sorry for not including more, especially about Leo, but I was trying to bring you some closure. Feel free to talk to anyone from the old group if you think it will help you. If you want, I can help to set up NTAD support so that it can happen in real time, or I could pay for travel so that you could meet with them face to face. I think I have to tell you now that you might be in danger. Anyone who knows that you were my girlfriend might think that they could use you to get to me. We'll be hiring private security for you, which might come before this letter gets to you. I know that it's an imposition, and I know that it might not be what you want, but I want to do as much as I can to make sure that you're not used as leverage over me. The reason that Reimer talked about me like I was the same person I was in high school is because my dream-skewering situation is complicated. I don't remember anything about my life on Erb, but my life on Earth seems to have run in parallel. I don't remember you, but I remember a different Tiff. We used to sit up on your roof looking at the stars. I remember how nervous I was to tell you that I liked you. And after Arthur died, I was a dick to you and everyone else. I'm sorry. I wish I could undo things. Unfortunately, time travel doesn't seem to be within my purview. Almost everything else is, though. If you hear more crazy stories about me, you should place at least a little weight on them being true. I really am married to Amaryllis. From what Reimer said, I had a crush on her in this world. I hope that's not too awkward for you. I need to be careful about what I say in this letter, because I don't know who might end up reading it, but it would suffice to say that something like, "What happened with Uther is happening with me." Actually reading that back, that doesn't at all suffice, but it's as much as I can say. Sorry, I hope you have a good life. I'm doing my best to write you out of my personal story. This will be the last letter I send you until this is all over. If they do come for you, it hurts me to say it, but I won't save you. That's the only way to deal with having you there as leverage. I hope that your security will be enough. In the meantime, if money can solve problems for you, we'll be giving you 1,000,000 obols. And as I said, we'll be providing security for you, which I hope will help to keep you safe. Sorry, Juniper.
The entire Angelson adventure had a few pluses and a few minuses, with the good mostly outweighing the bad. I had gained a level, Amaryllis and Grak had new abilities, and we had gotten not just an enormous amount of money, but a fairly wide stock of entads. The clones were pretty straightforward. We'd spent a day with the first clone, trying to see what they could and couldn't do. If you pricked them, they bled, but they didn't have souls or spirits that I could see, though they did have latent magic. In terms of magic and entids, they seemed to follow a rule of least benefit, meaning that they were considered people or objects depending on which would work against them. When you killed one, she popped like a soap bubble, and yes, we had tested killing one with consent. The plan was to have 10 being used in Angelsin and 19 used in Porin, keeping them all as safe as possible, with the 30th clone kept as backup. While they were pretty much the absolute worst at any form of combat, they were still as durable as Amaryllis, which is to say, you would still have to be trying to kill one in order to actually kill it. Grak's ability, Warded, was also fantastic, though it was a really significant contrast, because the clones were primarily supporting and furthering plots that existed outside of adventures. With Warded, Grak became a phenomenal frontline fighter, not just because of his sheer defensive power of being able to stay maximally warded, but because he could barrel through all kinds of defenses. Wards could do nothing against him. He was ward-proof, but one of the first things he'd done was to put up a full Entad Annihilation ward, with a few select holes poked in it for what he was wearing. Beyond that, he had a velocity ward that would keep anything from hitting him if it was going too fast, and a number of wards that would completely no-sell attempts to harm him in other ways. And beyond that, he had an offensive suite that he could turn on with a thought, wards that were fully set up save for the last little bit that would turn them lethal, annihilation wards that would kill or critically injure anyone he touched. And then there were the Entads. Some of them were still under contract and would be added to our store at a later date, and some of them were relatively garbage or not good outside the context that they were already being used in, but there were so many of them, and they were all ours. This was good, because we had lost a huge number of entids during the fight with the cannibal, including my spaceplate, Alveon's Vambrace, the Ring of Upward Bliss, and a handful of others. Beyond that, the probability blade was toast from the fight with Onion, and stubbornly refused to unrust itself, even with special attention from a variety of sources. The highlights from the Hall Reflection Blade. A frankly beautiful blade which was covered with intricate designs that had been etched into the metal, depicting scenes of battle at minuscule detail. It was capable of mirroring wounds on anyone it had cut, which meant that a gash on someone's left would become a second gash on their right. It worked whether I was the one that had made the wound or not. Elemental plate, armor which could be transitioned through 27 different forms, most of which were useless, with each form conferring elemental immunity, and sometimes giving other benefits. The elemental forms were acid, base, blood, bone, chitin, clay, earth, electricity, fire, flesh, glass, gold, ice, iron, lava, light, magnetism, mist, rust, salt, sand, shadow, smoke, steam, stone, water, and wood. It had no helm to speak of, which was a shame. Crown of eyes, a crown, tin, with carved stone eyes inset, which allowed me to see through the eyes of everyone in a 50-foot radius around me, and make sense of it. It wasn't just good at being able to see more, and it wasn't just good at knowing ahead of time when someone was around me. It also let me see what other people were paying attention to. Amulet of 5 spirits, a golden amulet, flat enough to be worn beneath armor, which depicted 5 animals curled up against one another. The Entad power allowed me to change into one of the 5 stored animals, though it didn't meld my equipment with it, just cast it off, amulet accepted, meaning that I would be naked on transforming back. The animals within the amulet could be changed by touching an animal for a few minutes, limited to those animals without extra magic. Ring of Moving Winter, a white ring that allowed for the creation of up to 2 gnome-sized ice golems, plus the ability to cool down things with a touch, very similar to the Icy Devil spell I used to have. Ring of the Stored Sword, a dark brown ring with green lines that could attune to an item of 20 pounds or less, then store it or unstore it with a thought, almost, but not quite, explicitly meant to be used as a quick and inconspicuous sheath. Ring of the Focused Mind, a pink ring that reminded me of sea salt, which allowed for the storage of mental energy for later use. Whatever process regenerated mental energy, it would fill the ring when mental energy was full. It was most helpful for gem magic, because it gave me a bigger mana pool. Ring of the Dragon's Mouth, a blue ring that gave me a breath weapon, subtype lightning, usable once a day. It was probably one of the most D&D items that was in the bunch, at least in my opinion. Rilke's Strap, an embroidered bandolier that had a fairly significant amount of extra-dimensional space inside it, and whose pockets responded to a thought, pushing up whatever was needed. There were some unfortunate limits on size, meaning that I couldn't put some of the bigger bones in it, but it was still a major upgrade to that part of my kit. It was thankfully very durable, making it immune to the elemental plate. The 4-fold flask, a set of 4 shot glasses, each of which connected to a set of 20 extra-dimensional storage tanks. A drink poured into one shot glass could be poured out of the other, and you could have up to 20 different drinks at once. Drink was loosely defined, but the closer to water, the more it could hold. It was useful mostly by virtue of not having a range, meaning that the 4 glasses could be used to pass messages across the hex. You could roll up a piece of paper and slip it in, which would just barely fit by virtue of not actually being a drink. Messiah's shotgun, a gilded shotgun that amplified the amount of shot by quite a bit and had a ludicrous amount of spread. The thing that made it good, other than the amount of damage output it had, was that allies were immune to it. The shot would simply miss them. Perfidy pistol, a pistol whose rounds would rot away at flesh, with accents of rotted flesh where you would otherwise expect to find wood or ivory. It also had a fairly powerful anti-mimetic effect. For the first minute that it was drawn, no one would know or acknowledge that it was out, even if someone got shot with it. Gloves of Adaptation, a meta-entad that was really underwhelming as far as meta-entads went. All the gloves did was coordinate with the rest of my outfit, which meant that they would transform with me for the purposes of the shape-changing amulet and would take on the powers of the elemental plate. Mostly they protected my hands, and that was all the stuff that I was going to be kitted out with. The rest of the party took their pick of things as well, including the Tuung, who found a few major upgrades to the ink magic that I had been furnishing them with. For those that would be staying in Anglesyn, that was particularly important, given that I wouldn't be able to keep them supplied without doing a bulk teleport. But that wasn't even the end of the story for the Entads, because I was a special snowflake, and things worked differently for me. We spent an afternoon working on abusing degrees of reasonableness,
I think it made more sense in the context of a role-playing game,
said Amaryllis.
I mean, it's sensible to have some mechanism for players to argue with their game master about what applies and what doesn't, and making that into a mechanic is, well, not without precedent in the rulebooks I've read. But transplanted to our circumstances, we can't actually argue with the Arbiter because he doesn't respond back.
Sure,
I said.
but we could imagine that the Dungeon Master has a good enough model of us to know how such a conversation would play out. And even if he doesn't, he can just stop time, spin up a copy of us, talk to that copy, then kill the copy once the conversation is concluded.
Well, that's horrifying,
said Raven. She was sitting with us in the ballroom, curled up like Maddie used to do, hugging her knees to her chest. We were staying clear of the erstwhile manor, which Amaryllis was set to inherit, but there were other properties in Kaledwich.
It's just library timelines,
I said.
Those are already horrifying.
Said Raven.
Don't think I'm unaware of how it must feel from the other side.
I would not consent to such things,
said Grack.
Well, either way,
I said.
It doesn't have to make sense, except in that it's systematized.
I cracked my knuckles and looked over what we had.
All right, where do we start?
The least rigidly defined are the most susceptible,
said Grack.
Reimer said that defining the letter A as B took 5 degrees of reasonableness.
I tried to think about what 6 or 7 degrees would look like, and instantly understood. Defining A as 1 would be 6, and defining A as banana would be 7.
Okay,
I said, looking things over. I reached down and picked up the reflection blade.
But we don't actually know the wordings on any of these, do we?
I turned to Amaryllis.
We just know what they do by virtue of them having been put through the ringer by your people?
Amaryllis nodded.
There's a file for each of these, some thicker than others.
But those are kind of worthless, no offense,
I replied.
Since how you make an entad is, you start with a base case, then extrapolate out from there, eventually hitting some corner cases and getting underlying laws that aren't actually underlying at all. They're just what the dungeon master came up with to justify or constrain the base case.
I looked at the blade.
So, Reflection Blade provides a reflection of wounds for someone that you've cut. That's the base. Everything else is mutable.
If you say so,
replied Amaryllis.
I'm doubtful of this conclusion,
said Grack.
Well, potentially mutable,
I said.
Obviously, if the internal wording that I'm assuming entads have, the same internal wording that I give when I make inktads,
ink magic entids. I didn't know why no one had coined it, but I was trying to make it happen.
Is something like reflect along the primary axis of symmetry. Then there's less wiggle room, but if it's just reflect wounds across an axis of symmetry, or even only create equal wounds on the other side, then there's something to work with.
I looked at the 3 of them.
Who wants to be cut?
Amaryllis stepped forward almost before I could finish my sentence.
Go ahead,
she said. I very carefully made a cut on the outside of her left forearm, 1/2 inch long and not terribly deep, which she didn't so much as wince at. I felt a surge of affection for her.
All right,
I said. Test number 1 was to close my eyes and see if I could sense her through the sword, which was harder than it sounded, since there were a few different ways I had of tracking. Unfortunately, it was a bust. I'd been hoping that since the wounds could apply against anyone the sword had cut, I might be able to get some tracking information from it, but that apparently wasn't reasonable enough. Okay, I said.
Sorry, healing's on the way soon.
The next step was reflection, but the human body had at least 3 axes, the primary one, between left and right, which was called the sagittal plane, the second, between top and bottom, which was called the transverse plane, and the final, between front and back, which was called the coronal plane. I was slightly proud of being able to list those off the top of my head, but it might have been my stats doing some background lifting for me. With a thought, I reflected the wound I'd given Amaryllis across the sagittal plane, giving her a cut on her right to match. Then I reflected it again, giving her 4 wounds total, 2 on each arm and 2 on each leg. And finally, I reflected it a 3rd time, making 8 cuts, some of them overlapping each other.
Ow,
said Amaryllis, quickly healing herself using a bone she had at hand.
I haven't tested radial symmetry yet,
I said.
I can give you a bit, though.
No, it's fine,
said Amaryllis.
You've cut yourself open to put bones inside. I'm not going to be more of a wimp than you. Just do it.
She held out her arm, and after a moment's hesitation, I cut her again. She hadn't mentioned me screaming when the unicorn bones were put inside, which was nice of her. I was somewhat thankful that we didn't have any more that were small enough. Radial symmetry didn't seem to work, though. and my plan for a ring of wounds around my enemies didn't seem like it was going to happen.
Try healing,
said Grak, who had been reading the file on the sword.
Healing?
I asked.
Huh?
I focused on Amaryllis, who was still bleeding a bit, and tried directing the sword to do its mirroring, but in reverse, mapping the uninjured side of her body onto the injured side. To my immense surprise, it worked, and the cut I'd made was instantly closed. I turned to Grak.
How did you know that would work?
It's not only wounds the sword reflects,
said Grak, closing the file.
It was in use by a pustule mage.
Good work,
I replied.
I assume healing wasn't something that it could always do?
Grak shook his head.
Not that I get injured all that often,
I said, swishing the sword around to feel its balance before I placed it back on the ground. I was getting a lot of looks.
How many times have you died in the last few months?
Asked Raven. I took a moment to consider that question.
The amount of time it's taking you to furnish a response should put some fear into you,
she said.
Look, I don't think loop deaths count,
I said.
And if you don't count those, then I haven't died.
How many limbs have you lost?
Asked Amaryllis.
Not counting loops, then. A hand and part of my forearm against Larkspur's goon. Not a whole arm, mind you, though against Larkspur himself. That was only a near amputation. It was still connected. A bit of my leg, technically, against Zinnia, and an arm against Onion,
I said.
2 fingers in the datura,
said Amaryllis.
Plus a leg and most of a hand against the cannibal,
said Grak.
Well, he's a cannibal,
I said.
It's not his fault. It's society that failed him.
No one laughed.
I'm not sure what more was expected of me. And we got replacements, didn't we?
We're low on unicorn bones,
said Amaryllis. She was back in fighting shape, and had been since the day after the whole fiasco, when we'd been able to get the good stuff. One of the things Erb was really lacking was good prostheses, druidic magic aside, and Solace had flatly refused us, which I thought was both understandable and a bit rude. I kind of got why prostheses were so vanishingly rare. If you had better than human prostheses, then everyone would be lopping off their arms and legs to trade up, and that was a particular aesthetic that I almost never went for, even though it was cool. There were too many world-building complications. Nonetheless, Amaryllis had replaced her eye with one that had a white iris and a piercingly blue sclera, giving her a weird and captivating heterochromia, along with a different sense of color. She'd replaced her arm with one that could feel electromagnetism and was slightly more pale than her natural arm. Both had been in for long enough that they were imprinted on her soul and fully a part of her, thanks to some time in a rented time chamber, and both were entirely non-magical, which they had to be in order to work with her clones. I was fairly sure that the off-colored eye was a way of growing her legend, and given how bewitching it made her look, I was sure that it was going to work in her favor. I'd opted to keep myself as I was, given how few options there were for upgrades, or even side grades, and the uncertainty of how they would interact with leveling up.
I was really hoping that you'd have a size reduction entad in here somewhere,
I said.
That should be a common enough form of increasing carrying capacity.
What we really needed was one that would make things small, but still touchable, and was usable in the middle of combat, which narrowed down the possibilities somewhat.
It's not,
said Grak.
No?
I asked.
Well, maybe I can do it with ink magic. But I always hated trying to come up with some fresh new take on the portable whole.
Have you considered your desire for variance might be the reason that the one specific one we need is rare?
He asked.
Makes sense,
I shrugged. We'd seen a fair few storage entads and heard about more, but very few that met the requirement that I wanted. The closest was the storage entad that Masters had, which shrunk things down so they could be put into a box, but it was awkward to carry around and you just keep the minis out of it. We spent some time going through the rest of them, testing whether I could get away with being a little less than perfectly reasonable. For the most part, I couldn't, or if I could, the boundaries would only shift a tiny bit. The biggest boon by far was the Amulet of 5 Spirits, which normally only allowed the acquisition of non-magical animals.
Humans are animals,
I said.
Sorry, that's just a matter of fact.
The mortal species possess an anima exa,
said Grak.
Animals do not.
Well,
I said.
Sure, but that's not necessarily the definition, is it?
It is, yes.
Said Amaryllis.
There's a fairly clear dividing line.
But they still have souls,
I said.
I mean, maybe you can't take their soul out of their body, but they still have a soul, because otherwise bone magic wouldn't work.
Just test it then,
said Amaryllis, folding her arms.
Maybe it will work, but it doesn't seem reasonable to me.
How many degrees would you say it should take?
I asked.
Remember that 5 is enough to redefine a 2 into a 3. And remember that some alternate version of myself built this system.
I didn't say that it wouldn't work,
said Amaryllis.
Just that it didn't seem reasonable to me. There's no point in arguing when we can just test it.
I could tell she was a little annoyed, though, mostly because she was making no effort to hide it. I understood it. The rules were different for me, not for her, and her clones couldn't use entads at all, which meant that she was going to be living roughly 97% of her time with some fairly severe handicaps.
Grak?
I asked. He held out an arm for me, but paused.
Why me?
From the file, people turn into their own personal animal equivalents,
I said.
You acquire a cat, you turn into the same cat every time, but not the same cat you acquired, just cat you. If you hand the amulet over to someone, they can turn into a cat, the same cat every time, but it's a different cat from the cat you turn into. So if I acquired a human, meaning Amaryllis, I probably wouldn't turn into Amaryllis. I would probably turn into a different human, if I changed at all, because human me is just me. And if I turned into an L, well, I'm not sure whether or how L biology works if they don't have their magic, or whether that would interfere, because it seems like it would add on an extra DOR, if not more. And I imagine that L-me would just be me, at least in appearance.
There had probably been 100 discussions of degrees of reasonableness among the herb group, and a part of me wished that I could have been a fly on the wall, or somehow gobbled up all of Herb Juniper's memories, if merging with him wouldn't have watered down my own identity, or hurt him if he still existed in some fashion. We'd talked about degrees of reasonableness with the herb version of Reimer, but fuck if I would fully trust him to give an unbiased interpretation of how it had actually functioned, because he'd always had his own understandings of the rules that often went counter to my own, and not just when he was trying to do a Candle of Invocation infinite wish loop. The Amulet of 5 Spirits was already stacked with the best non-magical animals that could be found on Erb, as you might expect of an Entad that had been in the family for a long time and thought on deeply by specialists. There were people whose entire graduate and postgraduate educations were focused on Entad exploitation. The amulet had been filled with as wide a variety as possible, each of them S-tier at what they did, a screamingly fast predatory bird, an insect that could survive just about anything, the fastest fish that could survive in both freshwater and seawater, a fucking enormous big cat that could have killed a saber-tooth with a single swipe of his paw, and a small, furry animal that could go into an extreme hibernation mode at a moment's notice that allowed it to survive without oxygen, water, or food for up to 6 months. Each had their own purpose, and I had to ditch one of them in order to acquire Grak. I picked the bug to replace, as its particular brand of survivability had a bit too much overlap with what I already had. And though it wasn't very much of a surprise to me, I was still pleased that I was able to acquire a dwarf form from Grak. I changed to it almost as soon as the acquisition was finished, and felt myself shrink down and thicken very slightly, stretching my t-shirt a bit at the chest. I had the extremely disconcerting feeling of my penis shriveling up to nothing, and some unpleasant changes to my butthole, which was now a cloaca. I think if I'm going to use this on a regular basis, I said, my voice a touch lower. I'm going to need entered clothes that change form with me. My pants were too tight, except in the place that mattered.
Will they
Have to make a list of mortal species that are most worthwhile, said Amaryllis, and weigh that against the utility of animals. It would obviously be wonderful for the purposes of espionage.
Huh?
I said. I reverted to human form, thankful to have my penis back, and handed the amulet to Amaryllis. There's a chance that acquisition is the hard part, and once it's acquired, anyone can use it. Worth a shot. We all know espionage isn't my area of expertise.
It doesn't work,
said Amaryllis after a moment.
I can feel that it's there, but it's not letting me change. One moment, let me make sure that I can use the others.
She paused.
Stripping down.
Raven and Grak were polite about it, turning away just a bit, and after a moment I did the same, catching just a glimpse of her shirt coming up and revealing her stomach. I had been trying to figure out some argument for why it would have been appropriate for me to ogle her, but nothing had come to mind. We were married, sure, but it was a sham, and not one that required us to put up a show for Grak and Raven. I'd seen Amaryllis naked before. I liked seeing her naked, obviously, but we were in this uncomfortable place where the rules were unclear. Not unpleasantly uncomfortable, but a kind of tension, a frisson. I did glance back at her, as she was in the middle of undressing, and caught her eye. She must have been watching me, because she was looking at me even before I was looking at her. All I got was a quick, impish grin from her, and then she turned into a great big bird with black feathers. My heart was hammering in my chest. She let out a loud caw, then flapped her wings and took off, making a circuit around the ballroom. The bird was some kind of terrifying fantasy falcon, and looked a bit like a stealth bomber, helped by the fact that it was jet black and incredibly fast. I watched her with a kind of wonder, not just at the display of magic, but because I was starting to admit to myself that I really was in love with her. Prurient interest. Chapter 198. Prurient Interest. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson.
All right,
said Amaryllis, smiling at me.
we have a huge amount of time blocked off together, impeccable defenses, and no distractions or other threats to our lives. It's time to talk about what we're telling the marriage inspector.
Yea, I said. We were together at one of the estates that had once belonged to Amaryllis, which had been returned to her possession and cleared out. The room we were in had been a bedroom. The mansion had been riddled with them, but the actual furniture was much lower class. Amaryllis hadn't quite remade the time chamber she'd spent 8 months in, but quite a bit of the stuff had been reused, including the love seat that we'd used movie nights on. The actual time chamber had been modular, with things pulled out of storage when needed and then shoved back in. But this room was bigger, so a few of the configurations had been spread out. Light from outside was partially blocked by 2 towers full of plants, which had been disconnected from their light sources. Our well-used table was put up against one wall, with the chairs we'd spent hours each in, and a bookshelf had been imported from somewhere, then filled with, from what I could tell, mostly books that Amaryllis had devoured inside the time chamber. In the actual time chamber, she had mostly used Sable for book storage, unless she was cross-referencing, in which case everything was spread out and annotated. You never really struck me as sentimental, I said, looking things over.
Well, that's something that we can talk about,
said Amaryllis.
We have 6 hours today, then another 6 hours tomorrow, with some breaks built in for sanity. We'll talk about how we view each other, what we imagine a counterfactual relationship would be like, then all the facts and stories that are a part of that counterfactual.
Or we could skip it, I said. The marriage inspector doesn't have a huge amount of pull, does he?
No,
said Amaryllis.
but the Office of Marriage Inspection leaks. And even if it didn't, there's a lot of benefit in producing our own leaks, which we would need some credible source for.
Okay, I said with a shrug. I'm going to warn you now that I don't think I can give this my full attention for 12 hours.
Of course not.
nodded Amaryllis.
If I thought you could, I wouldn't have scheduled so much time.
So, I said, you're saying that you are sentimental,
I'm surprised you haven't noticed.
said Amaryllis, looking around the room.
But sentimentality is just a matter of what feelings you feel. I don't usually act sentimental, which is probably what stands out more in your mind. I take to favorites fairly quickly. I tend to think about the past in a rosy way, if I allow myself to. I hang on to things for as long as I can, even when they're a little worn out, at least by inclination.
I thought for a moment about that. I was reminded of the princess shirt, which Amaryllis had worn enough that the pink had faded. You always gave me the white mug, I said.
Because it wasn't my favorite, blue was, Amaryllis smiled. But sure, I don't indulge that sentimentality. If I feel torn up inside about some bit of nostalgia, that might get me killed, or someone else killed. So I do my best not to feel those feelings.
How are you doing with the solace thing? I asked.
Amaryllis frowned at me. Well, solace isn't a part of the official story, because no one besides Uniquities seems to have connected the dots. It's really unlikely that we're going to be asked about it. The marriage inspection should be a formality. I just want us to have our stories straight for it, especially because those will be the stories going forward.
No, I said, furrowing my brows. Cut it out with that shit. Stop brushing it off and talk to me. I've seen the way you look at her sometimes. You were the one who told me that I was the only real person that you could speak with about it. Amaryllis watched me with her mismatched eyes. I found the new look enthralling. It was harder to look away from her.
You're right,
She said. She set her notes to one side and folded her hands in her lap, staring at them.
I thought that I was going to have a daughter. Not a real daughter, but at least an adopted one, an unconventional offspring. She sighed. I had always wanted children. I still do. She looked at me. When I find a suitable mate, obviously, someone who's comfortable with the fact that I'm already married.
The corners of her mouth turned up, not quite a full smile. Don't try to get out of this by flirting, I said.
Flirting?
Asked Amaryllis, eyebrows raised.
Me? Wait, did you think I was suggesting that you be the father of my children? Just because we're married and you're my best friend? She scoffed. Someone thinks very highly of himself.
There was nothing coy about the way she was smiling at me anymore. How did I end up married to such an unbelievable weasel? I asked, because I could already feel myself being diverted by the energy she was injecting into the conversation. I ask one serious question, and you're like a slippery social ninja. Please speak to me. Think about it like this. If you turn me away, you're training me to let things fester.
I just don't want to talk about it,
said Amaryllis, not quite letting up with her charm offensive.
There's nothing to say. I wanted a daughter. I thought she would be a daughter, and she wasn't. She was just solace. Aside from the time we spent together before she got aged up, I went through 8 months of pregnancy. And then, I was going to say it was like giving your child up for adoption when you didn't want to do that. But it was worse than that, because this child that I'd built up in my head wasn't even real. The real child was a full-grown woman who, at best, is suffering through some level of cognitive and hormonal impairment, and doesn't view me as a mother at all. It sucks, but there's nothing that anyone can do about it.
We could talk about it, I said. Like we're doing now.
That's true,
said Amaryllis. She sat in silence with me for a little bit.
I think it's one of those places where there's an ethical case for soul magic.
But you haven't, I asked. No, said Amaryllis.
No, I promised that I would get consent from the council, but to do that would mean laying everything out, and I took what I view as the lesser of two evils.
You wouldn't just do it, I asked.
I made a promise,
said Amaryllis.
If I went back on my promise, you would know when I made a second promise that it would need to be taken with a grain of salt.
I went back on my promise, I said. With the Bethel thing. It was spirit, not soul, but...
I take your promises with a grain of salt,
said Amaryllis, wincing slightly.
I don't mean that to be a slight, but between the council, and especially between the two of us, I don't ever want to be anything but honest. If you make a promise to me, I'll quietly assign some slim probability that you only mean it in the moment, and when push comes to shove, you'll back out. Sorry.
It's okay, I said. It gives me incentive to change, so long as we're in agreement that sometimes the universe sets you up to break your promises.
Absolutely,
said Amaryllis with a nod. Thank you for pressing me about Solace. I just want you to be happy, I said. Really, there are 30 of you now, so it's about 30 times more important,
I'll try to lean on you a little bit more.
said Amaryllis, leaning to the side and bumping her arm against mine for emphasis.
It's mostly those little moments, being reminded that nothing was what I had hoped it would be like.
She sighed.
When she was just born, she would sleep all the time, her whole body laying across my chest. I loved that. Here was this little creature that I had made, sleeping away on top of me like she didn't have a care in the world. I allowed myself to be sentimental about it. I would just revel in it, watching her while my mind drifted.
Her eyes were slightly watery, and she bit the inside of her lip. Hey, I said, putting my arm around her. If that's what you want, then someday it's going to be real.
I want to wait,
said Amaryllis, leaning into me.
I wouldn't want to bring a child into the world as it is now. It would be cruel, so we're going to have to win first.
Yeah, I said, and then I'll help you find a suitable father. Amaryllis gave me a slap on the chest, but stayed there for a moment, nestled against me.
You know,
She finally said.
They're not really clones. They're all just me. I haven't used the other options yet. Outside of testing, I just integrate every single time, so every clone out there has a more or less up-to-date compiled experience of what every other clone is doing, with a lag time of about a day. It's like living my life at a rate of 30 days per day.
I can't decide whether that sounds nice or horrible, I said.
It's mostly nice,
said Amaryllis.
I'm sometimes social with myself, and learning very fast how to make things run even smoother, because when I integrate, I get both sides of any conversation. But I miss you, because I see so little of you.
Huh, I said. It felt nice to hear her say that.
Unfortunately, we can't just cuddle up,
said Amaryllis, moving away from me.
because you're not getting out of prepping for the marriage inspector that easily.
I groaned. All right, let's do this then. Amaryllis cleared her throat, looking down at her notes.
I wanted to get the toughest thing out of the way first, which is what we do about Fen.
Do about her? I asked, giving her a questioning look.
It's a matter of how much backdating we're doing,
said Amaryllis. Huh, I said. She gave me a questioning look. Backdating, I said.
Oh, that's horrible,
said Amaryllis, wrinkling her nose.
That's barely even a play on words.
Right, sorry, I said. But you were saying that we need some kind of explanation in terms of timeline. And that Fen presents a problem to that.
A bit of one.
Amaryllis nodded.
This is all a story, one that's meant for both the marriage inspector and the general public. The timeline is at least partially known. The options for what we say about Fen, it's unpalatable, but the story and timeline would both work better if you'd never had a relationship with her.
She was watching me. She gets written out, I said. Ick.
It's spitting on her memory,
Amaryllis replied.
It's pretending that she was just the plucky comic relief and not something more. I don't like it, but I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't think it was a better lie.
You know, if she ever comes back to life, she's going to be extremely pissed off, I asked.
If I could bring her back to life by manufacturing enough dramatic tension, I would,
said Amaryllis.
But she had made her peace with oblivion and what it meant not to exist. It was why she said that she wanted us to use her body in whatever way we saw fit. Once you're gone, you're gone. I don't think that she'd be happy about it, no, but it would be pretty hypocritical of her.
All right, I said. So we're just pretending that she didn't exist.
To the outside world,
said Amaryllis.
and she would have existed, just not been romantically involved with you. Is that a lie you think you could tell? It's a lie that we're telling the outside world, not the one we're telling ourselves.
Sure, I said. I tapped my fingers on my leg. That leaves open the possibility that things with us started. When? In the timeline?
Almost immediately,
Said Amaryllis.
It's a pretty classic trope of romance in a time of extreme threats.
Seems like we should stick to the truth as much as we can, I said.
Meaning?
Asked Amaryllis. I mean, I wasn't sure how to phrase it. The reality is that you didn't like me very much, right off the bat. The reality is that you then did your best to fall in love with me, because you thought that would work to your benefit, and then it worked a little too well, until you used soul magic to temporarily fix the problem, which seems like it might be unfixed now, if I'm not shit at reading signals, which I am.
And you're worried that it will be hard to keep our stories straight?
Asked Amaryllis.
Most of what you say to the outside world will be filtered through me. We'll probably do 1 or 2 interviews for the radio, but I'll make sure those are pre-recorded and screen what gets asked and what gets said.
I was pretty sure she got what I was saying and was brushing off the question of her actual affections for me, past and present. Well, I'm fine with it then, I said. There will be a parallel timeline to memorize, but the stakes are low, and we have lots of time at the moment.
Good,
said Amaryllis.
Now, I have a list of questions that the marriage inspector is likely to ask, and we should think through the answers to those questions, ideally together.
You don't have answers prepared, I asked.
The answers are lies, but they should be true to who you are,
said Amaryllis.
I know you pretty well, but especially where it comes to romance, I'm doubtful of my ability to generate answers that are both plausible to outside observers and that resonate with you. And they'll resonate more if you're the one to think them up. She looked down at her notes. To start with, when would our first date have been?
I thought a bit about that. Fitting it into the timeline, it would make the most sense after the unicorn thing, if you mean date, in the sense of an explicit romantic evening. All right, said Amaryllis.
First kiss?
Under the influence of the unicorn blood, I said. Then, for real, after we had both recovered, maybe with an awkward conversation in there.
What kind of awkward conversation?
Asked Amaryllis, frowning.
I would apologize for kissing you, trying to keep some decorum and professionalism in our relationship, and then you would kiss me?
Something like that, I said.
It can't just be something like that,
said Amaryllis.
It needs to be, if not an exact script, then an agreed-upon narrative that can survive scrutiny. Would you mind acting it out?
You want to roleplay? I asked.
Amaryllis nodded. If that's okay. Then when you're pressed on it, you can remember this conversation, and it will almost be like it actually happened.
All right, I said. Sure. She set her notes down and stood up, facing away from me, then took a step away from the small couch and paused for a moment before turning around. She had completely changed her expression and was looking at me with slightly downcast eyes and a quiet professionalism. When she spoke, her voice was smooth and calm.
Grack told me that I kissed you while I was under the influence of the unicorn blood,
said Amaryllis.
I wanted to apologize for that. Obviously, neither of us were in our right minds.
I hesitated, then got to my feet. It felt weird to be the only one sitting. No, it's okay, I said. I didn't get the wrong idea. We can continue on as we were. I know that the unicorn blood sometimes makes people say or do things that they don't normally do. Amaryllis bowed her head a bit, looking at the floor, and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
Actually, just so you know, it's not exactly that. It's that it lowers inhibitions.
I looked at her, then took a half-step closer to her. Her body moved back slightly, almost involuntarily, but she didn't move her feet, and after a moment, she returned to where she was, like I was a breeze that had momentarily blown her backward. She was watching me, her eyes moving quickly from one part of my face to the other. Meaning what? I asked. That the only reason you haven't kissed me before is your inhibitions?
It might be something like that,
she said, turning her head away from me to look at nothing in particular. She was breathing a little faster than normal, with her lips slightly parted.
Of course, I don't think that inhibitions are necessarily a bad thing. Sometimes they stop us from doing things that might not be advisable for one reason or another, and
I stepped forward, closing the distance between us, and when she turned to look at me again, I kissed her, which she met by melting into me, her hand slipping up to rest against my chest. We stayed like that for quite a while, kissing, and I tried to keep in mind what that other version of her had told me as her lips touched mine. When she finally pulled away, she looked up at me with wide eyes.
I was going to say,
She said,
that there are lots of reasons that we shouldn't be kissing each other.
"Whatever they are, we can deal with them," I said. "Together." Amaryllis nodded, then went back to the couch and picked up her notes, staring at them for a moment before looking up at me.
That was surprisingly smooth.
I sat back down beside her. "It's not hard to be smooth when you know that there's no failure condition," I said. "Was it too smooth?" "No," said Amaryllis.
I think it plays well.
She shook her head.
It wasn't what I expected from you.
"In a good way?" I asked. She stared at her notes for a bit, then met my eyes.
Yes.
"Good," I said. "What's next?" Amaryllis looked at her notes for a bit, just staring at them without speaking, then cleared her throat.
What was our first date?
She asked. "We never had time for them," I said. "If you just mean romantic evenings with just the two of us, instead of anything more complicated than that, then I guess it would have been in the bottle, following recovery,"
For which we'll have to fabricate some details,
said Amaryllis. She seemed to be finding her footing again.
Nothing special, just a meal shared together. Rabbit and roots. Better to be something that we both like and we both know.
"Sure," I said. And after that, we settled together on a blanket to look up at the stars through the curve of the bottle to talk about. I stopped, realizing that I was unintentionally plagiarizing from my relationship with Tiff.
Children.
Amaryllis replied.
And the mistakes of our parents.
"Works for me," I said. "The mistakes of yours being..." She looked at me, waiting and not providing an answer. "You never knew your father, and that's obviously not something that you want for your own children. Your mother loved you, but didn't show it much, and that love took a back seat, because it had to."
That's good,
said Amaryllis.
"Is it true?"
I asked.
"True enough," she replied. "I don't know what unforced errors either of them made, and as to their values, I just wasn't old enough. My father held off having children for as long as he could, which might be part of what deprived me of having a father. Even if he had lived, he wouldn't have been likely to see me to adulthood. And they had a loveless, mercenary marriage, which I don't want my own children to experience. I used to believe that people didn't actually love each other."
"So, it was a melancholy night under the stars?" I asked.
"A bit," replied Amaryllis. The conversation wandered as they do. You don't actually pick a topic and then stay with it.
She tapped her pencil against her notes.
"Did you kiss me?" she asked.
"Yeah, just a few minutes ago," I said.
She rolled her eyes, which was about what I deserved.
"Are you going to try to make a timetable for major milestones?"
I asked.
"Is that where we're heading?"
"It's the kind of thing that we'll be asked about,"
said Amaryllis.
"Some amount of discrepancy is expected, because memories aren't perfect, and beyond that, people want to paint themselves in the best light. But yes, we'll want to stay consistent on sexual history."
"So,"
I said,
"in this counterfactual history, what, are we just two horny teenagers?"
said Amaryllis.
"No, I'm reticent, not just because of conceptions about honor and the risk of pregnancy, but worry about what it would mean for the future and how it would reflect on me. There are some natural points of friction in our relationship as well, but not necessarily to the level that they would play into decisions about how things would progress between us."
"Those concerns being mostly about class?"
I asked.
And about you being the most powerful man in the world, or likely to become that man,
said Amaryllis.
I would have looked at the history of Zona with a raised eyebrow, and at my own position as one of your knights, and thought that maybe the feelings I had for you were ill-advised.
Which would mean that you might pump the brakes.
I nodded.
But it's a romance, Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
The point is to introduce some tension into proceedings, and yes, that serves to slow it down, but it's also to increase the level of desire from the participants.
Ah,
I said.
So we're making out, but while we're doing that, we're talking about how we really shouldn't?
I asked. When I thought about it, I suppose there was some of that with Fen, though in the end, I won't say that the relationship was a bad idea, but the obvious problems did come to a head in various ways.
And you would have your own reasons for being reticent,
said Amaryllis.
Class would be one of them, obviously, my family another, the political reality a third, though you can obviously say whatever fits best for you.
She tapped her notes with her pencil again.
We need to have the uncomfortable talk about sex.
Will they really ask about that?
I asked.
Wait, I already know the answer. Angelson is shitty and backward, so yes.
We need dates and descriptions,
said Amaryllis.
If you'd like, I can go off in a corner and write up a script to give to you, and we can skip the conversation altogether.
I'm not that squeamish,
I said. It was a little bewildering that she thought I might be.
Are you?
No,
said Amaryllis, laughing a bit.
Of course not. It's just sex. I'm inexperienced, to put it lightly, but I looked at enough pornography to desensitize myself.
But why?
I asked. I was trying to picture it, and it seemed incongruous.
I was trying to prepare for my wedding night,
said Amaryllis.
I didn't want to be off balance the first time I saw an erect penis. I wanted to understand the mechanical reality of it.
Amaryllis, studying, trying to get an A+ on the test.
And you would have been 12,
I said. Bleh.
Oh?
Asked Amaryllis, giving me a prod with her finger.
And how old were you when you first saw porn?
That's completely different, and you know it.
I said.
Besides, we had the internet. It was hard not to see porn. You would be looking for something completely unrelated, and then bam, hardcore porn right there in your young, naive face. And when you go searching for it, my God, there you are, with every single perversion possible laid out right in front of you.
Nothing like Arab, though,
said Amaryllis.
I mean, you only had humans, and I know certain elements of your fantasies made it through to here. On top of that, I'm well appraised of state-of-the-art computer graphics, so I know you didn't have everything.
Well, I replied, close enough. I can't believe you're getting competitive over this.
Amaryllis paused.
But it's a little bit endearing, right?
She asked.
It is, I said, giving her a smile.
She grinned.
We're off track, she said. When would we have had sex?
After we were married,
I said.
You're a good Christian woman, aren't you?
Our story is that we spent months together, just the two of us, in a time chamber,
said Amaryllis.
In all that time, we would never have given in?
Can't we just tell the marriage inspector that you're not interested in sex?
I asked.
I mean, we can lie and say that we've had sex, but is it really necessary for us to fabricate this entire alternate life where we were not only dating, but where you're missing this part of you?
I don't consider it a part of me,
said Amaryllis.
It's not core to my identity in any way. It's not how I think of myself. And so if this plays better, which it does, I don't see it as a betrayal of who I am. It's just business. I care what the outside world thinks about my personal life only because it impacts me. In an ideal world, none of it would matter. No laws or alliances would hinge on it. But we deal with the world we have. So.
She shrugged, leaving that sentence truncated.
Let's say that it took some time then, I said, looking her over.
I felt a little wrong trying to imagine it, though she was asking me to, and we were married, and I was pretty sure that if I made even the slightest argument in favor of us having sex at right that very moment, she would go along with it, and then, well, then things would be different. I could feel my pulse start to quicken. I was thinking about it too much.
Would you stop me?
Stop you from doing what?
She asked. I leaned over and kissed her, and she kissed me back. It wasn't quite the same as before, because I was feeling a bit of that frantic energy. My hands went down to her waist and slipped beneath her shirt to touch her skin, then to pull her shirt up, which momentarily broke our kiss. I was watching her face before we came back together, and there was a seriousness to her expression, but she met me to resume our kissing. Eventually, once I had removed her bra, I began kissing her neck, then her collarbone, and I felt her fingers grasping at my shirt, lifting it up off me too.
I'm not going to stop you,
said Amaryllis.
if that's what you're waiting for.
Her eyes went down to my crotch, then back up to my face.
It's a bad idea, I said, but my hands had gone to the button of my fly. I had my pants halfway off before I stopped what I was doing and looked at her. She was removing her own pants, and she'd gone faster than I had, leaving her just in her panties. Her body was perfection, slender and muscled, her skin pale. You said that you wouldn't stop me,
I said.
I won't, she said, and she came over to tug at my pants to get them off. I ended up on the couch, facing her, my back pressed against the arm of it. She was up on the seat, steadying herself with one arm, her legs touching mine, not quite straddling my thigh.
Wait, I said, and she froze where she was, giving me an expectant look. You don't want this,
I said.
Did I do something wrong? Say something?
She asked.
Juniper, some part of you wants this, and I'm not going to take an erection for consent, but it might be better for you to just follow your instincts and work out the feelings later.
I'm right that you don't want it,
I said.
I just, for a moment, deluded myself into using you.
Using me, Juniper.
She shook her head.
I want you to be happy,
She said.
I want you to feel pleasure. I want you to feel satisfied. You're my best friend, my partner, my husband, and literally whatever you want me to do with my body for you, I will do it. And after we're done, I'll hold you, comfort you, and explain that I'm perfectly fine, that you didn't do anything wrong, that I still think of you the same way as I did before. This isn't something that you need to torture yourself over.
I can't, I said, cringing. Sex means something to me. Maybe that's just fucked up Midwestern programming, or maybe it's…
I stopped myself. I didn't want to say Maddie's name, not when we were both nearly naked, not like this, but that was almost certainly where it was coming from. I'd felt gross afterward, like I'd used her, and all the excuses about sex being purely a physical thing had evaporated away.
I just can't.
Amaryllis sat back a little.
You're thinking about Maddie.
I am,
I said. I didn't know how she knew. Maybe it was obvious.
And even if I could put it out of my head in the moment, I'm scared that when it was over, I would keep drawing the comparison.
This wasn't the time or place to be having this conversation. I didn't want to have it with anyone. Ever.
Maddie and I talked about it before we did it. And I asked her, I made sure that she was sure. But the whole time, she wasn't saying anything. She wasn't doing anything. She was just waiting for it to end. And I probably would have felt like shit about it anyway. But that made it worse, because it was just…
My words were failing me. It was the way Maddie had been after too, the way she'd seemed disappointed in what it was.
It was bad sex,
said Amaryllis.
I've heard that for women the first time can be awkward, weird, and maybe painful. And I know that you think that was the worst thing you ever did on Earth. But that's all wrapped up in all this other stuff. I'm older than you, Juniper, by almost 3 years now. I don't mean to slight her, but I'm more of an adult than most adults. I'm in full control of my own body, and you have very little power over me. If you think that you'll regret it, then I don't want to do it. And I'm not going to lie to you about what I imagine it will be like for me, but I think you're letting a bad experience make too much of a mark on you.
I know,
I said.
it's a hang-up.
So you're turning me down? asked Amaryllis.
The whole time you would just be waiting for it to be over,
I said.
Or I would be enjoying pleasing you,
said Amaryllis.
If this is about how you feel, I'm fine with that. I accept that. But if you're trying to make a logical argument, then I'm going to tear it down, because you don't have a leg to stand on.
It's just a feeling,
I said. Sorry,
Don't be sorry, it's your choice.
said Amaryllis. She looked down at my underwear. I had, in this moment of panic and bad feelings, lost my erection.
I have a request.
Sure,
I replied.
We should probably get dressed, though, if this is just a confusing and regrettable diversion.
My eyes kept going to her tits. She was beautiful, perfectly proportioned, and I wasn't just saying that because she was also wonderful in so many other ways.
I'd like to see your penis.
Said Amaryllis.
We're faking a sexual history together, and while I doubt that the marriage inspector will ask, it would be better for me to not have to guess. Ideally, we would consummate this marriage, but failing that, I want to see it.
I was watching Amaryllis. Her face was set and determined. She was still bare-chested. Sure,
I replied slowly.
Before I could do it myself, she reached forward and pulled my underwear down. Unsurprisingly, given that she was almost completely naked, the most beautiful woman in the world had just asked to see my penis, and she was touching my upper thighs. I had gotten hard again.
I guess I don't see what the fuss is about, she said, staring at it. She was moving her head around to see it from different angles, as though one would suddenly appeal to her. No offense.
None taken,
I said.
It's very average.
Can I touch it?
She asked.
Yeah,
I said.
Are you sure?
She asked. Yeah,
I said again.
Her hand was warm and soft.
Do you think you'll regret this?
Asked Amaryllis.
No,
I said.
Kind of hard to concentrate, though.
Said Amaryllis. She was experimenting with me.
I don't want to have sex with you if you don't want to have sex,
She said.
but part of the reason that we're doing this is so that I can have some experience. Verisimilitude, right?
She was looking me straight in the eyes.
So, I was wondering whether you would be all right with me getting the full sensory experience, if I could taste you.
I stared at her.
Yes?
I said. She moved her head forward, lowering it down, then looked at me.
It's not like I like you or anything.
You tricked me, I said once she was finished. She was laying against me, still without clothes on, resting her head against my chest.
Oh, certainly,
Said Amaryllis.
That has got to be one of the top 10 cons of all time. It took wits and wiles, truly, a heist where planning and preparation were my watchwords. Convincing you to accept a no-strings-attached blowjob is the kind of thing that will surely go in my memoirs. It's a real feather in my cap.
She ran her fingers through the sparse hair on my chest.
How are you?
Good,
I said. My body was done tingling, and the moment of clarity was fading away.
Great, actually.
It wasn't too much of an amateur effort?
Asked Amaryllis.
Not at all,
I said. I was turning the idea of what had just happened over in my head and trying to see if there was some seam that I would eventually dig into, some way that my brain would decide this was a bad thing. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with it.
And how was that for you?
She was silent for a bit, still touching my chest.
Are you trying to find some way to tell the truth without causing offense?
I asked.
I am,
She said. And then she was quiet for a bit longer, just touching me, which she seemed to enjoy.
I feel like your ideal version of me would be telling you something very different from what I'm about to tell you. It's difficult, because I know just what she would say. There are levers that could be pulled, and they're easy to see. It's one of those situations where telling a lie would be so much easier, and I would just deal with my own, less enthusiastic feelings, because it's a trade that I would happily make. It's just, I'm not sure that it's a trade you would make.
My heart sank a little.
That bad?
No, said Amaryllis.
Not at all. I knew what to expect. The sensory experience was new, and that was at least a bit interesting. but I could tell within the first 20 seconds that it wasn't for me. I'm perfectly willing to do it again, I am, but if I'm being honest, it was just manual labor for me, I guess. I liked making you happy. I liked taking care of you. I'd even like for this to be a permanent arrangement, but it wasn't what you wanted it to be for me.
All right,
I said.
I guess I'll accept that.
I let out a breath and touched her on the back.
Can I ask what the offense version was?
It was like licking someone's elbow for a bit, then having them sneeze in your mouth.
She said.
Though that's not quite it, because sneezing carries some negative connotations due to germs. I really don't think there's an equivalent. Normally, you don't inject bodily fluids into another person.
Well, that's brutal,
I said.
but I don't know. I'm glad we didn't have sex, but I'm also glad that we did that.
And you would be fine with it being the new normal between us?
Asked Amaryllis. I thought about it. Not just the appealing aspect, but everything else as well.
I have a condition,
I said.
You have a condition you're going to give me so that I can keep giving you blowjobs?
Asked Amaryllis.
Well, it sounds ridiculous when you put it like that,
I replied.
but my condition is, if not some quid pro quo because I wouldn't want it to be transactional, then I'd like to do something for you. Something that I'm not super into, maybe? Something that I wouldn't do except to please you.
Oh,
Said Amaryllis.
that's actually thoughtful of you. But I can't think of... Wait, have you read the Bible?
I froze where I was. Of all the things that I'd thought she might say, that wasn't one of them.
I read it a bit.
I said.
Did you actually read it? Or did you just set out to read it? Get bored a few books in, skim some more, look things up, and then say that you'd read it? Which no one was going to be able to call you on?
Asked Amaryllis.
The latter.
I replied.
And if that's what you want, then that's what I'll do. I'm a little bit weirded out by your being Christian.
I'm not.
Said Amaryllis.
My God isn't the Christian one. But the Bible has helped me to understand monotheism, and I go back to it from time to time.
I can't promise that I'll get the same things out of it,
I said.
It would be nice if you did, but that won't break my heart.
Said Amaryllis. She leaned over and kissed me on my chest, with no pretense that this was for any other reason than because she wanted to. We still had to do all of the marriage inspector stuff. It was pretense, but it wasn't that much pretense that it could be completely blown off, and some of what we were writing down, especially the less salacious stuff, would become the basis for a planned PR offensive. There was a lot of hammering down dates, and on top of that, a fair bit of rehearsal and rote memorization. I was worried that I was starting to know the fake history better than the real one. The meeting with the marriage inspector took quite a bit of time. I was interviewed first, then Amaryllis, and then the two of us together. The questions were just about as invasive as I had thought they would be, but Amaryllis and I had prepared for them. We lied a lot. My only note of actual concern was the entad he had on his desk the whole time, a metronome whose function was unclear and whose speed seemed to raise and lower. To his credit, he was unflappable and professional, right up until the very end, when I stopped my heart, bringing the entad metronome to a standstill. I had mostly done it on a whim, but when I explained that I had just been testing to see whether that was what the entad did, the marriage inspector seemed rattled. We didn't actually consummate the marriage. Amaryllis wasn't pushing for it, probably because she was worried about a misstep or reminding me too much of Bethel. And I wasn't pushing it either, because it felt like a line that couldn't be uncrossed. It gave some element of unsteadiness to our relationship, the whole thing did, but it was a good type of unsteadiness, nearest and dearest. Chapter 1, 199, Nearest and Dearest. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Ray Jepson. The marriage inspector was the last thing we needed to deal with in Anglesyn, with the caveat that the Amaryllis clones and 30 of the Tuung would stay behind in order to manage everything within the kingdom. The clones were hilariously bad at anything related to combat, and couldn't use magic or entads, but the Tuung would be their security service, and we were hoping that Amaryllis's remote updates, along with a share of the fourfold flask, would allow us some early warning in case there was something we absolutely needed to deal with there. The clones didn't have souls, per se, which meant that they couldn't be soul-fucked and weren't vulnerable that way. But there were other vectors of attack to be worried about, like memes. Still, it was clearly what the clones were meant for, to the extent that the Dungeon Master had meant them for anything, and we were hopeful that they could handle things that needed handling. Honestly, I might have held too high an opinion of her, or been blinded by affection, but I felt like a single Amaryllis would have been able to handle the kingdom on her own. The plan was to return to the Isle of Poran, and then go deal with Captain Blue in the Bottle. We took perfectly legal trips via teleportation key, bought and paid for, rather than using the illicit key, mostly because of the number of people we had with us, and the desire to leave a paper trail. There was no touchstone on the Isle of Poran, though, so we went through the Halun city of Ludad, then took a flying ship across to the Isle. It was the Underline, the same ship that we'd used through the Warrens when we'd first gone to Engelsin, but the biggest difference now was that we owned it outright, and Captain Bonnie and her crew were our employees. She seemed perfectly pleased about the arrangement, which seemed to at least partly be because she was under the impression that I had punched out the gold dragon that had been following us. It might also have been that we were paying her good wages, though I wasn't handling matters of money. When we got back to the Isle of Poran, Grak and Solace started setting up for getting the locus out of the bottle. Over the months we'd all been together, we'd come up with a lot of plans for how to get the locus out. The problem was, there were very few of these methods that we could safely try, and Solace was understandably reluctant to, for example, smash the bottle, ward against the bottle, have Bethel eat the bottle, or do anything that had a decent chance of killing the locus outright. I'd offered to do all of that and more, while in a unicorn loop, which would mean that I would have 6 seconds to see whether it had worked or not, but Solace hadn't been willing to agree to it, even in principle. The way I saw it, I probably wouldn't know the outcome after 5 seconds, but it would get us some data we didn't have, and the risk was very low. The way Solace saw it, this was all pretty dumb, and if Smash Bottle, Get Locuses was a viable plan, they wouldn't have been driven to us through increasingly less specific auguries. Now, though, with Grox warding what it was, and his partial Entad warding, he thought that he had a good chance of being able to do some manipulations to what the Entad bottle was, which might allow the locust to be safely, gently plopped out onto the Isle of Poran. The rite that had brought solace to us, Zora Sad Yosivun, hadn't specified that it was me that would free the locust, meaning that it could just as well have been any of the 4 of us that had been there. But if this worked, and the spell had really been finding Grak, well, Solace seemed to like the plan, but I was skeptical. We had picked out a spot on the Isle of Poran ages ago. We controlled Miunun, more or less, and if the locust was going to have its domain anywhere, best for it to be a place where we could theoretically control the borders. Poran had a few other things in its favor, like the fact that it was an island, which would make it far more difficult for anyone to get to, and the closeness of allies like the Halund. Solace didn't seem to think that biome mattered all that much, so long as there was life, which there always had been on Poran, even if the crops were poor. And the locust would expand out into the water, so that didn't seem to be a problem either, though if it ever became a problem, then things were going really well. I wasn't convinced that getting the locust out of the bottle was going to be the end of it. We'd gotten the Second Empire research from the Infinite Library, and it was really, really grim. No locust with 3 or less druids had ever grown back. No locust with less than 10 square miles to its name had ever grown back. Solace didn't put much stock in anything the Second Empire had to say. While I didn't fully trust their research, given it was done by people involved in an extermination campaign and grossly unethical, I couldn't just ignore it. I knew a lot of the research done by the Nazis and the Japanese was just torture in science drag, not just unethical, but worthless in terms of scientific value. But from the books we had, it was hard to tell whether this was the case with the locust stuff. The more I had learned about them, the less I saw the Second Empire as being fantasy Nazis. They were their own kinds of evil, their genocides seemingly rooted in utilitarian calculation rather than outright malice, though there were definitely some blurred lines there. I held my tongue. I wanted this to work. Grok created a ward a mile wide, and I walked with him as he made it.
Did you like being a dwarf?
He asked.
It was only for a few seconds,
I said.
But, sure? Did you like being a human, way back when? I never asked.
He gave me a look.
Circumstances were difficult.
True,
I said. He'd been human only briefly, after we'd been poisoned, when I had needed to get his soul back to a good state, but hadn't had backups at the ready. The brief period he'd been a human had been right after Fen had died, which I could imagine really put a damper on any sense of adventure or experimentation he'd had.
Do you ever think about being human?
Often,
replied Grok. He held his hand out to the side, using it in place of a wand. I had the crown of eyes on and could see what he saw, which included Warder's sight, thanks to the six-eyed virtue. Grok himself was practically glowing with wards, while the ward he was creating was incredibly faint. Single-ented wards were some of the easiest and cheapest wards you could make, which was good, given the size we might end up needing.
Does being human appeal to you?
I asked.
Of course,
replied Grok.
The world is not built for dwarves.
Yeah, I noticed that in Anglican more than other places,
I said.
But at least you're the second most common species.
We are second most populous,
said Grok.
Not second most common. I don't care for dwarf holds.
Not even the more modern ones?
I asked.
Those are better,
he replied. He kept on walking, not seeming to pay all that much attention to what he was doing. I wasn't about to say that he could have done this in his sleep, but it really was a very simple ward. It was just that it had a perimeter of 3.5 miles or so.
So the thing that appeals to you about being human is just fitting in?
I asked.
Or having a world that's not designed around a form different than your own?
Grok kept walking for a bit, mulling it over.
People treat me differently,
he said.
There is an unpleasant friction. Some of it comes from my upbringing.
Some of it is language,
I said.
I am fluent in English,
said Grok. It was the language we were speaking in, more out of habit than actual design. I hadn't switched to Groglir, and he hadn't either.
You're fluent,
I replied in his native tongue.
But you're more fluent in Groglir. Everything you say comes out more natural.
Then maybe I should say that I think about having been born human,
said Grok.
Or at least a more conventional of the mortal species.
How do you define conventional?
I asked. I'd meant to pad the question, but Groglir was bad at padding, and it came out a little more blunt than I'd intended.
We have only one gender,
said Grok. We took another few steps before continuing on.
We are short. We breed differently. Dwarves are less like humans than many other species.
You mentioned gender first,
I said. Grok hesitated, then nodded.
It, or its lack, is an essential element of being. It is custom across Erb to speak of us in terms of he and him, but that is not actually what we are. I understand the reasons for it, but it chafes sometimes.
What are the reasons?
I asked. I was slightly puzzled.
We had this conversation before when you were first teaching me Groglir, but I think I would have remembered your answer.
Grok replied before I could recall the specifics.
I told you it was tradition,
said Grok.
At the time, I didn't want to have a discussion of the finer points.
Those being?
I asked. Usually he wasn't so circumspect.
Words have power,
he said.
Long ago, before the Dwarven Coalition was formed, it was communicated and decided among dwarves that it was better to be seen by humans as a society of men. A dwarf hold would be seen as a small kingdom of ready soldiers with no spare mouths to feed, as they sometimes thought of their women. By and large, it was easier to be respected as a man, easier to integrate into male traditions, which most of the early dwarves were striving for. The humans knew that we were not men, but so long as we harnessed the words, life was easier for us.
Okay,
I said.
but in the modern Arab?
There are those who argue that we should flaunt our differences,
said Grak.
They would argue that we take on new words to make clear that something different is being described. Other species push harder than dwarfs, but it's the sort of fight that will be slow and long until it's not, and it comes with drawbacks.
Huh.
I said.
Yeah, I definitely would have remembered if you'd gone into it. But I don't really understand why you didn't.
I thought that you would ask me the obvious question,
he said.
Ah,
I said.
I would ask you whether you preferred me to refer to you using the Groglier terms.
No,
said Grak.
I thought that you would ask me whether I preferred to be viewed as male or female.
I thought about that for a moment.
But obviously the answer is that if you're not going to be viewed as Maka, then whether you'd rather be viewed as male or female depends on context.
He gave me a nod.
Those dwarves making the argument that they would rather human societies view them as male were doing it on the premise that they should be porcupines, showing off their spines for everyone, threatening war. But if the situation were different, then I can imagine presenting as female would have its own benefits, though I'm coming up a little bit short.
I stopped where I was for a moment, and Grak kept walking, not waiting for me to literally and metaphorically catch up with him.
This was a you and me thing,
I said as I came up beside him once more.
You would rather that I viewed you as female so that I would think of you as a potential mate.
Grak nodded once. He was blushing a little bit.
It was a foolish attraction that I'm well over,
he said.
You're married.
Fake married,
I said.
Said
Grak.
So you have not consummated?
It was very rare that Grak ever sounded smug about something.
No, as a matter of fact,
I said.
Not that it's any of your business.
You were supposed to,
said Grak, looking at me with furrowed brows, his hand still trailing along, but obviously only getting a fraction of his attention.
And it is my business because it's a matter of law. If you do not consummate, you're not married, and if you're not married, then your trial by combat holds no legal weight. We could all get pulled back to Angleton. This is entirely my business.
All right,
I said.
Fine, it's your business, within 1 degree of reasonableness.
I sighed.
Are you sure we're good, you and me? I don't want to leave anything on the table as far as that goes.
I am handling myself well,
said Grak.
My feelings for you have faded.
I couldn't help but think about how things had been going between me and Amaryllis, and how my relationship with Grak was in some ways a mirror image, at least on the topic of desire. I felt bad that I didn't hold any desire for him. Yet if I tried to imagine doing as Amaryllis had done for me, engaging without actually experiencing desire, well, yes, I could imagine having sex with Grak and being happy at him being happy, more than taking pleasure myself. But it was like putting myself in the mind of an alien, and I couldn't fathom how different things would have to be in order to make any of that into a reality. Maybe if he had been the one to get pregnant with Solace, and I had been stuck in the time chamber for a few months with him instead of Amaryllis, and if I had just been really sexually frustrated. I didn't know. That was a different scenario, though. One where things happened between me and Grak because I was horny, not because I had made some rational decision to help a friend. It was all confusing to me, because there was very explicitly a harem thing going on, with my companions being women that all had their own appeals, whether they were appropriate and sane or not. Even Bethel, who was literally a house, who was evil, at least her, if put in a lineup with the others, I could understand why. But Grak, it felt like a cruel joke, or if not that, then commentary of some kind that I really wasn't understanding. The locust was obviously another exception, but it was a package deal with Solace. And before Solace had died and become an increasingly older child, I could maybe have slotted her into some kind of coherent ensemble. The older version of Solace had really given off the vibe of being up for anything. The locust itself already liked breaking rules, so why not another?
Did you want to talk about Amaryllis?
Asked Grack.
Sure,
I replied.
She's been different with her clones up and running. We've been spending way more time together. And while I think it's going to change, for now it seems like she's devoted her original self to mostly slacking off and joking around with me. It's like it's constantly movie night.
And this is the reason you haven't had sex?
Asked Grack.
No,
I said.
No, I don't know, it's weird.
That doesn't clarify,
said Grack.
We're not dating,
I said.
We've spent absolutely massive amounts of time with each other over the last half a year, which is really more like, 2 years for her, I think. But still, there's all this time together, and I don't think that I have to tell you that I'm attracted to her.
You do not,
replied Grack. He started laughing to himself a little bit, and I waited for him to stop, which took longer than I thought it should have.
But we're not actually married, and we're not dating. It's all just this.
I paused.
It's unspoken. It's a bit flirty. It's nice.
You're worried that if it becomes sexual, it will stop being nice,
said Grack.
Oh,
I said.
It's kind of already sexual.
Grack looked at me and raised an eyebrow.
You know, I think I got way too accustomed to not having any privacy,
I said.
I just assumed that everyone knew my business. No, we were working on our stories for the marriage inspector, trying to make sure that everything was airtight, and I don't want to get into all the details of it, but yeah. And over the next few days we did some other stuff too, and then it was time to consummate, which wasn't strictly necessary, but did seem like there was some legitimate reason to. And all the other stuff aside, I just had this realization that I couldn't have sex with her and not tell her that I was in love with her.
Is there a reason that you don't want to do that?
Asked Grack.
I don't know,
I said.
Lots of reasons come to mind, but it's hard to tell what's backfill and what's not. I can know how I feel, which is that something bad would come of it, without necessarily knowing why I feel that way. If I wanted to be really rigidly logical, I would probably blame a sense of narrative. But maybe it's just that I think things are nice the way they are now. Or maybe it's some idiotic part of me that's worried about rejection.
She would not reject you,
said Grack.
I know,
I said.
Even if she was just a completely platonic friend.
She is not,
said Grack. I looked at him. Yeah, I asked.
What have you heard? Other than what I just told you.
I see the way she looks at you,
said Grack.
I listen to her defend you. You check her soul from time to time. Have you not seen it?
I try not to be invasive,
I said.
I just scan for threats or anything suspect. But yes, I've seen some suggestions in that direction.
You are being stupid, Juniper,
said Grack. Okay, I said.
You're probably right. So as someone with a level head and minimal personal stakes, what do you suggest?
Tell her that the marriage is meaningful to you, and that you wish it were real,
said Grack.
Then have sex with her if she consents. Then reserve flirtation and coy glances for when the two of you are alone together.
Ah, I said. Sorry. Grack waved a hand, the one not trailing a ward.
We are almost done with the ward,
he said.
Then the hard part will begin.
I watched from a safe distance as the bottle grew. Amaryllis and Solace were inside it, ready to leave at a moment's notice. I was outside with Raven and Grack, fairly close to the bottle itself, but ready to get the fuck out of the way if things started to happen in a hurry. Grack's novel method, or ability, of partial ented warding was ripe for abuse, but only in specific ways. To hear him tell it, the manipulation had to be in the form of negations, ways of altering the behavior of an entid by subtracting what it could do, in whole or in part. This could be fairly fine-grained, but it depended on the specifics of the entid and what rules it was following. The teleportation key had a number of distinct inner workings, such as allowing you to view your world line, having a 2-hour refresh time, and actually teleporting you. Grak's partial wards could knock out individual elements of the teleportation key, like preventing it from showing a world line, or preventing it from refreshing, but the limiter itself couldn't be removed, or at least, he hadn't worked out how to do it yet. It was exactly the kind of thing that was begging for an exclusion, since there were any number of entids which could, if their limits were removed, destroy the world. Grak was, understandably, being careful. The bottle seemed safe enough, though, and it was the first promising lead on the Locust situation, so we were barreling ahead, and if warding got excluded to the Isle of Poran, well, that would be bad. The strategy that Grak was taking was to selectively nullify specific elements of the extra-dimensional magic, and to do it in a slow and careful way that would prevent the bottle from breaking, which would almost certainly be catastrophic. Because the bottle was an entad, and a powerful one, it was impossible to run tests, but Grak had successfully done the same procedure on 2 other extra-dimensional entads of roughly similar function, which served as proof of concept. The bottle was growing, more and more with every passing moment. Every once in a while it would stop, and Grak would watch it. I looked through his eyes, but whatever he was seeing in the magic of the bottle, I had none of the background necessary to understand or interpret it. The problem with extra-dimensional spaces was almost always in their boundary conditions. The inside was bigger than the outside, yes, but how did that work when at some point the inside and outside had to meet each other? For something like Sable, that was easy, since the only connection from the exterior to the interior was through commands that seamlessly placed things in or out. But for a building that was bigger on the inside through star magic, the warping really had to take account of the difference between the inside and the outside, especially if you wanted something dumb, like a window, because if the interior wall was stretched, then the window might also be stretched, and would let in the same amount of light over a much larger surface area, making the outside dim, to say nothing of what would happen if someone tried to go through the thing. There had been cases of amateur star magic outright killing people who tried to walk into their new extra-dimensional rooms. The bottle wasn't just one window, it was pure glass. I had noticed the sunlight effect on my first or second time in. The bottle presented maybe a few square feet of surface to the world, but when you were inside it, the sun felt just as strong as it did outside. Something weird was going on at the boundary, a multiplier effect that allowed you to feel like you were outside. And Grak was having to grapple with that too, because as the bottle's interior expanded against the exterior, that secondary effect was starting to cause some problems. The interior of the bottle was noticeably brighter than the exterior. Its forest basked in sunlight that was almost blinding, even from outside. Grak stopped the process for a few minutes and canceled that portion of the entad effect entirely. It was slow going, but the bottle was growing. I wasn't even sure what was happening, but my best guess, based on what Grak had said, was that he was unconstraining the interior space, and it wasn't that the bottle was growing, it was that the interior volume was pushing out against the outer layer. This was anticipated to cause some sheer stress, but the bottle, like other entads, had some degree of self-healing and resistance to damage, and Grak was doing something to compensate for the boundary. I was mostly just standing there watching, fidgeting slightly, and trying to will my six-eyed virtue to cover what Grak was doing. He was trying to make the bottle squat, manipulating the dimensionality by negating only part of it, so that we wouldn't be standing next to mile-high walls of tall glass, and so that the ground within the bottle would be pushed right up to the opening. After 2 hours of slow expansion, the bottle was half a mile wide, with the ground inside pushed up so that the trees were just barely brushing the upper part of the glass. The main tree, the one in the center, which we'd slept inside for a fair amount of my time on Erb, was sticking out, fully outside of the bottle.
How are you doing on concordance?
I asked.
This is nothing,
said Grack.
I've already regained what was spent. It is like asking a clockmaker if they are winded from delicate work on a pocket watch.
Okay, I said.
You're still burning mental energy to do it. Is that fine?
It's fine,
said Grack.
I can stop if I need to. The ward's Thargox made needed to be dismantled halfway through, but the locus will hold, and the ward is permanent.
You could just leave it like this?
I asked.
I could,
he replied.
The plan is to expand it so the interior matches the exterior. The walls should hold.
That was an uncharacteristically long hesitation from him.
And if it doesn't?
I asked.
It's hard to say,
he replied.
There may be a considerable amount of glass falling down.
He gave me a look.
I'll put up a secondary ward around us to annihilate the Entad on contact. But if the magic fails and washes out too quickly, you will have to protect me.
Of course, I replied. Just say the word and I'll use a unicorn bone. I can give you a second or third chance.
I don't think it will help,
replied Grack.
This is for me to do.
The big problem came a half hour later, when the bottle had been widened as far as it would go, so that the interior dimension matched the exterior dimension. It was a full mile across, all inside the ward, as planned, with the headspace shrunk down as much as it would go. The problem was with the neck of the bottle, which, no matter what contortions Grack attempted, couldn't force the entire mass inside the bottle out of it, not without causing lots of damage to the domain. The locus wasn't just the biomass, but it was a little the biomass, and to snap hundreds of trees and throw thriving plants under soil. We were worried about the outcome. Amaryllis and Solace came out of the bottle for a consultation, Solace as a fast-moving cloud, Amaryllis using the amulet of 5 spirits, which she'd promised was only on loan. When she landed, she turned back into her human form, fully naked, and took some clothes that Grack had ready. Entads did the nudity thing a fair amount because you was much more of a coherent concept than you plus all the stuff you have on or with you, and nudity excluded a lot of munchkinry. I tried to be a grown-up about it, which meant that I only thought about boobs instead of saying anything. Is there an argument for leaving it in its current configuration? I asked. At least part of the biome is sticking up out of the bottle, and it's full-sized. Maybe the domain can expand across the barrier this way.
Unlikely,
said Solace.
I don't want to rush this, but this is substantially worse as it is.
We are committed,
nodded Grack.
The issue is whether to push it out now, with the damage that would cause, or to try something else.
We should think about other options,
said Raven.
Grack, what's your opinion on an annihilation ward?
It worries me,
said Grack.
The pressure is equalized. The interior matches the exterior. It could work.
Do it,
nodded Solace.
If it can't be pushed out, then annihilating the bottle is the best option.
I winced. I'd been hoping that we would keep the bottle, and maybe, if it wasn't going to have the locus's domain inside it, we could start building our own facilities. There were a lot of things that you could do with a bottle whose insides were that big. And Bethel, if she ever came back, if I could ever forgive her enough to work with her. I put those thoughts out of my head. It was a good entad for a meta-entad to use. I seemed to be the only one who cared about losing a powerful entid, so I kept my mouth shut. The locus was, obviously, more important.
This is the second time my skill as a midwife has not come in handy,
murmured Grack, and the image of the domain coming out of the bottle as a birth was so strong that I couldn't find it in me to laugh at the joke. We were 200 feet from the bottle when Grack changed his ward, and it was annihilated in an instant, dropping the land inside by a few feet where the thick glass had been. The sides of the domain slid down, toppling trees, but the destruction was localized to the edges, and more gentle than it might have been, with some of the edge still standing, showing off the strata of rocks, earth, and plant life. The locust came to the edge shortly afterward, looked at us, brayed once, and trotted back into the woods, as though nothing had happened. "Good work," I said to Grack. "Really, really good work."
Did the quest update?
He asked. "No," I replied. "But we might have to wait for a bit. It's not clear,"
The bottle is gone.
said Solace, speaking softly, as though she couldn't believe it.
And the locust is free to grow once again.
Amaryllis looked at me with an eyebrow raised. She'd read the same reports that I had, and while she hadn't expressed any skepticism, I knew she felt it too. We knew better than to ask for a timeline on when we would or wouldn't see results. Instead, we headed into the transplanted domain to see how things had changed, and in part, to be there for the locust in its time of transition. This was a big step, maybe the biggest step that the locust had taken since it had gone into the bottle in the first place. It also meant that Solace wasn't going to be traveling with us anymore. Taking the bottle around the world was one thing, but to abandon the locust to its own devices would be nearly unthinkable. That was on top of the fact that Solace's powers would wane away from the locust, so by a strictly utilitarian calculation, it was better for her to stay where she could do the most good. I was worried that both Solace and the locust were going to become background characters now, from a narrative point of view, and most of the worry was that background characters were sometimes expendable for the sake of making a point. But I was a single point of loyalty away from the locust getting a new virtue, and we knew from experience that those could be game-changing, especially if it was coming hot on the heels of completing a companion quest, which, well, there had been a chance that after the bottle was annihilated, I would have gotten one, or if not that, an update. I was getting worried that this was only step one, though, with another 3 or 4 steps in front of us, and there were other pressing matters, like the date with Captain Blue in the bottle and his zombies. The locust didn't seem any different from before, though I wasn't a great judge. She. After the conversation with Grack, I was inclined to stop playing around with pronouns, since they seemed systematizing either way, was laying down and not moving much, almost napping, but that wasn't unusual behavior for the locust. Solace patted the locust's flank and told the locust that it had done a wonderful job, that it was strong and beautiful, which only reinforced the birth analogy in my head. Raven and Amaryllis joined in, giving their love and support, but I stood back, and after a moment, I realized that Grack was standing back too. "You okay?" I asked.
He shrugged, then replied in Grogler. "It didn't work."
"The quest didn't update," I said. "That's not the same thing."
"The Second Empire was right,"
said Grack. I could practically see his heart sinking in his chest. "If they were, then we just have a different problem," I said. "One that we can solve."
"There is not always a solution to the problems that life creates,"
said Grack. I swallowed, because I had wanted to say that this wasn't true for us, that we were special, that this was a world that didn't give problems with no solutions. But Fen was dead, and she had stayed dead. I knew enough from my own history as a DM to know that how it was supposed to work was that you would allow anything with an epic enough quest, that you could descend into the hells to rescue someone you loved, that you could slay a god and wrest control of their domain, that there weren't supposed to be any actual limits, just limits of how long the party would stay invested in a campaign. But I hadn't always DM'd that way. I had, on occasion, decided that rocks fall and everyone dies, because what they were trying to do was stupid or impossible. "You did a good job," I said, resting a hand on his shoulder. "I didn't understand any of it, but you did a good job. The locust is out of the bottle. That's what we were trying to accomplish, and it's done, okay?"
"Okay,"
he replied. His hand went up to rest on mine. "Thank you, Juniper." Once everyone was done fawning over the locust, We went to the treehouse,
I'll keep 3 of my clones with you.
Amaryllis said to Solace.
And obviously there will be a contingent on Paran to handle the industrial and engineering considerations.
And what would those clones be doing?
Asked Solace, raising a dark green eyebrow.
Communicating with you about what's going on with us,
Said Amaryllis.
There don't seem to be any distance limits on the sync, and beyond that, I can do whatever you'd like me to do. To the extent you need extra hands.
It's the extra minds that worry me,
Said Solace.
You have real affection for the locust, I can see that, but it's poisoned with calculation.
Amaryllis set her lips into a thin line.
Very well,
She said.
I can station a clone at the edge of the domain, if you'd prefer. I don't want us to lose contact with each other, not for longer than a day. Or I can make brief visits.
That would be better,
Said Solace with a nod. And we will, of course, want to start looking for druids. That's not how it's normally done, is it? I asked.
Of course not,
Said Solace.
But if we hew to the old ways and wait for people to come of their own volition, allowing whomever would like to into the domain, we would be overrun in a heartbeat.
She gripped her staff.
It would have been better to remain cloaked in secrecy.
I'm sorry,
Said Amaryllis.
I really am.
I understand why you thought it was best,
Said Solace with a wave of her hand. What's done is done. I'll speak with the Tung to see who among them might make a suitable druid, if the locust so chooses. And if none have the temperament or desire, then perhaps I'll open the gates.
It will be a security challenge,
Said Amaryllis.
but it would be workable, if it comes to that.
And in terms of the worst case, I asked. If the domain doesn't expand and new druids can't be inducted,
then we'll find a way forward,
said Solace. I appreciated the optimism, I really did, but I thought it was a little bit misplaced. Amaryllis and Solace started talking about induction processes and how to balance the need for new druids against the risks involved. But I spotted the locust outside the door and went to it, which no one seemed to object to. Within half a minute, I was up on its back, and we were riding away from the treehouse, exploring the changed domain. It seemed so much more open without the bottle looming over us, like a dome had been lifted off the world. Eventually, we came to the edge, a part that had broken off and sloped down, giving us a view of the sea. I didn't know whether or not the locust could leave the domain, but it seemed like if it couldn't, that would be the sort of hard and fast rule that the locust didn't respect. Back in the old days, you just let in whoever wanted to come, I said. If someone wandered in, it was no big deal, and if they wandered back out, it was also no big deal. They could even hunt, so long as they didn't take more than they needed. They could live with you, or on your domain, so long as they lived in the right way. Some of this I was guessing at, some was history, as relayed by Solace. And if they loved the place, then eventually you would find them, and if they were the right kind of people, the right thinkers, then you would connect to them and allow them… Maybe it wasn't like granting them permission. Maybe it was letting your vast power flow through them, so long as they kept the faucet open on their end. I liked that as a metaphor. The problem now is that there's not enough juice, and the flow has been reduced to a trickle. Enough for Solace to do what she can do, but there isn't enough to push out toward others, nor to expand. At least, that's my working theory. The locust didn't reply. It could understand English, or at least tone, but it only looked out at the sea. I wondered if it ever did expand to reach the shore of Paran, whether it would stay as a doe or become something else instead. We could find a battery, I said. Some fucking enormous source of power and vitality, in whatever form. We could go on a quest to get it, and then hook it up to you somehow, again with me being a little light on specifics at the moment. And when that was done, you'd be able to pour yourself out over these lands. I sighed. Not too likely to actually work, though, because if we tried to hook you into a rune magic engine, it would be like AC and DC, or, Two things that don't go together where one is systematized and the other is not. I snapped my fingers. It would be like trying to integrate Lego with Play-Doh. The locust huffed slightly. I'm just thinking out loud, I said. I'll have to try to find a version of that metaphor that works on Aerb. Lego and its knockoffs were made out of plastic, but I was pretty sure that with the right setup, you could make a wooden version with lower tolerances and higher cost. Probably someone had already done it. Maybe it had already been done on Earth. I had no idea whether or not there were wooden Lego precursors, and once again wished that I had internet access to look it up. Look, the point is, the way I see things now, we find some nigh unlimited source of power that's as wibbly-wobbly in concept space as you are, maybe even something pulled from the conceptual realm, or it's not solvable. It's like I said before that maybe this is just it, all you'll ever be. Maybe that's even the lesson. I think the only real change is that now there's a chance you can outlast Solace for an appreciable length of time. The doe huffed again, but didn't move, and still stared off into the distance. I used the crown to look through its eyes, and got a multifaceted painting instead, one where nothing was literal, and everything was either exaggerated or in metaphor. I reeled from it, the augmented vision comprehension of the crown not being nearly sufficient. The locust wasn't even really seeing the world through its eyes. It was seeing an abstraction of the world, but not an abstraction that made things simpler. Even the image was, I was pretty sure, a simplification of that abstraction. The outside world had been vibrant through its eyes, and the domain had been, if not dull, then repetitive. The kind of stale sameness as landscape pictures in hotels that were mass-manufactured, selected for being as inoffensive as possible. The difference between the two was stark, and it took me a moment to realize how much it represented envy and hunger. The dough had been in the bottle for a long, long time, in a small, stagnant environment, and now it could see the outside world without a layer of glass. The Isle of Poran might legitimately have been like nothing it had ever seen before. I worked some water magic and parted the clouds, sweeping them to the side and letting light hit the water, which sparkled for us, the grass, which shone a vibrant green, and the dark rocks, which became solid and imposing rather than dour lumps. Everything the light touches, I began, but the words died on my lips, because I could see that it was meaningful to the locust, and maybe this was actually important. Loyalty increased. Six-eyed doe level 20. Companion passive. Unlocked. Dear to me. Six-eyed doe. The locust looked at me and nudged me in the stomach with its head. I took the hint and swung myself up to ride her, but once I was there, she just stared out at the bright, shining land with me, and when I made to get off again, she moved against me, keeping me in place. I didn't mind, of course, but I wondered about what the locust was getting from being mounted. I was going to look at the virtue, obviously, but my philosophy of late was that the game layer would keep, and I wasn't going to let it interrupt me. Slowly, carefully, I looked through the eyes of the locust again, and this time held myself to it, staring at the world as it appeared to this alien intelligence. It wasn't even a matter of replacement. Not a filter applied to the world. It was completely different, like a painting rendered by someone who was only hearing about the scene secondhand. And it wasn't really from the same viewpoint, instead rearranged so that everything was in its own eclectic composition. Seeing through the doe's eyes was misleading, because the doe itself was there, represented in its own view of the world, maybe a bit more small than it really was. Standing beside the doe was a stag, and it was only because I was absent from the view that I interpreted that stag to be me. After some time had passed, the locust turned around and headed back to the tree, where the others were waiting, their business concluded. I refrained from telling them about the loyalty up for as long as I could, because it was like breaking a spell, pinning numbers on something mystical. I would have to say something, of course. I couldn't not. And I would have to look. But there was a part of me that didn't want to. Because with how much the locust interfered with the interface of the game, it still seemed like the two shouldn't be touching at all. It wasn't until later that night that I finally looked at the virtue. Dear to me. When within the domain of the locust, you can sweet-talk the layman. When within the domain of the locust, the map might become confused with the territory. You, and some distance around you, are part of the domain of the locust, except not for the purposes of the prior two abilities. I stared at the virtue for a bit. It wasn't obviously good, not like some of the other virtues I'd gotten. It was obviously in the flavor of the locust, with hardly any direct numbers or mechanical references, which I was a little grateful for. I wondered at some of the language used, and thought about ways to test some distance, then discarded those thoughts as being not in keeping with the spirit of the locust. I tried to imagine the locust as belonging to a completely different game, one without much in the way of rules, or with rules that map to something else, rather than reality, or where the reality as the rules presented it was more important than reality as reality was. The biggest impact was, as far as I understood it, that Solace would stay at full power so long as she was with me, no matter how far away from Porin we got. The second impact, again, so far as I understood it, was that the locust could come with us, though I wasn't sure whether this would require the locust to teleport, warp space, or just do it. Either way, it didn't change all that much, and it didn't give us a magical out, which meant that we were going to go ahead with everything else as planned. In a few days' time, we were planning to kill Captain Blue in the Bottle, Feeling Blue. Chapter 200. Feeling Blue. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thulure Jepson. There was, as you might imagine, considerable argument about our next step. There was one and only one quest which had a time limit, and that was the one that Perisev had set for us, which was to go murder Captain Blue in the Bottle. We had other quests, some of them that I'd had for a very, very long time, relatively speaking. And then we had Fell Seed. With our current party, Grak was the only one prepared for Fell Seed. He could put up a ward against Fell Seed's magic, which suffused every biological thing that Fell Seed had ever touched, and be safe against a wide variety of monsters and threats there. He would need other wards as well, particularly one against acceleration in order to prevent Fell Seed from simply throwing a rock at our faces. And even with those measures in place, there were a lot of things that simply couldn't be warded against, like attacks that pinned us in place and deprived us of the things we needed to live, like air. Some of those weaknesses could be shored up, but still, it was pinning a lot on Grak. Grak could extend the wards anchored to his skin out a considerable distance, 6 feet, which meant that he could protect us, but it would still be damn scary. The second issue, aside from our safety, was that we didn't actually give a fuck about Fell Seed. What we were after was an extra-dimensional tunnel to parts unknown, a tunnel that was, according to classified reports from a Second Empire dimensional survey, located almost smack dab in the middle of the City of 1,000 Brides. It wasn't certain that we would need anything special to go through it, but getting to the heart of the exclusion with millions, if not billions of flesh beasts standing in our way, only to find a locked door we couldn't get through, seemed like it was really something we wanted to avoid. We didn't know where the tunnel led to, what conditions would be like inside the tunnel or at its destination, or what kinds of things might come out of left field. I wanted to go down that tunnel. I wanted to find Uther. I had felt, for a long time, that Uther was at the end of it all, because if I were this world's dungeon master, then that relationship would be at the heart of the story I was trying to tell. Uther hadn't just made his mark on the world, he had put the world into a mold of his own design. And that world, it was my world, my ideas, my concepts, my style. Even my companions were marked by Uther, at least a little. Amaryllis, his descendant, and the spitting image of his daughter. Raven, his one-time companion. And Bethel. Well, I could conceive of some world where Uther wasn't the end of the story. But if it had been my campaign, then after everything had wrapped up with Uther, that's where I would have asked my players whether they were interested in running more things in that world, or whether they just wanted an epilogue session or email laying out what the future looked like. And that really was what I wanted. I wanted to be done with things. We were all in agreement with that. The question was one of approach.
It's suicide by another name,
said Raven.
Every well-planned, intelligent attempt at Fellseed has revealed a new trick up his sleeve. He's been smart. He's collected mages and entads over the last few hundred years. There are Fellseed cultists to contend with, beyond just his flesh beasts. Aside from that, it seems likely that you'll need star magic in order to get into the tunnel, which you don't currently have.
So I'll get it, I said, keeping my voice level. But I really doubt, from a design perspective, that we would be gated out, because there was a skill that I didn't have. You don't require a single ability like that.
Fellseed was poorly designed,
said Grack. Not poorly designed, I said. Antagonistically designed. There's a difference. But yes, I concede the point.
We can't keep doing what we've been doing,
said Amaryllis.
We've had our first exclusion, and I think we're right to be terrified of more. Exclusions in Uther's day were gentler, the world wasn't so cross-pollinated, and there were more magics in general. If we lose bone magic, there will be at least 1 million dead over the span of a year. If we lose rune magic, that means an end to bottling and millions in the hells. If we lose warding, that doesn't just mean that thousands or hundreds of thousands instantly die. It means that warfare tips hard in the direction of offense. And that's just talking about exclusions. The stakes are increasing as Juniper gets stronger, and that means that people are going to get hurt, even if we play perfectly from here on out.
Angelson was in no wise an escalation from Mome Wrath,
said Raven, crossing her arms.
Uther himself explains in Degenerate Cycles that escalation is inevitable,
said Amaryllis.
He knew narrative better than anyone else. On this matter, I think we should trust him.
We're not strong enough,
said Grack. Then it's a matter of becoming stronger, I said. Unlocking more magic is a no-brainer, as is Entad acquisition. But for every quest we tackle, there are sure to be complications, and I have to assume that there's some amount of rubber banding, since that was always how I played it, and I found myself up against the ropes so hard without getting ground to a fine paste that I have to assume that it's not just the anthropic principle, right?
Anthropic?
Asked Raven. Meaning, let's say you flip a coin, and if it comes up tails, you shoot yourself in the head, I said. You flip 3 times. It's heads every time, so you say, wow, how lucky. But in any world where you had flipped tails, you would have been dead. And not able to make that observation, I shrugged. So maybe there are other worlds where I'm dead.
I don't think the world works like that,
said Amaryllis.
Why don't you pick heads?
Asked Grack.
Heads for a shot in the head?
We don't know for certain how or if it works,
said Raven.
Escaping from danger twice doesn't mean that you'll escape the third.
This is you saying that, I asked. You, who were there while Uther escaped from danger hundreds of times.
He never acted like he was invincible,
said Raven. Sure, I replied. Walking into danger like you think the dungeon master wouldn't dare hurt you, that's a good way to set yourself up for a rude awakening. I'm just saying, so long as we have a workable plan, which we're halfway to, we have to consider that there's some level of balance in play. And like Amaryllis said, the longer we wait, the greater the costs are likely to be.
It's a question of how much we do before we go,
said Amaryllis.
Are we at least agreed on that?
She got a round of nods from everyone except Solace, who simply sat there. She had been silent for much of this discussion.
No?
Asked Amaryllis.
If the locus wills it,
said Solace. She didn't say how she would determine that. We sat in silence for a bit, chewing on that. The question was whether we would go ahead without Solace, and the answer, I was pretty sure, was yes.
We need Bethel,
said Grack.
Valencia too,
said Amaryllis.
to keep Bethel in check, if nothing else.
I nodded. Then we'll add that to the list. We'll get a report from Valencia about how she's coming along.
It hasn't been long enough,
said Raven.
If it's possible to reform the house, I sincerely believe it will take more time than we've given it. And to go into this venture with bad blood between us would be disastrous.
Maybe,
said Amaryllis. She tapped her fingers against the table, and I could just tell that she was thinking about narrative. Hypothetically, if we were having intra-party squabbles and tension, that might take some narrative weight from whatever was happening with Fell Seed. It wasn't a recipe for success, but I could see the angle. So let's make a list, I said. We put down some checkboxes, then figure out the fastest and least dangerous way to check all of them off. Call them sub-quests. We've got 2 already. One is grabbing Bethel. The other is acquiring star magic. What else?
NTAD support,
said Amaryllis.
Anti-biologicals, methods for quick escape, clairvoyance, which will be tough, and probably a few others. I'll set a clone to the Kaledwich auction house next time I have 10 minutes to spare, and put out some feelers. Grack, we can form a subcommittee.
I could see Grack found this slightly ridiculous. He did nod, though. What else? I asked. Is that it?
Souls,
said Raven.
If we're going to do this, then we'll want to use the same method that you used against Onion. It risks exclusion, but soul magic has always had smaller exclusions. We'll need souls from all kinds of mages, and in fairly large quantities, which will take some doing.
I'll get in contact with Finch and the Athenaeums,
said Amaryllis with a nod.
And I think that should be it. That's equipment, personnel, and training. More knowledge would be nice, so I suppose we could make sure that everyone has read the relevant literature, and it's possible that we could make our own surveys of the FSEZ. I'll put another clone on it.
Good, I nodded. We're not committing to it yet. I want to make that clear, but I want to put us in a position where we could enter the zone at a moment's notice if we have to, instead of flying by the seat of our pants.
And in the meantime?
Asked Raven.
We're taking on Captain Blue in the Bottle.
Yes, I said. We'll do our best to meet Parasev's timeline. The faster, the better. I resisted the urge to say, how hard could it be? Captain Blue in the Bottle had a dumb name, and if my experience with Onion was any indicator, that meant that he was ungodly powerful. He was the god king of his exclusion zone, and commanded a rather large labor force of undead, their souls still trapped inside their bodies, having mouths but unable to use them for screaming. And if you were reading a book on the captain, that was what it would lead with. Well, a sensible book anyway. I read 3 different biographies of the man, and only 2 of them began by talking about the exclusion zone and the horrors that went on there. The 3rd biography was a bit different, not taking things out of order, and instead presenting Captain Blue in the Bottle as a child, then as a young man, and continuing on like that with no sense of foreshadowing. It was a more interesting read for it, but not really the most convenient or straightforward way to present the information. He hadn't been born Captain Blue in the Bottle, obviously, since most babies didn't have a rank. Instead, he had a perfectly innocuous name, Elisha Blue, and so far as anyone knew, a perfectly normal childhood, though perhaps one with more money than had been good for him. His family had owned a recreational schooner, and he'd taken to it enough that he pursued a career as a sailor, one funded by his parents, who were necromancers. Technically speaking, necromancy meant death divination, and more properly, you would have called the practice his parents engaged in. Necrolurgy, or something like that. But Herb didn't seem to care about being proper with its Greek or Latin, because it didn't actually have those languages. The local Latin equivalent was originally the work of a small group of canine animalia, which spread into academic and later popular usage long before Uther's time. There were a lot of things you could do with necromancy, and Aerb had a few different traditions that involved animating the dead. As this particular field was practiced in Elisha Blue's day, it involved taking a full skeleton and pumping energy into it, then having it animate in order to do crude but useful work. It was considered ghastly but not evil, and after the invention of the infernoscope, long before Elisha's time, it had been confirmed that the dead didn't mind it. They were being tortured for all eternity, or, if bottled, had presumably gone to oblivion. Contrary to how D&D usually framed necromancers, this variety of necromancy was almost exclusively used for utility, saving labor rather than with skeletons running rampant or being used in undead armies. If they were in armies at all, it was as pack mules or latrine diggers, their crude movements meaning that they required direct necromantic supervision. Elisha Blue had become a sailor, but one that followed in his family's trade, with a crew of skeletons to provide motive power across the seas of Aerb, their oars supplementing tall sails. Sailing was fucking ludicrously dangerous, given how little chance there was your soul would be recovered, and that meant that prices for shipping those things that needed to be shipped were relatively high. A better necromancer could get more from his thralls, and by all accounts, Elisha Blue had been a good necromancer, even going so far as to make some innovations in his particular field of magic. It was nothing that revolutionized shipping, but it lowered his costs and bought him a bit of respect. His ship was outfitted with entads that allowed it to carry more, as well as load and unload faster, and he became a force unto himself. The biographies were at odds with one another in regards to that part of his life. It might have been that he was relatively unexceptional, a man making what progress he could, even if it was fairly similar to the other advancements of the Second Empire. Or it might have been that if you'd been watching him closely, you would have seen the seeds of malfeasance then, the ways that he treated his customers and employees. Maybe he was a cheat and a swindler. Maybe he was just like any other shipper, headstrong and arrogant enough to think that he wouldn't die and be sent to the hells. What he definitely became, the biographies agreed, was a fairly brilliant innovator as far as necromancy went. In the naive case, necromancy required the whole skeleton, and if you could preserve the body using mummification, brining, salting, or some other method, all the better, because that allowed for slightly more fine-grained control and considerably more power. So far as I could tell, nothing I'd read was technical. This brand of necromancy involved the soul inside the body, what Phalater would have called the anima ipsa, that part of your being that stayed behind on Aerb when you died, and could be accessed through bone magic in order to pull attributes from you, even when you were definitively in the hells. While he was still a proper captain, Elisha Blue had made some minor contributions to the art of necromancy, particularly in the realm of miniaturization. The thing about corpses and skeletons was, if you needed them to do useful labor for you, there were some parts of them that really didn't need to be functional, like their skull. The rather minor advancements that Elisha made mostly had to do with compacting skeletons and corpses, rearranging them or altering them so that only the parts you actually cared about were taking up space. This was especially important in his chosen profession of shipping, where less weight was a decided asset. Beyond his actual skill in necromancy, he had also made some advancements in engineering, which allowed more undead to take up less space by virtue of the mechanisms they were powering being more efficient, rows of oars being replaced with cranks that fed into a drivetrain. He was powerful, but none of his work was terribly revolutionary. If you'd been a necromancer in those days, you'd have heard of Captain Blue. If you only knew one necromancer, there was a good chance it was him, though that was partly due to his penchant for advertising. His real work and real brilliance began once he retired from shipping and inherited his parents' fortune. He had a country estate, which had once belonged to a duke before a series of reforms in the Second Empire. There, He built a research laboratory, one that was intended to be world-class. The intent, so far as it could be inferred, was not just to advance the state of the art, but to create novel methods of necromancy that could be monopolized and sold. It was hinted, though not in so many words, that Captain Blue intended to found his own Athenaeum, perhaps with the backing of the Second Empire, one that focused not just on necromancy, but a few other death-related fields. With this concerted and well-funded effort in place, the field expanded by leaps and bounds, with Captain Blue at the forefront, always the most powerful. The work on miniaturization continued, and after 5 years, they had gone in new directions, allowing a necromancer to control his undead at a distance of miles and see through their eyes if they had eyes. Beyond that, the full body requirement had been circumvented, allowing undead that were nothing more than a pair of legs or an upper body with no head. 12 years in, this brand of necromancy failed everywhere on Erb, save for that estate and an area roughly 100 miles around it. Captain Blue was the only person able to practice it. He couldn't leave the zone. In the parlance of the Empire of Common Cause, this was an in-personed exclusion, but more than that, it was a free exclusion, one that posed no particular harm to anyone living there, and which could be exploited freely. Elisha wasn't some monster. He was just a normal man, an upstanding necromancer who had, at worst, pushed things too far, and who became an object lesson in the kinds of boundary pushing that could sometimes lead to exclusions happening. It wasn't even entirely clear why necromancy had been excluded, because nothing extreme had happened, at least so far as people could ascertain. Captain Blue himself had no answers. The planned Athenaeum never happened, of course, but the research laboratory continued on, now working entirely to the whims of one man. Some fraction of the world's necromancers moved to the estate, now only capable of working on theory or helping Captain Blue in some capacity or another, forever assistance. 2 years after the exclusion, the first of Elisha's manufactories opened up. Unlike the necromantic manufactories that had come before it, it wasn't simply a matter of undead driving cranks while complicated and expensive machinery did the real work. No, these new undead, christened zombies, were something else, barely even dead at all, perfectly preserved with only a slight pinkening of the skin, capable of complex, if rote, actions and some adjustments to correct for errors, techniques never before seen. There were a few limitations, like the fact that the candidate dead needed to die within the exclusion zone, and ideally where Elisha could work on them, but the Second Empire was backing Elisha's venture, which seemed to be a way to turn a waste product into a thing of value. If you knew you were going to die, and especially if you were a laborer of some kind, Elisha would pay to have you transported. If the Second Empire was going to execute someone, they would often send them to Elisha's exclusion. Elisha seemed to take some joy in branding and public relations, and it was during the time of the Second Empire that he took on the moniker of Captain Blue in the Bottle. His products were stamped zombie-made, sometimes with a little drawing of a lovable, dim-witted undead, and he had his own logo and persona, a captain of a ship in a bottle, reference to his history as a world traveler, and his present as someone stuck inside an exclusion zone. There was some deliberate effort to make himself appear like a harmless eccentric, with the zombies as his mascots. The Second Empire fell, but Captain Blue, in the metaphorical bottle, continued on. His zombies were slow to wear down, but they did need to be replaced eventually, and so he still paid dividends to people who were willing to come to his exclusion zone and join his undead workforce. Not too many people were fooled into thinking that becoming a walking corpse wasn't macabre and ghastly, but if it paid, well, people would do a lot of things if there was money attached, especially if they were dying. Captain Blue in the Bottle himself didn't die when he should have. He was human, but breezed past normal human lifespan without so much as a word of explanation about how he'd done it. Necromancy was, obviously, the easiest thing to imagine having helped him. It wasn't too long before the founding of the Empire of Common Cause that Captain Blue in the Bottle was found out. His zombies weren't undead in the way people had thought. They weren't bodies being remotely piloted by the skilled and talented captain. They were partway living, capable of feeling pain, pain which they experienced an immense amount of, owing to the ways in which their bodies broke down. A zombie set to knitting would wear away at their joints until bone rubbed against bone, until the outer layers of skin had been removed by abrasion and the nerves were rubbing directly against the needles. Their souls were still in there, and only when the body had been worked until it could work no more would Captain Blue in the Bottle sunder soul from body, bottling it not out of compassion, but because he was worried that information would leak to the infernals. Nowadays, shunned by the international community, Captain Blue in the Bottle had become a much darker figure, an abusive dictator who ruled over those who still lived in his lands with an iron fist, backed by an army of his undead, some number of the laborers converted to use in warfare. A few attempts had been made on his life, but it was a difficult thing, because he was holding all his zombies hostage. According to him, if he were killed, all his zombies would die with him, and that meant between 100,000 and 500,000 souls would get unceremoniously dumped into the hells, where they would be eternally tortured as they had been on Herb, but without any possible hope of rescue. Following his exposure, or possibly before, depending on who you asked, Captain Blue in the Bottle had stopped retiring his zombies altogether, and instead buried them in mass graves that were then covered over, the zombies living there in hidden caches so that if Captain Blue in the Bottle died, it would come with a cost. The funny thing about the exclusion zone was that aside from all the torture of the dead and the out-of-control dictator, it really wasn't that bad. People still lived there, some of them brainwashed into thinking that this was all somehow okay, others staying before they were prohibited from leaving. There was nothing wrong with the zone, no inherent threats, and if you went past the Imperial border guards and snuck inside, you might think that it was just like the rest of Herb, if maybe a little parochial. It had been classified by the Empire as a minor exclusion, meaning that you could live there with a little adjustment, but that was at least partly a political designation. It took us 6 days to get there, flying in our ship, almost perpendicular to the path we'd taken to get to Anglesyn. Without a dragon overhead, Captain Bonnie was in high spirits, and because of Amaryllis's clone merges, we could be kept abreast of everything that was happening in both Anglesyn and Poran. So far as Amaryllis told me, Poran was a bit of a slow grind and would be for the foreseeable future, while in Anglesyn, she was barreling through virtually unopposed. We'd tried to figure out some way to disguise the clones, but eventually had just settled on letting it be known what they were, their weaknesses obviously not broadcast. Amaryllis held seats on virtually every council or sub-council of importance, as the standard limits of no more councils than you can handle were much higher for her. If the Locust had its domain extended, it wasn't actually using that power. Over the 6 days in the airship, I saw neither hide nor hair of it. Solace wasn't with us. The ship landed in a field far outside the city-state of Necrolaborum, and then took off again once we had disembarked, moving back to a position where it could swoop in and rescue us on short notice, if for some reason the teleportation key didn't work out, and if we had 10 minutes for Amaryllis to update her clone that was staying back on the ship. There were a few things that we didn't have a plan for. First and foremost, we didn't have a plan for how to save all the souls inside the zombies from going to the hells. That wasn't strictly necessary, though. Those people were being tortured, and it was entirely possible that if they got an upper hell, they would get something easier to handle than a combination of locked-in syndrome and a decaying body. I didn't really know the calculus there, but it seemed like keeping Captain Blue in the Bottle alive because of the threat of other people going to the hells wasn't that good of a reason, given the circumstances. Beyond that, it seemed likely to me that we were going to deal with the hells, whether that was after I'd somehow achieved godhood or at some point before that. Second, we didn't have a plan for killing the captain because we didn't know what that would take. I figured that if he could be put down with a bullet to the head, someone would have done that, but there were surprisingly few attempts. We had information from two sources that should have known a lot, Finch and Raven, but neither had any real notes.
He's bad, obviously bad, but he's not the literal end of the world,
Raven had explained.
So far as I know, the library hasn't put any effort into getting rid of him, and certainly wouldn't have done so under my direction. If he was killed in some other timeline, I never heard about it. Pinot would have more information, but that would mean going back to the library, which is probably ill-advised for a number of reasons.
The initial hope was to starve him out.
Finch had explained in a separate conversation.
Legally, there's a total embargo. Nothing in, nothing out. All he'd have to do is stand down, release the undead from his grip, and promise that no more would be created. Economic power didn't work on him. There are a few concessions, minor deals, but nothing major.
He shrugged.
Technically speaking, there's nothing to stop anyone from killing him, except that you're not allowed in, and whatever surprises he's got for you. People have tried. They don't come back. Thankfully, if you try, then it's a mess I don't need to get involved with, so long as you don't do anything too impossible.
And you'll give us backup? I asked. Bring down some goons in Shimmerplate, at least once he's dead.
Exclusions aren't really my department,
he replied with another shrug.
But there are already hundreds of people at the border.
And that was basically where we were. We had Grak, myself, and Raven, plus Amaryllis as well, though she was feeling a bit inadequate as a fighter. Solace had said that she would be able to show up in our time of need, which she didn't elaborate on, and probably had something to do with the moving bit of domain that I was radiating out from me. Necrolaborum was an ugly city. Like a few industrialists back on Earth, Captain Blue in the Bottle had formed a company town, a planned community that was devoted, heart and soul, to the enterprise that revolved around his necromancy. In its heyday, it hadn't been a bad-looking place, though it was micromanaged and excessively curated, maybe because the captain was concerned with presenting a front to the rest of the world, a happy, campy face on something that made people squeamish. Now, it was a mixture of two types of buildings. The first were old structures, like the Grand Train Station, now missing pieces of its edifice and in desperate need of a paint job, and the second were tall, unadorned, Magestone buildings, put up by a steel mage who had been building with only function in mind. We were approached by guards when we got to the edge of the city, as we'd expected we might be. Two were human, but the other two were undead, their skin off-colored, more pink than it should have been. It was from carbon monoxide poisoning, I knew, the preferred method of death for the captain. If I hadn't known anything about the captain, I would probably have missed the fact that these were zombies. Looking at them with my other senses, I could see that they were well and truly dead, not breathing, hearts not beating, still and silent when they stopped moving. They wore clothes like normal people, though, uniforms with thick red bands around their arms, and looked straight ahead, slightly unfocused. This was the endgame of necromancy, the dead made almost into people again, and inside them, people who had no control, experiencing only pain. They were better than people in a lot of ways. They didn't need sleep. They were strong. They had skills that went beyond what they had in life, making them ferocious soldiers. "Announce yourselves," said one of the guards. His rifle was raised and pointed at us. Juniper Smith, Amaryllis Smith, Raven Masters, and Grakuel Leadbraids, I said, gesturing at each of us in turn. "We're here for a meeting with the captain." We sent a letter ahead. The guard hesitated for a moment, then nodded and lowered his weapon. "Follow me. Don't deviate. It was kind of funny." The easiest way to get up close and personal with a man who had been cut off from the outside world was just to send him a letter asking if we could visit. The country estate had been magically bombed and rebuilt, then, non-magically, set on fire and rebuilt, and the current iteration was absolutely hideous, though clearly better maintained than the surrounding city of Necrolaborum. There were zombies everywhere I looked, with most of them doing complicated work that I wouldn't have thought of zombies as being able to do, keeping the grounds, trimming hedges, raking up leaves, and generally engaging in semi-skilled and self-directed labor. Many of them were guards, standing there in partial armor, equipped with both a sword at their hip and a void rifle on their backs. One of the benefits of being a despot who was hated by the international community was that you didn't really have to give a fuck about international bans or anything like that. Void was actually one of the minor concessions he had with the Empire. He had vowed to only use Void for the purposes of defense, halfway cooperating with the Imperial ban. The guard led us into the main hall of the estate, which had an incredibly tall ceiling, with arches that made it feel like an inverted ship's hull, though it was far too big for that. It served double duty as something like a museum. On display, largely behind glass cases, were a wide variety of necromantic contraptions and inventions, charting Captain Blue in the Bottle's rise to greatness. There were probably 20 corpses all told, some of them moving to show whatever detail was explained on their plaque, and mixed in among them were some other, less directly necromantic things, like news articles explaining some grand triumph, nameplates from a few ships and a full figurehead, and further down, all kinds of artifacts from his product lines, boxes with their stamps on them, a logo that showed a ship in a bottle, and various things that he must have saved from hundreds of years ago. At this time, Captain Blue in the Bottle would like you to examine his collection while you wait for him to finish up with important work, said a well-dressed man in spectacles who the guard handed us off to. My name is Terrence, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have about the displays. Do you have an estimate for how long it will be? I asked. Not at the moment, Terrence said with a short bow. I apologize, but the captain can be quite busy at this time of year. That was fucking absurd, and I hoped we all knew it, but I wasn't sure that Terrence hadn't bought in on what the captain was selling. It took a certain kind of man to create a monument to his own existence, and I was fairly certain that if it were at all possible, Elisha Blue would have brainwashed his citizens into believing that he was a genius who had been unfairly maligned by the international community. Terrence seemed young. How long have you worked for the captain? Asked Amaryllis. Since the age of 15, replied Terrence, though in some sense everyone within the EZ works for him from the moment they're born until the moment their corpse gives out. He attached no particular emotion to the term corpse, which was impressive, but maybe meant that he didn't know the corpses still felt pain. It was hard to tell. But please, enough about me. I would be remiss if I didn't show you at least a few highlights of the collection. Lead away, I said. It was almost certainly a power play, but I didn't particularly mind, because at least it was a little bit interesting, and it would help to sell us as interested business partners, rather than a fire team here to kill him. I could tell from the conversations we'd had that I had the least distaste for necromancy of the lot of us, though seeing corpses up close, including the mutilated ones that had been part of the captain's miniaturization efforts, still did make me a bit squeamish. Eventually, as we were on the 5th display, this one just a leg that was in constant motion, pushing a pedal, a zombie came trotting down the steps and pulled Terrence to the side, delivering him a message on paper. Terrence read it, then folded it and put it in his pocket before returning to us. I was surprised at the sophistication the zombie had displayed, which was beyond what I had read about in my books. It was clear that Captain Blue in the Bottle hadn't simply been at rest. He'd been working, making advancements in necromancy over the decades. Our intel was out of date. The captain would like to know whether you intend to kill him, said Terrence, keeping his chin high and his diction precise. I had, naturally, read the paper through Terrence's eyes, so the question was no surprise. Our weapons are precautions, said Amaryllis, the most accomplished liar among us. It's not unheard of for those who have been backed into a corner to resort to tactics like ransom, and the four of us would fetch a hefty price. Better to have thorns, and better to show them. Very well, said Terence, nodding and letting out a breath. But I must inquire as to the exact nature of this visit, beyond that which was covered in the inquiry you sent to the captain. Did he share it with you? Asked Amaryllis. Not at all, Terence responded. But he said, in general terms, that you had a business proposition of an undefined nature, the sort that would be best communicated in person, given the delicate nature of our alliances with the outside. The wording there, our alliances, was either a slip or just part of the lies that the captain told his people. Amaryllis and I had argued for a bit about whether or not the Empire of Common Cause had really stopped Captain Blue in the Bottle from plying his trade. To hear her tell it, obviously he was right. People didn't give a shit where and how their stuff was made, so long as they could claim the moral high ground, and maybe not even then. Obviously, the zombie-made goods were being bulk teleported to a buyer or shell company on the outside and then sold as though made by mortal labor. She had no proof, though, and I felt like it was needlessly cynical, since there were plenty of examples of people banding together in other circumstances so that they could stamp out, or at least shun, what they saw as evil.
We represent the Republic of Mionun,
said Amaryllis.
We're undergoing rapid expansion at the moment, fueled by a number of technological developments, and we have a bottleneck in terms of labor. What we need from the captain is some kind of arrangement that will satisfy our needs at an agreeable cost, whether that means converting one or more of his manufactories or dealing with a shortfall in labor here. The price per unit labor of his workforce is currently unclear, and he should know up front that at this stage we are engaged in fact-finding only.
At least some of that was true. We were going to need factories, and in an ideal world, all the labor would be done by, if not the undead, then at least people we could pay a pittance, which would allow us to reserve the tuong for things that actually mattered, like engineering, logistics, sales, and that kind of thing. I see, Terence said again, giving us a short bow.
I'll go inform the captain at once, and I apologize for any paranoia that he has displayed in making his request, as understandable as that paranoia might be.
He left, and we were alone, save for the guards, who might as well have been wooden statues for all they were capable of hurting us. No, if we were going to get hurt, it would be with some novel weapon, or maybe with some novel truth. If it looked like we could steamroll him, which it did, then there was probably a catch.
I'm muting us if we need to talk, I said.
Nothing from me,
said Amaryllis.
It's what I expected.
The state of the art is better than I thought,
said Raven.
He's faking half of it,
replied Grack.
Faking?
Asked Amaryllis.
He stationed undead so we could see them,
replied Grack.
They were engaged in repetitive actions that looked like work. They were not performing labor.
Amaryllis frowned.
Good catch,
she said.
Anything else unexpected?
I see nothing suspicious with my sight,
said Grack.
The wards are weak. The necromantic magic seems naively unconnected to him.
That was a good sign, since it meant that his zombies would probably continue on without him, giving more time for soul rescue operations.
Be on your toes,
said Amaryllis.
Be prepared for sob stories and sweetheart deals.
That's not the impression that I got of him from his biographies,
said Raven.
The biographies are information that we were given before coming in,
said Amaryllis.
They're propaganda by the Empire, and set dressing by the Dungeon Master. Don't trust it.
I agreed with her, but sometimes the catch was that there was no catch. Sometimes the unhinged multi-millionaire necromancer dictator really was just that, nothing more. Our private discussion complete, I had time to look at one more exhibit before Terence came back, and it was one that I was honestly a little surprised to see in his collection. Placed between two panes of glass was a broadsheet containing Captain Blue in the Bottle's response to allegations about the pain and suffering of the zombies. I'd read his rant in one of the biographies, skimming it the second time it showed up in the second biography. But I stood there and tried my best to focus on it, to place it into its proper context and read it as it would have been read by contemporary readers. He admitted everything outright. Yes, his zombies had the capacity to feel pain, and yes, the slow decay of their bodies in the course of their work caused them considerable pain, on top of the suffering that they experienced by virtue of not being in control of their own bodies. All of this was made very clear in the first paragraph, laid out in simple terms. The remaining 5 paragraphs were devoted to explaining, in an increasingly sneering tone, that this simply did not matter in the scheme of things, and that this would do nothing to stop sales of his products except to those who wished to prove to their neighbors that they were fine, upstanding folk. And even then, no boycott would last. The primary argument, as I read it, was that labor was suffering, something people had always accepted, but this took a back seat to the insulting tone. Even trying to place it in context, it didn't make any damned sense. For a man who had done a lot of fairly innovative stuff with branding and public relations, it was a colossal misstep. And if he'd really believed that business would continue on as usual, what he should have done was to keep his mouth shut, or to issue a blanket denial, or at least give a mealy-mouthed explanation of why it wasn't as bad as it appeared. Instead, he'd gone for explaining that it was exactly as bad as it appeared, maybe worse, and that he'd had full knowledge of it. And beyond that, his customers were complicit and such shitbags that they wouldn't change anything. It was like if some Earth company's history of abusive practices and wage theft was exposed, and the CEO's response had been, "How'd you think we kept prices low? Maybe you're the ones that are the real monsters for buying our products." And if he'd done the smart, polished PR thing, sent out the equivalent of a press release that said, "We're looking into these allegations and taking them very seriously," maybe the exclusion zone would be considered a free exclusion, and the accusations would be treated as unpleasant rumors, or even just a blemish on his record. He never did walk it back, even when it became clear that he was wrong, and as it turned out, people did care enough to boycott and embargo him. He was wrong about people, which cost him a lot, but he just kept doubling down on being horrible, which had led to the current state of affairs. Terence led us up a grand staircase, through some hallways and rooms that I was convinced were only there to impress us with their size and grandeur, and finally, to the study of Elisha Blue. There were books on all the walls, wrapping the study in their covers, and I had to imagine that some of them were just for show, because even with the ladder on rollers, it would have been a pain and a half to get at some of them. Beneath the towering walls of books was a slab that was clearly sized for a corpse, and a desk that held a number of papers, behind which was sitting the man himself, Captain Blue in the Bottle. He looked younger than I thought he would, in his early 50s at the latest, and he didn't look in the least bit dead, which was another surprise. He was, however, wearing a black captain's hat and a buttoned-up navy blue coat that looked entirely like a costume. His face was thin and his forehead had the bulk of his wrinkles, but he didn't look bad for someone dressed as a mascot.
"Ah,"
he said, looking up from his papers.
"It's not often that I have visitors."
He gestured at 4 chairs that had been carefully set out in front of his desk.
"Please, have a seat. I was just going over some numbers in preparation."
"Thank you,"
said Amaryllis, taking the seat that was offered. It was kind of ridiculous to have a meeting like this with all of us in our armor, but he was wearing a captain's outfit in a landlocked city, so I supposed we were just going to roll with it.
"Do you know I don't get the papers?"
he asked.
"They want me not just starved of creature comforts, but blinded to what's happening in the world as well. For myself, it doesn't matter terribly much, but for my citizens, it's a terrible blow."
"You aren't allowed to give them news?"
asked Amaryllis, furrowing her brow.
"Why?"
"It's by imperial decree,"
said the captain, giving us a shrug. I assumed that they didn't think things through very well when they made that decision, which wouldn't be uncharacteristic. He gave us an avuncular smile.
This is by way of explaining that I don't have any particular information on who you are or what's going on in the wider world at the moment.
He paused and looked at Raven.
Obviously, Raven is known to me, if you're one and the same.
I am,
she replied with a nod.
And how can Necra Laborum be of service to you if you're truly here in pursuit of mutual benefit by trading our comparative advantages?
Asked the captain.
The four of us make up the Council of Arches on the Isle of Poran, which currently belongs to the Republic of Miyunun, consisting almost entirely of a species called Tuong,
said Amaryllis.
We're currently embarking on a rapid industrialization plan, but at least some of the work will be unskilled, which was where we were hoping you could offer your services. We would need to know the costs involved in retrofitting one of your factories, what kind of production you can maintain, what timeframes we would need to be dealing with, and obviously there would be some logistical issues, because we would naturally want for this to be done without it being common knowledge. Miyunun isn't a member of the Empire, but it plans to be at some point.
The captain nodded.
And I assume that you brought with you some plans and schematics? Or some engineering expertise?
I'll be lead engineer,
nodded Amaryllis. She held her gloved hand out, and a leather tube appeared in it, courtesy of Sable.
The preliminary diagrams and notes are there, but part of the reason a meeting is required is that I don't know the specifications of your operations here.
The captain hesitated, then reached across the desk to take the tube from Amaryllis. He opened it cautiously, then took the papers out and unfurled them across his desk. He took a minute to look through the pages, frowning at them, before finally looking up at us.
You're not here to kill me,
he said.
We were fairly clear on that,
said Amaryllis, giving him a little smile.
And what about being found out?
Asked the captain.
If you intend to join the Empire, you're likely thinking in terms of public perception. When that happens, will the contract be ended? And how do you intend to enforce this contract?
If the contract is beneficial to both parties, then it doesn't matter that there's no mechanism of enforcement,
said Amaryllis.
We'll have our own factories on our end, producing precursors, and send parts to you for final assembly and packaging. Then you'll send them back to us so that they can be distributed for sales. Once sales are complete, we can send you whatever you need via bulk teleport, assuming that currency does little for you.
She frowned at him.
Surely that must be the arrangement you have with your other business partners.
The captain gave her a bewildered look.
What other business partners?
He asked. Amaryllis rolled her eyes, just a bit.
Surely you don't expect us to believe that no one has approached you before. There are strong incentives to break the embargo, and with bulk teleport, it would be relatively easy to hide. Entad communication is generally difficult, if not impossible, to intercept. I'm not asking you to name names, but we can't possibly be the first people in decades that have elected to do business with you in defiance of imperial law.
Is that what you believe my life has been here?
He asked, sitting back slightly in his chair.
Do you think that I've been living a life of luxury? That the embargo hasn't been a source of constant pain and suffering?
No,
said Amaryllis.
The exclusion robbed me of my Athenaeum,
he said, leaning forward, hat slightly askew.
The embargo robbed me of my business. All I have is this land, which is only mine by the threat of damnation for hundreds of thousands, and you dare to suggest that I've been living a life without hardship?
His eyes were slightly wild.
I meant no offense,
said Amaryllis.
I assumed wrong.
She looked to Grack, who gave her a slight nod, then to me.
Juniper.
I'd like to talk for a bit about ethics, if we could,
I said, looking at the captain.
Ethics?
He asked, frowning at me.
I've read 3 biographies of you.
I said.
I read your initial response to the public in regard to the allegations. If we're found out, I want to have had a discussion about the problem of pain, something that I can offer in my defense.
Captain Blue in the Bottle sighed.
How trite,
he said.
Very well. I will bring up the idea that pain and suffering are part and parcel of ordinary labor. And you will bring up the idea of consent. And I will respond that I have a number of manufactories where every zombie did, in fact, give meaningful consent to the procedure, knowing full well what it entails. You then will insist that people cannot give meaningful consent to what amounts to torture, or that consent is not eternal in that way, and an agreement made involving autonomy is effectively identical to selling oneself into a permanent slavery, which is similarly not allowed by the current regime. Can we skip past all that then? Or was that the extent of the conversation you wished to have?
I assume the problem of pain is intractable?
I asked.
It's not something that you could fix by, say, causing antemortem nerve damage?
The problem,
he replied,
is that your politicians want someone they can publicly castigate, someone they can stand against as a way of telling others that they are virtuous. Necro Laborum has a great quantity of skilled labor, but not so much that they can't slight us. Labor abuses are rampant elsewhere in the Empire, but they are cloaked and the result of poverty, exploitation, and carelessness. I, however, am a single man, a target of opportunity. I have tried to negotiate with the Empire in good faith, but the politicians benefit only from tightening the noose they have on me.
He hadn't answered the question, and I assumed that the answer was no. He wasn't able to eliminate pain, not if he wanted to keep his current level of power and control over the zombies.
You feel maligned,
I said.
You feel like the rules are different for you, or maybe that they're only different because you're openly saying what other people believe, but fervently deny.
He nodded.
But from the way you say that, you don't agree. And yet, you come here for my services, to use my manufactories, to benefit from the labor that I'll be forced to sell you at low rates because there are no other buyers.
I'd hoped for more nuance,
I said.
I'd hoped that you had some better answers. Maybe you would tell some lies that would make you look better, but no, there's just blame for others, and an unwarranted cynicism about what the world is like, mixed with a base selfishness and unwillingness to change. It's disappointing.
I stood from my chair and began walking over to Captain Blue in the Bottle, who reached into his desk drawer and began to pull a void pistol, which I sliced through without breaking my stride. He got up and knocked over his chair, but I was far, far faster than him and had him by the wrist before he could get away. Not that it would have been possible for him to do that, given I had Amaryllis and Raven right there, and that Grack had been building up wards the whole time we were talking.
Are we good on wards?
I asked Grack. Grack nodded to me.
Necromancy is difficult. It's all or nothing at this point.
We could sever his connection to his undead, but it wasn't clear what would happen then. Maybe they would all go still, ready to become animate once they had his orders. Maybe they would continue on with whatever they had been tasked with, and maybe they would all die, which would give us 30 minutes or so to get souls out from hundreds of thousands of bodies, most of which were hidden. That last scenario was the one we were trying our hardest to avoid. Grack had been surreptitiously experimenting with warding against necromancy from the moment we'd touched down in the EZ, as had been the plan, but from the way he'd phrased it, I was pretty sure that he didn't have a workable solution, or any idea what the end result would be. I turned back to Captain Blue in the Bottle, who I had been stilling.
All right,
I said.
Tell us what your contingencies are.
Beset by enemies,
he said, letting out a little moan.
On all sides.
We want the locations of all your zombies,
I said.
We want to know where the mass graves are. We're going to spend the next month in this exclusion zone if we have to, removing souls and ensuring that everyone escapes damnation.
While I was talking, I was trying to use the skin contact to probe for his soul, which wasn't working well. He had a pulse, but the magic that should have been flowing through his blood wasn't just weak, it didn't seem to be present. I was hoping to avoid soul-fucking him if I could, but if it meant keeping 500,000 people from being eternally tortured, well, I would do it, and then kill him afterward. The problem was, whatever necromantic magic had kept him alive, long past his natural lifespan, it had fucked with my path into his soul.
Never,
he said.
You would kill me.
We wouldn't,
said Amaryllis.
We have no interest in your death, only in salvation.
On Aerb, that was a poetic term for oblivion of a soul.
And what?
He asked.
You would keep me in a prison for the rest of my eternal life?
He spat at me, and I effortlessly dodged, still not letting go of his wrist.
Let's talk,
I said.
Let's come to an arrangement.
An arrangement?
He squawked.
This violence against me, and you want an arrangement? For every minute you hold me, I'll send 12 souls to the hells.
Here's the thing,
I said.
That's a bullet that I'm willing to bite. I came in here intending to kill you, knowing that it would probably damn 500,000 people to the hells, and being content with that, because what you're doing to them now is torture. When I say that we should make a deal, what I mean is that you can walk away from this with your life. You can start with a conversation.
He spasmed once, kept from moving too much by how I held him, and I braced for the worst, but then he simply went limp and dropped to the ground, lifeless, with my grip on him released.
That wasn't him,
said Grack.
Enabling a full ward against necromancy dropped him.
Fair enough,
I said with a sigh.
Then we're just going to have to find the real captain.
That's going to be difficult,
said Amaryllis with a frown.
He has 600 square miles to hide in.
And he'll know that we're here, and that we're coming for him,
said Raven.
There's nothing to prevent him from amassing forces and retaliating against us.
I could make detection wards,
said Grack.
One attached to the hull of the underline might serve.
It depends on what his next step is,
said Amaryllis. She clenched her fist.
So much for this being an easy in-and-out mission.
We have time before our deadline is up,
I said.
And there's one obvious solution to finding him.
I don't like it,
said Amaryllis.
She's a quest too,
I replied.
One that we're going to have to do sooner or later.
I don't like it either,
said Raven.
Quest update?
None, I replied. I was listening with vibration magic, because of course I was, so I heard the footsteps long before the servant, Terence, got close enough that I could see through his eyes, and far before he opened the door. He looked in on us, and his face fell.
The captain would like me to inform you that he is no fool and has contingencies in place,
he said, voice trembling slightly.
Of course he does,
I replied. A lich couldn't be killed just like that. If you destroyed his physical form, he would just emerge from his phylactery in 1 to 10 days, which meant that finding his phylactery was going to be our #1 priority.
Do you happen to know where he is?
Terence shook his head, and I had half a mind to soul-fuck him so that he would say everything that he knew. He really did seem to be just a part of the help, though, and to do that to an innocent, especially when there were other options, wasn't something that I was going to do, whether that was petty morality or not.
Then we're off,
I said to the others.
Terence, thank you for showing us around. If you can, let the captain know that we'll be back, and we'd be perfectly willing to discuss the terms of his surrender. He can't hide from us, and he can't outlast us.
Terence nodded once.
Now get the fuck out of here,
I said. 5 minutes and a poke through the wards later, we were back on the Isle of Poran, preparing to go to a different exclusion zone entirely, the one filled to the brim with Doris Finches, the aviary. Chapter 2. 101. The Aviary. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Rejepson. Going into Captain Blue in the Bottle's exclusion zone was a legal gray zone. Amaryllis and I were dual citizens, with one country being an imperial non-member and the other being a full member in good standing. It wasn't strictly illegal to cross into the Necrolaborum EZ, but it was illegal to provide aid and comfort, to engage in trade, or to do a whole bunch of other things, which we arguably had done prior to our assassination attempt. There was some hope among the Empire that Captain Blue in the Bottle would eventually see the error of his ways, kill and bottle his zombies, and then become a regular trading partner using the older, less problematic methods of necromancy in order to keep his factories running, though there were other sides on that issue, particularly people who thought that what the captain had done could not be forgiven. I could see both sides, but so long as there was a threat of death, the captain just didn't have the incentive to stand down from his threat of sending 500,000 souls to the hells. The Doris Finch situation was something else entirely, not just because it was treated so differently by the Empire, but because we really were attempting to engage in trade of some kind with her. She had found some way of tracking people and sold it to Larkspur, then Uniquities. Now, we were going to her in the hopes that we could have her sell it to us. Even if the captain hadn't been in the picture, we probably still would have ended up coming to Doris at some point or another. The ability to paint a probabilistic picture of where things were was golden, the kind of thing that everyone wanted. And if both Larkspur and Uniquities had traded with her in order to get things found, that meant that others probably had too. Clairvoyance was rare on Aerb, and this was, apparently, repeatable, reusable clairvoyance of a sort, one which no one had the knowledge necessary to ward against. Once it became common knowledge that the Finches had that ability, Amaryllis expected there to be a loosening of restrictions, unless control of the could be wrested from the Finches, in which case the world would change in a major way. It wasn't just trade with Doris Finch that was prohibited, it was everything. No one was allowed into the EZ, and anyone who got out of it was kept out and in quarantine for a period of 14 days, then given a once-over by an Enolia, along with a full sweep with wards, to make sure that nothing was being smuggled out, wittingly or otherwise. Here was the problem with Doris Finch. She defected. If you made an agreement with her, you had to expect that she would break it unless she had overwhelming incentives to cooperate or expected wildly disproportionate retribution. She defected to a degree that I would have said was absolutely inhuman, but I knew humans well enough to know that some, when shown kindness or offered a good deal, would stab you in the back all the same. Doris Finch would lie, cheat, and steal, just as a matter of habit, sometimes even when she should have known that she wouldn't get away with it. She had poor impulse control and used violence and subjugation as a first resort. She wasn't insane. She was just really the worst person ever. And popular opinion was that what really pushed her over the edge was that her duplication power meant that her primary influences were other divergent versions of herself. That was the picture presented from the outside anyway, and especially the picture presented by Amaryllis. It was about 6 days after our brief, ill-fated excursion to see Captain Blue in the Bottle that we landed our ship outside the Doris Finch EZ, between the walls and the range of the Dorises. You could tell where the magic of the Dorises started. Past that point, almost nothing grew, as the grounds had been salted with blood and the Dorises had stripped off anything of worth. There were no trees, just ugly, squat buildings in the distance, with a few built right up to the edge, a defensive measure, as one wall of the structure couldn't be assaulted by other Dorises. The open field was our target. We thought it better to have a meeting that was as much in the open as it could be, with a safe retreat back out of the zone.
"I hope you know what you're doing,"
said Captain Bonnie.
"You know I'm not going in there, right?"
"We know," I replied.
"And you said that you were going to kill Captain Blue in the Bottle, but didn't."
she said, frowning at me. He was a tiny bit harder to kill than planned, I said. But it wasn't a lack of firepower, it was a lack of intelligence.
So get smarter.
Captain Bonnie said with a shrug and a smile.
And look, if I get so much as a whiff that you're working with Blue.
She hesitated, seeming to remember who she was about to make a threat against, and her upright finger curled down.
I'll resign as your captain, and the crew would call it quits, too.
We're not doing a deal with him, I said.
Doing one with the Finches, though?
Asked Bonnie, raising an eyebrow.
Them we're not aiming to kill,
Said Amaryllis.
or at least not kill too many. The risks of dealing with her aren't the same. They're not moral risks. They're risks that you get stabbed in the back.
Well, armor plates on your back. That's what I would suggest.
Said Captain Bonnie with a snort.
And we'll stay well back.
The DFEZ was surrounded by tall walls a few hundred feet from where the exclusion itself started. The walls had been put up by Imperial Steel mages mostly because it was an easy thing to do, rather than because it was actually effective at keeping people out or harmful effects in. I was pretty sure that, as with other exclusion zones, there had been discussions on how to close the exclusion, in this case meaning to kill every single one of the Finches. But as with Captain Blue in the bottle, no one had actually done it. The easiest solution, and the one that I had thought of right away, was to simply soul-fuck her. But the status of her soul was complicated, and it had been tried, only to meet with failure. We were about 30 feet in when we met with a contingent of Dorises. This wasn't a surprise. We were coming for a meeting, and hoping that all it would take was some diplomacy in order to get her working for us. You never could tell with the Dorises, though, at least from what I'd heard. There were about 30 of them all told, all variations on the same woman, in her 30s, maybe a bit younger. When she'd made her breakthrough and the exclusion happened, she'd been 14, and for quite some time she'd aged normally, all of her, which made people think that her exclusion zone would someday solve itself. Then, maybe 15 or 20 years after the exclusion, she'd stopped aging entirely, all of her, for reasons that, if they were known, weren't known to us, but probably had something to do with her cloning ability. At her base, she didn't look like much, the kind of woman that I could imagine running a struggling bakery or working as a waitress. She looked like she never smiled, and I knew from reading her biography that she was, in fact, a crazy bitch, not to be too gendered about it. But there was nothing all that surprising or unique about her. She had dark hair, was generally fairly thin, and had a narrow face with high cheekbones. If you saw her, I was pretty sure you would forget about her right away. There were, of course, variations. To start with, their clothes were all different from one another, though there were commonalities in textiles. Maybe half of them were dressed in either leather or a rough fiber, which I knew to be skin and hair, respectively, taken from some Doris who had likely been cloned for the express purpose of being skinned and shaved. Beyond the clothes, there were differences in hairstyles, tattoos, and piercings, most of them crude and extreme, with the tattoos in particular being what I thought of as prison quality. Altogether, they looked like a band of post-apocalyptic biker chicks, but without the bikes. The one notable exception to their look was their weaponry, which came in the form of polished swords and void rifles. Doris Finch, naturally, did not respect the ban on void weapons, and at some point or another, possibly before the ban and possibly after, a shipment had come in. Because of the unique magic of Doris Finch, virtually anything could be multiplied so long as they could hold it, though there were limits on shelf life for the cloned items, and naturally, they couldn't leave the zone.
"You're in our zone,"
called the Doris in the center of the group as we approached. She was slightly higher status than the others, which in Doris land meant that other Dorises thought she was too tough to fuck with, at least until she could take a shank to the guts in her sleep. She was wearing blue, Not the human colors of her lessers, though I saw other bits of blue around, which might have come from the same dress, multiplied a few times.
State the deal.
We need tracking.
Called Amaryllis.
5 or 6 candidates to track, entads, and supplies to give in return. I have a list of 50 investables, plus the supplies we can get for you. Starting offer is 250,000 obols in supplies, teleported by bulk to wherever you want.
This was one of the things that Cyprus, the alternate timeline of Amaryllis, had written was key to dealing with the Dorises. It was best to be completely disproportionate, offering immense rewards or incredibly severe punishments, both backed up as much as possible as being credible. The other key, she'd said, was to deal with as few of them at a time as you could.
Payment now, results later,
said the central Doris, which I guess was her way of seeing whether we were idiots.
Can you do it?
Asked Amaryllis.
No payment without some guarantee of actual results.
A guarantee wasn't that valuable of a thing among Dorises, but still.
We can't personally, but we're part of the group that can. We'll forward the request on,
replied Doris.
We'll get our cut.
That's not good enough,
said Amaryllis.
We give you funds now. There's a risk you cut and run. We give you nothing. You have no incentive to pass it along to the people who can actually help us.
They'll pay us a finder's fee,
said Doris.
The upfront is just proof of payment.
We can do a fraction now,
said Amaryllis.
Then no more than 1/10 at each step of the way. That gives both of us incentives to keep going. If we need longer, then payouts get spread more.
You'll be eating the costs of the teleports,
said the Doris.
I'm fine with that,
shrugged Amaryllis.
Exchange happens now,
said the Doris.
We give you the location for the teleport. You give us the names and descriptions. Photograph or painting works better. We send it along, they'll contact you. Dead drop at the zone edge works best for you getting your information, unless you have an entad that can talk to us.
We do,
nodded Amaryllis. She looked at me.
Juniper.
Amaryllis handed me an envelope of papers, and I stepped forward, walking cautiously, my hackles raised. Doris Finch was insane, and you couldn't trust her. I had a lot of void rifles pointed at me. One of my hands was on a mome bone in my bandolier, and I was ready to disappear from their attention, if it came to that. Amaryllis had a scroll that she'd rigged so she could pull down on a string on her own bandolier and hit them with the meme that the two of us were immune to. We were expecting a double cross. You had to when Doris Finch was involved. The attack came when I was 10 feet away, but it wasn't the attack I expected, not an attack against us, but an attack against them, Doris against Doris. The void guns began their thwips and thunks at once, along with the sound of more conventional weaponry, and I drew my sword, shifted my elemental plate to iron, and tried my best to stay out of the way, so long as I wasn't the one being attacked. Through the crown of eyes, I could see everyone within 50 feet of me, which meant that when a Doris did eventually take aim at me, I was able to dodge out of the way and counterattack with a dagger pulled from my magical bandolier. The Dorises didn't seem to have it out for me, though. This was an internal matter, and so long as I stayed where I was, sword drawn, the fighting that went on didn't touch me, a few pot shots aside. As I watched, I could see the Dorises multiplying, splitting in two, both with the same equipment as the first. When the exclusion had first happened, these splits took 5 minutes of concentration, but now it was down to half a second, little enough that it could be done in the midst of combat. Of course, the clones had no loyalty to each other, which was the whole problem with the Dorises, and which made the whole thing into a horrible clusterfuck, because a Doris could only work with herself for a limited time. The battle went on for quite some time. Grack, Amaryllis, and Raven were bunkered down behind thick steel shielding, plus, I was sure, some wards, and eventually, as no one was really putting effort into attacking me, I walked over to join them. "This is fucking ridiculous," I said as I turned down the din of battle with vibration magic. "How long do you think this is going to take to sort out?"
No idea,
said Amaryllis.
I'm not a veteran of this zone.
To be clear, they're killing each other over who is going to get the contract with us, I asked.
Contract.
Amaryllis laughed.
Most likely they'll just steal the down payment and then do nothing for us. This fucking bitch.
Amaryllis hated Doris Finch, maybe more than she hated any other in-person exclusion. If it was Amaryllis who had that power, she would have brought the world to heel with it, exclusion or not. I was pretty sure that I'd heard her rant about it at least twice before coming to the EZ was even on the table.
All right,
said Amaryllis after the movie was over. It had been the prestige which got her gears turning, for obvious reasons. This was day 23 of being cooped up in the time chamber together, unable to leave, with only each other for company.
Imagine this. You gain the ability to split in two. There are two of you. What's the first thing you do?
I shoot my other self, I said.
Because you're a fucking idiot, right?
Said Amaryllis, nodding. If you're talking about the movie, I began. Normally, this was one of my favorite parts of movie night, talking to Amaryllis and seeing what she thought about what we'd watched. If I'd had any foreign friends in Bumblefuck, I probably would have tried cultural exchanges with them, just to see what they thought of Americana and American culture. Not that America didn't export a ton of movies and television shows. This was even better, though. Most of the time, anyway.
No, I understand it in the movie,
said Amaryllis.
Caldlow was an obsessive and had his own history with a double, which went poorly for him. It was commentary on him and his mindset. The whole movie tells a story about three madmen, and maybe we can make some leeway for there being no magic on Earth, and this unprecedented thing being frightening. But I'm not talking about that, or at least not directly. So do you want to try answering the question seriously?
I guess if I found out I had a clone, we'd have sex, I said. Amaryllis stared at me, waiting. I sighed. All right, fine. It really depends on how the duplication happened, but we would try to work together, do some research, figure out if there are differences, yada yada. Try to figure out how it's going to work with one of us going to school and the other staying home, how we're going to pay for food, that kind of thing.
You're assuming that you're on Earth in this scenario?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow. Oh, I said. Yeah, I guess I was.
Either way,
said Amaryllis, waving a hand.
You and I are normal people, sane people. Even if you scale the hypothetical up, I'm fairly confident that 1 million of you would be able to form a powerful nation, even if you had only your normal abilities as a mostly regular teenager.
Mostly, I asked. Amaryllis waggled a hand.
No offense intended, but you have your quirks.
Sure, I said. Honestly, I'm not sure that I would scale up. You're saying that some of me would be firefighters, some would be doctors. I guess we wouldn't need police.
Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't,
said Amaryllis.
We have similar theories of personhood, thankfully, but after the point of divergence, maybe some of you would fall into the usual traps, and police would be necessary. But it wouldn't all fall apart. You would have a completely shared culture, shared values, shared ways of thinking, and there's no way that the nation of junipers would end up as a failed state.
That's the kind of thing that you always tell me never to say, I replied. Because it could be ironic foreshadowing.
I'm talking about Doris Finch,
said Amaryllis. Oh, I said. Well, go on then. Wolverine had his hang-ups about being the one in the spotlight, and an obsession with what it would take in order to do an impossible trick. He knew that he could never share the one thing that he loved, which was fame. What's Doris Finch's damage?
I have no idea if you're asking why she is the way she is,
said Amaryllis.
But in terms of who she is, she's the person who ruins everything. She is the tragedy of the commons. She's the reason that places have limit 1 per customer signs, why laws have to explicitly spell out everything that the vast majority of people figure out for themselves. People like Doris Finch are the reason that you have to have laws in place for common decency. The Republic of Doris Finch doesn't have police, because if those police were Doris Finch, they would take bribes and operate shakedowns, then shirk any work that didn't personally benefit them. The stupidest thing about it is that she's not dumb. She couldn't be and still have as much faculty with magic as she does. But when it comes to placing an ounce of trust into other people, even if it's herself, or even absent trust, if you ask her to just not fuck over anyone.
Amaryllis threw up her hands.
Almost anyone else in her shoes would have done better.
And this colors your opinion on Hugh Jackman's character? I asked.
On Caldlow,
Said Amaryllis.
and yes,
She crossed her arms.
it's implied that the technology was one of a kind, never to be recreated, and it was his fault. He was a monster. Watching that movie is like if I showed you a movie about someone who was obviously supposed to be Pol Pot, except it was presented as a tragedy and a commentary on the nature of art. Fuck him. And Caldlow is worse than Doris, because at least Doris has the excuse that her brand of magic doesn't work for anyone else. Not that she would have given it up willingly if it did.
I nodded, desperately trying to remember who Pol Pot was, and drawing a blank. Cambodia, right? Probably genocide. Regardless, the movie seemed to touch a rare sore spot for Amaryllis. Got a thumbs down in terms of ever bringing it to Herb, and we did a rare doubleheader in order for her to get the taste of that film out of her mouth. She was much more a fan of A Fish Called Wanda. After some time had passed, the gunfire and fighting died down. Pretty much none of it was directed our way, behind our steel shielding and Grax wards.
All right,
Doris finally said, speaking to us.
that's settled.
I popped my head out. It was roughly the same number of them as before, but they were standing in a field of corpses from their fallen enemies, allies, and clones. I saw a few Dorises who were definitely from the same stock, wearing all the same gear and with the same tattoos and hairstyles, but, presumably, having switched sides. The only significant change, beyond the wounds some of them had and the marks of battle, was that most of them were wearing red instead of blue. There was a quite interesting phenomenon within the DFEZ called the conservation of Dorises. The upshot was that there would only ever be as many Dorises as necessary, because if there were more than that, resource scarcity and general incentives would mean that the Dorises would kill each other. Therefore, if 30 Dorises were needed for talking to us and getting a cut, there would always be 30 Dorises, because any more than that, they would backstab for a position, and any less than that, and they would make clones.
What was that?
Asked Amaryllis, standing up.
Internal fighting.
Doris replied.
Nothing for you to worry about. We're not interested in killing you.
This was bullshit. They would have killed us if they thought that they could, because they would get our stuff.
Do we have a deal or not?
Asked Amaryllis. The Doris shifted in place.
You're not talking to the same people. We don't have access to the same magic.
You've got to be fucking kidding me.
Said Amaryllis.
Then what are we doing here?
We can take you to them and ransom you off.
Said Doris.
They'll pay us a fee.
Any reason we shouldn't just kill you all?
Asked Amaryllis.
Any reason not to cut through you like a scythe and try to find them on our own?
She was saying this with rather a lot of void rifles in the vicinity, against 30 women who could make duplicates of themselves in half a second. But we knew Doris well enough to know that they were shit at coordination, and they knew it.
It would take you longer and be more dangerous,
said Doris.
The only reason to kill us would be retribution for the inconvenience and whatever pleasure you'd get from it.
For a moment, I really thought that Amaryllis was going to take her up on it. But whatever anger she was feeling at the situation, she didn't let it get the best of her. I was worried about a double or triple cross, obviously, considering that it was Doris Finch we were talking about. But if it was a specific faction of Dorises that had the magic we needed, then bumbling around the EZ trying to find them seemed like it was a fool's errand.
You understand force, and you understand power,
said Amaryllis.
If you try to move against us, we'll end you.
Of course,
nodded Doris.
It's just business.
A few of you tried to shoot me, I said. Doris shrugged.
We had to try. You seem like you're strong enough that it won't happen again.
She turned to Amaryllis.
But you should know that if we think we're going to get fucked, we'll throw our lives at you.
Amaryllis nodded, but I think we all knew it was a bluff. Doris wasn't self-sacrificing. Amaryllis, now there was a woman who would be able to make a suicide bomber clone. If Doris Finch tried it, her clone would, at best, start up an argument about which of them should be the one to do it, or try to spawn another clone to do the work for her. At worst, the clone would attack the original, or vice versa, not that they knew which was a clone and which wasn't. That said, a Doris Finch would, if she thought that her life was about to end, try to take as many people down with her as she possibly could, especially other Dorises. There was only a little bit of looting before we got going. One of the ways that Doris's power was busted was that it cloned over her equipment too, but the big drawback was that the clone's gear would disappear after 24 hours. The loophole was that if a clone with an hour left on the clock for their equipment made a clone, that new clone would have their clock reset. The answer then, at least some of the time, was to just make a clone, kill it, and take its stuff, keeping both sets of equipment until the timer was up, when you would find out which one had the longer timer. The clone would naturally resist that, but the Dorises had methods of clone production that would put the clone in a position to be easily murdered. Most of the equipment that was laying on the ground, if looted, would simply disappear by the next day. We walked, traveling slightly behind the Dorises, because no way were we going to be willingly flanked by them. If it did come down to a fight, I was worried that we might not be able to kill them all before they simply swarmed us, especially since they had void rifles. My boots were soaked in blood from the firefight they'd had, and as a demonstration of their combat abilities, it was a little bit frightening, because they were above the level of your average cannon fodder, and there were just so damn many of them. If even one of them escaped, you could be met with a dysfunctional army a minute later. They had incentive to kill us, naturally, especially since we were visibly carrying a rather large number of entads, and those entads, in the hands of a Doris, could be multiplied many times over, abusing the 24-hour rule, though the copies couldn't leave the EZ, just like Doris. This was one of the reasons that travel into the EZ was so heavily restricted. With the wrong entad, the entire zone might get a whole lot worse, not just for the Dorises, but for people on the outside. Void weapons aside, a few of the Dorises were carrying obvious entads, a pistol made of slate, and a sword whose surface reflected a false reality among them, all copied many times over. I'd been watching the battle, and neither was terribly special. The pistol fired off small stones instead of normal ammunition and could burst into shards, while the sword had some kind of parry and attack reflection assist. We were in a relatively uninhabited part of the EZ, away from the big city, but it didn't take us too long to reach a settlement, which consisted of some of the ugliest steel mage buildings I had ever seen. I thought that the ones in Necrolaborum were ugly, and they were, but they were ugliness with craft to them, focused entirely on functionality rather than looking good. These, which I presumed some breed of Doris had made herself, weren't just ugly in the sense of not even trying to be pretty. They were ugly by virtue of being poorly made. The windows were misshapen, not that they had any glass to go in them, and the structure wasn't square, instead listing to one side. All the buildings were like that, without any seeming craft or care, which wasn't a surprise, because Doris would shirk work wherever she could.
How far are we traveling?
Asked Amaryllis.
Not far,
replied Doris.
Specifically,
said Amaryllis.
Another mile,
said Doris.
They have a camp.
The further into the zone we got, the less green there was, and there hadn't been much to begin with. The Dorises weren't great stewards of their land, and even if they had been, the sheer number of corpses around wasn't good for most varieties of plants. Here and there we saw white fungal mushroom-looking things, tall stalks and button caps, which I was pretty sure were growing where corpses had been dumped, based on the bones I occasionally saw at their base. There were vines with red leaves growing on a few of the buildings, plants that I knew fed on the plentiful blood in the zone. Small blue motes flitted around and settled down from time to time, another part of the ecology. It gave the place an unearthly feeling. We saw other Dorises as well, though usually only briefly or peeking out through windows. My crown let me see through the eyes of those holed up in their ugly buildings, and I regretted looking, because I saw a Doris going about the process of butchering her clone, and another in the middle of eating raw chunks of flesh. It was no secret that this was how the Dorises kept themselves fed, but it was still disturbing to see. A few of those rooms had tiny closet-like structures, the entrances so small that you couldn't get out. Those, I knew, were used for clone killing. The camp we were heading to was bristling with armed Dorises, many of them in blue, and our little group stayed back, with our own opposite faction Dorises in front.
What now?
Asked Amaryllis.
They'll send out a messenger,
Said the lead Doris.
We'll send one out too. They'll negotiate, then we'll hand you off when they pay us.
The process for sending a messenger was to have one of our Dorises make a clone of themselves, which was done after she'd been deprived of her weapons, and while a fair number of guns were trained on her. It let me see the process of cloning up close and without the frantic energy of battle going on. It was nothing more than a brief blurring, followed by a split, the whole process incredibly brief for what it was. When it was done, one of the clones was grabbed at gunpoint and made to march toward the camp, where a different Doris was following the same procedure. What happens to her when you're done? I asked.
If she does a good job, she can live,
Said Doris.
That's her incentive.
And if they try to take her? I asked. Or she tries to defect?
We can hit her from this range,
Doris replied. I watched as a few of them raised rifles, aiming them squarely at the negotiating party.
It happens.
We were, as a matter of fact, almost exactly at the proper distance from the camp, so that we weren't in much danger from their weapons, but so that the midway point could be struck from both sides. This was, apparently, the kind of thing that Doris is engaged in with some frequency, often enough that they had procedures for it. It was insane, because Doris Finch was insane. I wondered whether they would actually let the negotiating Doris go free, but figured that they must, because if they didn't, the Doris would know that and bolt. What's the difference between factions? I asked. The main Doris looked at me, and I could feel the others looking too. You're red, they're blue. What the difference? I asked. Just curious. I wondered where they got the dyes, but I wasn't going to ask.
Resources,
Said Doris, then turned back to watch the two Dorises who were negotiating with each other. I kept looking at her, though, and eventually she continued.
Information, skills, and materials. Blues have most of the magics, hoard most of the entads, and control most of the city. Reds are more outskirts, better skills with materials. Greens are agriculture and food prep. Oranges are pustule mages. Purples are star mages and steel mages.
She looked between us.
How much of that did you know?
Some,
Said Amaryllis.
You people are supposed to believe in tit for tat,
Said Doris.
We want to know what the outside world knows about the EZ?
almost everything.
Said Amaryllis.
There are regular forays into the EZ to capture a Doris for questioning.
That mostly gets reds,
Replied Doris.
You have better surveillance than that.
We don't personally, no,
Replied Amaryllis.
but we would know if there had been a substantial change in abilities. If a Doris has trained in a new discipline, it probably wouldn't take long for it to be, if not public knowledge, then at least known to people with our clearances.
You have news from outside?
Asked Doris.
Skin magic was excluded.
Said Amaryllis. Doris nodded.
How bad?
Lots of deaths.
Said Amaryllis.
Less than usual for a metro area. Not in-personed, and it's a free exclusion now.
No heat off us then,
Said Doris.
but that's another Athenaeum down.
2.
Said Amaryllis.
It happened in Leo.
Leo would recover, naturally, but it would take some time.
Huh?
Said Doris. She squinted in the direction of the meeting.
Looks like they're done,
said Doris, raising her own rifle and pointing it at their negotiator, who was walking back.
They're willing to trade,
said the negotiating Doris when she came back.
They're offering 3 NTAD copies and 4 slaves, 2 green, 2 purple. Distinct slaves,
asked Doris.
Yes.
Doris nodded. The leader, Doris, as I was thinking of her, nodded, then looked at us.
You're going to be transferred now,
she said.
They'll stab us in the back if they have the chance. You walk slowly until you get to the midway point. There's a kill zone there. We'll send the negotiator out to confirm the function of the NTADs and the condition of slaves. They'll send one out to make sure you're who you say you are, and then we'll all go on our way. If anything goes wrong, odds are both sides open fire, so you make sure that nothing goes wrong.
Understood, I nodded. Pleasure doing business with you. We went through the whole procedure as outlined, tensed up the whole time. I was really worried that as soon as we were on our way past the midpoint, the Reds we'd left would start taking pot shots at us. But to my surprise and relief, they didn't. Maybe because the odds of hitting us were so low. Maybe because they worried about an escalation. A Doris would put effort into depriving a different Doris of resources, but not too much effort. The way you had to look at Doris, at least from what I had heard, was that she would fuck people over only so long as it had some marginal benefit for her. In this case, it helped that the Doris slaves they were taking were in the way of the line of fire. The Blues were organized, their camp in a bit better condition than the buildings we'd seen on the way in. At its center was a mage stone building, maybe one that their captive steel mage had built, and that was where we were led, past armed Dorises that served as guards. Once inside, we were led to a big room with a table where 3 Dorises, all cleaner and in better clothes, were waiting for us. The style differences were wild, with one of them in a vest and pants, the other in a full dress, and the third under a cloak with her shaved head covered.
Welcome,
said the one on the right. She gestured to where 4 chairs were arranged in front of them. Chair was being really generous, because they were made of lumps of mage stone. I assumed that one of the steel mages had made them, and now that they were in place, they couldn't be easily moved.
Take a seat. We apologize for the unpleasantness.
We just want to make a deal,
said Amaryllis.
All we want is tracking because there are people we want to find. We'll split up installments so there's back and forth, please.
Things have become complicated,
said the shaved Doris.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Said Amaryllis.
Complicated in a way that means you can't take payment for services rendered?
They need a service from us, I said, staring at the Dorises. Let me guess. You either need us to put down something that you conjured up, or you need us to be your hands outside the zone. It was the kind of thing that I would have done if I were the dungeon master.
The former,
nodded the shaved Doris.
There was a research project in Dorisopolis that went sideways. It's beyond our ability to contain. Do that, and we'll be able to help you with whatever you need tracked. We're senior within the organization, direct copies of leadership overseeing this sector.
Except that you would just stab us in the back,
said Amaryllis.
A Doris doesn't do things out of gratitude. She does things because of expected reward. So if we dealt with this problem for you, we'd still have to pay, and I would rather skip to the part where we pay. We know for a fact that you were doing tracking as late as 2 months ago.
The problem happened a month ago and has been uncontained since then,
said Doris.
If we do the tracking for you, we'll have a week, maybe less, before it grows out of control. Even if we could do the tracking you needed before then, it wouldn't matter, because we couldn't use whatever you gave us, because we would be dead.
I see,
said Amaryllis.
And everyone outside the zone?
It's unclear,
replied Doris.
Can we have a sidebar for a moment?
Asked Raven.
Go ahead,
nodded the middle Doris. She had 3 piercings through her left nostril, and I wondered who had done them for her. The information I'd taken in about the easy hadn't mentioned the mundane stuff like that, whether there was some Doris who plied her trade as a piercing or tattoo artist.
Grack, ward, please,
asked Raven. Grack looked at her for a moment, then got out his now useless wand and circled around where we were sitting, frowning in concentration and muttering a children's poem in Groglir while he put on a show of erecting a ward that would give us silence.
I don't think we need to hide our abilities from them,
said Grack once he was finished.
It's a precaution,
said Raven.
A sensible one,
said Amaryllis.
If they really do have a slow-motion calamity, I can see the upsides of letting it wipe out all life in the EZ for what it's worth. We could find a different way to get what we need. Maybe there are some quests that complete themselves.
The library never banked on exclusions,
said Raven.
Every timeline where some calamity destroyed or otherwise permanently and irrevocably altered the world, we would send our best to go stop or divert it. I'm of the opinion that should be the policy of our group as well. Even if you think that killing 9 million of this woman is a good thing, there's a good chance that the stakes are there for a reason. Exclusions never allowed Uther to circumvent an adventure.
Fine,
said Amaryllis.
I wasn't actually suggesting it, just saying that it's very tempting for obvious reasons.
We're going to work with a woman like her,
asked Grack.
We should expect to be betrayed.
Right, I said. And if we help, we should expect that they're going to give us nothing in return. Best we can do is ask for an upfront payment or something like it. I rubbed my face a bit. You know, I was kind of hoping that they would send us to a third EZ. It would be kind of funny to have a quest chain that required visiting all of the 13. I looked at their faces. Not laugh out loud funny.
I really thought that we were good on our timeline with Parasev,
said Amaryllis, ignoring me, as she rightly should have.
If this can't be done in a week or less, we're going to need to start worrying about her, given that we need to get back to the captain.
It'll be fine, one way or another, I said. Grack made a show of dropping the ward, and we resumed our discussion with the Dorises.
So,
said Amaryllis,
my guess is that you were violating Imperial research bans.
The Empire of Common Cause has been emphatic that we're not a part of it,
said Doris.
We Blues made an offer to abide by a few of their laws and were rejected.
So that's a yes,
said Amaryllis.
Yes, you were basically trying to do things that would result in, if not an exclusion, then the kind of situation that you currently find yourself facing.
The Dorises looked at each other, then nodded.
Tell us then,
said Raven.
What kind of magic?
Blood magic,
said shaved-head Doris. A contingent of Dorises have trained in blood magic, and we Blues have been trying to find some way to exploit it. I knew enough to read between the lines there. The Dorises didn't go off and train in magic on their own, because something like blood magic was an uphill battle, even if you lived in a stable society and had decently optimized institutions of learning. No, what happened with the Dorises was that those with relative resources and power would lock their lessers in dungeons and demand that they learn magic, or else. And sometimes this worked. That was supposedly how they'd gotten steel magic, star magic, bone magic, and pustule magic.
We have the same blood,
said the vested Doris.
Blood has power, and we were able to gather more of that power in one place than anyone before through all human history.
This was where you were supposed to say, mortal history, but my understanding was that humanocentric language had been in vogue up until not that long ago.
It was showing promising results until it wasn't.
And what's the specific problem?
Asked Raven.
You were playing around with vast quantities of extensible blood. Which failure condition did you run into?
We're not sure,
said the vested Doris.
We used star mages to open a portal to the elemental plane of blood, just large enough for one of us to fit through. We sent a blood mage there. Something happened, something foul, and through the portal came a monster. Now they're here, and growing. Nothing we've tried has been able to kill them.
A worm? About this big around?
Asked Raven, holding up her hands to make a circle, thumb touching thumb and index finger touching index finger.
That's part of it,
said the vested Doris, not seeming terribly surprised.
The information leaked?
Not as such,
replied Raven.
But it's something that I've dealt with before. We should be able to handle it.
She looked at Amaryllis.
I'll leave it to my party members to negotiate terms.
We'll deal with the problem,
said Amaryllis.
In exchange, you'll get one of your slaves to teach star magic to my husband.
It took me a moment to realize that she meant me. It was still pretty new.
We don't have the time for that,
said shaved head Doris.
The worms have already infested the research building. If they get out, we're not confident in being able to stop them. They feed on blood. It's not something that we can throw bodies at. And there's something else in there, an unknown, if the reports are correct. We need that portal brought down and the problem dealt with. We don't have time to give an education.
He's a fast learner,
said Amaryllis.
5 hours of extended education, and in return, we'll deal with the problem. On top of that, before we go in, I want the first tracking done. It's not one that we're hopeful about, but it's one that you've almost certainly done, even if it was just because you wanted to know. Uther Pendrig.
We really weren't expecting results on that one, because it was very likely that Uther was wearing the amulet of non-detection, an absurdly powerful bit of kit that was meant to no-sell almost any attempts at detection.
He's in the fell seed easy,
said the shaved head Doris.
Halfway down a dimensional tube. We can give you the location once you're finished with your work.
That shouldn't be possible,
said Raven, leaning forward.
You shouldn't be able to know where he is. He's got an entad on, an incredibly powerful one. It blocks any attempt at divination.
That would explain why it was so faint,
replied the Doris. Raven was staring with an intensity that I rarely saw from her. I knew that she had done damn near everything she could in order to find Uther, and that the amulet of non-detection had stymied quite a bit of her searching. It was probably disheartening to come into a place like this, where they had a novel magic, and to have it simply work without many problems. It made sense to me, though. The dungeon master wouldn't leave only one path to follow. He would leave several.
Your detection is probabilistic,
said Grack.
It was faint because you only detected those times he lost or removed the entad.
Maybe,
replied Doris.
That would imply that he's not dead,
said Raven.
It would,
nodded Doris.
More information will have to wait until we're not under threat of death. We can run it again. We'll get your husband a room with a star mage, and then you'll work with us on making sure that the EZ stays intact.
Star Pupil. Chapter 2, 102. Star Pupil. Chapter by Cthulhu Jepson. We were given our own room while the Dorises secured us a star mage to teach me. It was bare bones but functional, and Grack had us warded almost as soon as the door was closed.
So,
Amaryllis said to Raven.
Tell us what we're walking into.
Raven shrugged.
Based on what they said, nothing too serious, but they're obviously missing some crucial piece of the picture. The elemental planes are full of some rather grotesque creatures, and a small handful of them are able to survive on Aerb if anyone is stupid enough to bring them over. The Dorises are almost certainly lying, unless they're incredibly coordinated, because it's very difficult for a star mage to make a portal that allows anything to survive the transition.
She tapped her fingers on her leg, then used her bracer to call up a book, which she opened and leafed through before showing us a picture. It was a segmented worm with horrible little lamprey fangs, along with some spines along the sides.
This is a bloodworm. It's very fast with very sharp teeth and can drain the blood of a human in approximately 8 seconds. It feeds on soul energy, not on blood itself, but with blood as the medium. Current belief is that on the elemental plane of blood, they seek out occasional infusions of soul energy from various sources, going into a feeding frenzy and then curling up to become dormant.
How easy to kill?
Asked Amaryllis, frowning at it.
A regular nation with a halfway competent military would be able to do it,
said Raven.
Grack might be able to make an annihilation ward that kills them outright, and if it really is contained to a single building, that would be enough. In theory, it will be easy. But as I said, it's possible and likely that the Finches are lying, not just because the bloodworms are so unlikely to have come over on accident, but because if it were just bloodworms, they should have been able to take care of it themselves. There's some other problem on top of the worms, too, which I'm less confident about.
You said other failure states, I said. What are the consequences of a blood mage having possession of 1,000 times their normal blood volume?
There's a feedback loop,
said Raven.
A blood mage with an excess of blood can draw on the power of that blood in order to boost herself, and that boost can make it easier to squeeze more power from the blood. At a certain tipping point, which is more like 100 times normal blood volume, they can get taken over by something else, unless they're sufficiently skilled at handling it.
Bloodlust, I was guessing.
Usually it's not a threat to the world, though, just to a city, and never for more than a few days until they run out of victims. With Doris, if she can duplicate the blood when she duplicates herself, it might be different.
She paused and used her bracer to pluck out another book, which she rapidly leafed through.
The second failure state, which is of a greater scale, involves pushing the limits of internal blood volume. Blood mages have magical hypertension, and a grandmaster can weaponize that, allowing their blood to shoot out at high speeds. With sufficient pressure and a sudden rupture, it can vaporize a small country.
She kept leafing through the book, frowning, until eventually she stopped.
Sorry, I thought there was a picture, but it would suffice to say that this is at the upper echelons of personal power, attainable only by either a grandmaster or someone drawing on positively enormous quantities of blood. I think the figure, which I can't find at the moment, was that it would take more than 1 million gallons of blood.
You're saying that there are blood mages powerful enough that if you cut them with an infinitely sharp sword, they would explode with blood so hard that they would be the equivalent to a nuclear weapon, I asked.
In theory,
said Raven.
In practice, it's happened in 1 or 2 timelines, under extreme circumstances.
Where the fuck are we on this chain of quests? I asked. We need to go fix a Doris fuck-up in order to have them track Blue in the bottle so that we can kill him, so that Parisev will, what, not make an attempt on our lives? This is ridiculous. We could just leave and kill Parisev, which would shortcut the quest.
Do you want to?
Asked Amaryllis.
Because I would, again, be fine with allowing the Dorises to kill themselves.
It doesn't seem like a good plan from a narrative perspective,
said Raven, frowning at Amaryllis. Doris Finch is a pressure point for Amaryllis, I said to Raven.
Enough of a pressure point that you're going to make suboptimal plays?
Raven asked Amaryllis.
No,
said Amaryllis, crossing her arms.
I'm just stating a preference.
We need the Dorises for just a little bit longer, I said. After that, fuck 'em.
Fuck 'em to death,
said Amaryllis.
I don't particularly like this dynamic,
frowned Raven.
It has its charm,
said Grack. He looked oddly happy. He'd told me once that he liked Amaryllis when she was angry.
Imagine being so shitty of a person that you would ambush and kill 30 of your clones so that you could gain 4 slaves who are also your clones,
said Amaryllis.
And even that term, slave, is doing her favors, because this is one of the most brutal, oppressive versions of slavery that has ever existed on the face of Erb. I will make every effort to not let my opinion of her cloud my judgment, but if we find a way to wipe her out, I'm strongly in favor of doing it.
On the plus side, the person she's hurting most is herself, I said. So the primary victim here kind of deserves it. I didn't personally hate Doris Finch, but I could get why Amaryllis would.
I can ward against her, incidentally,
said Grack.
Redundant, given she is flesh and blood.
Still useful, I said. How quickly could you ward against a hypersonic blood bomb? If that's on the table.
It would have to be a velocity ward,
said Grack.
The blood would cease to be blood at those speeds. Too much debris would be caught up in it.
He frowned, not because he was thinking about the problem, but because he was unhappy with his solution.
It would have to be small and ideally covering extra-dimensional space. A ward over Saber would give us the best chance. Even then I would need a few minutes to make it rigorous, and it would take all my concordance.
Good enough for me, I said. I had no idea how impossible what I was asking for was, but able to withstand a nuclear blast seemed like it had to be on the very upper end of what was possible with warding. We're going to hope that it's not that, but Raven was the one who foreshadowed it, so blame her if it comes to pass. Raven rolled her eyes, but didn't give any of the obvious counterpoints, and I didn't know her well enough to know what that meant. Maybe she really did believe she'd be responsible for it, if it happened. The Doris Star Mage was let into the room after a knock on the door sometime later, and, for the first time since Falater, I was introduced to a new magic with an audience present. Not just my companions, but a second Doris besides the Star Mage, this one guarding her.
Fuck the stars,
said Doris. She looked more or less like the others, but her hair was on the longer side, her clothes were a bit unkempt, and she had a brand on her forearm that looked to have been either a really elaborate design or several brandings over a long period of time. It wasn't clear to me whether she had done it to herself or, well, if she'd done it to herself in a different way.
Most of the time, you won't be looking at them. Every month or so, maybe every week for precision work, you'll look up at the stars and figure out which ones are important and where they are, using a bit of math to figure out what they mean to you based on where you are, and then forget about them until your constructions drift off course and you need to look at the sky again. You're good with math?
I said. I was told that there wouldn't be calculus. Other than that, yeah, I had the mathematics skill, but it was kind of pointless at the lower levels, since it didn't give me any skills that I didn't already have from a decent high school education and an aptitude for systems.
What the fuck is calculus?
She asked.
Look, it doesn't matter. Can you do basic geometry?
Sure, I said. So Katoa.
Right.
She said, apparently understanding what I'd said.
And you know what a function is?
I said. Sure.
If you don't know what a function is, tell me now and we'll start there,
said Doris.
You've got 4 fucking hours, and if you don't get what you wanted out of this, I get shot in the head.
I'm just not sure that I'll be able to define it, I said. A function is putting in some value x and getting out some value y.
Okay,
she said, relaxing slightly. Sure. Star magic is just a matter of constructing functions, finding out which variables you're putting into them, usually in consultation with a star map, then drawing or fabricating the output. Okay. So, to give an example, I asked. Doris sighed and pulled some papers out of her pocket, then spread them across the floor.
This is a map of the stars, made 3 days ago, by me,
she said. As I looked at the paper, I realized that it wasn't paper at all. It was parchment, some that had been scraped and reused enough times that it was starting to show. The Dorises didn't have wood and couldn't import it, which meant that they made do with what they had. What they had a lot of was Dorises, and I was about 90% certain that her parchment had been made from human skin.
Our position, using the planar hex line system with offsets, is minus 0.57891, 0.17663, 0.40288.
You use 3 axes, I asked. Not 2.
If you want to do the math to transform the 2-axis system into the 3-axis system, knock yourself out,
she replied.
It'll only add an extra 20 or 30 minutes onto every single calculation you do.
Just asking, I said.
Base prismatic expansion is given by taking a multiplication of x, y, z chords with a polygon constellation, given by magnitude ordering of stars, starting with brightest red, not violating the concave angles rule and shifting hue down.
She had been tracing out a pattern on her map with her finger, and when she was finished, she looked at me. Okay, I nodded, looking down at her chart. So we start with the brightest red star, then magnitude ordering means that we move to the second brightest star, but hue shifting would mean that we, move to orange, which takes precedence.
Depends on what you want, usually magnitude,
she replied.
Typically, hue needs to be a half step down. Playing with hue is not what I would start with if I were you. There are specific strands of the function, elements that you vary to produce different effects. We're talking base prismatic expansion, the simplest spell you can do.
And a half step is? What? I asked, looking at her map with its notations. Based on this, you register hue as a single number, and if this is in normal visible range, that's, kind of complicated,
I'm trying to teach you what I can in a few hours,
said Doris.
Do you want to blow past this and figure it out later, or do you want me to belabor the details?
You didn't study at an Athenaeum, I said. You learned this yourself,
I had books.
said Doris.
Part of a deal with the outside at some point. I never got much more information than that. But knowing that isn't going to help you learn.
Sorry, I said. The hue thing, the stars are all kinds of colors to human eyes, but human eyesight is narrow and lopsided, and not all eyes are the same. I'm having trouble with just the base concept here.
The way I understand it, normal star mages use FAC and LEP, two types of glass that do hue shifting based on thickness,
said Doris.
I don't have that, so I go based on what I see. It doesn't matter all that much because you can do the same pattern in different ways and it still works.
So, a half step in your system is just split the colors up into 7, then half a step, I asked, looking at her notation. She nodded. So we go for the brightest that's within half a step, then the next brightest that's in the next half a step, ignoring any lines that we'd have to draw through, and ignoring lines that would make concave angles, looping to the start of the colors if we have to.
No,
said Doris.
When you get to deep indigo, you draw a line back to the start, and if that's not a legal shape, then you have to do it a different way.
I nodded, starting to maybe understand a little bit. And the multiplication by chords, that's, She pulled out a pen and hesitated above parchment.
Do you have paper?
She asked.
It will be easier.
Amarilla stepped forward from where she'd been leaning against a wall and dropped a ream of paper along with a number of pens and pencils from Sable. Doris stared at them, then took a pen and paper. She began to quickly sketch out some math, copying from the map and marking down all of the relevant stars to make the shape.
You have 3 coordinates and endpoints,
said Doris.
How you apply those chords depends on whether they're negative or positive and what numbers you can divide n by. Here, we've got 6 sides, which means alternating, which means...
She did the calculations without speaking for a bit and came up with a new shape. This one not actually a polygon, because some of the lines were crossing each other.
And that's it, as basic gets. So long as the stars stay in their current configuration, if you write that shape anywhere near here, it'll make an extra dimensional divot on the surface over the course of about 2 hours or so. And there, now you know star magic.
Skill unlocked. Star magic. Achievement unlocked. Starry-eyed. Spell discovered. Base prismatic expansion. Yup, I said, nodding. Now I know star magic.
There are obviously 100 things you're going to have to learn if you really want to be a star mage,
said Doris.
I can't tell you them because I don't know most of them. Some of the shitty star mages out there just go look things up in books all the time, then plug in the numbers, and that's enough that they can skate by. Me, I do what I can with what I've learned, mostly through experimentation or under instruction from another star mage. It's a fuck ton of labor, but you can split it up. For us, that means that you get told to do the calculation right or get ended. Solutions are usually easier to check than to generate. I'll give you whatever hard-won knowledge I have. In the EZ, we generally don't give a shit about restricting learning. It's not like you couldn't just buy one of us as a tutor if you were willing to spend enough time in the zone. Fuck, that's basically what you've done. Tell me what else you want so that you'll tell my captors that I did a good job.
This is a naive case, I said, pointing down at the diagram she'd drawn. I'm going to need to know how to do more, and I'm going to have to understand fundamentals. As in, I could probably look at the stars and figure out how to do this one specific thing that you showed me.
You should probably set the bar lower than that,
said Doris. What I couldn't do would be to make a portal to another plane, or even just make a larger or non-standard extra-dimensional space. I was watching her. I wouldn't be able to step into the ethereal, which required holding a shape or shapes in your head, so far as I knew. I wouldn't be able to make this permanent. There are lots of things. It's like you showed me how to solve one specific math problem without actually telling me how to do math,
All right,
said Doris.
I'll run you through the very basics. I have to warn you that it's maddening.
It's okay, I said. I'm already a little insane. We spent 4 hours on it. It was productive, in part because we just didn't wander off track at all. Sometimes when I was studying, I would get distracted or bored and want to switch to something else, and while I was relatively okay at reining in that impulse, I probably lost a lot of time when I would start daydreaming, only to realize that I had been in the middle of reading a biography on one of these horrible people I was supposed to kill. It had been worse on Earth, where the internet and video games were siren songs. Doris actually wasn't so bad. She was a little rough around the edges, a bit acerbic, but she seemed intelligent, and she wasn't a dick about things. One of the things that people said about Doris a lot was that she was actually a lot smarter than you would expect, and I was finding that true, not just in terms of star magic expertise, but just in the way that she seemed to think about things. If it had just been this one interaction, and I'd known nothing else about her, I wouldn't have pegged her for a slaver or a cannibal. She knew a fair amount about star magic, though it was also pretty clear that I was being given non-standard terminology, and there were definite limits to what she could tell me. She had learned star magic in the EZ, with nothing but books to go off of, and some of her techniques wouldn't generalize. The EZ was small enough that the star mage Dorises had just baked in a lot of math that they'd never have to change. Star magic was leveling up slowly,
Untethering is the second hardest part.
said Doris. She had just finished explaining about the other planes, the 11 dimensions,